You who have played the villain know, without hard work you just become experience points for the hero's growth. So, I started training right from the womb, opened my sea of energy at 3, unlocked my divine meridians at 5, and at 16 became the youngest direct disciple of the mystical heaven sect. Yet, just as I was a step away from becoming a martial arts master, a letter from home shattered everything good. The elders in my family demanded I come down the mountain immediately to break off an engagement with a useless nobody. This familiar scenario made me realize that my tribulation as a villain had arrived. In this world, what scares me the most isn't the mysterious powers, but this fiancée in a distant border town. Of course, I thought about killing her before she could rise to power. But clearly, she must be a main character blessed with a halo. Even if killed, she'd just resurrect stronger. So, I cautiously chose not to break off the engagement, but instead sent a letter by night to Muyun City. At this moment in Muyun City, within the Jiang Kingdom, Dan Tai Ming knelt like a prisoner awaiting a death sentence. Once the shining talent of her clan, her abilities vanished soon after the engagement with the Yi family, turning her into a bona fide invalid. Now, her cousin Dan Tai Xianlan whispered to her, "The Yi family will be here any moment to call off the engagement. Once you lose this last protection, I wonder how you'll survive." Dan Tai Xianlan's eyes couldn't hide her simmering hate. If this had happened a few days earlier, Dan Tai Ming might have been devastated by the Yi family's disengagement. But now, a ring on her finger flickered with a faint light. Do not be discouraged. Once I use the divine blood to cleanse you, rising will only be a matter of time, a mysterious woman's voice from the ring communicated. She was a peerless powerhouse from the upper realms, but an accident caused her spirit to reside within this ring. Dan Tai Ming Yu's stagnation and cultivation was due to this woman secretly healing her meridians. 10 years as an invalid in Muyun City, mocked and ridiculed, was all because of this. The woman felt guilty and took Dan Tai Ming Yu as her disciple, not only mentoring her, but also cleansing her body with divine blood. In 3 days, the first complete cleansing of your body with divine blood will finish, and you'll transcend the ordinary. Better than Yi Fan? Though Dan Tai Ming Yu has never met Yi Fan, his name alone instills fear in all the talents of the Jiang Kingdom. That mere Yi Fan is nothing. If you can integrate all the divine blood, all the geniuses combined wouldn't match up to one of your fingers. Dan Tai Ming Yu was dumbfounded. Just then, a powerful light fell from the sky, and a middle-aged man stepped out. This man, named Uncle Yi, brings a letter from the young master to Miss Ru Yan. The Yi family, parallel in status to the royal family, wouldn't have sent Uncle Yi with his profound cultivation to such a trivial place if not under Yi Fan's direct order. Such display of power only intensified the jealousy and resentment towards Dan Tai Ming Yu from her clan members. Ru Yan, open it quickly. What if it's not a disengagement, but encouragement for your cultivation? Prodded Dan Tai Xianlan, sensing the angry mood around her and seizing the opportunity to stir up more trouble. Dan Tai Ming Yu slowly raised her head and courageously tore open the envelope. To everyone's surprise, a storage ring rolled out from inside. This ring, made of special material, was clearly extraordinary. Seeing this, the green-eyed covetousness of her clan members intensified. Could this be the Yi family's compensation for the disengagement? A mere invalid like Dan Tai Ming Yu has no right to such treasures. If not for Uncle Ye's presence, the envious clan members might have already rushed to seize it. Open it. If you can find a few herbs inside, perhaps they could speed up the cleansing with the divine blood, urged the woman inside the ring. Hearing this, Dan Tai Ming Yu obediently opened the storage ring. In the next moment, a surge of crimson light shot into the sky. Heart of the blood python, actually capable of reconnecting severed meridians. Blood jade for body reinforcement, aiding the formation of bone marrows in the sea of energy. Ironwood spirit liquid, dark heaven flower excellent for crafting third-grade medicinal pills. As streams of light burst from the storage ring, Dan Tai Ming Yu was stupefied. The clan members around her were nearly driven mad. Sensing the greedy glares, Dan Tai Ming Yu subconsciously covered the ring. She had just opened one corner of the ring, and already so many treasures appeared. Beyond the spiritual medicines, there were several profound martial arts inheritances far more valuable than the herbs. A disengagement bringing such bounty, what was Yi Fan thinking? With a puzzled heart, Dan Tai Ming Yu quickly opened the letter, but its contents left her stunned again. Did he insult you in the letter? Don't worry. Give your teacher a few more days to recover, and I will ascend to the mystical heaven sect to demand justice for you. The woman inside the ring said angrily. No, it's not like that, Celestial Master. Dan Tai Ming Yu's cheeks flushed slightly. Far from despising Dan Tai Ming Yu for her lowly origins or mocking her for her depleted cultivation, Yi Fan's letter encouraged her. Especially the last line. Even if you are a mere mortal, I, Yi Fan will protect you for a lifetime without worry, warmed Dan Tai Mingyu's heart. Ruyan, were you shocked by the contents? Since you're too scared to read it aloud, let your cousin do it, said Dan Tai Xianlan, her jealousy peaking as the storage ring opened. She snatched the letter and read aloud. You are Yi Fan's wife, and once I conquer life and death trials, I will rebuild your sea of energy and protect you for a lifetime. Halfway through, Dan Tai Xianlan's face froze, but by then, the surrounding clan members were no longer paying attention to her. What fortune for Ruyan! We were wrong before. The same people who had just scorned Dan Tai Mingyu as an invalid were now eagerly courting her favor. To be born into such a family, truly tragic. And all thanks to Yi Fan. Why do I keep thinking of him? As she thought of Yi Fan, Dan Tai Mingyu's cheeks blushed again. It's all fake. Suddenly, Dan Tai Xianlan, who had been quietly blending into the crowd, burst out crazily. The letter is fake. The storage ring is fake. The messenger is fake too. You're not from the Yi family, so why fake a letter? This scene frightened both the Murong family head and the clan elders. How dare you assault a messenger from the Yi family? How audacious! The Murong family head appeared instantly in front of her, and with a loud slap, struck her hard. Haven't you gone mad enough? I'm not mad. Dan Tai Xianlan, knocked to the ground and spitting blood, retorted. She deceived everyone with a fake letter. I just wanted to expose her. It's not that she wouldn't believe, but that she couldn't accept it. Why? Why could Dan Tai Mingwei, who had fallen to such a state, still encounter someone like Yi Xian, an unmatched match who never gave up on her? She couldn't accept it. Dan Tai Mingwei had fallen this low, and there seemed to be no room for a comeback. More than just not accepting, she was even more jealous. She was jealous of everything Dan Tai Mingwei had, and even more jealous of the bond she shared with Yi Xian. They have clearly never met, not even once. Why is Yi Xian so devoted to her? What if the marriage contract had been signed by her, Dan Tai Xianlan? Then, would a match that had captured Yi Xian's heart have been her, Dan Tai Xianlan? Crazy. This woman is crazy. The head of the Dan Tai family shook his head, and with a swift move, he struck Dan Tai Xianlan's energy sea, crippling her cultivation. The brutality of his actions, the decisiveness of his movements, gave Dan Tai Xianlan no time to react at all. Head, you are so ruthless. At that moment, Dan Tai Xianlan finally understood the bleak mindset that Dan Tai Mingwei had experienced before. But alas, it was too late. A letter from Yi Xian lifted Dan Tai Mingwei from the edge of a bottomless cliff to the clouds above. The entire Dan Tai family needed someone for Dan Tai Mingwei to vent her dissatisfaction upon. Though Dan Tai Xianlan was a standout among the younger generation of the Dan Tai family, compared to the Yi clan and the Xiantian sect, her weight still felt too light, too light. Unfortunately, the head of the Dan Tai family's methods did not faze Dan Tai Mingwei at all. After 10 years of being useless, she had long seen through human hearts. Now, she only wanted to quickly complete her body refinement with the help of a mysterious woman pursuing a martial arts peak that had long been severed. Perhaps, by that time, she would have the courage to truly stand before Yi Xian. Xiantian sect, on the Ascension platform, gained Dan Tai Mingwei's favor, Dao Fortune +2. Gained Dan Tai Mingwei's favor, Dao Fortune +2. Gained Dan Tai Mingwei's favor, Dao Fortune +3. Feeling the ever-increasing Dao Fortune within him, Yi Xian suddenly awakened. So, my little wife is actually my golden finger. Although Yi Xian didn't understand what this so-called Dao Fortune was, from the moment it manifested, he could clearly feel a surging power gradually brewing within him, ready to erupt. What's going on? Why do I feel the spiritual energy around Yi Xian, my senior brother, becoming increasingly strange? Could it be that he has broken through again? Yes. I remember that senior brother Yi Xian had only just broken through not long ago, right? So soon, already having new insights? Indeed, the brightness behind senior brother Yi Xian is something we can never pursue. Senior brother Yi Xian is amazing. I want to have his babies. Pa, senior brother Yi Xian wouldn't even look at you. Who says? What if senior brother actually likes my kind of curvy little potato? Yi Xian paid no attention to the commotion below the Ascension platform. At this moment, he was completely immersed in the baptism of Dao Fortune. In just this short time, the Dao Fortune within him had already condensed into a golden, glittering orb. Beneath the orb, countless golden treasure boxes emerged, along with a long, slender pointer. Could this be a lottery? Chapter for he is crazy, or just foolish. Haven't you ever seen a pig run if you've never eaten pork? In his past life, Yi Xian had long been accustomed to all sorts of strange golden fingers seen online. There are even ones that collect negative emotions. I suppose mine, which collects my little wife's favor, shouldn't be that hard to understand. Just as Yi Xian was secretly comforting himself, a disciple of the Xiantian sect, hurriedly ran up to the ascension platform. Senior brother Yi Xian, the sect leader, has come out of seclusion and is currently discussing matters with the elders in the Great Hall. Please go over. The disciple who came to deliver the message bowed, while stealing glances at Yi Xian. He was feeling extremely anxious inside. It's even more exciting than seeing an idol at a concert. Senior brother Yi Xian. It really is senior brother Yi Xian. I never expected that in my lifetime I would have the chance to talk so closely with senior brother Yi Xian. But Yi Xian did not pay attention to his inner excitement at all, because all his focus was immersed in the golden orb in the sea of consciousness. According to the pointer, 100 points of the Great Tao's fortune is needed to draw a reward. Yi Xian quietly glanced around. From just now until now, he had already gathered more than 200 points of Great Tao's fortune in his body. He could completely make 2 draws. Thinking of this, Yi Xian took a glance at the Xiantian sect disciple who came to deliver the message beside him. The master of Xiantian sect summoned Yi Xian to the Hall of Eternal Life. There must be something important. Otherwise, I could try this golden fingers draw to see what kind of rewards I could get. Yi Xian thought to himself as he gently stepped forward. In an instant, clouds rose to the skies, accompanied by the roar of tigers and dragons, and illusory figures ascended into the air. As expected of senior brother Yi Xian, even taking off is so carefree. It's something we could never catch up to in our lifetime. Looking at Yi Xian leaving on clouds, the message-dispatching disciple on the immortal ascension platform was filled with admiration and unspeakable awe. How was the preparation for the trial of life and death going? As soon as Yi Xian arrived at the entrance of the Hall of Eternal Life, he heard the voice of the master of Xiantian's sect coming from inside. All matters have been prepared. Elder Xianjin replied. In 100 years, Xiantian sect has only had 3 direct disciples. Yi Xian is the only one still in the sect, and is the youngest among the 3 direct disciples. Direct disciples are the most distinguished symbols of Xiantian sect. Once they reach a certain level of strength, they often seek breakthroughs in their own way, and the sect does not intentionally constrain them. The previous 2 direct disciples both left the sect to seek breakthroughs and have been missing for 10 years. Only Yi Xian has been diligently cultivating within the sect. He was unwilling to leave the sect, not only because he had not encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation, but also for another important reason. This is a magical world. Even though Yi Xian's cultivation is considered top among the younger generation of Xiantian sect, within Jiangwo, he can also be regarded as a powerful figure. However, there are always taller mountains and more capable people outside the mountains. The magical world is indeed too dangerous. Staying in the sect, with the master and the elders, as well as those hidden old monsters in the sect looking out for him, greatly increases his safety. Indeed, Xian Heir's talent is truly promising. If it weren't for this divine decree from the god of Xiantian, I wouldn't be so eager to initiate the trial of life and death early. In 100 years, Xiantian sect has only accepted 3 direct disciples. Their talents and strengths are relatively comparable. However, if one must compare, Yi Xian is slightly better. After all, youth is capital. Moreover, the other 2 direct disciples have been gone for nearly 10 years and have yet to return. They can't just keep postponing the trial of life and death until they come back, right? But I heard that Yi Xian seems to have had an engagement with a small family in Muyin City. Once Yi Xian becomes the young sect master of Xiantian sect, his marriage will no longer be just his personal affair. It will also relate to the face of the entire Xiantian sect. This matter, the master has known for a long time. The Yi family has already made Xian Heir go to Muyun City to break off that engagement. Hearing Elder Xianjin's words, the master of Xiantian sect slowly said, in the master's eyes, Yi Xian's talent deserves better. In the future, entering the god of Xiantian and forming a partnership with the talented individuals, there would also be an excellent story. How could he be held back by a useless girl from a remote small city? That being said, who knows if the useless girl from this small family will continue to pester Yi Xian? Elder Xianyu's words are indeed true. Yi Xian is currently the most likely candidate to succeed as the future young master of the Xiantian sect, and he is about to undergo a life and death trial. If he is impacted by these trivial matters, wouldn't it be a tremendous loss for our Xiantian sect? This matter involves the Xiantian divine path, and I believe that the concerns of Elders Xianjin and Xuanyu are quite necessary. We must completely sever ties with this useless girl from a small family. Under the reminder of the elders, the Xiantian sect master fell into a brief contemplation. In that case, Elder Xianjin, tomorrow you will accompany Yi Xian to Muyun City and publicly annul the engagement. That way, he can focus on passing the trial with peace of mind. Standing at the door of the main hall, Yi Xian's expression suddenly changed. after he finally stabilized his little wife. If the Xintian sect caused a commotion, not only would his newly awakened golden finger be wasted, but he himself would likely become a cautionary tale in no time. Sect Master, this matter absolutely cannot happen. Looking at Yi Xian walking into the Hall of Eternal Vitality, the Xintian sect master and the elders present were all taken aback. Yi Xian, the sect master wants you to go to Mu Yun City to annul the engagement for your own good. With your status, let alone a useless girl from a small family, even a princess from the royal family of the Jiang Kingdom would be looking up to you. The Yi family was already one of the prominent families in the Jiang Kingdom, on par with the royal family. Yi Xian, as the most gifted youth of the Yi family and the future young master of the Xintian sect. Don't mention just the Jiang Kingdom. Even all the mortal kingdoms in the southern wilderness will be crushed by the Xintian sect in the blink of an eye. Moreover, behind the Xintian sect stand the Xintian divine path. Yi Xian's future is limitless. Yi Xian, you don't need to worry about this. We, your elders, will make the decision for you. That's right, Yi Xian, if you feel guilty when we annul the engagement, we can just compensate her with some techniques or spirit medicines. I'm sure a small family from a place like Mu Yun City would be very willing. Hearing what the elders said, Yi Xian nearly felt like crying. How did Xiao Huahua explode in the novel? Did you forget? Although normal people think that a mere engagement isn't binding, and as long as the compensation is reasonable, the other party won't mind. But the protagonist's mindset is not something common people can understand. They wouldn't just think that trading a meaningless engagement for spirit medicines and techniques is a good deal. They would feel insulted. What if Yi Xian's little wife is also a character like Xiao Huahua? Thinking of this, Yi Xian couldn't help but recall 10 scenarios where he was tortured by his little wife. I will not annul the engagement with the Mu Yun City. At this moment, with a strong desire to survive, Yi Xian no longer cared about going against the sect master and the elders in the hall. Since the engagement is already decided, Yi Xian, will not be someone who starts chaos and abandons it in the end. I appreciate the good intentions of the sect master and the elders. But regarding the annulment of the marriage, I'm afraid I cannot comply. Inside the hall, the Xintian sect master and the elders couldn't believe their ears, their eyes wide open like copper bells. Mu Yun City is just a small border town within the Jiang Kingdom. The Dantai family is even a small family they have never even heard of. Is Yi Xian crazy or foolish? How could he be so devoted to a useless girl from a small family? Even if she has unparalleled beauty, she doesn't deserve Yi Xian's obsession. Yi Xian, can emotions play a part in the path of cultivation? The Xintian sect master waved his sleeve, his gaze carrying a hint of anger. For so many years, the Xintian sect has devoted everything to cultivating Yi Xian. With Yi Xian's talent, once he becomes the young master of the Xintian sect, he can immediately enter the Xintian divine path for further training. In the future, what kind of talents and saints would not be a match for him? Could he really get stuck on a useless girl from a small family? I will give you one more chance. If you are willing to break off the engagement, I can pass on the profound mysteries of the Xintian to you during the life and death trial, helping you pass the trial successfully and become the young master of my Xintian sect. This. As soon as the sect master of Xintian spoke, the elders of the Xintian sect all gasped in cold shock. The profound mysteries of Xintian are the highest secrets of the Xintian sect. If Yi Xian could grasp the profound mysteries before entering the life and death trial, then the trial would be no challenge for him. It could be said that the sect master was directly selecting Yi Xian to become the young master of Xintian sect. Afterward, the Xintian sect would also use all its power to recommend him to the Xintian divine path. How many people longed for such a huge opportunity that they could only dream of? Would he give up such a great future for a useless young girl? Or would he become the young master of Xintian sect and soar into the sky from now on? Everyone was waiting for Yi Xian's answer. Chapter 5. Divine Bow and Power, Shocking the Ages. Sorry, sect master, I have made up my mind. Yi Xian's answer was very firm. Between the profound mysteries in life, Yi Xian decisively chose the latter. No matter how powerful the mysteries are, one needs life to practice. Moreover, he had awakened the golden finger. In front of that, any divine powers or ultimate skills were set aside. Yi Xian, the sect master's decision is for your own good. You better think it through. Without my Xintian sect, even if you have extraordinary talent, you would not have today's achievements. Don't forget, my Xintian sect does not have only you as a direct disciple. You must clearly state your choice in front of everyone in this hall. In publicly confronting the sect master and the elders for Dantai Mingwe, Yi Xian stirred the collective anger of the Xintian sect higher-ups. However, at this moment, Yi Xian's calm mind trembled gently once again. Dantai Mingwe's favorability increased again Great luck +5. +5. +5. In an instant, the great luck on the golden sphere surged from over 200 points to over 300. Holy crap. Stunned, Yi Xian almost cursed on the spot. What's wrong with my little wife? The favorability is flooding up like it's free, booming up, booming up. At this rate of rising favorability, learning the profound mysteries of Xiantian would certainly be out of the question. Of course, my little wife is more fragrant. Yi Xian suppressed his inner excitement and quietly opened the pointer on the golden sphere. He couldn't wait to draw a wave of rewards. As Yi Xian's finger pointed, 308 points of great luck on the golden sphere suddenly decreased by 100 points. At the same time, the pointer began to spin rapidly. Soon, the spinning pointer landed on a golden treasure box. With a bang, the treasure box exploded open, and 4 gigantic, colorful projectiles sprayed out. Thank you for your patronage. I can't believe it. Yi Xian's forehead twitched violently. He truly did not expect that, even after being reborn into a fantasy world, he would still encounter such a frustrating thing that made his blood pressure rise. Yi Xian, you seem dissatisfied with the sect master and the elder's proposal. The sect master and the elders in the hall were already unhappy with Yi Xian for his earlier outbursts, and now seeing his displeased expression, their tempers flared up. Even the sect master's face turned completely dark. However, they were angry. Yi Xian was even angrier. He had sacrificed 18 years of effort, only to end up with such a miserable thing. At this moment, it felt like he was sitting on a furnace, either burned to death or fried further. Without any hesitation, Yi Xian pointed to spin the prize draw pointer again. As the pointer spun again, soon another golden treasure box exploded open. This time was worse. The open treasure box directly emitted an empty IF****** your mother's cousin's aunt's niece. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly had an impulse to re-accept the succession of the Xiantian mystery and give up the golden finger. This golden finger is just too damn troublesome. But feeling the atmosphere in the hall, Yi Xian thought that the Xiantian sect master and the elders present seemed unwilling to give him such an opportunity anymore. Humph, Yi Xian, since you are so rebellious towards your elders, don't blame the sect for not giving you face. You are just a direct disciple, after all. You have disregarded our Xiantian sect's years of devoted training. Even the Xiantian sect master changed from his previous kind attitude towards Yi Xian, no longer calling him Xianer, but addressing him directly by his name instead. Yi Xian, this sect master has already given you a chance. Since you insist on this, then, just as the sect master finished speaking, a streak of golden light suddenly shot up from Yi Xian's body. This golden light was incredibly brilliant, like the sweet rain and dew descending from the heavens above, but also carried a formidable power. Divine bone, it's Yi Xian's divine bone. It has awakened. The Xiantian sect master stared intently at Yi Xian in front of him. The elders of the sect, who were originally chattering and criticizing Yi Xian, were all wide-eyed in shock. Could it be the legend is true? It is said that the Yi clan is a bloodline inherited from ancient divine beings. Divine beings are beyond mortal existence, and even their inherited bloodlines bless the world, allowing future generations to benefit throughout their lives. As a bloodline of the gods, the Yi clan gave birth to many exceptionally talented individuals in the past. However, later on, the divine bones of those powerful figures were cursed and lost. From then on, the Yi clan no longer produced those extraordinary champions of the ancient times. Forced to migrate from the wild spirit domain, they gradually sank to exist alongside mortal kingdoms. Yi Xian was initially favored by the Xiantian sect master because at the moment he broke through to the Xian bone realm, a trace of divine patterns awakened in his bones. Unfortunately, after entering the Xiantian sect, although Yi Xian's cultivation progressed rapidly, the unique traits of his divine bones did not manifest at all. Could it be that today is the moment when his divine bone fully awakens? The Xiantian sect master's hands grasping the chair trembled slightly in anticipation. Even Yi Xian himself did not expect that, in what he already thought was a hopeless final draw, he would actually draw a great Tao fruit capable of helping the divine bone awaken. The so-called Great Tao fruit is, as the name suggests, a fruit that is formed by condensing the will of the heaven and earth. Why are divine beings called divine? Because they can master the mysteries of heaven and earth. The mysteries of the heaven and earth within the Great Tao fruit naturally complemented the divine bone in Yi Xian's body. With the help of the Great Tao fruit, the divine patterns in Yi Xian began to take root and sprout along all his bones, like thirsty, withered wood receiving the nurturing of spring. Waves of golden light continuously spread across Yi Xian's entire body like a web. By the end, even his entire skeleton turned a faint golden color. As if in the next second, it would break free from his flesh. Boom! At this moment, the sky suddenly split open. Breaking Void Realm. Martial Arts Master. Yi Xian has broken through to Martial Arts Master. Heavens! Is this the power of the Divine Bone? Sensing the terrifying changes in energy around Yi Xian, the elders of the Xintian sect held their breaths in astonishment. Some of these elders had struggled for a lifetime in their training, only to achieve the realm of Breaking Void Master in the end. Yet Yi Xian, having just awakened his Divine Bone, directly broke through to the Breaking Void realm. A person of divine awakening. I never expected that after so many years, my Xintian sect would have another person of divine awakening. A person of divine awakening is the term used in this world for those who awaken their divine bones. These individuals have no bottlenecks in their cultivation, and as the awakening of their divine bone intensifies, their strength will grow ever more terrifying, even if they were to pursue the footsteps of their ancestors in the future. Becoming a completely new deity is not impossible. In the Great Hall, the elders of the Xintian sect, who gradually came to their senses, had extremely complex expressions. If Yi Xian were merely talented, the Xintian sect would not lack for better choices. But now, a person of divine enlightenment, his existence can no longer be compared to just an inner disciple. Even the Xintian divine way, he is worthy of serious attention. Chapter 6, Xintian Divine Edict. There's already a conspiracy. Ahem, since you, Xin'er, are unwilling to break off the engagement, we should not force you. After all, this is ultimately your personal matter, and us as elders are merely anxious for you. The Xintian sect master, who had just been furious and seemed ready to expel Yi Xian from the sect, instantly changed to a kind and benevolent demeanor. Even the surrounding elders who originally held opposing views became understanding. Your fiancé is merely of lowly background and has mediocre cultivation, but in the end, mutual affection is what matters. Matters of the heart have no clear reasoning. Yi Xian, your ability to hold on to your true feelings brings great comfort to the sect master and all of us elders. The Xintian sect master decisively announced. The timing for the life and death trial is set for half a month later. Xin'er, you have just broken through to Martial Arts Master and need to consolidate your cultivation. I will send over some elixirs to stabilize your realm. Just focus on gathering your energy to prepare for the upcoming life and death trial. Yi Xian's becoming a person of divine enlightenment means that he will be highly valued once he enters the Xintian divine way in the future. The Xintian sect is not so narrow-minded as to jeopardize their path over a mere marriage issue. Then, I thank the sect master and all the elders. Yi Xian smiled faintly. Although this golden finger is a bit troublesome, at least it has played its essential role at the crucial moment. After watching Yi Xian leave, the Xintian sect master and the elders present felt a surge of complex emotions within. Who would have thought that at this juncture, the Xintian sect could produce a person of divine enlightenment? The Xintian sect master looked at Yi Xian's departing figure, deep in thought. A few days ago, the Xintian divine way suddenly issued a divine edict, calling for all branches scattered across the 4 great desolations to select their own promising inner disciples to study further in the Xintian divine way. The Xintian divine way has not opened the qualification for deep study in the central desolation spirit realm for a long time. Although the Xintian sect master did not know why the Xintian divine way suddenly issued such a divine edict, it was undoubtedly a rare opportunity for the Xintian sect. Yi Xian is still a bit too young. Once he passes the life and death trial and enters the Xintian divine way, he will naturally understand our good intentions today. That's right. The Xintian divine way has countless talented individuals, and there are also peerless goddesses. I believe that by that time, Yi Xian will know how to make his choices. Hearing the elder's words, the Xintian sect master softly nodded. If Yi Xian had not awakened the divine bone, his rebellion against the elders and the sect master would surely lead to punishment to maintain the dignity of the Xintian sect. But now the situation is completely different. Yi Xian awakened the divine bone and became a person of divine enlightenment. For geniuses, this world will always be incredibly forgiving. If forgiveness is not enough, then it must be that you are not genius enough. I hope that this time the divine way opens, our Xintian sect can win a good spot. The Xintian sect master thought silently as he looked in the direction Yi Xian had left. Returning to his residence, Yi Xian without hesitation pulled out the letter paper and began to write a letter. Although there are many visualization communication techniques in this world, Yi Xian feels that a written letter with every stroke represents his sincere feelings better. Let the little delicate wife feel his sincere feelings. The golden finger awakens smoothly. It seems the little delicate wife is quite receptive to my honey-coated bullets. At this moment, I must seize the opportunity and strike while the iron is hot. Yi Xian's earlier triple draw in the Grand Hall had already consumed all the fortune points in the golden ball. He must write another heartfelt letter to gather goods from the little delicate wife. Yi Xian racked his brain, searching through all the mushy phrases and emotional pull of men and women on the internet from his past life, and poured them onto the fragile letter paper. However, as soon as the letter was finished, he crumpled it up and burned it with 9 heavens mystic fire, leaving no trace behind. I can't write it this way. The little delicate wife has just started to develop a good impression of me. The relationship between us is still not very clear. If I suddenly rush in, she will think I am frivolous and dislike me. Although Yi Xian was not a master of romance, he had seen plenty of similar stories in his past life. When a romantic relationship has not reached a certain level, hastily escalating it only backfires. It seems I still need to approach it from a caring perspective. After making up his mind, Yi Xian redrafted his writing, lavishly using ink on the letter paper. The general content was similar to before, words of encouragement for Dan Tai Mingwei, urging her to practice hard. But this time, the letter included many of Yi Xian's own insights on cultivation, portraying a warm and encouraging demeanor that ignites himself and lights up others. In the world of cultivation, what is most abundant is deception. In such circumstances, sincerity becomes a trump card. As soon as Yi Xian finished writing the letter, Yi Shu happened to return from Muyin City. Looking at the letter on Yi Xian's table with wet ink, a strange expression suddenly appeared on Yi Shu's face. "Young master, what is this?" There were some words Yi Shu had kept bottled up for a long time. But due to the master-servant relationship between him and Yi Xian, Yi Shu had always held back from speaking out. However, seeing Yi Xian so infatuated with Dan Tai Mingwei, Yi Shu felt he had to step in and advise him. "Young master, although Dan Tai Mingwei has a beauty that can shut the moon, in the power-oriented cultivation world, looks are merely an added value. As long as you have enough strength, what kind of enchanting beauty could you not find in the future? Why must you go against the wishes of the clan elders? Even if you don't care about the elders' opinions, what about Zintiangong? Will the sect leader and elders really allow you to marry someone who is not a good match? I have awakened my divine bone." Yi Xian's tone was calm. The 6 short words sounded like a thunderclap in Yi Shu's ears. It left Yi Shu's head buzzing. "What bone have you awakened?" "I have awakened my divine bone." "What divine bone?" "I have awakened my divine bone." "Awaken what bone?" "Buzz." In the next second, a series of golden divine light lines traced themselves along Yi Xian's skeleton. Divine bone. The young master really has awakened the divine bone. Feeling the immense power contained within the divine bone, Yi Shu finally reacted. A wave of excitement and joy burst forth in Yi Shu's eyes. What does it mean to awaken a divine bone? No one understands better than those of the Yi clan, who are of divine bloodline. Now, do I have the qualification to choose my own marriage? Yi Xian's calm words sounded like a divine decree falling from the sky in Yi Shu's ears. Yes, absolutely. Don't say she is just a worthless Dan Tai Mingwei. Even if she were disabled, as long as the young master likes her, no one in the Yi clan would dare to say a single word. Disabled? Upon hearing this, Yi Xian's gaze turned strange. Is my taste that unique? Little did he know, in the eyes of Yi Shu and the various elders of Zintiangong, that Yi Xian had chosen the worthless Dan Tai Mingwei. Like choosing a disability, there's no difference. I'll go back now and inform the clan about young master awakening his divine bone. I believe the clan members will be very happy to hear this news. Yi Shu decided to return to the Yi clan first because he knew that Yi Xian's choice of Dan Tai Mingwei would bring immense pressure to their lineage within the clan. By bringing back the news of Yi Xian awakening the divine bone as soon as possible, the family would experience much less turmoil. Yi Xian naturally also understood Yi Shu's thoughts. Perfect. Why get back to the Yi clan? I'll also send this letter to Muyin City and make sure it reaches Dan Tai Mingwei personally. Just moments ago, Yi Shu was unable to contain his excitement, but now his expression started to turn strange. He is a dignified 7-star Grand Martial Master in the entire Jiang Kingdom. He can be considered a powerful figure. Now, he has become a mere messenger between 2 young lovers. The key is he just returned from Muyin City, and Yi Xian wrote another letter so quickly. Those who know about it are aware of your engagement. Those who don't know would think you two had secretly established a lifelong bond decided your fate together long ago. Chapter 7. The harshness of the world. The father's status relies on his son. Jiang Kingdom, Yi Clan. Yi Guanhai, look. This is your good son, who actually defied the clan's resolution and privately decided to be with a waste like Dan Tai Mingwei. Don't you realize the consequences of such actions? Inside the Yi clan ancestral hall, the third elder's faction was fiercely attacking Yi Xian's father. Elder's words are wrong. Xian heir is already engaged to Dan Tai Mingwei. How can this be considered a private decision? He merely does not wish to violate the ancestors' agreement and rashly break off the engagement. Yi Xian's father was doing his utmost to defend him, but deep down, he also did not understand why his son would go against the family to protect a useless girl like Dan Tai Mingwei. The Xian Tian sect had already decided to put Yi Xian through life and death trials concerning the Xian Tian divine path, and before starting the trials, the sect had specifically sent someone a hint. As the young master of the Xian Tian sect, he must not bear any blemish that could be criticized, not even a fiancé whose cultivation is completely wasted. Our Yi clan has waited for so many years and finally produced a genius. If Yi Xian can enter the Xian Tian divine path for further study, then our Yi clan's long-cherished wish to return to the central wilderness spirit domain could also be realized. The clan elders all expressed their stance. Regarding Yi Xian advancing to young master of the Xian Tian sect, they could not allow any mistakes. Even the usually quiet and composed first elder could not help but speak. Guanhai, this matter is indeed a mistake on Yi Xian's part. The Yi clan had been declining for too long and desperately needed a strong figure to support the family. Yi Xian could awaken the divine bone inscriptions and be accepted as an inner disciple by the Xian Tian sect. Now, the sect was even willing to put him through life and death trials. They intended to assist him in advancing to the Xian Tian divine path. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the Yi clan. The entire clan anxiously awaited the birth of another extraordinary supreme powerhouse. At such a crucial moment, how can one be held back by a trace of sympathy? Compared to the third elder's fierce words, the first elder was clearly more rational. Yi Xian had worked hard since childhood. He did not dare to neglect the matter of cultivation for even a moment, and it was impossible for him to be blinded by mere beauty, as the third elder's faction alleged. This concerns Yi Xian's future. As his elders, we must help him break free from difficulties and steer his life back in the right direction. In the first elder's heart, Yi Xian only felt that rashly tearing up the engagement would be somewhat cruel to Dan Tai Mingwei, and he felt a little guilt and sympathy for her. That's all. To achieve great things, how can one be restrained by these mundane matters? But first elder Xian heir, Yi Guanhai wanted to say more, but was interrupted by the first elder on the spot. Enough. Guanhai, you don't need to say much. The matters concerning Yi Xian will be taken care of by me and the elders of Xian Tian sect, so you need not worry about him anymore. The grand elder made the decision on the spot, even though Yi Guanhai was eager but powerless. However, a hint of worry flickered in Yi Guanhai's eyes. Once Xianer has made a decision, even 9 oxen cannot pull him back. Yet Xian Tian sect and the Yi clan held this very attitude. I only hope that neither side will create friction over this matter, and that it won't lead to a break. Just as Yi Guanhai was filled with concern, a stream of light suddenly descended from the sky above the Yi clan. The spirit symbol of Xian Tian bestowed by the young master can indeed enhance my speed to the utmost, but using the symbol with my current level of cultivation is still a bit too much for me. As the light dissipated, a fatigued Yi Shu slowly walked out. This spirit symbol was given to Yi Shu by Yi Xian when he hurried to Mu Yun City overnight. To avoid wasting time delivering the message to Dan Tai Mingwei, Yi Xian infused some divine power into the symbol before Yi Shu left for the Yi clan. With Yi Xian's divine bone awakening and his strength as a martial arts master, it was evidently overwhelming for Yi Shu, a 7-star great martial master. Yi Shu, you came just in time. The family sent you to deliver the message to let Yi Xian and Dan Tai Mingwei break off their engagement. Yet you secretly helped Yi Xian do such absurd things in Mu Yun City. As soon as Yi Shu appeared, he immediately drew the ire of the clan elders. She's just a waste of a girl, yet he can send so many rare treasures. Do you know how few disciples in the clan can enjoy these spiritual herbs and medicines? Yet Yi Xian took it upon himself to give them to a worthless person. Yi Shu, how do you explain this matter? The third elder's faction raged, as if Yi Xian had truly done something to wrong them. Yi Shu certainly knew what was causing their anger. Although the Yi clan had moved out of the middle wilderness spirit domain for many years, they were still one of the great clans alongside the royal family in Jiang country. Originally, Yi Guanhai's faction was inconspicuous in the Yi clan, but with Yi Xian's rise, they had gained status through his success. More importantly, many young members of the Yi clan had become stepping stones on Yi Xian's path to success over the years. Among them, the third elder's faction was the most prominent. His 2 sons and 3 grandsons had all missed opportunities because of Yi Xian. In the past, with Yi Xian shining as a genius of the Yi clan and being a candidate for the young master of Xintian sect, the third elder could only accept his fate. But now, Yi Xian was actually going against the entire clan for a worthless fiancé, and importantly, his actions had harmed the whole Yi clan and even the senior figures of Xintian sect. It was inevitable that the third elder's faction would come out and stomp hard on him. Yishu came here today specifically to convey a message from the young master to all the clan elders present. If he's sending a message, why didn't he come personally? Could it be that he knows the unspeakable things he has done and is embarrassed to face the family's anger? The third elder scoffed with a cold smile. However, Yishu remained extremely calm in response. Indeed, the young master has guessed correctly. The third elder's faction had a well-known reputation in the Yi clan. Yi Xian had seen it clearly over these 18 years since his rebirth. He had long anticipated that once the news of his refusal to break off the engagement reached the Yi clan, the third elder's faction would not let it go easily. So before Yishu set off, Yi Xian had specially granted him another spirit symbol. Yishu did not waste time. In front of all the members of the Yi clan, he shattered the spirit symbol in the air. In the next second, Yi Xian's figure emerged from within the symbol. I know that many in the clan are dissatisfied with my insistence on the engagement. Today, I have sent Yishu to convey a message just to tell everyone one thing. As soon as Yi Xian's words fell, an incredible aura burst forth from his body, filled with divine light. Countless divine patterns appeared on the surface of Yi Xian's body. God, divine bone, this is divine bone. Yi Xian has awakened divine bone. As descendants of ancient gods, no one understood better than the Yi clan what it meant to awaken divine bone. At this moment, the people of the Yi clan stared blankly at the scene before them. Even Yi Xian's father, Yi Guanhai, was struck like lightning, standing still as if turned to stone. Inside the ancestral hall, there was an unprecedented silence. Even the sound of a needle dropping on the ground could be heard clearly. The elder's breathing quickened, veins popping on his hands, as he grabbed Yi Guanhai, who still hadn't reacted. Guanhai, our clan leader position has been vacant for a long time. Do you have any intention to become the leader of our Yi clan? As soon as the elder spoke, everyone present was shocked. The elder had been in charge of the Yi clan for nearly a century. If Yi Guanhai became the clan head, wouldn't that mean the Yi clan would fall under his control? But thinking about it for a moment, everyone suddenly understood. Yi Xian had already awakened divine bone. The long-awaited opportunity for the Yi clan was right in front of them. A person who had awakened divine bone was destined to walk the path of a powerful being alongside his ancestors. It has been so many years since a person with awakened divine bone appeared in our Yi clan. After a brief silence, the ancestral hall of the Yi clan erupted with waves of excited cheers. Many people's eyes had begun to well with tears. Those clan elders who originally held grudges against Yi Guanhai for Yi Xian's stubborn refusal to cancel the engagement also turned to congratulate Yi Guanhai. Congratulations, clan leader, congratulations. Young Yi Xian can awaken divine bone at such a young age. He will surely become a great strongman of our Yi clan in the future. With Yi Xian's exceptional talent, and now the awakening of divine bone, what kind of fiancé could he not have? Even Xintian sect would not dare to blame the Yi clan over this. The weight of a person with divine enlightenment could break all mundane shackles. Even the Xintian sect was no exception. The clan leader has given birth to such a genius for our Yi clan. The position of clan leader is truly deserved. Looking on, the tide that was once united to question Yi Xian had quickly turned to support Yi Guanhai, and the third elder's faction truly felt what it meant to see the harshness of reality, where the father gains power through the son. Staring at Yi Guanhai, who was basking in glory and surrounded by thousands, the third elder was consumed by jealousy. Why was it that Yi Guanhai could give birth to such a remarkable child like Yi Xian? Looking at the few useless fellows behind him, the third elder's face twisted in an instant. It's fake, all of this is fake. Chapter 8. Heartfire Extreme Punishment. Alone in Transformation. Yishu, do you think that by creating a phantom projection, you can fool everyone? You may deceive the elder and the clan members present, but you cannot deceive me. Unless Yi Xian stands right before me and lets me verify the authenticity of the divine bone publicly, I will never believe that he, Yi Xian, could awaken divine bone. Since 1,000 years ago, when the strong within the Yi clan had their divine bones stripped away by an unnamed curse. Over the years, how many extraordinary talents had the Yi clan seen, yet none had ever awakened their divine bones again. What right did Yi Xian have to awaken them? Glaring at the crazed, bloodshot-eyed third elder, the members of the Yi clan instinctively stepped back from him. Even the clan members from the third elder's own faction looked at him, as if he were a madman. What are you looking at? I'm not crazy. I'm just speaking the truth. Seeing himself betrayed by those around him, the bloodshot in the third elder's eyes became even more pronounced. He stared with hatred at Yi Guanhai. It's all your fault. All because of you, Yi Guanhai. You are nothing but a lowly side branch. What qualifications do you have to be the leader of the Yi clan? He was unwilling. He could not accept that his years of hard work could not match up to Yi Guanhai giving birth to such a good son. What made him even more resentful was that this good son was not born of him. Damn you, Yi Guanhai, you deserve to die. The third elder erupted with anger, charging towards Yi Guanhai without hesitation. At the crucial moment, a giant cage descended from the sky, forcing the third elder to be suppressed in midair. It was the Grand Elder and the elders of the Yi clan who took action. Yi Xian's awakening of the divine bone was a rare fortune that the Yi clan had not seen in 1,000 years. The Grand Elder personally designated Yi Guanhai as the clan leader to tightly bind the Yi clan and Yi Xian, this divine person, through the bond of family. Such a grand plan for the clan could not be altered by a mad third elder. The third elder has suddenly gone insane, rebelling against authority and recklessly attacking the clan leader. He shall be stripped of his elder position, suppressed in the inferno, and subjected to the punishment of heart fire, with his soul unable to dissipate, suffering endless torment. As for the third elder's lineage, considering they were misled, their death sentence is exempted, but they are ordered to leave the ancestral land of the Yi clan within 1 day, to live a life confined to the inferno. Once the Grand Elder declared this, there was immediate unanimous agreement from the elders of the Yi clan. It was difficult for the Yi clan to produce such a prodigy as Yi Xian. How could they let a mere third elder ruin the great future of the entire Yi clan? As for the third elder's lineage, who would care? They were just a bonus. These people had often troubled Yi Guanhai and his son at the behest of the third elder, and now that Yi Guanhai had become the clan leader, they would only be a nuisance in the clan. Better to be punished along with the third elder. Out of sight, out of mind. Facing the clan's overwhelming direction, those from the third elder's lineage who were punished felt discontented, yet they were powerless. In comparison to Yi Xian, the rising future powerhouse, their hatred was directed more towards the third elder. If it weren't for the third elder's madness and his public attack on the new clan leader Yi Guanhai, how could they find themselves in this situation? This old madman brings disaster to the whole clan. Let him go to the inferno and suffer the punishment of heart fire until he is burned to death. It would be best if his soul disperses, with not even an opportunity for reincarnation. The position of the clan leader had been vacant for 100 years, and they finally welcomed their new clan leader. Aside from the punished third elder's lineage, the entire Yi clan was filled with happiness. But everyone knew the joy in the Yi clan was not simply because of the new leader, but because of Yi Xian, the awakened divine bone. Yi Shu, since you've just returned to the Yi clan, why not rest here for a while? It will allow me to ask you more about Xianer. After the succession ceremony, Yi Guanhai appeared eager to keep Yi Shu for a long talk. He was originally just an ordinary side clan member of the Yi clan. With his talents, achieving a position of steward in the clan would have been his utmost limit in this life. Who would have thought that he would luck out and give birth to a prodigy like Yi Xian? Now, he had risen all the way to become the clan leader of the Yi clan. As the saying goes, a mother worries when her child travels 1,000 miles, and the same goes for fathers. Yi Xian had been away from home for many years, deep in seclusion at Xiantian sect, and Yi Shu was the only one in the Yi clan who had accompanied Yi Xian all along. Yi Guanhai naturally wanted to learn more about his son through Yi Shu. Facing Yi Guanhai's invitation, Yi Shu showed difficulty. Clan leader, it's not that Yi Shu is unwilling to stay, but it is actually about the young master. There are more important matters. Let me rush to Muyu City. Important matters? Yi Guanhai's expression froze. Is it more important than his father serving as the head of the Yi family? But when Yi Guanhai thought of the words Muyu City, his eyes shone with a different light. Could it be that after Xianer awakened the divine bone, she suddenly realized and decided to break off the engagement with Dantai Mingyue? That makes sense indeed. Xianer is the pride of our Yi family, and now that she has awakened the divine bone, Xiantian sect will definitely increase their stakes in her. The position of a young master of Xiantian sect is likely already secured. In the future, marching into the path of Xiantian, with Xianer as a divine awakened person, what kind of talents and goddess won't she be able to find? It is understandable for a young person to be impulsive and act on impulse. As long as he understands to stop before the cliff, it will not be in vain for him to grow. Speaking of which, it's still my incompetence as a father that has harmed him. If it weren't for the fact that initially, Yi Guanhai was insignificant in status, Yi Xian's talent had yet to show. The family, holding on to the thought of fulfilling the ancestral promise, had Yi Xian engaged to Dantai Mingyue. Yi Xian would not have been criticized for the engagement issues. Looking back now, the marriage agreement between the Yi family and the Dantai family was mismatched from the start. Watching Yi Guanhai, who was filled with self-blame, lost in his thoughts, Yi Shu wanted to speak several times but ultimately held back. Head of the family, what the young master wants to do naturally has his reasons, we just need to silently support him from behind. This sentence was originally what Yi Shu secretly told himself in his heart. But now he felt that Yi Guanhai needed this sentence even more than he did. I hope the head of the family will understand the truth later and be able to let go. Yi Shu secretly glanced at Yi Guanhai, his Xin Tian spirit talisman flickering again, and in the blink of an eye, transformed into a stream of light and disappeared within the Yi family. Chapter 9. The Rise of the Underdog. Celestial Phenomenon appears. Muyu City, Dantai Family. With the various rare medicines provided by Yi Xian, Dantai Mingyue's divine blood cleansing speed has begun to increase exponentially. Just a little more, and the divine blood will completely cleanse your whole body. From then on, your cultivation will soar to the sky. The mysterious woman in the ring soared into the sky, protecting Dantai Mingyue's entire meridian in a residual soul state to prevent the medicinal power from harming Dantai Mingyue herself. Looking at Dantai Mingyue, whose aura was ignited by the medicinal power, shining brightly, the mysterious woman's eyes flashed with a hint of relief. Dantai Mingyue's aptitude is better than she imagined, making her a good choice as an heir. However, compared to aptitude, Dantai Mingyue's character clearly appeals more to the mysterious woman. There's never a shortage of geniuses on the path of cultivation. Many geniuses resort to unscrupulous means for their own interests. My disciple's heart is pure and kind, and because of this, I must protect her for a lifetime. Used to the deceit and betrayal of the cultivation world, the mysterious woman instead favored Dantai Mingyue's simple qualities. At that moment, Dantai Mingyue, immersed in the medicinal power, suddenly let out a soft moan. The next second, dazzling divine light pierced through her body, and Dantai Mingyue finally broke through her shackles. The spiritual energy surrounding her swirled and madly converged toward her. At first, it was only Dantai Mingyue's room, then her courtyard, and finally, the phenomenon even spread to the sky above Muyu City. What is going on? Why is all the spiritual energy of Muyu City gathering above the Dantai family? Who is causing this celestial phenomenon? Looking at the ever-expanding vortex of spiritual energy above their heads, the warriors of Muyu City were all shocked. The Dantai family members were equally bewildered. Look at the direction of this converging spiritual energy. It seems to come from Dantai Mingyue's courtyard. The hurried Dantai family head and the elders all look surprised. Dantai Mingyue? Is she not useless anymore? How could such a terrifying phenomenon in heaven and earth occur? To attract such a massive vortex of spiritual energy, she must be an unparalleled genius that shakes the world. Clearly, Dantai Mingyue does not fit this description. Could it be there are others in her room, cultivating? As the Dantai family head and the elders arrived outside Dantai Mingyue's room, they all gazed thoughtfully at the closed door across from them. Could it be Yi Xian? At that moment, one of the elders suddenly spoke. Yi Xian? The Dantai family head felt a stir in his heart. Yesterday, Yi Xian's firm support for Dantai Mingyue in his letter sparked speculation among many Dantai family members, hinting that the two might have formed a secret bond. Now, after hearing this elder's words and recalling the heavenly phenomenon above the family, the Dantai family head increasingly felt that the family member speculations were not baseless. Could it be that the one who caused the heavenly phenomenon in Dantai Mingyue's room is indeed Yi Xian? Once such a thought arose in their hearts, many things began to rationalize automatically in everyone's minds. No wonder he is the shocking genius of the Yi family and a candidate for the young sect master of the Xiantian sect. So casually, he can attract such a miraculous phenomenon of spiritual energy, truly a heavenly talent with limitless potential. Our Dantai family is truly blessed to gain such a fine son-in-law. It is indeed the blessing of our ancestors. They flattered loudly, completely unaware that powerful forces in Muyun City had already locked onto the Dantai family. In such a small Muyun City, there exists such a monster? Truly rare, truly rare. At a certain tavern in Muyun City, an old drunkard sitting on the steps with tattered clothes and fingers in his nose suddenly had his murky eyes shine brightly. Meanwhile, outside Muyun City, a middle-aged man in a gray robe, with a long sword on his back, casually glanced at the vortex of spiritual energy above Muyun City. A heavenly phenomenon. There must be an outstanding talent emerging, which is a blessing for our Yushan sword sect. As soon as he finished speaking, the long sword behind him transformed into waves of sword light, disappearing with the gray-robed man in an instant. Outside Dantai Mingyue's room, the Dantai family head and the elders of the family stood at the door, all with anxious faces. The current genius of the Yi family, the designated candidate for the young sect master of the Xian Tian sect. At this moment, they were just a single door apart from him. What if they were lucky enough to build a relationship with him? Thinking of this, the Dantai family head and the elders behind him became increasingly excited. To avoid disturbing Yi Xian, the Dantai family head even directly ordered that aside from the elders and himself, no one else in the family should approach Dantai Mingyue's residence. Time passed second by second. Looking up, the spiritual energy above Dantai Mingyue's courtyard gradually began to calm down, and the Dantai family head and the surrounding elders also perked up. Finally, is it over? If this heavenly phenomenon continued, who knew when they would get to see Yi Xian? Creak! At that moment, the door opened, and Dantai Mingyue walked out from inside. The Dantai family head and the elders present all had expectant expressions, as if waiting for something. But they waited for a long time and still did not see Yi Xian's figure. Where is he? Who? Dantai Mingyue said lightly. Yi Xian, isn't he in your room? The previous heavenly phenomenon should have been triggered by him, right? As soon as the Dantai family head said this, Dantai Mingyue's brows furrowed tightly. Indeed, in their eyes, Dantai Mingyue was merely a talisman who could provide convenience to the family through the marriage. In the minds of these people, they wouldn't even think that the one who triggered the heavenly phenomenon was the Dantai Mingyue they had overlooked for 10 years, whom they called useless. At that moment, a streak of flowing light suddenly fell from the sky. It was precisely Yi Shu who came to deliver the letter. Congratulations, Miss Mingyue, for successfully breaking through your shackles and attracting such extraordinary phenomena in the world. Surely, your gains must be substantial. Looking at the Dantai Mingyue before him, who was like a different person from yesterday, Yi Shu was internally shocked. The young master's vision is indeed sharp. Yi Shu still remembered that the first time he came to the Dantai family, Dantai Mingyue was nothing but a person with completely wasted cultivation. He didn't expect that in less than a day, Dantai Mingyue would attract such terrifying phenomena in the world. This level of phenomenon is probably not much less than the young master, who has not yet awakened his divine bone. The key is that, at that time, no one thought highly of Dantai Mingyue, except for Yi Xian, who always had confidence in her. Now it seems, the young master must have seen through the mysteries in this girl long ago. The young master's divine might is indeed something our ordinary people cannot fathom. Yi Shu was shocked in his heart, completely unaware that beside him, the head of the Dantai family, along with the clan elders, was already stunned into silence by his earlier congratulations. What does this mean? The one who just attracted the phenomena is not Yi Xian, but it is Dantai Mingyue? Chapter 10. 10 years of support, today ends. But hasn't she been wasted already? Yi Shu and Dantai Mingyue's conversation was clearly heard by them. But the more they heard, the more the head of the Dantai family and the clan elders behind him found it hard to believe that the useless girl raised by their family for 10 years. How could she attract such a terrifying vortex of spiritual energy over Mu Yun City? Was that phenomenon truly caused by you? The head of the Dantai family still found it hard to accept this reality. The surrounding clan elders found it even more difficult. They were all waiting for Dantai Mingyue to admit it in person. However, Dantai Mingyue completely ignored their intent. She turned to Yi Shu beside her. Did the respected envoy return to discuss yesterday's matter? Yesterday, after Yi Shu left, Dantai Mingyue calmed down and thought a lot. She had never met Yi Xian, and Yi Xian's help could only show that he was a person who valued trust and kept promises, not because of her identity as Dantai Mingyue. After realizing this, Dantai Mingyue was no longer as impulsive as she was at the beginning. Even if Yi Xian values trust and has the intention to help, the gap between our identities is simply too great. Even now that I have regained my cultivation, he is still the most dazzling genius of the Yi family and a candidate for the young master of the Xiantian sect. Whether it is the Yi family or the Xiantian sect, they would not allow a proud son of heaven like Yi Xian to marry a girl as lowly in strength and background as Dantai Mingyue. The precious medicine in the storage ring has already been refined by my master's divine power. I have also completed the cleansing of the divine blood. Even if the Yi family wants to take back the ring and sever my engagement with Yi Xian, it would be of no loss to me. By now, Dantai Mingyue no longer thought about challenging Yi Xian to prove herself or regain face for her master. Yi Xian's actions have already proven that he is a trustworthy and upright person. If she, Dantai Mingyue, were to challenge Yi Xian for such matters in the future, not to mention, she couldn't pass her own mental hurdle. Morally, she had already lost. This is the storage ring that Yi Xian gave me yesterday. Inside are several precious medicines that I have refined. Once I achieve success in my cultivation, I will naturally return them to him. As for the matter of the engagement, Dan Tai Mingyue's words were only halfway through when the ring she handed over was pushed back by Yi Shu. I dare not take the title of respected envoy. I am merely a runner beside the young master. As for the ring, things given by the young master cannot simply be taken back. Seeming to see through Dan Tai Mingyue's inner worries, Yi Shu added, the Yi family and the Xiantian sect have already agreed to the young master's decision. There's no need to worry about the engagement. What? The Yi family and the Xiantian sect actually agreed? Dan Tai Mingyue had just regained her cultivation for a short while. The news had not yet spread. In this situation, how could the Yi clan and Zhuantiangong allow Yi Xian to choose an incapable waste girl as his wife? The young master has awakened the divine bone and will soon enter the life and death trial. This is the cultivation insight he asked me to pass on to you, hoping it will help you. Looking at the letter handed to her by Yi Shu, Dan Tai Mingyue was completely stunned. What? Yi Xian awakened the divine bone. The Dan Tai family head and the clan elders around her were even more shocked upon hearing this news. The shock deep inside them was beyond words to describe. Yi Xian's talent was already breathtaking among the younger generation, and now, with the awakening of the divine bone, he became a person of divine enlightenment. In the future, not to mention the South Wilderness region, even if he entered the Central Wilderness spiritual domain, Yi Xian's talent could be ranked highly. In contrast to the astonished elders around her, Dan Tai Mingyue was experiencing something quite different. She had just gone through the divine blood, cleansing, and recovered her cultivation. She thought that it wouldn't be long before she could catch up with Yi Xian's footsteps. Unexpectedly, Yi Xian directly opened the divine bone. No wonder Zhuantiangong and the Yi clan would indulge him so much. A person of divine enlightenment was already enough to break most conventions in this world. Even the Yi clan and Zhuantiangong, it was no exception. However, compared to Yi Xian awakening the divine bone, the latter half of Yi Shu's words clearly touched Dan Tai Mingyue even deeper. She had thought Yi Xian would not be able to withstand the pressure from the Yi clan and Zhuantiangong, so he sent someone to request the ring and cancel the engagement. Who would have thought that what they sent was actually Yi Xian's cultivation insights? She had just experienced the divine blood baptism and broke through her shackles, and it was precisely the time she needed to stabilize her cultivation. Yi Xian's insights were simply like sending charcoal in the snow to her. Even though Dan Tai Mingyue had already thought it through clearly yesterday, she still couldn't help but feel her heart flutter at this moment. You, this fiancé, are not bad. Even the mysterious woman who usually did not speak well of others sighed in the ring. Awakening the divine bone, I suppose, is barely worthy of my disciple. However, how things will unfold in the future depends on their own fortune. Dan Tai Mingyue felt her heart was hotter than it had ever been today. These insights are indeed very beneficial to me. Please thank him for me when you return. If it weren't for Dan Tai Mingyue having just broken through, mastering her body to the extreme, she might have already been unable to control herself and blushed in public. Since the letter has been delivered, I shall take my leave. Yi Shu vaguely sensed two powerful auras approaching. However, these two powerful auras held no malice. It seems that the heavenly phenomenon just now attracted the attention of strong cultivators from the Jiang kingdom. Whenever a genius awakens, strong cultivators will always come to take disciples. And in Yi Shu's view, this was simply Dan Tai Mingyue's own opportunity. As a member of the Yi clan staying here, he felt out of place. Moreover, since he had accomplished what Yi Xian asked, Yi Shu saw no need to remain here any longer. With a flicker of the Zhuantiangong's spiritual talisman on him, Yi Shu had already vanished from Dan Tai Mingyue's sight. After Yi Shu left, the Dan Tai family head and the clan elders behind him were so embarrassed that they wished they could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Clearly, it was Dan Tai Yu who had unleashed her potential, causing the heavenly phenomenon. Yet they mistakenly thought it was Yi Xian. Just as the Dan Tai family head was about to speak to ease the awkwardness, Dan Tai Mingyue suddenly spoke up. The Dan Tai family has supported me for 10 years, but in these past 10 years, you have occupied quite a few mineral veins and resources in Muyun City through my engagement with the Yi clan. With the relationship of a marriage alliance with the Yi clan, the Dan Tai family faced little trouble from anyone in Muyun City. Even those families stronger than the Dan Tai family dared not provoke them. In a struggle for the mine and resources, one must also consider the attitudes of the Yi clan and the Xiantian sect. Ming girl, we are all family. Why keep such clear accounts between us? Yeah, it's family affairs, isn't it yours? As long as you, Ming girl, are willing, tomorrow we will let people send you half. No, 1/2 of the treasures from the family treasury. Yi Xian had already become a person awakened to divinity. Today, Dantai Mingwe has once again brought about such a strange phenomenon of heaven and earth. The head of the Dantai family and the elders behind him had spent a lot to win over Dantai Mingwe. But in the next second, Dantai Mingwe actually bit her finger, drawing a line of blood in the air. I, Dantai Mingwe, from this day forth, sever all ties with the Dantai family. From now on, everything about the Dantai family has nothing to do with me. I have no dealings with you at all. Chapter 11. As the clam and the snipe vie, the starry sky sends a person. Boom! At Dantai Mingwe's words, the head of the Dantai family and the elders present turned pale as if struck by lightning. Ming'er, you can't do this. Without Dantai Mingwe and without the marriage alliance with the Yi clan, how will the Dantai family wield various conveniences in Muyun City in the future? Moreover, the strange phenomenon brought about by Dantai Mingwe today clearly showed her terrifying talent. If she were willing to serve her family, the Dantai family might not miss the chance to become a powerful family like the Yi clan. The Dantai family head wanted to step forward and plead, but at that moment, a powerful sword light fell from the sky, and a middle-aged man in a long robe slowly walked out from the sword light. I am Yushan Sword Master Yaoming. Do you wish to become my disciple under the Yushan Sword Sect? Boom! The words of Yushan Sword Master struck the head of the Dantai family like a bolt from the blue, burning him inside. Yushan Sword Sect. That is the #1 sect in my Jiang Kingdom. Yushan Sword Master is also among the top 10 masters in my Jiang Kingdom. He actually came to our Dantai family to personally accept disciples. This might not carry the weight of the marriage alliance with the Yi clan, but in this small piece of land known as Jiang Kingdom, it's enough to intimidate all who lurk in shadows. The elders of the Dantai family turned red and worried. The more outstanding Dantai Mingwe appeared, the more anxious they became. How could such an exceptional daughter of heaven be allowed to easily leave the family? Just when the head of the Dantai family was desperately wondering how to win back Dantai Mingwe, a chicken leg bone suddenly flew through the air, hitting the sword light of Yushan Swordmaster. In an instant, the sword light shattered, and the entire Dantai family was shrouded in a powerful and terrifying pressure. Yushan, you are still as anxious as ever. The speaker was an old man with a nose red from drinking. The moment Yushan Swordmaster saw the old man with the red nose, his expression suddenly changed. Elder Qigong, how did he get to Muyun City? Although Yushan Sword Sect is the strongest sect in Jiang Kingdom, Yushan Swordmaster is also one of the top masters among the 10 in Jiang Kingdom. But the old man Qigong before him has an equally impressive background. He was originally a loose cultivator who accidentally obtained a martial arts inheritance and has since become unstoppable. Not only is he one of the top 10 masters, but he is even ranked higher than Yushan Swordmaster. Back then, when you and I entered the martial arts secret realm, the treasure was chosen for me, and not you. You became envious and hunted me down all the way. I hid for 200 years to avoid you and the Yushan Sword Sect. Yushan Swordmaster never expected that due to a past mistake, he created Yushan Sword Sect's biggest enemy today. Over the years, Elder Qigong has opposed Yushan Sword Sect everywhere, rallying other loose cultivators and forming a powerful force called the Red Alliance within Jiang Kingdom. They fought fiercely against Yushan Sword Sect. Unfortunately, Elder Qigong is strong, and Yushan Swordmaster cannot do anything about him. Elder Qigong, do you even want to compete with me over accepting disciples? Yushan Swordmaster placed his hand on his sword, ready to strike at any moment. Are we going to war? The elder of Qigong grinned. He was originally a rogue cultivator, all his fortune earned from life and death battles. With the power of the Red Alliance in his hands, he naturally did not fear the Yushan Sword Sect. Feeling the overwhelming aura emanating from both sides, the head of the Dantai family and the elders present were almost scared to the point of wetting themselves. Both were the strongest from the 10 masters of Jiang country. If they really fought in the air above the Dantai family, not to mention the Dantai clan, even the whole of Muyu City could be buried with them. Just as both sides were about to clash, a pitch-black ruler descended from the sky, forcing them back 100 feet. What's going on? What just happened? The elder of Qigong and the leader of the Yushan Sword Sect were both top strongmen among the 10 masters of Jiang country. How could they be knocked back 100 feet by a ruler? The scene in front of them not only left the head of the Dantai family and the elders behind him in disbelief. Even the elder of Qigong and the leader of the Yushan Sword Sect felt the same way. Who dares to offend both the Yushan Sword Sect and the Red Alliance at the same time? Have you thought about the consequences of doing this? The elder of Qigong and the leader of the Yushan Sword Sect, who had just been like fire and water, found themselves aligning against a common enemy in an instant. Yushan Sword Sect? Red Alliance? Perhaps in Jiang country, you might be considered important figures, but looking at the entire southern wilderness region, you are nothing. A mysterious voice suddenly echoed in the air, turning the elder of Qigong and the leader of the Yushan sword sect's faces beet red. But it was undeniable that what the other party said was indeed the truth. Jiang country was merely one of many mortal nations in the southern wilderness region. Compared to those superpowers in the southern wilderness region, the background of the Yushan sword sect and the Red Alliance was not just a little shallow. Sir, who exactly are you? The leader of the Yushan sword sect's face was cold, but his tone was no longer aggressive as before. With your status, you're not worthy to ask for my name. Not to mention you. Even that old monster from the Jiang royal family would have to roll back if they saw me. Hearing this, the expressions of the leader of the Yushan sword sect and the elder of Qigong changed completely. Among the 10 masters of Jiang country, that old guy from the royal family was considered the strongest, and everyone else had to obediently line up behind him. It was precisely because of his presence that Jiang country had remained standing for so many years without falling. What you said seems a bit too arrogant, doesn't it? For so many years, the Red Alliance and the Yushan sword sect had always been suppressed by the Jiang royal family. The reason behind it was that the elder of Qigong and the leader of the Yushan sword sect could not match that old guy from the royal family. However, they truly admired the strength of that old guy from the royal family. But the owner of that mysterious voice seemed to look down on them completely. That old monster from the Jiang royal family is called Wuzong, and his strength has already half-footed into the realm of martial kings. Once the other party became a martial king, not to mention Jiang country, he would be a formidable opponent in the southern wilderness region. You talk too much nonsense. The owner of the mysterious voice clearly did not want to talk nonsense with them. A giant hand, formed from a phantom, slowly coalesced, as if the entire world was turning into a cage in his hands. Controlling the heavens and the earth, the realm of flying in the air and martial king strongmen. The leader of the Yushan sword sect looked terrified. Run! The elder of Qigong was drenched in cold sweat. The two turned to escape, not daring to stay any longer. Watching the scene unfold, the head of the Dantai family and the elders nearly dropped their jaws in disbelief. The realm of flying in the air, martial king strongmen, they could hardly believe that such an expert would appear in the small Miyu city. Before everyone could figure out what was happening, a refined figure suddenly appeared beside Dantai Mingyue without warning. Those two martial arts masters are not worthy of your talent. My name is Fan Tian. Would you like to be my student and enter my Star Academy? With a light and carefree sentence, the head of the Dantai family. The elders behind him were also stunned. Star Academy? In the South Wilderness, it stands alongside the Xintian sect, Star Academy. Oh my, it is actually Star Academy, personally coming to my Muyun city to recruit disciples. Just now, the imposing presence of a Yushan sword master and the Qigong elder attracted many warriors in Muyun city to gather nearby. At this moment, hearing that this mysterious strong figure who had just driven away the Yushan sword master and the Qigong elder was actually from Star Academy, in an instant, shocked expressions appeared on their faces. Chapter 12. The Fruit of the Badao, Transforming Again. Star Academy personally coming to recruit disciples. This is the fortune of the Dantai family. What fortune? Didn't you hear Dantai Mingyue say she wanted to withdraw from the family? Who could have imagined that the wasted girl of Muyun City, who had been silent for 10 years, would rise so suddenly today? Dantai Mingyue ignored the envious and jealous gazes around her. She fixed her gaze calmly on Fantian. Are you interested in my talent, or are you drawn by the Xintian divine path behind Yixian? As soon as Dantai Mingyue said this, the head of the Dantai family and the elders behind him suddenly changed their expressions in fear. The person before them was a martial king strongman from Star Academy. If they angered him, let alone a mere Dantai family, even the entire Jiang country might suffer together. The head of the Dantai family desperately signaled Dantai Mingyue with his eyes. However, Dantai Mingyue remained unmoved, while Fantian showed a hint of embarrassment in response to Dantai Mingyue's question. He had indeed come not just because of the heavenly phenomenon caused by Dantai Mingyue. With Yixian unlocking the divine bone, even without the life and death trial, he would eventually enter the Xintian divine path for further training. While Star Academy was a superpower in the South Wilderness, comparable to Xintian sect, they did not have the terrifying backing that the Xintian divine path had. If they could leverage the connection between Dantai Mingyue and Yixian to get close to the Xintian divine path, it would certainly be beneficial for Star Academy's future development in the South Wilderness. The Yushan sword master and the Qigong elder had also come for this benefit. But in Fantian's eyes, they were simply unworthy to be involved. Since you have seen through it, I will be straightforward. I want to recruit you into Star Academy. Although there is some selfishness, I truly admire your talent. Dantai Mingyue was able to attract a heavenly phenomenon. Her aptitude was indeed not low. In the future, even if she cannot surpass Yixian, she won't be far behind. The key is that this deal is beneficial for Star Academy, ensuring gains without any risks. Whether it is Dantai Mingyue's rise or the Xiantian divine path behind Yixian, both are extremely favorable for Star Academy. You have already withdrawn from the family, which means you have severed all cultivation resources. If you agree to join Star Academy, I can promise on behalf of the Academy, whatever resources and secret techniques you want, you will have as much as you desire. Moreover, once you rise to success in the future, Star Academy will never restrict your development. Fan Tian was laying his cards on the table. However, his candid approach was very much appreciated by Dantai Mingyue. Feeling the sincerity of Fan Tian and Star Academy, Dantai Mingyue smiled lightly. I have met my mentor. Compared to the scheming and petty people in the Dantai family, Dantai Mingyue preferred the straightforward manner of Star Academy, where all interests were laid bare and dealings were above board. Furthermore, Star Academy was a major power in the South Wilderness. With the Academy's protection and vast resources, Dantai Mingyue's rise would be even more rapid. Of course, the most crucial point was that Dantai Mingyue wanted to quickly catch up with Yixian's pace. A mere peak 9-star Martial King can provide some support at your current stage, but to be your mentor is still somewhat lacking. Hearing the mysterious woman's complaints from inside the ring, Dantai Mingyue couldn't help but smile helplessly. According to the mysterious woman's temper, if the previous Jade Mountain Swordmaster, the Red Sky Elder, really took her as a disciple, wouldn't she instantly burst out of the ring and chop them down with her sword? However, the mysterious woman was just complaining inside the ring. Now that Dantai Mingyue's cultivation had returned, she needed a force to rely on and to grow vigorously. With the protection of the Starry Academy, the advantages outweighed the disadvantages for Dantai Mingyue. This was also why, though she criticized fiercely, she secretly allowed Dantai Mingyue to agree to it. Next, accompanied by Fan Tian, Dantai Mingyue packed up the things she needed to take from the Dantai family. Although I have endured for 10 years in the family, in the end, there really isn't much I can take with me. Dantai Mingyue suddenly felt it was somewhat ironic. Clearly it was her own family, yet she felt not a twinge of sorrow. The head of the Dantai family wanted to step forward several times to advise her, but was constantly intimidated back by Fan Tian's powerful aura. Watching Dantai Mingyue leave Muyu City with the powerful figures of the Starry Academy, those martial families who had been suppressed by the Dantai family for years in Muyu City all erupted with excitement. Ha! Dantai Bai Gang, your Dantai family has taken advantage of the Yi family's marriage for so many years in Muyu City. Now, it's time to return what you owe. Evil deeds cannot escape retribution. Your Dantai family was so arrogant in Muyu City back then. Today, I will make you feel the same sadness. Hee your family's pride, the genius girl. You didn't nurture her well, but relied solely on outside forces to seize Muyu City's resources. And now you've ended up in this situation. It's entirely your Dantai family's own fault. No one else to blame. Faced with the siege from various martial families in Muyu City, the entire Dantai family was filled with fear and trembling. The family had once had a peerless genius who could rival Yixian, but in the end they had let it slip away. At this moment, the head of the Dantai family regretted deeply. Losing Dantai Mingyue meant losing the marriage alliance with the Yi family. The strength of the Dantai family in Muyu City was merely at the level of a middle-tier family. Facing such a coordinated attack from so many martial families in Muyu City, the downfall of the Dantai family was already a given. In the southern wilderness, Xiantian sect gained favor from Dantai Mingyue. Great Tao Fortune +7. Great Tao Fortune +7. Great Tao Fortune +11. Feeling the continuously rising favor from his little wife, Yixian felt that he had wasted the 18 years since his rebirth. Clearly, a bowl of fragrant soft rice was placed in front of him, yet he didn't know how to cherish it. Fortunately, Yixian didn't wait until he lost to regret it. It seems this wave of insights has struck at the heart of my little wife, to give me so much Great Tao Fortune all at once. Looking at the previously depleted Great Tao Fortune, now replenished to a terrifying 400 points, Yixian's eyes grinned with joy. 4 whole chances for fortune draws. But at the moment his finger pointed to the pointer, he hesitated again. Yixian was truly scared by the last 2 pitiful draws in the Great Hall. If all 4 chances resulted in thank you for your patronage or empty boxes, then he would have nowhere to cry. What to be afraid of? Those with bold hearts survive, while the timid starve. Anyway, his little wife's favor was continuously rising. Even if all 4 draws were scams, as long as he kept refreshing her favor, he would have plenty of chances to draw in the future. After realizing this, The last bit of hesitation in Yi Xian's eyes vanished. With a gentle flick of his fingertip, the pointer for the draw began to spin rapidly. He kept his eyes fixed on the spinning pointer. 400-point avenue of fortune. Each lottery draw is a chance to change one's destiny. Finally, with the pointer hitting the ground, a golden treasure box burst open with a bang, following Yi Xian's gaze. Is this the fruit of the great path? Yi Xian felt a surge of joy in his heart. Yi Xian had just awakened his divine bone in the main hall yesterday. Unexpectedly, he drew a fruit of the great path so soon again. I wonder how my divine bone will transform after eating this one. Yi Xian thought to himself deep inside. The awakening of the divine bone is not the end. With the subsequent transformation of the divine bone, those who awaken the divine bone can gain more incredible divine powers. The awakening of the divine bone can be strong or weak. The more complete the transformation, the stronger the later power. Many extraordinary talents in the middle wild spirit realm. It is said their divine bones have transformed to an astonishing degree. Some even have fully open divine bones. Their strength rivals the ancient true gods. My current divine bone characteristics have just awakened, barely transformed to about 10%. However, Yi Xian did not rush to consume this fruit of the great path. Instead, he moved the pointer and continued drawing lots. In the next 3 draws, there was one, "Thank you for your patronage," one empty, and the last draw turned out well again, allowing Yi Xian to draw another fruit of the great path. Now, I already have 2 fruits of the great path in my hands. That should be enough for the divine bone to continue transforming twice. Yi Xian did not hesitate for a moment, directly activating the golden sphere to extract the power of one fruit of the great path. As the power of the fruit surged into Yi Xian's body, the vast and boundless will of the great path began to wildly rush towards his limbs and bones. Under the impact of this power, the divine bone gradually started to react. Light golden patterns began to sketch out on Yi Xian's divine bone. As the golden patterns were drawn, waves of immense divine might began to erupt from within Yi Xian's body. Under the influence of this divine might, Yi Xian, who had just broken through to the martial zone realm, started to rise at a visibly rapid speed. In the blink of an eye, he jumped from a 1-star martial zone to a 1-star peak. However, the great power of the divine bone did not stop there. Yi Xian's martial artist cultivation soared from 1-star peak all the way to 3-star martial zone. In the blink of an eye, I have crossed 3 small realms. Martial artist, martial spirit, martial master, great martial master, martial zone. These realms that bring qualitative changes to a martial artist's power are referred to as great realms by martial artists. And the star level in each martial artist realm is called a small realm. Although this fruit of the great path only allowed Yi Xian to cross 3 small realms. But if he relied on normal hard work, it would definitely take at least half a year. The key is that this time Yi Xian was not only raising his martial artist realm, but also his divine bone. This fruit of the great path directly transformed his divine bone to a 20% state. The divine might within him became even denser and thicker. If it really comes down to a fight, even a 9-star martial zone would not be my opponent. This is the pride of being a person of divine awakening. With the backing of divine bone and divine might, a person of divine awakening is nearly invincible among the same realm. Moreover, with the continuous transformation of the divine bone in the future, even challenging higher realms will not be a difficult thing for Yi Xian. Boom! Just when Yi Xian was deeply immersed in the rise of his divine bone and realm, a thunder struck suddenly above him. What happened? How could there be a thunder tribulation in the sect? Could it be that some elder in the sect has broken through? The disciples of Xiantian's sect were all attracted by the thunderclouds above them. What a terrifying thunder tribulation! Its power has increased dozens of times in just 3 breaths. Looking at the terrifying thunderclouds constantly expanding above Xiantian's sect, the sect master and the elders of Xiantian's sect all furrowed their brows. Look at the direction where the thunderclouds are gathering. It's the listening Tide Sea Pavilion. The master of Xiantian's sect's expression slightly changed. Listening Tide Sea Pavilion is a 6th grade cave heaven, and in Xiantian's sect, only direct disciples are qualified to reside there. And now, within the Xiantian sect, the only direct disciple is Yi Xian. Could it be? Yi Xian's divine bone has transformed again? Elder Xuanjin's gaze trembled. Usually, a breakthrough would not attract a thunder tribulation. Only in special circumstances would a martial artist's training anger the heavens, invoking calamity. No, it can't be so soon. Elder Xuanyu had a face full of suspicion. Under normal circumstances, after the awakening of the divine bone, it wouldn't transform again in a short time. Yi Xian's divine bone had awakened only 1 day ago. How could it transform again under these conditions? Unless the master of Xiantian's sect seemed to think of something. and his face suddenly became serious. Chapter 13. The Path of Heavenly Fire. Is there a hole in the head? A person who has just awakened their divine bone would not easily transform. But there is one exception. That is the reincarnation of a true god. In the 6 domains of Tianwang, every 10,000 years a true god descends to the world. These reincarnated true gods not only awaken their divine bones easily, but also their transformation speed is far beyond that of ordinary divine initiates. It is rumored that the goddess Xiao from the Xiantian divine path is a true god reincarnation. At a young age, she is open to complete divine bone, becoming a holy realm expert. The master of Xiantian sect felt an inexplicable emotion in his heart. A holy realm expert, even in the central Huang spirit domain, is enough to establish a sect. And this goddess Xiao is only 19 years old. Even the leader of the Xiantian divine path praises her talent immensely. Although the goddess Xiao is the most qualified genius to challenge the true god realm in the Xiantian divine path, she awoke her divine bone at the age of 3, and historically, true god reincarnations have also awakened their divine bones at a young age. Yi Xian, Elder Xianjin, appeared hesitant to speak. Yi Xian's divine bone had just awakened only yesterday in the main hall. This clearly does not fit the conditions of a true god reincarnation. But if he is not a true god reincarnation, how did Yi Xian manage to let his divine bone transform again in just one day? Just as the master of Xiantian sect and the elders behind him were puzzled, a golden giant hand had already soared towards the listening tide sea pavilion, tearing the thunderclouds in the sky apart. Hiss! Looking at the thunderclouds being torn apart above and the countless lightning serpents fleeing, the elders of Xiantian sect all gasped. The master of Xiantian sect's eyes twitched slightly. Controlling the heavens? The might of a martial king. It was evident that Yi Xian was not a martial king, nor had he reached the strength to control the heavens and soar in the sky. This is the divine power condensed from the divine bone in his body. The divine bone is a grace left behind by true gods for their descendants. Yi Xian is a divine initiate. Even though he has not yet reached the martial king realm, he can still make the heavens submit for a short time with the might of his divine bone. That's why the golden giant hand surged into the sky, tearing apart the thunderclouds. It seems that the true god from the Yi clan back then was incredibly powerful. The master of Xiantian sect sighed. The power of the divine bone in the body of a divine initiate entirely depends on the strength of the true god who left the grace. Yi Xian being able to subdue the heavens at the martial sect level, tearing apart the thunderclouds, shows the horror of the Yi clan's true god bloodline. At that moment, in the forbidden area of the back mountain of Xiantian sect, waves of fire clouds soared to the sky, with tremendous pressure, accompanied by bursts of wild laughter. Ha ha ha, 6,000 years, a full 6,000 years. Finally, I've waited for a divine initiate. That direction is the burial place of the ancestors. Under the incredible gaze of the master of Xiantian sect and others, the fire clouds in the sky gradually took on a solid form. There was an old man surrounded by flames, with hair and beard as red as fire. It's the fire cloud ancestor. Elder Xianyu from the crowd recognized the ethereal figure in midair at a glance. The fire cloud ancestor? That supreme being who condensed the path of fire to the true god realm 6,000 years ago. The great reputation of the Xiantian sect in the southern wilderness was closely linked to the power of its ancestors, and the fire cloud ancestor mentioned by Elder Xianyu was one of them. Unfortunately, although the fire cloud ancestor condensed the path of fire to the true god realm, he himself had always remained at the peak of the holy realm. Without becoming a true god, he ultimately became a pile of yellow earth. In the end, the fire cloud ancestor exhausted his life force 6,000 years ago, sitting in meditation in the forbidden area of the back mountain. The fire cloud ancestor has been dead for 6,000 years. Why has he suddenly appeared today? Hearing the confused voices of the surrounding elders, the sect master of Xiantian shook his head gently. This is not the true body of the fire cloud ancestor, but a trace of his remnant will left in the world. If a trace of remnant will is still this powerful, it is hard to imagine how terrifying the fire cloud ancestor was in his prime. The elders of Xiantian's sect couldn't help but express their feelings. The fire cloud ancestor has been dead for 6,000 years. Today, his remnant has appeared in the world, and it's at the critical moment of Yi Xian's divine bone transformation. Things were clearly not simple. The sect master of Xiantian was constantly scanning between the fire cloud ancestor and the listening tides pavilion, looking thoughtful. At this moment, the fire cloud ancestor in midair suddenly moved. He stepped forward, as if the flames in the world were about to surrender to him. With each movement, a massive fire lotus would form behind him. This fire lotus was the tangible form of the path of fire between heaven and earth. The fire cloud ancestor made his way step by step to the sky above the listening tides pavilion, his eyes shining brightly, firmly fixed on Yixian below. Your divine bone has opened more than 20%. At such a young age, it is quite rare. I am a fire cloud ancestor. Do you wish to cultivate my heavenly fire path? A legacy. The remnant soul of the fire cloud ancestor suddenly descended to the world, actually aiming to pass on a legacy? Seeing this, many disciples of the Xintian sect were already shaking with excitement, their envy for Yi Xian reaching its peak. A supreme being from 6,000 years ago is willing to leave behind a legacy. What a tremendous opportunity this is for Yi Xian. Even the sect master of Xintian and the elders present had their eyes burning with excitement. Yi Xian also didn't expect that after consuming a fruit of the great path, he not only attracted a thunder tribulation, but also awakened the remnant will of a powerful being from 6,000 years ago. The heavenly fire path? Sounds really impressive. Yi Xian was about to accept the legacy when suddenly, a fiery sensation came from the golden orb of great path fortune gathering in his body. What's going on? The great path fortune seems unwilling to accept the fire cloud ancestor's legacy. Feeling the change in his body's great path fortune, Yi Xian's expression slightly shifted. I, a disciple, have shallow talent. Opening the divine bone has already consumed too much energy. I truly do not have the strength to inherit the heavenly fire path. I asked the ancestor to choose another worthy disciple within the sect to inherit the heavenly fire path. Although the heavenly fire path of the fire cloud ancestor sound impressive, how could it compare to Yi Xian's golden finger? With the golden finger in hand, even if a true god's legacy were offered in exchange, Yi Xian would not agree. Moreover, the fire cloud ancestor had only cultivated the heavenly fire path to the true god realm. He was not a true god himself. If he were this powerful, he wouldn't have sat in meditation for 6,000 years. He had to rely on a trace of residual consciousness to pass on the great path. What? Senior brother Yi Xian actually refused the fire cloud ancestor's legacy. That's a heavenly fire path that rivals the true gods. Senior brother Yi Xian can't be foolish from cultivating, right? How could he refuse such an impressive legacy? Compared to the shocked disciples of Xintian sect, the leader of the Xintian sect and the group of elders behind him were the same. One by one, they were dumbfounded. Yi Xian refused the fire cloud master? In their eyes, inheriting the heavenly fire path of the fire cloud master was not just a supreme opportunity for Yi Xian, but also a great blessing for the entire Xintian sect. How could Yi Xian possibly refuse? Hearing Yi Xian's refusal, the fire cloud master in midair was also stunned. Comprehending my heavenly fire path, your strength will rival that of a true god. Have you really thought this through? You truly do not want to inherit. I don't want to. Yi Xian answered decisively. If Yi Xian's initial refusal was due to his innate qi of the path condensing into a golden orb, now he was almost certain that this fire cloud master was definitely up to no good. A dead old man from 6,000 years ago suddenly shows up wanting to pass on a legacy. Yi Xian had already refused, yet the other party was still not willing to give up. Either this old guy really wanted someone to inherit his heavenly fire path, or there were hidden traps in this heavenly fire path. But regardless of which it was, Yi Xian could not accept it. Who told my little darling that soft rice is so delicious? Just a single fruit of the path had transformed Yi Xian's divine bone to a 20% level. He could temporarily harness heaven and earth, displaying the might of a martial king. Could the heavenly fire path do that? Not to mention the time needed to comprehend after inheriting. Even if Yi Xian comprehended the complete heavenly fire path, he would only reach the pinnacle of the saint realm in the end. When his life ran out, he would still become just a pile of dust. But Yi Xian's golden finger was different. It not only helped his divine bone transform using the fruit of the path, but also could assist him in advancing to true God in the future, enjoying endless life. The key point was that the golden finger had no limits. From any perspective, it was much better than a half-baked inheritance limited by a ceiling that was likely filled with traps. Yi Xian's second rejection made the fire cloud master's face twitch slightly. He had waited 6,000 years, and finally found someone who could inherit his heavenly fire path with their divine bone awakened to 20%. The key was, 6,000 years of waiting has almost exhausted the last trace of power in my remnant thoughts. If I cannot rely on the inheritance to snatch this kid's body, then my 6,000 years of waiting will truly dissipate from this world. Chapter 14. Listening to your rhetoric, wasting time. 6,000 years ago, the fire cloud master was unable to break through the true God barrier due to a barrier in his cultivation. He ended his life with regret, sitting in the forbidden area of the back mountain. But the Fire Cloud Master was unwilling to accept his fate, so before he sat down, he left behind a remnant thought. Due to the Fire Cloud Master's power, which was already close to that of a true god, to bear this remnant thought, one needed to have the divine bone and be a divine, awakening person. Yesterday, Yi Xian awakened his divine bone in the Great Hall, and the Fire Cloud Master sensed his aura. However, at that time, Yi Xian's divine bone had not awakened to 10%. If he forcibly took over, it could very well cause Yi Xian's divine bone to collapse. Thus, the Fire Cloud Master refrained. Little did he expect that in just one day's time, Yi Xian's divine bone would once again undergo transformation, and this time, it directly transformed to 20%. The Fire Cloud Master could no longer sit still and rushed out from the forbidden area of the back mountain. Originally, he intended to deceive Yi Xian with kind words, allowing him to inherit, and then seize the body through the inheritance. But now it seemed, forcibly taking over may harm the divine bone. But since your divine bone has already awakened to 20%, even if there is some damage, with time and training, you will be able to return to peak condition. Suddenly, the Fire Cloud Master transformed into a heavenly fire spirit seal. Yi Xian felt as if something had pricked him deep within his soul, followed by the voice of the Fire Cloud Master. Just echoed in Yi Xian's mind. I intended to give you good advice, but in return, I received only your distance. No more pretense. I'm revealing my cards today. I have come here to take your body and borrow your divine bones to rebuild my path. Just now, many disciples of Xiantian's sect, including the sect master and elders, witnessed the moment when Fire Cloud Patriarch was going to pass on the heavenly fire path to Yi Xian. Even if Fire Cloud Patriarch forcibly seizes the body, he can later claim to the outside world that he merely inherited the heavenly fire path. Then, with Yi Xian's identity, he can begin to cultivate once more within the Xiantian sect. A person with divine enlightenment like you. With this talent, I believe it won't be long before you're summoned by the Xiantian divine path. When Fire Cloud Patriarch was young, he also entered the Xiantian divine path for further study, but that place had so many talents and prodigies. Even the renowned Fire Cloud Patriarch from 6,000 years ago was merely a talented warrior in the presence of these exceptional beings. This time, with the divine bones, I will surely make a name for myself within the Xiantian divine path. Just as Fire Cloud Patriarch was secretly pleased, a dazzling golden halo suddenly enveloped him, and soon he realized he was trapped in a bizarre sphere. What's going on? Where's this place? Feeling his remaining willpower rapidly vanishing, Fire Cloud Patriarch showed a look of fear for the first time. Before he could react again, Yi Xian's voice rang in his ears. So, you're trying to seize my body? Yi Xian's words were cold, but he felt an ecstatic joy inside. Never would he have expected that the power of the Great Path had such a wonderful use. It could give an early warning in times of danger. Moreover, this golden sphere formed by the power of the Great Path seems to be an incredibly powerful treasure. Not only could it give warnings and offer chances, but at critical moments, it could also forcibly suppress and refine chaotic things that rushed into Yi Xian's body. Is there anything more satisfying than this? No, that's not it. I don't want to seize your body. Yi Xian, listen to me. Shut up. Fire Cloud Patriarch wanted to argue, but unfortunately, Yi Xian no longer had the patience to listen to his excuses. The golden sphere inside Yi Xian spun rapidly, and the next moment, the Fire Cloud Patriarch trapped in the Great Path's power was completely refined by the golden sphere. At that moment, a plus 200 appeared above the golden sphere. Refining dirty things can even convert into the power of the Great Path. This time, Yi Xian was completely stunned. This golden finger is amazing. Senior brother Yi Xian, the sect master, and all the elders asked me to inform you that you don't need to stay at Listening Tide Pavilion anymore. You can directly move to H. Xianyan Lesser Sun Cave to cultivate. Due to the incident with Fire Cloud Patriarch, there was quite a stir within the Xiantian sect. Yi Xian did not mention the body seizure matter to the outside world. He only said that Fire Cloud Patriarch was eager for talent and disregarded Yi Xian's polite refusal, forcibly trying to pass on a great path. Isn't he eager? He even contributed himself as experience points. A full 200 points of great path power. If only I could be seized once a day, how wonderful would that be? Yi Xian quickly tidied up and followed the disciple who came to lead him, leaving Listening Tide Pavilion for 8 Xianyan Lesser Sun Cave. The Xiantian sect's caves and blessed lands are divided into 9 grades. Ordinary disciples are only qualified to enter the first grade cave for cultivation. Inner disciples with better talent can enter the second, third, or fourth grade caves based on their talent levels. The 5th to 6th grade caves are exclusively open to direct disciples. The 7th grade cave is reserved for elders. As an 8th grade cave, 8 Xianyan Lesser Sun Cave can only be entered and cultivated by the lesser sect masters of Xiantian sect from generations past. Compared to the 9th grade Purple Mansion Cave used by the sect master, it is only 1 grade lower. The life and death test has yet to begin, and the sect master has already allowed senior brother Yixian to enter the 8 Xianyan Lesser Sun Cave for cultivation. It seems that senior brother Yi Xian's position as lesser sect master of Xiantian sect is secure. Along the way, the Xiantian sect disciple who came to deliver the message. Everyone looked at Yi Xian with admiration and envy. Yi Xian's ability to move into the 8 mystic Yang cave heaven was equivalent to the recognition of his identity as the young master of the Xiantian sect by the sect master. How long has it been since Yi Xian became a direct disciple? So soon, he became the young master of the Xiantian sect. This is a life template that countless people dream of. On the way to the 8 mystic Yang cave heaven, Yi Xian deliberately took a detour to visit the back mountain of the Xiantian sect, the resting place of the patriarchs. However, after wandering around for half a day, he did not encounter any experienced baby like the Fire Cloud Patriarch who forcibly took possession of others. Sigh. It seems that patriarchs who are desperate to take possession of their disciples like the Fire Cloud Patriarch are indeed rare. A hint of disappointment flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. But this scene, seen by the Xiantian sect disciple guiding him from behind, caused them to feel a deep respect. Yi Xian, as a senior brother, has just accepted the inheritance of the Heavenly Fire Avenue and is so eager to pay tribute at the resting place of past patriarchs, showing his respect for his teachers and the way of learning, truly a model for us younger disciples. When Yi Xian arrived at the 8 mystic Yang cave heaven, he quickly felt the overwhelming spiritual energy of heaven and earth here. Cave heaven levels are mostly related to spiritual veins. The higher the level, the closer it is to the spiritual veins, allowing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to condense faster. Even the understanding of the heavenly and earthly avenues will be more complete. Yi Xian's divine bones had just transformed, and it was exactly the time to comprehend the avenues and solidify his realm. The actions of the Xiantian sect master were undoubtedly an effort to win Yi Xian over. However, as a genius, Yi Xian had long been accustomed to such invitations over the years. From a Yi clan to the Xiantian sect, Yi Xian's journey had always been like this. Only when you create value will you be courted. In Yi Xian's view, the Xiantian sect's invitation was entirely beneficial and without harm. On the contrary, it was a recognition of his abilities. Why hasn't Yishu returned yet? I feel like I've gained new insights lately in expressing my sincere emotions in writing. It's time to write another letter to my dear wife. Chapter 15. Savage Ancient Body, Unstoppable. In the following days, apart from consolidating his own cultivation, Yi Xian wrote letters to his dear wife, Dantai Mingyue, every day. Upon learning that Dantai Mingyue had joined the Starry Academy, Yi Xian couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion. Just a few days ago, she was a waste girl not looked upon by anyone, and now she had become a closed-door disciple of the top 3 mentors of the Starry Academy. This Vinxing, Yi Xian knew, was a peak 9-star martial king of the Starry Academy. He had already half a foot in the realm of martial emperor. Dantai Mingyue becoming his closed-door disciple meant her status in the Starry Academy was definitely not inferior to Yi Xian's as a direct disciple of the Xiantian sect. Indeed, people can make you feel angry. Yi Xian, as a villain, took a full 18 years to rise from nothing to success. Yet under the halo of the main character, Dantai Mingyue only needed a few days to enter the South Wild Domain and join the top power of the Starry Academy. According to the normal story, Yi Xian wouldn't even know what his dear wife Dantai Mingyue looked like before his family withdrew the marriage. With Dantai Mingyue's speed of rising, he wouldn't even need 3 years before he was utterly defeated. The key point was that throughout this process, Yi Xian hadn't even seen her. 18 years of hard work turned into a stepping stone for the protagonist. Damn it. Just thinking about how his script depicted such a tragic life made Yi Xian want to slap the dog author around. Fortunately, Yi Xian was a time traveler, thus avoiding the tragic repetition of being slapped in the face as a villain. Now he had awakened the golden finger. The villain's fate finally reversed. However, Yi Xian still couldn't give up on Dantai Mingyue's storyline. After all, she was currently the main source of his grand fortune. In this fantastical world, the changes are unpredictable, and similar crises like the Fire Cloud Patriarch's possession will surely be encountered many times in the future. This time, the matter of the Fire Cloud Patriarch, paired with the Golden Round Ball and the Great Luck, allowed Yi Xian to turn danger into safety. But what if next time it's not about seizing a body? In the fantasy world, power is supreme. Now that I have awakened my divine bones, I will inevitably enter the central wilderness spiritual realm in the future, competing against the heroes and prodigies there. Thinking of this, Yixian quickly fixed his gaze on the 10 consecutive draws below the pointer. Since the last time the golden round ball refined the Fire Cloud Patriarch, the great luck in Yixian's body had undergone a new sublimation. After upgrading, the golden round ball not only increased the number of diamond treasure chests in the prize pool, but a brand new 10 consecutive draws option also appeared next to the pointer. Yixian studied this 10 consecutive draw bit. It requires 1,000 points of great luck to draw once. Not only could one draw 10 treasure boxes at once, but the chances of getting thank you for your patronage and empty boxes would also be greatly reduced. Plus the 200 points of great luck gained from refining the Fire Cloud Patriarch. These days, I've been constantly writing letters to my little wife, adding nearly 500 points of great luck. Speaking of which, Yixian actually had an unexpected joy regarding writing letters to his little wife. Every time his little wife reviewed the cultivation insights he sent her, her fondness for Yixian would continuously rise. In this way, I essentially have a natural great luck extractor. Inspired, every time Yixian wrote a letter, he would always insert something inside, either exquisite little ornaments or some daily use items. In short, as long as his little wife saw these things, she could think of Yixian anytime and anywhere, increasing her fondness for him. Gain Dan Tai Mingyue's fondness, great luck +3. +3, +3. Feeling the great luck on the golden round ball increasing from time to time, a strange curve gradually appeared at the corner of Yixian's mouth. Half a month passed by in a flash. After accumulating during this time, Yixian finally saved up for a wave of 10 consecutive draws. Exactly 1,000 points of great luck. Besides this 1,000 points of great luck, Yixian also had a great fruit from the last lottery that had not been used yet. It's not that Yixian didn't want to use it, but because he had just awakened his divine bones and transformed once. If he transformed too frequently, he would inevitably attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. I don't have the grandfather protecting me from my little wife's ring. Although the golden round ball had been activated once during the Fire Cloud Patriarch's body seizure last time, this was only limited to internal possession. Against external physical attacks, the golden round ball would likely also be helpless. It's better to be cautious. The life and death trial contains countless dangers, but also has countless opportunities and inheritances waiting. At that time, I just need to find an opportunity inside and take the great fruit. Then even if someone asks later, Yixian can say that he had another chance during the life and death trial. With his identity as the inheritor of the heavenly fire path and a candidate for the position of the little sect master of Xintian sect, it should not raise suspicion. Little sect master, the sect master, and several elders are already waiting at the entrance of the trial's secret realm. At that moment, a disciple of the Xintian sect came to convey the message at the entrance of the 8 Xian Xiaoyang cave sky. Although Yixian had not yet passed the life and death trial, many disciples in the Xintian sect who wanted to climb the social ladder were already privately referring to Yixian as Little Sect Master. Regarding this, Yixian neither opposed nor stopped it. Given his current unparalleled talent with 20% awakening of his divine bones, the life and death trial was merely a formality for him. Soon, amidst the admiration and envy of many disciples from the Xintian sect, Yixian arrived at the trial's secret realm on the back mountain of the Xintian sect. This place is usually not open to the public, but today, due to Yixian's big day for the life and death trial, nearly all the disciples of the Xintian sect gathered here. Not only that, but the elders of the Xintian sect. At this moment, the master of Zenianzong was also quietly standing on the platform above the trial's secret realm. "Young master, majestic," someone in the crowd shouted out. Then, a roaring wave of voices surged continuously. "Young master, truly handsome. Young master, we will always support you. Long live the young master." The shouts from the disciples below did not seem to bother the master of Zhantianzong or the elders on the platform. In their eyes, Yixian, as a person of divine revelation, completely deserved to be called young master of Zhantianzong. As long as he successfully passes the life and death trial today, Shinner will be our rightful young master of Zhantianzong. Even a master of Zhantianzong showed a knowing smile. The master of Zhantianzong slowly stood up from the platform. Just as he was about to announce the rules and open the secret realm, a piercing sword cry split the sky. Following that, a huge sword shadow descended from the heavens. In the sword shadow, a young man dressed in black, with starry brows and striking features, stood on a giant sword surrounded by a powerful sword aura. "It's Jiangqing, he has returned." Many elders of Zhantianzong recognized him. Jiangqing? Isn't he the one who became a direct disciple 15 years before Yixian? Rumor has it that when Jiangqing was born, the entire Jiang family's ancient sword rang out. The sword cry echoed around the Jiang family for 10 days and nights. Later, the Jiang family welcomed a son. This child had a natural sword body and was accepted into Xuantianzong. Within 3 years, he entered the Tao with his sword, his heart as clear as ice. No wonder he is called a killing machine among martial artists. As soon as Jiangqing appeared, I was already soaked in sweat. Under the overwhelming sword intent pressure, the disciples of Xuantianzong felt their hair stand on end. Cold sweat trickled down their cheeks. Ninth-star martial sovereign. The master of Xuantianzong and the elders present looked shocked. When Jiangqing left Xuantianzong, Yi Xian had not yet entered the sect. At that time, the sect had high hopes for him. Unfortunately, the path of the sword cultivator is difficult. Jiangqing was unable to break through to the ninth-star great martial master and enter the martial sovereign realm. He had no choice but to leave the sect, journeying outside to seek opportunities. I didn't expect him to grow this much after so many years of travel. The so-called killing machine sword cultivator, combined with his 9-star martial sovereign level, had the strength to rival a martial king. In the entire southern wilderness, he was among the few strong ones. After many years without returning to the sect, I didn't expect Xuantianzong to have a person of divine revelation. Jiangqing's gaze was cold. Although Yi Xian had a divine bone, Jiangqing, with his natural sword body, believed that the temperament of a sword cultivator is what refines the mind. Even if Yi Xian's talent was stronger than his, in Jiangqing's eyes, talent is just one of many conditions for a strong person to grow. Ha 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 ha, Jiangqing, it's been many years since we met. Your sword is still as sharp as ever. At that moment, another burst of wild laughter came from above everyone's heads. A muscular giant, as wild as a savage, with various runes glowing on his body, approached, accompanied by a dragon on each arm and a fierce tiger, walking down from the clouds. Primitive ancient body, Xiaoman, is that you back? Xiaoman became a direct disciple of Xuantianzong 3 years before Jiangqing and left the sect even earlier. Heavens, why are these two direct disciples, who have been missing for years, returning to the sect today? The disciples of Xuantianzong were filled with astonishment. Every step Xiaoman took into the void caused the surrounding space to tremble violently. It seemed unable to contain his wild body. Xiaoman, you have come? Faced with a physically imposing and savage-like Xiaoman, Jiangqing's indifferent attitude finally showed some emotion. Today is the day the sect opens the life and death trial, selecting the young master of Xuantianzong. At such a time, how could I, Xiaoman, be left out of this? Almost instantly, Xiaoman and Jiangqing locked their eyes on Yi Xian. The divine heavenly god has issued a divine edict, which has long stirred up discussions in the 4 great wastelands. Neither Xiaoman nor Jiangqing wants to miss this opportunity to advance in the divine heavenly path. Do you want to be the young master of our divine heavenly sect? Then you must show your strength. Chapter 16. True Dragon's Remnant Soul, the Strongest Disciples. Feeling the simultaneous gaze of Xiaoman and Jiangqing, Yi Xian stood calmly in place. Although Xiaoman had a dragon and a tiger beside her, both fierce beasts exuding threats, one continuously spewing toxic mist and the other subtly radiating murderous intent. Jiangqing's sword intent was also sharply overwhelming, pressing hard. However, as someone who had awakened 20% of the divine bone, Yi Xian was not weak in momentum compared to the two. The sect master of the divine heavenly sect and the elders present did not expect that today's life and death trial would start with such a fierce competition. 2 disciples, who had been traveling for many years, would return at the same time, and their strength had both reached the level of 9-star martial sovereign. Jiangqing is a sword cultivator and has now reached 9-star martial sovereign. He is like a sharp sword ready to strike, unstoppable. Xiaoman's ancient barbarian body is also a top-tier physique, possessing great strength that can contend with the demon races. This time she returns, it's not for nothing. Clearly, these 2 disciples had returned today for the life and death trial of the divine heavenly sect. Just when the sect master and the elders were shifting their gazes between Jiangqing and Xiaoman, suddenly, a fierce wind arose above the Xintian mountain range, followed by flashes of lightning and roaring thunder. A massive dark shadow rolled within the thunderclouds. Roar! At that moment, a terrifying dragon roar came from within the thunderclouds. Feeling the intense pressure in this dragon roar, the 2 beasts, the dragon and the tiger, retreated in fear, revealing looks of dread. Even the sharp sword intent enveloping Jiangqing cracked slightly under this dragon's roar. Who dares to act recklessly in my divine heavenly sect? Elder Xianjin shouted as he stepped forward from the platform. Elder Xianjin, long time no see. The next moment, a faint voice drifted down from the cloud. This voice seemed gentle but carried a heavy pressure, as if the entire world was ready to submit to him. As the voice fell, a young man wearing a crimson robe descended from the sky, stepping on a black dragon. You are Hua Yuntian. Recognizing the visitor, Elder Xuanjin's eyes showed 3 parts astonishment and 7 parts shock. The sect master of the divine heavenly sect, too, felt a slight tremor in his eyes, shining with unbelievable light. Hua Yuntian, hasn't he been missing for 100 years? The other elders of the divine heavenly sect also exchanged glances filled with changing expressions. As the most talented disciple of the divine heavenly sect 100 years ago, Hua Yuntian had risen with unmatched momentum. Even combined, Jiangqing and Xiaoman could not compare. If Yixian had not awakened the divine bone, even he would have been heavily suppressed before Hua Yuntian. Hua Yuntian, it's really Hua Yuntian. Among the disciples, an intersect disciple with white hair had a look of disbelief in his eyes. Senior Brother Chun, do you know him? Hearing the younger generation's inquiry, the white-haired Senior Brother Chun sighed deeply. You've been in the divine heavenly sect too short time. It's normal not to know Hua Yuntian. 100 years ago, among the disciples of our generation, his talent was astonishing, far surpassing even the current young. Yixian. Yixian only recently awakened his divine bone and became someone with divine awareness. However, Hua Yuntian had been creating miracles since the day he joined the divine heavenly sect. Just like the inheritance of Master Huiyun, Hua Yuntian alone. 3 inheritances. What? One person accepts 3 inheritances. Hearing the words of the old-faced Senior Brother Chun, all the disciples of Xuantiangong were shocked. If it weren't for later, when Hua Yuntian went to the ancient relics, searching for the true divine treasures and mysteriously went missing, he would have been the most qualified to inherit the position of our Xuantiangong's young master as the strongest direct disciple. Many elders of Xuantiangong from the same era as Senior Brother Chun also fell into memories. Yixian's title as the strongest direct disciple of 100 years in Xuantiangong was originally lifted by the younger generation disciples of Xuantiangong. At that time, Jiangqing and Xiaoman had long left Xuantiangong. Hua Yuntian, the strongest direct disciple from 100 years ago, had completely lost connection with the times, which created the illusion of Yixian standing alone at the top. Just as the Xuantiangong disciples below were stunned by Hua Yuntian's reputation, a terrifying aura from Hua Yuntian was fully released alongside the Black Dragon, controlling the heavens and the earth, the realm of the martial king. Looking around, the surrounding heavens and earth all submitted to Hua Yuntian, and the Xuantiangong elders felt a jolt in their hearts again. Hua Yuntian's cultivation, even among martial kings, was a very formidable existence. The key point was the Black Dragon under his feet. Is it a remnant soul of a true dragon? The sect leader of Xuantiangong recognized the Black Dragon beneath Hua Yuntian at a glance. True dragons rank among divine beasts. Even as a remnant soul, they're not something ordinary martial kings can control. The fact that Hua Yuntian could control a true dragon's remnant soul only indicated that he had another opportunity. Hua Yuntian, will secure the position of young master of Xuantiangong. With a single step, Hua Yuntian sent Xiaoman and Jiangqing flying back a long distance. 6-star Martial King. This once again drew exclamation from the disciples and elders of Xuantiangong. The Xuantiangong leaders' eyes scanned back and forth among Hua Yuntian, Yixian, and the others. They were all direct disciples, and Hua Yuntian's participation in the life and death test could not be rejected, even by the sect leader. Moreover, everything Hua Yuntian displayed was already not inferior to Yixian, the one who had received divine enlightenment. His strength and cultivation posed an overwhelming advantage over Yixian. Since it is the sect's rule, as direct disciples, you naturally have the qualification to participate in the life and death test with Yixian. After a while, the Xuantiangong leader nodded lightly and said, "The rules of the life and death test should be clear to you. Who will be the inheritor of the young master position of our Xuantiangong depends entirely on the opportunities gained in the test." Yixian was indeed a person of divine enlightenment, but the true dragon's remnant soul within Hua Yuntian was not to be underestimated either. The key was that Hua Yuntian's cultivation had already reached the 6-star martial king, and with his talents, achieving transcendence and becoming a true deity was not out of the question. Hearing this, a faint smile appeared on Hua Yuntian's lips. If it weren't for being trapped in the secret realm for these years and unable to break free, his strength would have probably already reached the martial emperor realm. Although my strength has been restrained, my insights on the heavenly path in these years are far from being comparable to these 3 fledglings. As the strongest direct disciple of 100 years ago, Hua Yuntian held his pride. He glanced toward Yi Xian. What if he is a person of divine enlightenment? Hua Yuntian had been trapped in the secret realm for 100 years, and the benefits he gained had long surpassed those of ordinary people of divine enlightenment. Moreover, there was still a true dragon's remnant soul within him. Even if he is a person of divine enlightenment, if he dares to block my way in the secret realm, I, Hua Yuntian, will cut him down. What does life and death in a life-and-death test mean? Once entered, life and death are dictated by fate. Even facing the Xuantiangong leader, he couldn't say much. Jiang Qing, Xiao Man, and Hua Yuntian's arrival, although disrupted the original rhythm of the life and death test, brought different expectations to the disciples and elders of Xuantiangong. In the past, Yi Xian had been the sole dominant one in Xuantiangong. Anything before him holds no suspense. But today, first, Jiang Qing, who left the sect years ago, and Xiao Man came back unexpectedly. Following that, a powerful direct disciple of the Xiantian sect, who had been missing for 100 years, suddenly appeared. In the end, who will die and who will live? Everyone wants to watch closely. Before entering the trial's secret realm, let me remind you one last time, within the secret realm, life and death are fated. Who among you can find their own fortune in the trial? It all depends on fate. If things cannot be done, do not force them. The Xiantian sect master said earnestly, and then he and the elders of the sect worked together to open the entrance to the life and death trial. Jiang Qing and Xiao Man exchanged a glance and took the lead in stepping inside. Hua Yuntian followed closely behind. Yi Xian was the last one to enter, but he remained very relaxed throughout the process. It felt as if he was entering not a trial secret realm, but a tourist destination. To facilitate everyone's observation of everything happening in the trial, the Xiantian sect master also created a clear mirror projection at the entrance of the secret realm. Next, let's see who will be the one who walks to the end with a smile. Thinking of this, the Xiantian sect master's eyes revealed a hint of anticipation. Chapter 17. Seizing Fortune, the Celestial Being's Form. At the moment of entering the life and death trial, Yi Xian felt as if he had completely detached from the original world. Even the surrounding heaven and earth seemed to subtly change. No need to look, this is a completely independent world, and it is not parallel to the main world where the 6 great wastelands are located. Hua Yuntian said indifferently. Having been trapped in the ancient secret realm for 100 years, he definitely had the most authority to speak on this matter among the 4. Next, are we going to find our own fortunes here? Xiao Man looked around. The serpent and tiger that had originally surrounded his arms had already been put away by him. Hua Yuntian's black dragon remnant soul exerted too much pressure on Xiao Man's demonic beasts. If they remained under such bloodline suppression for a long time, it would be extremely detrimental to the future growth of those 2 beasts. Finding our own fortunes, huh? That's a good choice. Jiang Qing nodded silently. Although Hua Yuntian's power made him somewhat uncomfortable, as a swordsman, the most important quality was to face challenges head-on. The greater the pressure Hua Yuntian put on Jiang Qing, the higher his chances of breaking through himself. In these years of wandering, although my strength only reached the 9-star martial sect, I obtained an ancient, mysterious iron sword during my travels. This iron sword seemed unremarkable, yet it hid secrets of the great path. If it came to fighting for life and death, Jiang Qing deemed that he would not lose to any of the 4. Even against Hua Yuntian, a 6-star martial king, Jiang Qing felt he could put up a fight. After all, swordsmen were known for their killing prowess and terrifying combat abilities. Xiao Man's thoughts were similar to Jiang Qing's. Besides the beasts he had just stored away, he also had a few decent hidden trump cards. Although the 2 of them had been forced back by Hua Yuntian's might on the back mountain of the Xiantian sect, it did not mean that Xiao Man was truly afraid of Hua Yuntian. 2 fearless fools. Feeling the faint provocation in Jiang Qing and Xiao Man's gazes, Hua Yuntian sneered in his heart. He, known as the strongest direct disciple of the Xiantian sect 100 years ago, was not just a name, let alone Xiao Man and Jiang Qing, just 9-star martial sect practitioners. Even adding Yi Xian, this person of divine enlightenment, what was there for Hua Yuntian to fear? Thinking of Yi Xian, Hua Yuntian couldn't help but glance in his direction, but the next second, he was drawn in by Yi Xian's strange actions. What is he doing? He looked at Yi Xian, standing in front of a stone statue, completely motionless. Xiao Man furrowed her brow. Jiang Qing's reaction was similar to the 2 others. The statue in front of Yi Xian, they had already examined when they entered through the entrance. There was nothing mysterious about it. It was just an ordinary statue, placed at the entrance of the trial's secret realm. Just showing off. Hua Yuntian had a face full of disdain. Having been trapped in the ancient secret realm for so many years, his perception of various restrictions and energies far exceeded the ordinary. Moreover, He was the strongest among the four with his 6-star martial king strength. If this statue in front of Yixian really had anything miraculous, he would surely see through it at a glance. Just as the three were sneering in their hearts and preparing to leave, a burst of golden light suddenly shot up from Yixian. Transformation. His divine bone is transforming. What? The faces of Jiangqing and the others changed simultaneously. Could it be that this statue, which they could not find any flaw in, hid a tremendous opportunity? Hua Yunqian's face turned dark. He was the strongest among the four, yet the 6-star martial king was unable to see through the secrets of the statue and was slapped in the face by Yixian right from the start. Recalling his previous inner thoughts of labeling Yixian as just showing off, Hua Yuntian felt a bit embarrassed. Jiangqing and Xiaoman felt the same. All their self-importance was in vain. Yet Yixian had snatched the first opportunity. How could they be reconciled with that? In just a blink of an eye, Yixian's divine bone had transformed to 30%. Even his original 3-star martial sovereign strength instantly elevated to 6-star status. The key point was that his divine might became even more solid, pure, and powerful than before entering the trial secret realm. Those who are enlightened can momentarily make this realm submit through the power of their divine bones, reaching the strength of a martial king who dominates the skies. Although Hua Yuntian was a 6-star martial king, he did not dare to underestimate the situation. After his face changed a few times, he decisively turned to leave. To kill someone, you don't necessarily have to lead the charge. Yixian, just wait. You are merely ahead in the trial process. But you can't stay ahead forever. Jiangqing and Xiaoman's situations were roughly the same. As the three turned to leave simultaneously, Yixian smiled slightly. The desire to stab someone can't be hidden. Even from afar, Yixian sensed the murderous intent in their eyes. It seems it's time for a wave of 10 consecutive draws. Just as Hua Yuntian and the others had sensed before, the statue in front of Yixian indeed held no secrets. It was just a plain statue. Yixian's divine bone was able to transform not due to some secret realm opportunity. It was completely due to the enhancement effect from the fruit of the Great Way that he had consumed. These three people, one a sword cultivator, one a savage ancient body, one a 6-star martial king, are all top-tier veterans. If I don't show my strength in front of them, I might be the first one targeted. Yixian was originally an enlightened one, also the weakest among the four. In such a situation, he could easily become a target. But now it was different. Yixian had consumed the fruit of the Great Way, and his divine bone transformation had risen to 30%. With his current strength, he was capable of standing against the martial king realm. If these three still wanted to do something irrational, they would have to think twice. At the entrance of the trial's secret realm, Xiantian's sect. Seeing Yixian's divine bone transform again through the mirror, the Xiantian sect master and the elders were already stunned by Yixian's talent. Just entering the life and death secret realm and gaining such great benefits. The divine bone transformed on the spot, and his strength soared straight up. In that moment, the Xiantian sect master seemed to feel a bit regretful, regretting that he had previously been caught between Hua Yuntian and Yixian. There was actually hesitation, but there was nothing to be done. The title of the strongest direct disciple of Hua Yuntian was simply too great, and he possessed the remnant soul of a true dragon, which was no less than a divine bone. Even the sect master of Xuantiangong found it difficult to make a decision. If the sect master and the elders were like this, the disciples of Xuantiangong were even more so. Brother Yixian truly never disappoints. As soon as he entered the life and death trial, he gained such a huge opportunity. Wow, what brother? That is our future young sect master of Xuantiangong. That's right. Only Brother Yixian is qualified for the position of young sect master. Those other monsters don't stand a chance of shaking Brother Yixian's status in our hearts. It must be said that Yixian had a high prestige among the younger generation of Xuantiangong. But there were also quite a few older members of Xuantiangong shaking their heads in secret. The life and death trial has just begun. It is still unknown who will win. True strong people never easily reveal their cards. Clearly, Hua Yuntian and the others are like this. No matter how large the initial advantage, only those who can laugh until the end are worthy of being called true winners. Chapter 18. Mediocre performance like a waste. In the life and death trial, just after undergoing the transformation of the divine bone through the Tao fruit, Yixian was silently moving deeper into the trial's secret realm while clicking on the lottery pointer on the golden sphere. After waiting for so long, I can finally do 10 consecutive draws. With anticipation, Yixian was just about to click the pointer to draw. Roar! At that moment, a violent roar came from directly ahead. Yixian looked in the direction of the roar and saw countless black shadows surging from deep within the trial's secret realm. It's magic creatures. The disciples of Xuantiangong, witnessing this scene through the mirror at the entrance of the secret realm, all changed their expressions drastically. How can there be so many magic creatures in the trial secret realm? Magic creatures were not the original beings of the 6 wild regions. It is rumored that in ancient times, there was a falling black star, which spread demonic energy wherever it passed, corrupting the land for miles. Magic creatures were the terrifying beasts born under the corruption of demonic energy. Any warrior or beast tainted by demonic energy would be transformed into a mindless, bloodthirsty monster. High-level magic creatures could even battle with Holy Realm experts. There were even demon gods equal to true gods born into existence. However, nowadays, in the 6 wild regions, the traces of magic creatures were rarely seen. So when the disciples of Xuantiangong just saw such a surge of magic creatures in the life and death secret realm, they were so shocked. Looking at the magic creatures getting closer, Hua Yuntian took the lead. He stomped his foot, and a black dragon rushed into the sky from within him, spewing out scorching dragon flames. When the dragon flames passed, the surrounding magic creatures turned to ashes. Huh! At this moment, a loud roar came. Not to be outdone, Xiao Man's body was covered in glowing runes, and he suddenly expanded by dozens of feet. With a single punch, the ground cracked and mountains hung upside down. As soon as Xiao Man struck, Jiangqing had already stepped on his sword river, soaring through the air, sweeping toward the magic creatures that had fallen into the rift. The 3 of them, when they moved, had already cleared away the majority of the magic creatures pouring out from deep within the secret realm. No wonder they are the direct disciples of our Xuantiangong. Outside the secret realm, the Xuantiangong disciples who witnessed the 3's immense power couldn't help but feel astonished and emotional. In contrast, Yi Xian stood alone behind the 3, with no intention of making a move at all. What is the young sect master doing? Among the crowd, Yi Xian supporters looked completely confused. Although they could not understand why there were so many magic creatures in the life and death secret realm, they thought this was mostly a test for the direct disciples in the realm. All 3 others have shown extraordinary strength, yet the young sect master remains unmoved. Isn't he going to be outshone by the other 3? Just as Yi Xian supporters were anxiously wondering in the crowd, suddenly, bursts of strange laughter came. What else could it be? Yi Xian must be scared. With this little courage, he has the right to become our Xiantian sect's young master. In my opinion, Yi Xian has been living a life of comfort. No matter how strong he is, he still needs real combat training. The other 3 direct disciples have been fighting outside for many years. Yi Xian is naturally incomparable. For many years, Yi Xian has dominated within the Xiantian sect, occupying a large amount of cultivation resources, and many people have long been unable to tolerate it. However, due to Yi Xian's impressive standing in the Xiantian sect, no one dared to speak up. But now, Xiao Man and Jiangqing have returned one after another. Even Hua Yuntian, who is said to be the strongest direct disciple of the Xiantian sect 100 years ago, has come back to the sect. These people seem to have found their backing, and one by one, they started to complain among the crowd. Yi Xian supporters turned red in the face, but did not know how to retort. After all, Yi Xian's performance in killing the demon beast in the secret realm was indeed not as impressive as the other 3 direct disciples. No, that's not right. He didn't have any performance at all. Compared to the noisy Xiantian sect disciples outside the secret realm, Yi Xian remained very calm. He even took advantage of the time when Hua Yuntian and the others were battling to level up and pulled off 10 consecutive draws in the Golden Sphere. 10 consecutive draws, indeed reliable. Yi Xian looked at the reward space, with 8 golden treasure chests and 2 diamond treasure chests, secretly marveling with joy. From the golden treasure chests, he opened 2 empty items. 1, thank you for your patronage, 3 great Dao fruits, and 2 magical pills shining with colorful light. If it were a single draw, the probability of getting the thank you for your patronage and empty would probably increase dramatically. Yi Xian took a closer look. The 2 magical pills were called momentary revival pills. As the name suggests, no matter what kind of damage one suffers, even if one is hanging by a thread, as long as there is still a breath left, taking this pill will instantly revive them to full health. This is not just a pill. It's like having 2 extra lives. However, compared to the rewards from the golden treasure chests, what came out of the 2 diamond treasure chests clearly made Yi Xian's heart race even more. From the diamond treasure chests, 2 skills were revealed. One named Floating Light Illusion, which is an almost perfect illusion technique. Even in front of true gods, one cannot discern the real from the false. The other one, named Flying Dragon Exploring Clouds, is even more powerful. It can actually ignore all rules and steal others' great opportunities. This Yi Xian gasped in surprise. Such a heavenly skill is simply essential for treasure hunting in the secret realm and for everyday life. Looking again at Hua Yuntian and the three, who were busy leveling up by fighting monsters, Yi Xian couldn't help but feel a bit of pity. You guys are working so hard to fight monsters. What's the use? In the end, aren't you just making it easier for me? At this moment, in Yi Xian's eyes, Hua Yuntian and the three were like three walking experience babies. The stronger their gained opportunities, the more excited Yi Xian became. Sensing Yi Xian's gaze, Jiang Qing, who was stepping on a blade river and killing everywhere in the air, flashed a hint of disdain in his eyes. So what if he is a person with divine awakening? In the face of demons, he doesn't even have the courage to act. He's just a worthless waste. Jumping into the demons, with fists roaring, Xiao Man also had a trace of cold laughter at the corner of his mouth. This kind of trash, is he even qualified to compete for the position of young master? Only Hua Yuntian, with the black dragon on his head, looked at Yi Xian with a thoughtful expression. From the moment they entered the secret realm, Yi Xian's divine bones situation indicated that Yi Xian's strength was already comparable to a martial king, yet he remained behind everyone, unwilling to act. Could it be that he wants to let the mantis stalk the cicada, with the yellow sparrow behind? Thinking of this, Hua Yuntian made a cold grunt. You really underestimate me, Hua Yuntian. In front of me, a six-star martial king. How could I let a martial sect disciple take advantage of me? Over the years, Hua Yuntian had been trapped in the ancient secret realm, practicing countless secret methods. Inheritance. When it comes to the skill of plotting behind someone's back, he claims the second place, and no one dares to claim the first. Yi Xiantian wanted to play tricks in front of him, which was harder than reaching the sky. If you can fool me, from now on, I, Huanshan, will call you father. Just as the three were rampaging through the monsters, the ground beneath their feet suddenly trembled. Crack! At that moment, a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky. In the secret realm, it split open a massive chasm spanning hundreds of miles. In the depths of the chasm, a sitting skeleton quietly awaited. Although the skeleton had been in meditation for many years, it radiated a vigorous spiritual energy and a terrifying pressure. I am Anlin, the fourth-generation ancestor of the Xintian sect. Today, I suppress thousands of monsters here. If a fated person from future generations encounters this, they shall inherit my mantle, protect the righteous path, and defend all living beings. Fourth-generation ancestor? It is actually Anlin, the fourth-generation ancestor of the Xintian sect. Outside the secret realm, the Xintian sect disciples who saw this scene through the mirror projection erupted in excitement. Even the Xintian sect leader on the opposite platform and the elders behind him showed expressions of astonishment. I didn't expect that they would encounter the inheritance of the fourth-generation ancestor Anlin as soon as they entered the secret realm. The fourth-generation ancestor Anlin was the closest to a true deity among their ancestors. His name echoed even louder than that of the Fire Cloud ancestor. However, his greatest achievement was suppressing most of the monsters in the southern wilderness with his own strength. It is precisely because our fourth-generation ancestor suppressed the monsters with his own cultivation that the southern wilderness has enjoyed over 10,000 years of peace. Unfortunately, during the battle between righteous and evil 1,000 years ago, after suppressing thousands of monsters, ancestor Anlin vanished without trace. I didn't expect he left behind an inheritance in the life and death secret realm. The Xintian sect leader's eyes narrowed slightly. Obtaining the fourth-generation ancestor's inheritance was a tremendous opportunity. I just wonder, among the four of them, who will be the one to ultimately inherit it. Chapter 19 Inheritance Contest. Exorcising Spirit Talismans. Compared to the excitement outside, in the secret realm, Huanshan, Jiang Qing, and Xiao Man, upon seeing the inheritance of the fourth-generation ancestor Anlin, were equally astonished. Especially Huanshan. He had already received 3 inheritances that were no less than the heavenly fire Tao before being trapped in the ancient secret realm. But this figure before him was the fourth-generation ancestor Anlin of the Xintian sect. It is said that ancestor Anlin, in his early years, obtained half an ancient secret treasure in the central wilderness spirit domain. It was precisely because of the ancient secret treasure that the fourth-generation ancestor Anlin could shine in the battle between righteous and evil, suppressing countless monsters with his own strength. The ancient secret treasure is a legacy left behind by true deities. Even half of it is enough to make one stand above the world, dominating the ages. Thinking of this, Huanshan's heart grew hotter. I killed the most monsters just now. If the fourth-generation ancestor is looking for an heir, it must be me, Huanshan. As soon as Huanshan's words fell, Xiao Man immediately mocked. Just because you killed many monsters, you think you can inherit the ancestor's legacy? If it's about inheritance, naturally, it depends on the mind of the inheritor. With your restless heart, how can you bear the belief of the fourth-generation ancestor in protecting all living beings? If it's about temperament, as a sword cultivator, I am the one who should take it. Jiangqing stepped forward right after. None of them were willing to back down. Each believed they were the best candidates to inherit the fourth-generation ancestor's legacy. Enough of the nonsense. If you want to compete for the inheritance, show your strength. Huayanshan stamped his foot, and a black dragon soared into the sky. The pressure of a six-star martial king sweeping toward Xiaoman and Jiangqing like a tidal wave. Do you really think a martial king can be invincible? Xiaoman's runes shimmered, and in an instant, coalesced into a pitch-black suit of armor. Martial king? I've killed monsters during my travels. Clang! The mysterious iron sword in Jiangqing's hand finally unsheathed. Facing Hua Yuntian, the six-star martial king, Jiangqing and Xiaoman chose to join forces. Ha ha! 2 against 1, the odds are even better. Amidst the wild laughter, Xiaoman turned his gaze towards Yixian, who was not far away. Are you joining us? Forget it. This waste seems to have no intention of competing for the inheritance with us at all. Jiangqing glanced in Yixian's direction. To compete for the inheritance, one must first gain the recognition of the fourth-generation ancestor. When the 3 of them were slaying monsters just now, Yixian did not participate, which meant he had no qualification to obtain the inheritance from the fourth-generation ancestor-in-law. Well then, since he doesn't want the inheritance, he might as well roll far away to avoid getting caught up in the battle and being beaten to death. In Xiaoman's view, his alliance with Jiangqing was already enough to balance Hua Yuntian. It didn't matter if Yixian was there or not. It's infuriating. How can they say such things about senior brother Yixian? Outside the secret realm, Yixian supporters were turning red with anger upon hearing Jiangqing and Xiaoman humiliate Yixian like this. Even though Yixian did not participate in the slaughter of the monsters just now, it was not enough for them to insult him so mercilessly. However, compared to the supporters outside who were about to explode with rage, Yixian's performance inside the secret realm was very calm. He slowly walked to a relatively smooth stone slab and sat down. This is a good spot to observe the battle, Yixian said, leisurely taking out a Dao fruit from his reward space. What inheritance from the fourth-generation ancestor-in-law? What protecting the people and defending the righteous path? All of it is fake. It's just a virtual image created by Yixian using floating light illusion. Yixian just wanted to test how effective this skill was. He didn't expect to also deceive the people outside the secret realm. At this moment, he sat on the stone slab, munching on the fruit with a look of watching a show. I have to say, this Dao fruit tastes really extraordinary. Although it wasn't Yixian's first time using the Dao fruit, in the previous 2 times, he had absorbed the energy directly using his golden finger. Now, tasting it for himself, he felt a lingering aftertaste that was simply delightful. Brother, what are you eating? It looks so delicious. It's a Dao fruit. Do you want one? Yixian instinctively replied. But as soon as he said it, Yixian froze. What was that crisp little girl's voice just now? Yixian quickly turned around to look and saw a little girl wrapped in a black belly band standing behind him, sucking on her finger and staring longingly at the Dao fruit in his hand. Yixian felt his back hair stand on end. With his godly bone open to 30% and the strength of a 6-star martial zone, he couldn't even sense how this little girl had appeared behind him. What frightened him even more was that when he took out the Dao fruit, he had already used floating light illusion to cover the surrounding area with an illusion. Even the sect master of the Xiantian sect and the elders outside the secret realm could only see him quietly sitting on the stone slab. How could this little girl see through the Dao fruit in his hand? This is an illusion that even true gods cannot see through. Could it be that this little girl is even more powerful than a true god? Yes. Thinking of this, Yixian couldn't help but gasp in cold air. Is that really okay? Thank you, big brother. The little girl hesitated for a moment, but after swallowing a few times, she finally couldn't hold back and snatched the Dao fruit from Yixian's hand. Chomp, chomp, she started eating. Hey, I already bit that. Yixian was about to say something, but seeing the little girl eating so happily, his hand that had reached out pulled back. Forget it, I should first figure out. What exactly is she? So fragrant, so sweet, so delicious. Looking at the little girl beside him, who was lost in joy and still wanting more, Yixian suddenly felt a headache. This little girl, able to come and go freely in the life and death secret realm handed down by the ancestors of the Xiantian sect, clearly has an extraordinary identity. Moreover, she had just seen through Yixian's shimmering illusion. Brother, I'm done eating. The little girl, who had finished the Dao fruit, raised her head and stared eagerly at Yixian. Her expression seemed to beg for another one. And no more, Yi Xian said awkwardly. Are you kidding? This is the Dao fruit. Yi Xian had only 3 on him. She had just eaten one. Since you ate my things, can you answer a few questions for me? After thinking, Yi Xian still mustered the courage to ask. The little girl's background is just too mysterious. Yi Xian looked for a long time and couldn't figure out anything. So he directly asked, brother, you ask. The little girl's response was surprisingly obedient. Why are you here? Upon hearing Yi Xian's question, the little girl blinked her eyes twice. Because I was born here, born in a life and death secret realm? Could she be the illegitimate daughter of some big shot in the Xintian sect? But as soon as this thought appeared, Yi Xian dismissed it. With the little girl's ability to see through illusions, she's likely more powerful than all the big shots of the Xintian sect combined. How could she possibly be an illegitimate daughter? Brother, can you help me take this thing off? It's stuck on my back and it's so itchy. At this moment, the little girl suddenly turned around and pointed at a worn-out spirit talisman behind her. Yi Xian stepped closer to take a look, and when he saw the spirit talisman, he was instantly struck like lightning, his brain going blank. This is the Sealed Demon's Talisman. Chapter 20. Ancient Secrets, All Fools. About the 4th-generation ancestor Anlin's sealing of the demons to guard the path, Yi Xian discovered it in a secret record of the Xintian sect. However, when he was reading this secret record, he also found another secret. At that time, the outbreak of the righteous and evil battle was not limited to the southern wilds. The entire 6 regions of Heaven's Wastes, except for the long-lost Upper Star Divine region, was invaded by demonic creatures in the remaining 4 great wild regions, east, south, west, and north. Even the central wild spirit region was not spared. Seeing the urgent situation, all the great Taoists and holy sects in the central wild spirit region united. Only then did they manage to forcibly seal the mysterious Black Star that triggered the righteous and evil battle. And what they used to seal the Black Star at that time was this Sealed Demon's Talisman. This little girl, could she be the transformation of that Black Star? Looking at the enigmatic little girl in front of him, Yi Xian's gaze gradually changed. The legendary Black Star, which led to demonic transformation, actually turned into a human form? If this spreads, probably no one will believe it. Yi Xian collected his stunned thoughts and glanced at the little girl beside him again. No wonder there are suddenly so many demonic creatures appearing in the trial's secret realm. The demonic creatures from the righteous and evil battle were terrifying existences comparable to true gods. And this was just the result of being demonized by the Black Star. But the life and death secret realm has given birth to so many demonic creatures, and the generations of ancestors of Xintian sect have not noticed at all. As soon as this thought popped up, Yi Xian realized he was overthinking it. The little girl in front of him was transformed from the Black Star, which can even demonize true gods, let alone the ancestors of a Xintian sect. As long as the Black Star doesn't want to be discovered, even if the master of the Xintian divine path comes, it wouldn't help. Big brother, you smell like something I like. Can I follow you? At that moment, the little girl, transformed from the Black Star, tilted her head and asked, something she likes? Yi Xian was taken aback at first. Then he quickly reacted. Could it be the aura of the Tao? The little girl transformed from the Black Star could see through floating lights and illusions. She could feel the great fortune of Tao on Yi Xian's body, which didn't seem hard to understand. While Yi Xian silently persuaded himself in his heart, he turned to glance at the little girl. Do you want to follow me? The little girl nodded vigorously. Although Yi Xian couldn't figure out why the little girl insisted on following him, he felt that, given her strength, it seemed impossible for him to refuse. Better to stabilize her for now and observe. Thinking of this, Yi Xian couldn't help but ask again, do you have a name? Name? The little girl bit her finger, thought for a while, and shook her head. I don't have a name. Then I'll call you Little Black from now on. Little Black? I like this name. Thank you, big brother. Hearing Yi Xian give her a name, the little girl was filled with joy and excitement. Not Little Black, but Little Black. Yi Xian's lips twitched slightly. But I still like the name Little Black. Looking at the stubborn little girl, Yi Xian felt speechless in his heart. However, thinking again, the little girl was transformed from the Black Star, not an ordinary being. Since she was willing to follow him, there was no need to be entangled over such trivial matters as a name. Brother, are those 3 fools fighting? Fools! Yi Xian instinctively looked at Huaqing Tian and the other 2 in midair, fiercely competing for the inheritance. They can't even see through your illusions, big brother. What else could they be but fools? Hearing Little Black's addition, Yi Xian's lips twitched slightly. Do you think everyone is as abnormal as you? Being able to see through illusions that even true gods struggle to discern? Thinking from another perspective, Yi Xian felt much more comfortable. Little Black has an extraordinary background. With her by Yi Xian's side, who knows, there might be another free helper in the future. Oh no, this helper isn't free at all. She just ate a Dao fruit. And looking at her like this, she will definitely be mooching food and drink from Yixian in the future. This may be the price of hiring child labor. Yixian secretly rubbed his forehead. In just a moment of distraction, Hua Qingtian and the others were almost deciding their outcome. At that moment, Hua Qingtian was no longer the elegant figure he had been when he appeared. A sword wound pierced through his chest, his clothes soaked in blood, revealing the white bones under his flesh. There were also several fractures caused by immense force on his limbs and torso. Xiao Man and Jiang Qing were in an even worse state. Xiao Man had a broken arm, gasping for air, and the so-called strongest defense of the ancient body of the wilderness was cracking inch by inch. The mysterious iron sword in Jiang Qing's hand was also starting to lose its luster. His whole body was burned to a pulp by the dragon flame, resembling a pile of nearly melting chocolate. Where is there a trace of the elegance and handsomeness he had when he first appeared? The two top disciples of the Hard Steel Six-Star Martial King are still a bit too forced. Outside the secret realm, observing the scene through projection, the master of Xiantian's sect sighed secretly. It seems that the inheritance of the fourth-generation ancestor has already settled. The elders of each sect, standing behind the master of Xiantian's sect, nodded slightly. Although Xiao Man and Jiang Qing caused significant damage to Hua Qingtian, they still fell short by a thin line. Look, this should be our future young master of the Xiantian sect. Among the crowd of Xiantian's sect disciples below, some had already started cheering for Hua Qingtian. They had clearly seen the fierce battle between Hua Qingtian and the three. Hua Qingtian, with his single strength, overwhelmed the fierce display of the two top disciples, winning the hearts of many. In contrast, Yixian, sitting far away on a stone slab and doing nothing, had fallen into the disadvantage. What good is luck? Even if he just entered the secret realm and found an opportunity, there are still differences in the value of opportunities. That is the inheritance of the fourth-generation master, Lan. Brother Hua, well done. Long live Brother Hua. Just when everyone thought that Hua Yuntian, the victor, was about to smoothly obtain the inheritance of the fourth-generation master Lan, an unexpected scene occurred. The once mighty skeleton suddenly twisted together with the surrounding abyss. What's going on? Why has the inheritance of Master and Lan disappeared? Looking at the skeletal remains that had just radiated supreme power, they vanished along with the 100-mile abyss beneath them in the blink of an eye. The disciples of Xuantiangong were all stunned. Even the sect master of Xuantiangong on the round platform, along with the elders behind him, wore expressions of shock. For a moment, no one knew what had happened. In the secret realm, Hua Yuntian, who had just gone through a life-and-death struggle, had not even recovered from the joy of obtaining the fourth-generation master's inheritance before finding it mysteriously vanished. Where did the inheritance go? Where is the inheritance of the fourth-generation master? After a brief moment of astonishment, Hua Yuntian's face was filled with horror. Although Xiao Man and Jiang Qing were much weaker than him, their combined efforts still caused Hua Yuntian considerable injury with their strongest techniques. Fortunately, in the end, Hua Yuntian fused the remnant soul of the true dragon with himself and defeated them, winning the qualification for the fourth-generation master's inheritance. But now, the inheritance qualification he fought so hard to obtain had not yet had the chance to be claimed. How could the inheritance in the secret realm just disappear? Brother, that guy is so dumb. He doesn't even know those illusions were created by you to play tricks on him. Little Black laughed heartily while pointing at Hua Yuntian, who stood bewildered across from them. Chill. Be careful he hears you. This person is very petty. If he finds out that those illusions were a trick I played on him, he will definitely come looking for trouble with you. Although Yixian was not afraid of Hua Yuntian, it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Moreover, in the matter of the fourth-generation master's inheritance, it was indeed Yixian who had been toying with them. Such monkey tricks should naturally not be broadcasted. How small is very small? Is it smaller than mine? Yixian. Looking at Little Black, who pointed at her chest and compared sizes, Yixian's mind went blank for a moment. Many people have come in before. I've seen some sisters here, and they're really big, bigger than mine. Little Black gestured with her hands, her face full of envy. Yixian had a strange expression. Among the direct disciples of Zhenyanggong, there were indeed female disciples, and many of them had even become elders of the sect. This should not be spoken of outside. Yixian did not want to be chased around by a group of charming female elders over an issue of size. After seriously lecturing Little Black, Yixian carefully observed her for a while. To be honest, Little Black's features were quite delicate, if only she had grown. Wait, she's already over 10,000 years old. If nothing unexpected happens, she probably won't have a chance to grow anymore. Little Black was transformed from the Black Star itself, so she was inherently different from normal beings. Just as Yixian was fixated on Little Black's chest, flooded with all sorts of wild ideas, in the distance, Hua Yuntian's furious gaze suddenly landed on Yixian, who was sitting on the stone slab. What the hell is this guy doing? Does he think I stole his inheritance? Chapter 21. All beasts submit, the true form of Black Star. Hua Yuntian indeed had such a thought. But just now, while he was fighting Jiangqing and Xiaoman, Yixian had been sitting on the stone slab opposite him and had no chance to seize the inheritance at all. Moreover, the inheritance of the fourth-generation master was so close to them, whether Yixian snatched it or not. Can Hua Yuntian not feel this? Beside him, does Jiangqing and Xiaoman not know? Although reason told Hua Yuntian that Yixian had no chance to act. But for some reason, deep down, he always had a faint feeling that this matter was closely related to Yixian. Let's go. As he saw the mysterious inheritance of the fourth-generation ancestor and Lan disappearing. Only half of Jiangqing's life remaining, he exchanged a glance with Xiaoman. The pressure that Hua Yuntian put on them was simply too great. Now, the inheritance of the fourth-generation ancestor and Lan mysteriously vanished. Staying here would surely make them targets for Hua Yuntian's wrath. Moreover, the two of them had suffered serious injuries in their struggle with Hua Yuntian. If they did not quickly find a quiet place to heal, they would likely lose connection to the opportunities behind the secret realm. It's just the inheritance of a fourth-generation ancestor. Even if we can't obtain it, there's no need to be so angry. For martial artists, cultivating the heart is especially important. Acting like this will only limit your future achievements. Just when Hua Yuntian was filled with rage, a weathered voice suddenly echoed in his mind. The years Hua Yuntian spent trapped in the ancient secret realm were not just about obtaining a remnant soul of a true dragon. There was also a powerful spirit hidden within him from the ancient secret realm. Old Hai is right. I impulsively acted just now. With Old Hai's comforting words, Hua Yuntian's nearly shattered mindset finally found a bit of balance. He glanced again at Yixian sitting on the stone slab in the distance. Consider this kid wise. He didn't join Xiaoman and Jiangqing's camp. Otherwise, with a cold snort in his heart, Hua Yuntian transformed into a beam of black light and soared into the sky. The inheritance of the fourth-generation ancestor in Lan had already caused him to waste too much time at the edge of the secret realm. If he let Xiaoman and Jiangqing, who had just fled, take the lead, this trip to the secret realm would be a loss. If it weren't for Old Hai's reminder, I would have forgotten that in the secret realm, the later you go, the more powerful the inheritances and opportunities become. As for Yixian, once Hua Yuntian found opportunities and exited the secret realm, he would have plenty of time to deal with him. Brother, that foolish guy has left. Let's go too. Hearing Little Black Bat's words, Yixian nodded and stood up from the stone slab. Go this way, go this way. I know a shortcut that can directly enter the depths of the secret realm. Just as Yixian was about to choose a route, Little Black Bat suddenly tugged at the corner of his clothes from behind. A shortcut. Yixian's eyes lit up. Little Black Bat had been in this life-and-death secret realm for so many years. She must be very familiar with the terrain here. With such a living map to guide him, he could quietly enter the village without anyone noticing. He could get into the core area of the secret realm before Hua Yuntian and the others. Is this the shortcut you speak of? Soon, as Yixian followed Little Black Bat to the so-called shortcut, his expression faltered. All around, various types of demons and ferocious beasts lurked. Some of the demon beasts even emanated auras that had already surpassed Yixian and reached the level of the martial king. No wonder the shortcut is never used. Yixian's mouth twitched slightly. This was no shortcut. It was simply a road to the underworld, rushing to reincarnation. Brother, don't worry. These are all my little brothers. As long as I give a command, they will clear the way. It can be done like this? Now, Yixian was completely stunned. But then he thought Little Black Bat was originally transformed from the dark star that changes demons. So it was not unusual for her to become the boss of these demon beasts. He saw Little Black Bat stand in front of Yixian. Roar! Immediately, a deafening roar echoed. Yixian could hardly imagine how such a small body of Little Black Bat could emit such a roar that shook the entire secret realm. What's going on? Could it be that an ancient ferocious beast is being born in the secret realm? Above the secret realm, Hua Yuntian, controlling the remnant soul of the true dragon. Feeling the terrifying roar that made his entire body tremble, a hint of faint fear flashed in his eyes. Even the sea elder within him could not help but show a serious expression. The fierce beast has descended, and it will surely affect your efficiency in receiving the inheritance in the secret realm. From now on, you must be more careful. For Hua Yuntian, the greatest crisis in the life and death secret realm was not Xiaoman, not Jiangqing, and definitely not Yixian, but the unknown dangers within the secret realm. Outside the secret realm, hearing the roar that shook the entire secret realm, the disciples of Xiantian's sect turned pale. Even the sect master of Xiantian's sect, who was originally sitting on the stage, couldn't help but stand up. When did such a terrifying, fierce beast emerge in the secret realm? As a master of Xiantian's sect, although he had the authority to open the life and death secret realm, he could not control everything within it. Or rather, everything in the secret realm was beyond his control. That was another world condensed by the inheritances of the ancestors of Xiantian's sect. I just seemed to see senior brother Yi Xian heading in the direction of the roar. I saw it too. Oh no, senior brother Yi Xian won't run into danger, right? Among the crowd below, Yi Xian's supporters looked worried. Under the effect of the shimmering illusion, they could only see Yi Xian heading that way, and couldn't see what was happening beside him. Who told him not to go with senior brother Hua? It's his own fate that he has to suffer. If senior brother Hua were there to look after him, even if he couldn't win first place in the life and death secret trial, he wouldn't lose his life. The life and death trial had just begun, and the attitude of the Xiantian sect disciples had already changed. Hua Yuntian's ability to overpower 2 top disciples alone had proven his strength. Even without inheriting the 4th-generation ancestors' teachings, his strength was still undeniable. In martial arts practice, the strong were always respected. In the past, when Yi Xian was strong, the winds naturally favored him. But now that the strong one was Hua Yuntian, Yi Xian had naturally become yesterday's flower, abandoned by those who followed the trend. In the secret realm, looking at the scene of thousands of beasts bowing and trembling, Yi Xian's eyes lightly jumped. Is this the power of Little Black? If it weren't for the golden sphere in his body that had not issued a warning, Yi Xian would almost suspect that this girl was deliberately pretending to be innocent. Brother, I didn't scare you just now, right? I was already very restrained. Little Black stood beside Yi Xian with a look of grievance. Well, you didn't scare me, but it seems you scared them quite a bit. Yi Xian pointed to the monsters across the way, several of which had been so frightened by Little Black that they were foaming at the mouth. That's just because they are timid. What does it have to do with me? Looking at Little Black, who was playing double standards on the spot, Yi Xian suddenly felt a familiar sense of déjà vu. Although you don't look as big as those big sisters, your insides are the same. Yi Xian patted Little Black's horn braid on her head. What is the insides? Is it delicious? Little Black tilted her head and asked. Not delicious, it's salty, cough cough. Dirty things, don't eat them casually, do you hear? I heard. Little Black obediently nodded. Chapter 22 Core of the Secret Realm. Ascend the Divine Mountain. With a shortcut opened up by Little Black, Yi Xian traveled smoothly towards the core region of the Secret Realm. On the way, Yi Xian also took back the demon-subduing talisman from Little Black. Although this thing had already lost its efficacy, it was still a divine object crafted by the major holy teachings and divine paths in the central wilderness. After we get out, I'll find an opportunity to repair it. Maybe it can still be used. Even if it couldn't be used, it should still fetch a good price. Yi Xian had just checked, and this demon-subduing talisman alone used materials to paint the runes, and there are several kinds that have been completely cut off in the 4 Great Wastelands. Even in the Central Wasteland Spirit Domain, it is also extremely rare top-level material. These guys seem to be very afraid of you. Along the way, Yi Xian looked at the demonic creatures and ferocious beasts around him, cowering on the ground and trembling, and couldn't help but ask. In just a little while, he had already spotted hundreds of ferocious beasts at the martial sect level, and even a dozen at the martial king level. The most exaggerated was just now, at the fork they passed, where Yi Xian actually saw a ferocious beast comparable to the royal level. If this were outside, it would definitely cause quite a stir in the southern wasteland. However, these astonishing ferocious beasts in front of Little Black seemed like mice seeing a cat, behaving surprisingly obediently. Of course they are afraid of me, because each of them has been beaten by me. Looking at the suddenly violent Little Black girl in front of him, Yi Xian's lips trembled lightly. As if to prove that she wasn't lying, Little Black glared sharply at the royal-level ferocious beast in the distance, and in an instant, her aura, like a queen descending, directly stunned the royal-level beast. Seeing this, Yi Xian couldn't help but feel a deep sense of emotion inside. It seemed that Little Black was not simply showing this one-sided side of herself in front of Yi Xian. Brother, you are different from them. At this moment, Little Black suddenly spoke up. Because I have the scent you like on me? No, that's not it. Not entirely. Little Black carefully thought about Yi Xian's words and replied. On my brother, besides having the scent I like, there's also an indescribable feeling that makes my heart race, but I can't help wanting to get closer. In short, it's very powerful. Yi Xian was well aware that the feeling Little Black described that made her heart race was probably not referring to him specifically. Could it be the golden finger? So far, the golden sphere condensed within Yi Xian's body, besides being able to collect the luck of the Great Way, draw lots, and refine the dirt that had entered his body, he was completely unaware of its other functions. But from Little Black's words just now, it seemed there were new functions in the golden sphere that Yi Xian had not yet developed or touched upon. All right, brother, we've arrived. This is the core of the secret realm. After traveling for more than half an hour, Little Black suddenly pointed at the distant mountain, her face full of joy and excitement. Core of the secret realm. Yi Xian followed the direction Little Black pointed to look. He saw a divine mountain standing not far in front of him, shrouded in clouds and mist. On the divine mountain, brilliant light blossomed, with a long stone staircase crossing through the clouds, leading directly to the mountaintop. On both sides of the stone staircase stood countless mysterious stone tablets of various sizes. Before Yi Xian could approach these stone tablets, he had already sensed the powerful aura emanating from them. This is the true inheritance place within the life and death secret realm. It was obvious that Hua Yintian and the other two still had not arrived here. However, recalling the encounters along the way, Yi Xian felt relieved. I thought there wouldn't be many royal-level ferocious beasts in this secret realm, but on the way, I encountered more than a dozen. The most exaggerated was one royal-level ferocious beast, which was clearly on the verge of transformation, just a hair away from advancing to the Holy Realm, becoming a being that countless strong ones would tremble at. The Holy Realm ferocious beast is only one step away from the legendary divine beast. Yi Xian felt a surge of emotions within. It's a pity that ferocious beasts, like demonic creatures, act solely on instinct and possess low intelligence, compared to the thinking, shape-shifting, and speaking beastmen. After all, they still fell short. If they were beastmen at the martial sect level, they would already be of similar intelligence to humans. Thus, the beastmen in the 6 domains of the wasteland. Most of them also have their own forces. Moreover, these forces are not at all beneath the divine paths and holy teachings of the Central Wilderness Spirit Domain. Monstrous beasts are inherently strong, and in the Central Wilderness Spirit Domain, the Divine Beast Mountain is a superforce made up of these beasts. Just in what Yi Xian knows, among the 4 great wild regions of Southeast, Southwest, Northeast, and Northwest, there are quite a few branches and direct lines of the Divine Beast Mountain. Some are even formidable sects like the Xiantian sect in the Southern Wilderness, which would not provoke them easily. Hua Yintan and the other two, even if they bypass the area dominated by fierce beasts and demonic creatures, it won't be easy to enter the core area of the Trial Secret Realm. After all, this is the Xiantian sect, the life and death secret realm condensed by the will of generations of ancestors. Moreover, the fierce beasts and demonic creatures within the secret realm do not always gather together. Many powerful fierce beasts and demonic creatures have the habit of hunting alone. Not to mention, there are countless prohibitions and formations within the secret realm. In short, entering the core of the secret realm is not an easy task. Even Yi Xian, if it weren't for Little Black leading the way, would not have reached the foot of the Divine Mountain so quickly. Big brother, are you planning to climb that mountain? What? Do you have a shortcut? Hearing Little Black's inquiry, Yi Xian couldn't help but ask back. No, it's not that. I don't like this place. There's no one around. It's just bare rocks. Little Black's words caused Yi Xian to have a moment of inner complaints. It seemed that outside this mountain, you could barely see a shadow of a person. The life and death trial of the Xiantian sect opens once every 100 years. If there are no favored disciples encountered, this time limit can be extended indefinitely. Even though Little Black is over 10,000 years old, in the life and death secret realm, she can hardly see a few people. However, after thinking for a moment, Yi Xian felt relieved. After all, there are so many fierce beasts and demonic creatures outside the Divine Mountain to keep her company. At the very least, they can serve as punching bags for Little Black, practicing together and such. The stone tablets and stone steps on the Divine Mountain would probably bore any little girl who came here. Don't be fooled by Little Black's over 10,000 years. In most cases, her mindset is that of a 3-year-old child. Maybe this is the main reason why the golden orb didn't issue a warning to me. After all, what bad intentions could a 3-year-old little girl have towards Yi Xian? Let's go. I'll take you up to take a look. After saying this, Yi Xian grabbed Little Black behind him and walked towards the Divine Mountain opposite. Outside the Trial's secret realm, seeing that Yi Xian was the first direct disciple to set foot on the Divine Mountain, all the Xiantian sect disciples present were dumbfounded. What's going on? In the life and death secret realm, rumored to be rife with danger and fierce beasts, why has senior brother Yi Xian walked through as if in an uninhabited land? Before the floating light and shadow that Yi Xian displayed, The Xiantian sect's outer disciples and elders could only see Yi Xian's retreating figure, unable to see Little Black at all. They couldn't even see a single shadow of the nearby fierce beasts or demonic creatures. Haha, who said that luck has no use? Weren't you all just criticizing Senior Brother Yi Xian? Now, the first spot to enter the Divine Mountain goes to Senior Brother Yi Xian. Senior Brother Yi Xian is truly the chosen one of our Xiantian sect. Though the inheritance has not yet begun, Yi Xian being the first to enter the Divine Mountain is already enough proof that he is ahead of everyone. Those who had previously swayed towards Hua Yuntian were now completely baffled. The life and death secret realm of the Xiantian sect has been inherited for tens of thousands of years. Is it so easy to pass through? Not to mention, just look at how many tribulations Hua Yuntian and the other two direct disciples encountered on their way. Even now, they haven't even approached the outer edge of the Divine Mountain. Xiao Man, who possesses the ancient body of the wilderness, is even trapped in the prohibitions, hanging by a thread. Did Yi Xian really just walk in so effortlessly? Why? In fact, not only the disciples of Xuantiangong below are feeling this way. At this moment, Xuantiangong's master feels the same. Yi Xian actually became the first person to ascend the Divine Mountain. In the subconscious of Xuantiangong's master, Hua Yuntian was obviously the one with the best chance to be the first direct disciple to ascend the Divine Mountain. But now, the fact is right in front of him. Yi Xian has indeed broken everyone's understanding and ascended the mountain as the first. Xuantiangong's master feels not only surprised, but also a bit shocked. Chapter 23, A Stunning Sword, Mindset Explosion. Boom, boom, boom. What's going on? Looking at the distant area of the secret realm, where bursts of divine light suddenly erupted, Hua Yuntian, who was fighting a fierce beast on the black dragon, felt his eyelids jump wildly. Someone has ascended the Divine Mountain. Old Hai's words made Hua Yuntian feel an immense sense of shame. How could someone ascend the Divine Mountain before me? On his journey, with the help of the Black Dragon's remnant soul and Old Hai, Hua Yuntian had fought hard and barely crossed the middle ground of the secret realm. He was just about to enter the core area when the spot for the first ascender to the Divine Mountain was unexpectedly snatched away by someone else. Who is it? Who exactly got in front of me? Jiangqing? Or that useless brute, Xiao Man? In Hua Yuntian's view, only Jiangqing and Xiao Man had the chance to get to the Divine Mountain first. As for Yi Xian, that guy, even less capable than a waste, chose to directly face the core area filled with fierce beasts and monsters. Even Old Hai said that he was dead this time. The Old Hai inhabiting Hua Yuntian, besides being a strong one from the ancient secret realm, also had another identity. He used to be a blood brother of a major figure in Xuantiangong. He learned about the secrets in the secret realm from that major figure. This is why, as soon as Hua Yuntian entered the life and death secret realm, he was so confident. No matter who it is, that person has already taken a step ahead and ascended the Divine Mountain. We must speed up to make up for the loss of entering late. Old Hai reminded, being the first to enter the Divine Mountain means having the opportunity to receive the inheritance first. But that's just a chance. Ultimately, how much inheritance one receives and the strength of it depends on the inheritor themselves. You received the inheritance from the three ancestors of Xuantiangong 100 years ago. Later, in the ancient secret realm, you gained the powers of me and that part of the Black Dragon's remnant soul. In terms of talent, you definitely surpass anyone in Xuantiangong. Even if you missed the first ascender spot for the Divine Mountain, it doesn't mean you can't surpass in the end. Old Hai's words boosted Hua Yuntian's confidence in an instant. Right, getting to the Divine Mountain first doesn't mean he can get the best inheritance. I will make everyone know that I, Hua Yuntian, am the best candidate for stepping into the divine path. With confidence back, the aura around Hua Yuntian began to change. Get lost. He glared at the opposing beast. This beast's strength was comparable to a 4-star martial king and had tough iron armor for defense, nearly equal to Hua Yuntian. However, Hua Yuntian no longer had the heart to continue playing with this beast. He quickly released the Black Dragon's remnant soul within him, and Old Hai continued to enhance Hua Yuntian's strength. In the blink of an eye, Hua Yuntian's aura surged to the peak of a 9-star martial king. Hua Yuntian grasped the air, and the black dragon in the sky instantly transformed into a gigantic sword of dragon flames. With a single slash, the previously formidable beast was immediately cut in half by the sword in Hua Yuntian's hand. Still, was it too forced? After executing this sword, Hua Yuntian started gasping for air heavily. At the same time, combining the power of Old Hai and the Black Dragon's remnant soul. The strongest sword condensed, even facing Hua Yuntian, was still quite a burden. But for the inheritance on the sacred mountain, it is worth it. Hua Yuntian raised his head again, looking in the direction of the sacred mountain. His dragon flame sword transformed once more into a black dragon, and he flew towards the location of the sacred mountain. Outside the secret realm, the disciples of Xian Tian's sect were deeply shaken by Hua Yuntian's astonishing sword. So strong. Senior brother Hua killed a peerless savage beast comparable to a 5-star martial king with just one sword. It seems that senior brother Hua was holding back against Xiao Man and Jiangqing before. Being able to kill a secret realm beast comparable to a 5-star martial king with one sword. If Hua Yuntian had used this sword against Jiangqing or Xiao Man, they would probably have been dead by now. Did you see that? This is strength. Compared to some people who rely on luck to ascend the sacred mountain, this is much stronger. So what if you were the first to reach the sacred mountain? If you can't obtain powerful inheritance, climbing the mountain is pointless. Hua Yuntian's shocking sword from earlier undoubtedly made his followers feel proud. Even the Xian Tian sect master and the elders on the round platform were deeply moved by Hua Yuntian's sword just now. The power of this sword is probably infinitely close to the martial emperor level, right? Elder Xian Jin secretly glanced at the Xian Tian sect master and asked, as one of the few martial emperors in Xian Tian sect, the Xian Tian sect master, with an 8-star martial emperor strength, was already the top fighting force in the entire southern wasteland. Indeed, very close to the martial emperor realm. In response to Elder Xian Jin's inquiry, the Xian Tian sect master answered decisively. Hua Yuntian's talent truly shocked him, especially that astonishing sword transformed from a black dragon. If he hadn't been trapped in the ancient secret realm for so many years, his cultivation level might have already surpassed the current Xian Tian sect master. I have no hope of advancing to the saint realm in this life, but what if another saint-level powerhouse appears among the younger generation of Xian Tian sect? Thinking of this, the Xian Tian sect master's heart couldn't help but heat up. The elders of Xian Tian sect felt the same way. Although Yi Xian is a person of divine awakening, it still takes time for him to grow. Hua Yuntian's strength is evident, and with the true dragon's remnant soul in hand, his future achievements may not be lower than Yi Xian's divine awakening. The key is, this child has a strong heart, is decisive in killing, and is a rare genius. If he takes over as the young master and advances to the Xian Tian divine path, his future achievements will be limitless. As for Yi Xian, even if a person of divine awakening cannot become the young master, there may still be opportunities to delve into the Xian Tian divine path in the future. The key is that compared to Hua Yuntian, who just struck that astonishing sword, Yi Xian still needs time to grow. But the divine decree of Xian Tian divine path cannot wait any longer. If Hua Yuntian can enter the Xian Tian divine path this time, he will definitely shine for our Xian Tian sect. Almost in an instant, the Xian Tian sect master and the elders present made a firm decision in their hearts. At most, we can make Yi Xian a bit wronged. We can compensate him more in the future. The Xian Tian sect master thought to himself. At the same time, within the life and death secret realm, after merging the powers of Old Hai and the Black Dragon Remnant Soul, Hua Yuntian managed to pass through many dangers and finally reach the foot of the sacred mountain. But when Hua Yuntian looked towards the sacred mountain, his once stabilized mindset couldn't help but explode again. Yi Xian? How could it be him? Chapter 24 Thunder Old Ancestor, The Battle for Inheritance. Hua Yuntian truly couldn't believe that the one who ascended the sacred mountain before him was actually Yi Xian. Didn't he choose the most dangerous path where savage beasts are rampant? Why hasn't he been eaten by the savage beasts? Hua Yuntian couldn't figure it out. Similarly, the old Hai who fused with Hua Yuntian was also puzzled. This child, crossing through the realm of fierce beasts, the land occupied by evil creatures, can actually emerge unscathed? Could it be that he has already been seized by a fierce beast? Fierce beasts, though lacking intelligence like evil creatures, can, in certain special situations, give birth to some exceptional fierce beasts. These special fierce beasts often possess unique abilities. Beasts that control souls and seize human bodies do indeed exist. If Yi Xian has been taken over by a fierce beast and has lost control of his soul, then the other fierce beasts in the secret realm might not attack him. Those controlled by fierce beasts often bear some of the beast's own aura, or even be treated as kindred by other fierce beasts. So, he has already been seized by a fierce beast. Hai Lao's words made Hua Yuntian's face fill with excitement. How could he tolerate someone stepping onto the divine mountain before him? Moreover, that person is Yi Xian. Those who are seized by fierce beasts cannot gain the recognition of the ancestral teachings, and even if they live to escape from the secret realm, they will become the target of a combined hunt. Thinking of this, Hua Yuntian's mood instantly brightened. Yi Xian, oh Yi Xian, even if you step ahead of me, what of it? You're just a shell seized by a fierce beast. Hai Lao, experienced and knowledgeable, makes Hua Yuntian trust his judgment fully. However, at this moment, halfway up the mountain, Yi Xian's body suddenly radiated a wave of spiritual aura. Inheritance. He has actually obtained the ancestral inheritance from the divine mountain. Seeing this, Hai Lao and Hua Yuntian were both stunned. Yi Xian, he hasn't been seized. Then how did he cross through the core area occupied by fierce beasts? Being recognized by the ancestors of Xintian sect indicates that there is no possibility Yi Xian was seized. At this moment, Hua Yuntian, filled with rage, just wanted to drag Hai Lao out from within and beat him up. If it weren't for this old fool telling him that crossing the beast area was a dead end, how could he have fallen behind Yi Xian? Hai Lao also didn't expect that Yi Xian could truly pass through the terrifying region occupied by fierce beasts unscathed. Not only has Yi Xian not been seized, but he has also been the first to obtain the ancestral inheritance from the secret realm on the divine mountain. How on earth did he manage to walk out alive? In contrast to the bewildered expressions of Hai Lao and Hua Yuntian at the foot of the mountain, at this moment, Yi Xian was equally surprised. As soon as he reached the middle section of the divine mountain, he caught the favor of the ancestors of the Xintian sect. Immediately afterwards, the scene that Hua Yuntian and Hai Lao witnessed appeared. Even the Xintian sect master outside the secret realm couldn't help but feel emotional. A godly bone awakens 30% of the divine potential. For the long-sleeping ancestors on the divine mountain, hoping for someone to inherit their legacy, the attraction is simply too great. I'm the thunder-rolling ancestor. Are you willing to receive my inheritance, to cultivate my thunder-rolling path? As the thunderclouds rolled fiercely, a voice of immense authority suddenly exploded in Yi Xian's ears. With many martial arts, the thunder-rolling ancestor could enter the path through thunder, cultivating the unparalleled divine abilities of the thunder-rolling path, showcasing his talent on the martial path. Yi Xian glanced up at the phantom of the thundercloud gathering overhead. This is just the middle of the divine mountain. Logically, the closer one gets to the peak, the stronger the inheritance one receives. The thunder-rolling ancestor is at the mountainside. His strength is likely neither here nor there among the many ancestors. If the thunder-rolling ancestor, at this moment, knew that Yi Xian was harboring such thoughts, would he not spring up from the ground and choke Yi Xian to death, then whip his corpse for 7 days and nights? Though I harbor the desire to inherit the path, I still want to go further up, to challenge my limits. Low emotional intelligence. I don't want to inherit your worthless path. High emotional intelligence. I still want to challenge my limits. It must be said that Yi Xian's operation was greatly appreciated by the thunder-rolling ancestor. On the divine mountain, radiating pressure, the higher one goes, the more it tests one's potential. Since you still wish to challenge yourself, I will not force you. Here is a thunder spirit seed I have cultivated for 1,000 years, hoping it will assist you on your martial arts journey in the future. With that, the old ancestor of Thunderbolt spoke, and a small snake flashing with lightning entered Yi Xian's palm. Although martial artists can receive various inheritances, there is a limit to the ancestor's inheritance during the life and death trial. If Yi Xian rashly accepted the Thunderbolt ancestor's inheritance, then later, when encountering better inheritances, Yi Xian may not be able to fully inherit the ancestor's teachings before reaching the limits of the trial's secret realm. But a single Thunder Spirit seed should be fine, right? Thinking of this, Yi Xian accepted the Thunder Spirit seed in his hand and bowed to the Thunderbolt ancestor. Thank you, ancestor, for your kindness. As Yi Xian's words fell, the illusory image of the Thunderbolt ancestor had already dissipated from mountain. Brother, this thing, can I eat it? Little Black Ba asked, staring at the trembling Thunder Spirit seed in Yi Xian's hand, unable to resist swallowing. What? Eat it? You want to eat this thing? Yi Xian looked at Little Black Ba in disbelief. Because Little Black Ba's identity as the Black Star Avatar was so special, before climbing the mountain, Yi Xian had already cast a shimmering illusion on her. Even the Thunderbolt ancestor could not see through the illusion surrounding Little Black Ba. I'm not sure, but it looks like it would taste good, Little Black Ba said, biting her finger, eager to try. Yi Xian looked at the Thunder Spirit seed in his hand, then at Little Black Ba. Anyway, it's free, so just eat it. Compared to the Thunder Spirit seed in his hand, Yi Xian felt that Little Black Ba was more important. After all, this girl had just helped him cross the most dangerous beast area in the secret realm. Thank you, brother, Little Black Ba said happily. Sensing Little Black Ba's intent, the Thunder Spirit seed tried to struggle, but was quickly pressed down by Little Black Ba and shoved into her mouth. Zizizi. Boom! Little Black Ba felt a tingling in her mouth. Then a spark erupted. The Thunder Spirit seed of the Thunderbolt ancestor was swallowed whole by Little Black Ba. How is it? Does it taste good? Yi Xian asked with a frown. He couldn't see what was so delicious about this thing. It's good. But Little Black Ba's response was beyond Yi Xian's expectations. It's good. You should eat more. Yi Xian's lips twitched lightly. As expected of the Black Star Avatar, even eating was different from ordinary people. Soon, Yi Xian, who had thrown the Thunder Spirit seed out of his mind, continued to walk up the mountain with little Black Ba. However, this action sparked an enormous fury in Hua Yuntian. Looking at Yi Xian, who continued to climb toward the mountain peak, Hua Yuntian's fists were nearly about to burst. This guy is clearly aiming for the most powerful inheritance at the top of the mountain. In Hua Yuntian's view, the strongest inheritance at the mountain peak could only be inherited by him. What was Yi Xian? Just trash who had reached the 6-star martial sovereign with the help of divine bones. How dare he compete with Hua Yuntian for the inheritance? Old Hai, from now on, I need to regain full control of my body. I must let Yi Xian know what true divine inheritance means. Hua Yuntian was furious beyond words. He had worked hard, fighting monsters to level up, only for the crystal to be stolen. At this moment, his inner fury had reached its peak, and Hua Yuntian would not allow Yi Xian to obtain the inheritance on the mountain before him. Finally, am I going to use that now? Old Hai, trapped in Hua Yuntian's body, silently shook his head. Hua Yuntian had been trapped in the ancient secret realm for 100 years, not just to capture the remnant soul of the true dragon and Old Hai, but also because of the two souls within him. He obtained a soul pearl, refined by the true god thousands of years ago from the ancient secret realm. Although this soul pearl is only a semi-finished product, it contains unfathomable mysteries. Forcibly activating it can even help Hua Yuntian ignore the upper limit rules in the secret realm and forcefully absorb the ancestral inheritance on the Divine Mountain. I originally wanted to keep the soul pearl as my last resort, but it's you, Yi Xian, who forced me. Chapter 25. Great Humiliation. Soul Pearl erupts. Forcibly using the soul pearl requires enduring immense pain. However, in the face of Hua Yuntian's strong pride, this pain is nothing at all. A worthless person who doesn't even dare to strike when facing monsters. Yi Xian should have died in the dangerous area filled with vicious beasts. But now, he not only hasn't died, he is even ahead of Hua Yuntian. Hua Yuntian feels a tremendous humiliation. If he cannot show overwhelming superiority and completely crush Yi Xian, the first person to ascend the Divine Mountain, how can he deserve the title of strongest direct disciple? The strongest inheritance of the Xiantian sect is mine, and the opportunity to advance to the Xiantian Divine Tao is also mine. As intense pain surged through him, Hua Yuntian's potential was unleashed endlessly by the Soul Pearl. Yi Xian, some fortunes are not for you to take, nor can you take them. Outside the secret realm, the disciples of the Xiantian sect, stunned by Yi Xian's active choice to give up the inheritance, were still unaware of what was happening to Hua Yuntian. Their eyes were fixed on the image of Yi Xian. He had a chance to receive the inheritance, yet Yi Xian chose to give it up? What does he want to do? Is he aiming for the highest inheritance of the Xiantian sect? He's not worthy to compete with senior brother Hua Yuntian for the highest inheritance. In the crowd, supporters of Hua Yuntian began to bark like dogs. They had just said so many bad things about Yi Xian outside the secret realm. If Yi Xian actually obtained the strongest inheritance on the Divine Mountain and became the young master of the Xiantian sect, would there still be a place for them in the Xiantian sect in the future? Although they all tried to sound powerful, in reality, their hearts were a mess. However, the most anxious were the sect leader of the Xiantian sect and the elders who had decided to support Hua Yuntian in advancing to the Xiantian Divine Tao. Yi Xian actually gave up the inheritance of the Rolling Thunder ancestor. This is clearly a challenge to Hua Yuntian. Yi Xian is a person touched by the divine, naturally drawn to the ancestral inheritance on the Divine Mountain. If there were two extraordinary talents in the Xiantian sect, it would normally be a great joy. However, not long ago, the Xiantian Divine Tao issued a divine edict, letting the extraordinary talents from the 4 vast wilderness regions select their top talents and go to the central wilderness spirit domain for further study. Faced with a limited number of spots, the sect leader and elder could only choose between Yi Xian and Hua Yuntian. Since we need extraordinary talent, it can only be the strongest. It's just that Yi Xian has only trained for a short time, and his foundation of martial arts is not as solid as Hua Yuntian's. However, at this moment, divine light suddenly descended from the top of the Divine Mountain. Boom! Oh my, what do I see? Senior Brother Hua. It's Senior Brother Hua. Outside the secret realm, looking at the divine light descending from the mountaintop, which landed right on Hua Yuntian's head, the supporters of Hua Yuntian, who had just been anxious, could not help but become excited. This divine light was dazzling and magnificent, drawing the heavenly paths around the divine mountain madly towards Hua Yuntian. Even the sect leader of the Xiantian sect standing on the platform, along with the elders behind him, could not help but widen their eyes. How did he do that? Before even ascending the divine mountain, he has attracted such intense divine light and heavenly rules. If he ascends the divine mountain, wouldn't the ancestral inheritance there be as easy as picking up? Wow, did this guy take drugs? Feeling the changes at the foot of the mountain, Yi Xian turned around and was immediately attracted by the magnificent aura surrounding Hua Yuntian. Indeed, it is the Xuantiangong, the strongest direct disciple from 100 years ago. Brother, what is the strongest direct disciple? Does it taste good? Little Black asked with her big, shiny eyes, hearing Yi Xian's emotions. Not tasty, it's stinky. Yi Xian really couldn't understand how Little Black had lived for 10,000 years. Does she only think about food and nothing else? Not tasty? Then it's boring. Little Black turned her head to the side. Compared to the powerful divine light radiating from Hua Yuntian, Little Black still preferred things like the fruit of the Great Road or the Thunder Spirit seeds, things she could put in her mouth to taste. Oh, right. And that inner thing Brother mentioned, is it salty? What does salty taste like? If Yi Xian knew that what Little Black was thinking about earlier was this, he would not know how to feel deep down. Under the attraction of divine light and the crowd of Great Road rules, every step Hua Yuntian took toward the summit caused the stone tablets of the ancestors on the mountain to tremble in unison. It was as if they had finally waited for their destined person. Inheritance. It is inheritance. At that moment, the disciples of Xuantiangong outside the secret realm gasped in shock. At the waist of the mountain, 3 inheritances equivalent to the rolling thunder ancestor were already rushing toward Hua Yuntian at the foot of the mountain. So terrifying. No wonder he is the truly strongest direct disciple of Xuantiangong in 100 years. Brother Hua is still at the foot of the mountain, and the inheritances at the waist have already rushed toward him eagerly. With such talent, Yi Xian will probably never catch up. Haha, what can he chase with? He only climbed to the waist of the mountain to get the acknowledgement of 1 inheritance, while Brother Hua has already received 3 inheritances just standing at the foot of the mountain, simply crushing Yi Xian. The supporters of Hua Yuntian, who felt guilty just a moment ago, seem to have found their confidence. Does this even qualify to compete with Brother Hua for the strongest inheritance on the mountaintop? Even the Xuantiangong leader and a group of elders let out a sigh of relief. Choosing Hua Yuntian was indeed the right decision. The leader of Xuantiangong's gaze became firm again. At the foot of the divine mountain, looking at the 3 inheritances rushing toward him, Hua Yuntian endured the intense pain like a knife stabbing inside him, revealing a faint smile of pride. Compete with me? Yi Xian, you're still far behind. Carrying the remains of the true dragon, the sea elder, and the soul beads, among various powerful supports, Hua Yuntian was confident that he was the strongest king in this world. What do you, Yi Xian, have to compare with me? It's just looking for death. While secretly pleased, Hua Yuntian couldn't help but glance contemptuously at Yi Xian's position above. Just a piece of divine bone. I will dig you out one day, let you see who the true enlightened one really is. The matter of seizing divine bones is not uncommon in the Tianwang 6 domains. The world of warriors is, after all, survival of the fittest. In Hua Yuntian's view, Yi Xian only had that piece of divine bone left, which could only attract him a little. At this moment of everyone's attention, Hua Yuntian suddenly grabbed with both hands. In an instant, the divine light around him and the rules of the Great Road transformed into whirlpools. What is he trying to do? Outside the secret realm, the Xuantiangong leader's brow jumped sharply. He wouldn't be trying to swallow all 3 inheritances, right? Elder Xuanjin's words startled everyone present. Historically, direct disciples entering the life and death secret realm to receive inheritances had limitations, and even if Hua Yuntian was a genius, it was impossible for him alone to accept so many inheritances. Could it be that he's lost his mind and doesn't want to compete for the strongest inheritance on the divine mountain? Previously, Yi Xian abandoned the inheritance of the rolling thunder ancestor because of the restrictions on the inheritance limits in the life and death secret realm. Now, Hua Yuntian actually wants to break this rule? Has he gone mad? The master of Xintian's sect stared at Hua Yuntian with his eyes wide open, and after a while, he suddenly gasped in surprise. How could this happen? It turned out that in the blink of an eye, the 3 inheritances rushing down from the divine mountain had been pulled into the whirlpool surrounding Hua Yuntian. 3 inheritances. The trial of life and death did not repel him. How did he do it? Hearing the shocked voices of elders Xianjin and Xuanyu, the master of Xintian's sect fell into quiet contemplation for a moment. This should not be his own power. The human body has its limits of endurance. Even if Hua Yuntian is a genius, he cannot endlessly inherit the master's legacy. It seems Hua Yuntian has gained significant opportunities in the ancient secret realm. Prompted by the master of Xintian's sect, the elders of the sect reacted accordingly. No wonder the inheritances on the Divine Mountain are so strange. They actually rely on external forces. But even so, it cannot be denied that Hua Yuntian's talent and strength. Otherwise, why would the entire Divine Mountain's master inheritances change because of him alone? I was wrong. This kid is not just a lucky one. He's like a money-making boy. On the Divine Mountain, Yi Xian looked down at Hua Yuntian, who was surrounded by divine light and receiving the inheritance, with a flash of brilliance in his eyes. Chapter 26. 3 Inheritances mysteriously disappear. Mine, all mine. Ha ha ha. At the foot of the Divine Mountain, while climbing to the top and absorbing the master's inheritance with the soul bead, Hua Yuntian felt Yi Xian's gaze, and a smirk of pride appeared at the corner of his mouth. Did you see that? Yi Xian, this is the difference between you and me. Hua Yuntian was confident, with the soul bead in hand. Even if Yi Xian reached the top of the Divine Mountain first, in the end he would be trampled underfoot by him, becoming his stepping stone to the Xiantian divine path. Just when Hua Yuntian was feeling proud, using the soul bead to counteract the rules of the life and death secret realm, preparing to gather the 3 master inheritances in front of him. Whoosh, a sound echoed. Out of nowhere, one of the 3 shining inheritances mysteriously vanished. Hua Yuntian, what is going on? The sea old man within Hua Yuntian was also dumbfounded. 3 inheritances, how did one go missing? Although the strength of the sea old man's remaining spirit was weaker than in his prime, he was still quite impressive in the southern wilderness. Yet he had no warning when the inheritance disappeared just now. The same was true for Hua Yuntian. He was enduring the soul bead's powerful backlash pain, altering the rules of the life and death secret realm, and the inheritance he had finally attracted mysteriously vanished at a critical moment. Who would believe that if it were said out loud? Could it be that there was a problem with the soul bead? After a brief moment of confusion, Hua Yuntian and the sea old man immediately began to check the status of the soul bead. How could this be? After the examination, both were again astonished. The rules of the secret realm triggered by the 3 inheritances have all been endured by the soul bead. Why did the inheritance vanish? The soul bead crafted by the true God is not invincible, let alone the one in Hua Yuntian's hand, which is still a semi-finished product. Hua Yuntian did not rewrite the rules using the soul bead, but rather used its power to bear the rules of this world for him. Just now, on the Divine Mountain, the 3 inheritances descended. The rules triggered by these 3 inheritances were all borne by the soul bead within Hua Yuntian. But now, although he had clearly endured the power of the 3 inheritances, only 2 inheritances remained in front of him. Where did the other inheritance go? Hua Yuntian and the sea old man really couldn't understand what was happening. Quickly accept the inheritance. Don't let the remaining 2 inheritances run away as well. With the reminder from the sea old man, Hua Yuntian quickly reacted. There were still 2 master inheritances in front of him, and if these 2 also disappeared, then he truly had no place to cry. This time, I absolutely cannot let the legacy slip from my hands. With a determined mind, Hua Yuntian was about to accept the legacy, but unexpectedly, at that moment, another accident happened. Damn it! Looking at the perfectly good master legacy in front of him, which had disappeared once again, Hua Yuntian felt as if he was about to crack apart. What the hell is going on? Is this some kind of game? 3 legacies in total, and suddenly 2 have disappeared. The last one absolutely cannot disappear again. After experiencing the harsh reality of the mysterious disappearance of the first 2 master legacies, Hua Yuntian dared not hesitate any longer. He quickly reached out for the only last master legacy that remained. Mine, this is mine. A hint of madness flickered in Hua Yuntian's eyes. But just as he was about to grab the legacy, the last master legacy vanished as well. Puff! Under the dual blow of the soul pearl and his devastated heart, Hua Yuntian spat out a mouthful of reverse blood. Who is it? Who the hell is making things difficult for me? First, the legacy of the 4th generation master and Lan at the edge of the secret realm mysteriously vanished. Then, he was surpassed by Yi Xian, losing the title of being the first to ascend the Divine Mountain. Now he painstakingly opened the soul pearl, and the 3 master legacies he had finally attracted also vanished right before his eyes. Damn! Hua Yuntian felt his mental state was about to collapse. Outside the secret realm, the supporters who were initially excited due to Hua Yuntian attracting 3 legacies now looked to Hua Yuntian, who appeared almost mad inside the secret realm because of the disappearing legacies. Their excitement instantly froze. Hua, brother Hua's legacy, how could it have disappeared? A legacy that was in hand can still disappear? The disciples of Xiantian's sect were indeed like suffering from a knife cut, opening their eyes wide. The Xiantian sect master and the attending elders were equally shocked. 3 legacies, and not a single one remains. Did Hua Yuntian encounter a ghost? Clearly, there cannot be ghosts inside the Divine Mountain. Could it be? The Xintian sect master seemed to realize something and quickly looked up at the top of the Divine Mountain. Hua Yuntian used external forces to negate the rules of life and death's secret realm. Could it be that he has drawn the displeasure of the ancestors on the Divine Mountain? Once this was said, the attending elders of Xintian sect were all startled. Although Hua Yuntian's method of attracting legacies was extraordinary, it indeed violated the rules within the life and death secret realm. If this truly attracted the displeasure of the ancestors on the Divine Mountain, then wouldn't Hua Yuntian have no chance to accept the strongest legacy at the peak? Elder Xuanjin's eyes sparkled with deep concern. They had just decided with the Xintian sect master to fully support Hua Yuntian's advance into the Xintian divine path. Now, Hua Yuntian was actually being rejected by the Divine Mountain? If Hua Yuntian cannot accept the legacy, then Brother Yixian, wouldn't he have another chance? Compared to the worried Xintian sect master and the elders, the supporters of Yixian below were rejuvenated. What Brother Hua? What strongest direct disciple from 100 years ago? If even the ancestors on the Divine Mountain do not recognize him, what qualifications does he have to inherit the position of Xintian sect's young master? Do they really think he is so amazing, attracting 3 legacies? Turns out he relied on cheating for that divine light. Now it's good. Not a single legacy left. Let's see how he competes with Brother Yixian. Due to Hua Yuntian's astonishing performance earlier, Yixian supporters felt utterly suppressed. Now, seeing the legacies of Hua Yuntian mysteriously disappearing one after another, how could they miss this strong chance for retaliation? Unlike the supporters outside the secret realm who were engaged in heated discussions at this moment, Hua Yuntian's eyes were fixed on Yixian above on the Divine Mountain. This feeling was not the first time. Since the mysterious disappearance of the inheritance from the 4 generations of ancestors, Anlan, every time Hua Yuntian met Yixian's gaze, he always felt a faint sense of mockery and teasing in the other's eyes. Could it be that my 3 inheritances disappearing one after another is really related to him? Hua Yuntian's heart suddenly throbbed a few times. Hua Yuntian had considered this possibility, but Yixian? Does he really have that kind of ability? Moreover, the 3 inheritances he attracted were based on the soul pearl condensed from the true divine power in his body. Does Yixian, as a 6-star martial master, have the qualification to contend with the soul pearl? Just taking these 3 ancestral inheritances from him is not an easy task. Not to mention, it was still under Hua Yuntian's complete unawareness. The soul pearl within you is a treasure refined by the true God. Even if it is just a semi-finished product, it is absolutely not something a mere 6-star martial master like him can shake. Noticing the fluctuation of Hua Yuntian's aura, Elder Hai quickly reminded him. A person who has awakened the divine is just a martial artist with an extra piece of divine bone. He is not a true God descending to the world, so how can he take away the 3 ancestral inheritances beneath your soul pearl? But I am unwilling. Hua Yuntian clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his flesh. I understand. Having your inheritance taken in front of you, even if it were me, it would be hard to keep calm. But you need to calm down. The power of the soul pearl still has more than half to be unleashed. The strongest inheritance on the Divine Mountain, you still have a chance. Hearing the words strongest inheritance from Elder Hai, Hua Yuntian's rationality regained control. But when he looked at Yixian, his eyes flickered with a chilling hatred. No matter whether the previous incident was related to Yixian or not, Hua Yuntian's heart had already filled with venomous hatred for him. Moreover, since Hua Yuntian had experienced several failures in the life and death secret realm, he needed an outlet to vent his inner fury. Elder Hai, after we climb the mountain and obtain the strongest inheritance, please help me kill him. Chapter 27, Bathed in Blood, the 7-colored divine monument. Although entering the life and death secret realm means that life and death are decided by fate. But right now, the most important thing before Hua Yuntian is to seize the strongest inheritance at the top of the Divine Mountain. The power of the Soul Pearl is still being stimulated. I must reach the top before my body reaches its limit to obtain the strongest inheritance so that I can successfully advance into the Xintian divine path. Obtaining the strongest inheritance from the ancestors at the mountain peak means Hua Yuntian has already won this secret realm contest. In such a situation, if he continues to kill, especially killing a person who has awakened the divine, it would inevitably attract the dissatisfaction of the higher-ups of Xintian sect. Don't worry, I understand your concerns, and I will solve them for you. As a soul body, Elder Hai has at least 100 ways to make Yixian die without a trace. However, in Elder Hai's heart, there is a method that can release Yixian more than death. Although Yixian is just a 6-star martial master, he is still a person who has awakened the divine. If he dies in the secret realm, even if no one sees you kill him, the higher-ups of Xintian sect would inevitably suspect you. Since you're determined to enter the Xintian divine path, why not let me take over his body? A person who has awakened the divine will surely help me reclaim my way in the future. Elder Hai's proposal made Hua Yuntian's eyes light up. He and Elder Hai had already made an agreement to find a suitable target for body snatching after leaving the ancient secret realm. Now, isn't Yi Xian the perfect living candidate? The key is, after taking over, the outside world would not know that Yi Xian is already dead, and it wouldn't harm his reputation as the young master of Xintian sect at all. That sounds good, but Elder Hai, do not forget, after you take the body, there's still a more important deal between you and me. Hua Yuntian readily agreed, apart from Elder Hai's proposal. In order to rid himself of the suspicion on him, he also hoped that Hai Lao could use the divine bone within Yi Xian to restore his cultivation as soon as possible. If this happened, his other grand plan, after advancing to the Xintian divine path, could be perfectly implemented. Don't worry, I won't forget. Hai Lao licked his lips with excitement on his face. To seize the physical body of a person with divine awakening to rebuild himself, Hai Lao was in a great mood at this moment. That kid's divine bone had already transformed by 30%. In this state, the divine bone had become very stable. Even after taking over, the divine bone would not suffer any damage. With the power of the divine bone, Hai Lao could not only restore to his peak state, but might even break through to become a true god, entering the realm that had kept him at bay for thousands of years. Feeling the increasingly excited gaze of Hua Yuntian, Yi Xian couldn't help but feel goosebumps all over. This guy's already lost his inheritance, yet he's still so excited. Could he be a masochist? 3 inheritances not inferior to the Rolling Thunder ancestor allowed Yi Xian's comprehension of martial arts to skyrocket. His strength had risen from a 6-star martial master to a 7-star martial master. If Yi Xian hadn't used the illusion of floating light to cover himself, he might have already exposed his true self. Just by receiving these 3 inheritances, I've gained such great benefits. If in the future I slowly digest and comprehend them, my path of understanding the martial arts of heaven and earth will only become smoother. Yi Xian was a person of divine awakening, already without any bottleneck in his cultivation. Now, he had also received 3 ancestral inheritances from the secret realm's divine mountain. Whether in terms of cultivation or potential, he would experience a great boost. The key point was that all the burdens of the secret realm's rules required to accept these 3 ancestral inheritances were taken on by Hua Yuntian alone. Could this truly be the legendary experience of "you fly high while I bear the pain"? Thinking of this, Yi Xian, who pulled back his gaze filled with joy, silently gave a thumbs up in his heart. Flying dragon probing cloud hand, awesome. Perhaps because he had a plan for taking over, Hua Yuntian's hatred towards Yi Xian suddenly became more restrained. At this moment, he only had one thought in his mind: to reach the mountaintop and obtain the strongest inheritance at the peak. With the help of the Soul Pearl, Hua Yuntian's speed of climbing the mountain began to increase rapidly. Initially, there was still a great distance between him and Yi Xian, but gradually, the gap began to visibly close. In the end, the originally distant 2 people were actually overtaken by Hua Yuntian. What's going on? Wasn't Hua Shixiang already rejected by the divine mountain? Why is he still climbing the mountain, and at an increasing speed? Is he headed for the strongest inheritance at the peak? Outside the secret realm, Hua Yuntian's sudden actions drew the attention of many. Could it be Hua Shixiang wasn't actually rejected by the ancestors on the divine mountain? He just chose to give up those inheritances? Especially when they recalled Yi Xian's earlier scene of giving up the inheritance. This thought involuntarily seemed rationalized deep within their hearts. Not rejected, the master of the Xintian sect on the platform, along with the elders, once again displayed excited expressions. They had made a huge decision in choosing Hua Yuntian over Yi Xian. Now, seeing that Hua Yuntian had not been rejected by the divine mountain, but was instead charging toward the strongest inheritance at the top, their spirits rose once again. The strongest inheritance. It's mine. On the divine mountain, Hua Yuntian's eyes were fierce, propelling himself forward, gradually widening the distance between himself and Yi Xian. Due to the excessive stimulation from the Soul Pearl's power, the wound on Hua Yuntian's chest burst open again with a ripping sound. But Hua Yuntian, who was determined to seize the strongest inheritance, paid it no mind whatsoever. As long as I obtain the strongest inheritance, I can become the young master of the Xintian sect with legitimacy. Marching into the celestial path of Xintian. Hua Yuntian was so devoted to marching into the celestial path of Xintian not only because of the abundant cultivation resources in the central wasteland spirit domain, but also because deep inside his heart, he had a secret that even Old Hike did not know. However, this secret was far-reaching. Even Hua Yuntian did not dare to risk the discovery of this secret and expose himself. Finally, with the forced assistance of the Soul Pearl, Hua Yuntian, whose wounds continually burst open, reached the peak of the Divine Mountain. At this moment, he was already like a bloody figure. Yet, there was a hint of excitement flickering in Hua Yuntian's eyes. The strongest inheritance is mine. Atop the Divine Mountain, there was not only the inheritance of past masters of the Xintian sect, there was also an unparalleled pressure. The higher he went, the stronger the pressure became. Even Yi Xian, who possessed divine bones for protection, felt increasing pressure as he ascended. If it weren't for the power of the Soul Pearl, Hua Yuntian could not have reached the peak ahead of others. At this moment, Hua Yuntian's eyes were fixated on a mysterious stone tablet, sparkling with 7-colored divine light across from him. This stone tablet contained the strongest inheritance among the past masters of the Xintian sect. It was also the supreme treasure atop the entire Divine Mountain. Yi Xian, once I obtain the strongest inheritance from the stone tablet, death will be near for you. Covered in blood, Hua Yuntian glanced down at Yi Xian, his eyes filled with disdain. Chapter 28, Golden Sword, Crimson Dragon, all belong to me. Senior brother Yi Xian, in the end have I been surpassed. Outside the secret realm, looking at Hua Yuntian, who stood first at the peak of the Divine Mountain, Yi Xian supporters were all dejected. To inherit the strongest legacy at the summit, one must withstand the pressure of the entire Divine Mountain. In other words, this was a test for those climbing the mountain. In contrast, the Xintian sect master and the various elders showed expressions as if it were only natural. Hua Yuntian has the remnant soul of a true dragon, not inferior to divine bones, and possesses mysterious treasures that ignore the rules of the secret realm. It is only logical that he reaches the peak before Yi Xian, a person of divine enlightenment. They all wore smiles, quietly waiting for Hua Yuntian to accept the inheritance. I just wonder which ancestor's inheritance he will obtain from the stone tablet. The 7-colored stone tablet at the peak of the Divine Mountain was said to hold the strongest inheritance of the Xintian sect. Only the strongest among the past masters of the Xintian sect had the right to leave their legacy on the stone tablet. Regardless of which ancestor's inheritance Hua Yuntian acquires from the stone tablet, he would have the opportunity to inherit the complete ancient secrets. The 4th ancestor in Lan, with merely half a step into the secret, had already swept through the South Wasteland for ages, single-handedly suppressing all demons. If Hua Yuntian obtains the complete secrets, it is likely that another top powerhouse will emerge from our Xintian sect. Before Hua Yuntian received the strongest inheritance, he had already displayed such astonishing talent. Thinking of this, the Xintian sect master and the elders standing behind him felt a surge of impatience. Some elders had even started to imagine the kind of storm Hua Yuntian would raise in the celestial path of Xintian after receiving the inheritance. In the secret realm, after experiencing the harsh reality of the previous 3 ancestors' inheritances mysteriously disappearing, Hua Yuntian did not want to waste time pretending any longer. Facing the strongest inheritance exuding immense pressure at the mountain's peak, Hua Yuntian fully activated the Soul Pearl within him, beginning to forcefully draw the inheritance from the stone tablet. As time passed minute by minute, the surface of the Soul Pearl inside Hua Yuntian gradually expanded from a few tiny threads to a full web of cracks. Even for Hua Yuntian to bear the strongest inheritance from a stone tablet, the cost of the Soul Pearl inside him would be enormous. Buzz! At that moment, a clear sound of a sword rang out. Along with the echoes of the sword's cry, a golden sword shadow fell from the sky. Outside the secret realm, the elders of the Xintian sect, witnessing this scene on the projection at the peak of the Divine Mountain, were completely stirred up. The Jujin sword, it's the Jujin sword. I didn't expect Huayanshin to draw out the great path inheritance of the Golden Sword Master from the peak of the Divine Mountain. The 3rd-generation ancestor, as the existence just below the 2nd-generation sect leader and the founding ancestor, holds immense significance in the Xintian sect. The sword path inheritance of the Golden Sword Master is far more precious than the half-inheritance of the 4th-generation ancestor, and Lan. The Thunderbolt Old Ancestor and the Fire Cloud Master are not even worthy to carry his shoes. This is a half-god living in the world. As the direct descendant of the Xintian Divine Path, the 3rd-generation ancestor Golden Sword Master not only acquired a complete ancient hidden treasure, but also integrated it into the sword path, creating a golden sword path that had never been seen before or will ever be seen again. At this moment, While the Xintian sect master and others outside looked excited, Huayanshan, who was at the peak of the divine mountain, drawing out the golden sword inheritance with the soul pearl, was also filled with excitement. Although I obtained the inheritance of the three ancestors 100 years ago, none of these inheritances contained ancient hidden treasures. Why did Huayanshan express such anger when facing the disappearance of the inheritance of the fourth-generation ancestor, Lan, at the edge of the life and death secret realm? It was because of the half of the hidden treasure held by the fourth-generation ancestor, Lan. But now, the Golden Sword Master, he is the one who surpassed the fourth-generation ancestor Lan and obtained the complete hidden treasure. Feeling the overwhelming pressure radiating from the Golden Sword shadow, as well as the contained principle of heaven and earth, Huayanshan sensed every pore in his body trembling with excitement. The inheritance of the third-generation ancestor Golden Sword Master is mine. Huayanshan released his breath like an ocean, spread his arms, and prepared to embrace the inheritance within the Golden Sword. To his surprise, at that moment, a strange scene occurred again. He saw the Golden Sword inheritance, originally rushing towards Huayanshan, suddenly began to shake violently, as if a great force from the heavens and earth was pulling it away, trying to make it leave Huayanshan. Again, it happened again. Looking at the familiar scene before him, Huayanshan seemed like an agitated cat, every hair standing on end. He vigilantly stared at his surroundings, as if fearing that his inheritance would be snatched away by someone. This is the ancestral inheritance of the Golden Sword Master. Huayanshan desperately operated the soul pearl within his body, trying to anchor the Golden Sword inheritance above his head. But even so, after the strange twisting, the inheritance of the Golden Sword Master still dissipated into waves of golden light, disappearing without a trace in an instant. Who the hell are you? Why do you keep getting in my way? Huayanshan's hard-won calmness exploded again. After the extreme sorrow and anger, a deep sense of helplessness surged within Huayanshan. Even the soul pearl, a true divine refining treasure, could not keep the inheritance of the third-generation ancestor Golden Sword Master. Is it that today, Huayanshan is destined to lose the strongest inheritance of the Xintian sect's ancestors? Try again, as the opponent has just taken the inheritance of the Golden Sword Master. Let's use the Soul Pearl to draw out the strongest inheritance from the Divine Mountain. The loud shout from Hai Lao suddenly awakened Huayanshan, who was on the brink of despair. The inheritance of the Golden Sword Master is not an ordinary inheritance. Even if the opponent steals it, they would still need time to digest this inheritance. As long as he seizes this gap and draws out an inheritance from the Divine Mountain, he can still be the undisputed choice for the deputy sect master of the Xintian sect and smoothly advance in the Xintian divine path. That's right, it's now. With renewed courage, Huayanshan, at this moment, disregarded his injuries and the expanding cracks on the surface of the Soul Pearl. This time, I will never let you steal my inheritance. Hua Yuntian exerted all his strength, urging the soul bead within him, and the next moment, a red dragon-like spear shadow descended from the sky once again at the summit of the Divine Mountain, which had just lost the Golden Sword's brilliance. This is the Red Dragon Frost Gun of Grandmaster Longyan. Outside the secret realm, the astonished Master Xintian and others had not yet come to terms with the mysterious disappearance of the Golden Sword inheritance at the mountaintop when gasps of amazement erupted from the crowd again. Grandmaster Longyan, he is our second-generation Grandmaster of Xuantianzong. The Red Dragon Frost Gun in his hand once defeated all opponents in the southern wilderness. Even in the central wilderness spiritual realm, he is considered a strong fighter. Everything happening in the secret realm was so sudden that Master Xintian and the others were already a bit dazed. However, compared to the shocked observers outside the secret realm, Hua Yuntian, as the one experiencing all of this firsthand, had only one thought in his heart at this moment. Hurry, it must be fast. He must absorb the inheritance of Grandmaster Longyun before the one hiding in the shadows seizes his opportunity. As a second-generation Grandmaster, Grandmaster Longyun's power was definitely not weaker than the mysteriously vanished Golden Sword Grandmaster. If it were any other time, Hua Yuntian would certainly be overjoyed. However, after encountering a series of strange events where the inheritance mysteriously vanished, Hua Yuntian couldn't care less about anything else. He urged the soul bead with all his might, drawing the inheritance of Grandmaster Longyun. The inheritance of Grandmaster Longyun is mine. It is mine. As he saw the red light of Grandmaster Longyun's inheritance half falling into his palm, the corners of Hua Yuntian's mouth began to unconsciously rise. However, just as he thought everything was about to settle, something strange happened again. The inheritance that had fallen into his hand distorted once more in a bizarre manner. No, no, no. Even as Hua Yuntian cried out 1,000 times in his heart, Unfortunately, history always repeats itself astonishingly. Watching the inheritance of Grandmaster Long Yun twisting rapidly in mid-air, transforming back into light spots and dissipating little by little, Hua Yuntian, unable to withstand the pressure of forcibly driving the soul bead, suddenly erupted with hundreds of wounds all over his body. The soul bead also made a pop sound, losing its luster within Hua Yuntian's body. Ooh, who exactly is it? Why are they targeting me? Why must they steal my inheritance? Ah! Hua Yuntian, looking like a blood-soaked man, knelt on the ground, giving a helpless roar of anger. Chapter 29. The Angry Beast Bloodthirsty Counterattack. Hua Yuntian felt his heart full of rage with no place to vent. Just then, in the distance, the carefree Yi Xian wandered up from the mountain below. In an instant, Hua Yuntian's angry gaze seemed to find a target for his outburst. Yi Xian? Good. You worthless fool, you've also climbed to the summit. Since you've delivered yourself to my door, today I'll personally send you on your way. Having lost the strongest inheritance twice, Hua Yuntian was like a bloodthirsty beast at this moment. A massive energy gathered continuously in his palm. It was as if he wanted to shred anything that dared to provoke him. Die Yi Xian! With a furious shout, Hua Yuntian pointed out. The scorching dragon flames transformed into a black arc of light, shooting straight towards Yi Xian's brow. This was the ultimate killing form of the true dragon's remaining soul within Hua Yuntian, and he was very confident that with Yi Xian's 6-star martial sect power, he would definitely not be able to evade the strongest strike condensed from the true dragon's remnant soul. Buzz! However, just as the black arc of light condensed by dragon flames was about to hit Yi Xian, a golden sword aura suddenly erupted without warning from within Yi Xian. This is the inheritance of the Golden Sword Grandmaster? Gazing at the golden sword shadow radiating from Yi Xian, Hua Yuntian was completely dumbfounded. The golden sword, forged from Yi Xian's divine bone, gathered immense power, like the world's most powerful supreme killing weapon. Under the sweeping shadow of the sword, Hua Yuntian's black arc of light, condensed from the remnant soul of a true dragon, shattered inch by inch. 9-star martial sovereign? How can this be? When did you advance to 9 stars? Hua Yuntian's eyes bulged out. The golden sword legacy. 9-star martial sovereign. Although everything in front of Hua Yuntian had already told him all the answers, the person who secretly stole his legacy was Yi Xian, but he still found it hard to believe. Yi Xian? How could he? How is it possible? In contrast to Hua Yuntian, whose eyes were bulging and veins popping, Yi Xian was completely immersed in the golden sword path, in the boundless and profound sword intent. Truly worthy of a path created based on ancient hidden treasures. Just from this initial understanding, I have such godly power and even jumped directly into the realm of 9-star martial sovereign. Gradually merging the golden sword path within him and the red dragon spear intent, Yi Xian slowly opened his eyes. This Hua Yuntian really lives up to his name as a treasure-giving child. In just an instant, the golden sword path in Yi Xian's body had begun to become more restrained. In fact, even Yi Xian himself did not expect to gain so many benefits from Hua Yuntian. Yi Xian looked again at the bloodied Hua Yuntian, whose face was full of unwillingness, and a trace of sympathy emerged in his eyes. You're so eager to give your legacy. It's making me a bit embarrassed. It was you. You stole my legacy, right? Only now do you realize it? Don't you think it's too late? Facing Hua Yuntian's furious questioning, Yi Xian smiled faintly without any cover. But all of this, in Hua Yuntian's eyes, felt like the most cruel punishment from heaven. Although Yi Xian's earlier display of the golden sword path had already proven everything. However, nothing compared to Yi Xian's own admission, which caused greater humiliation to Hua Yuntian. At this moment, Hua Yuntian's proud face turned crimson. How did you do it? Hua Yuntian had the soul orb, the remnant soul of a true dragon, an elder high, with so many means, yet he had noticed nothing as Yi Xian repeatedly stole legacies from him. What kind of hidden cards does Yi Xian possess? Faced with Hua Yuntian's unwilling questions, Yi Xian lightly shrugged his hands. Sorry, no comment. Since Yi Xian had decided to reveal himself, he had no intention of leaving Hua Yuntian any opportunity. The villain dies with words. Yi Xian spoke halfway, suddenly realizing that he himself was the villain. Forget it, since we're all villains. Then let me send you on your way. Ha! You're only preparing to attack now. Don't you think it's too late? But at this moment, Hua Yuntian suddenly laughed maniacally, looking up to the sky. As Hua Yuntian's laughter faded, a strange black shadow appeared beneath Yi Xian's feet. A person enlightened by the gods, this body I want it. Hua Yuntian was not really trying to have a conversation with Yi Xian. He was merely delaying for Elder Hai distracting Yi Xian's attention. How could you easily tell me your secrets, with such a heavenly means to steal legacies from me one after another? Hua Yunqian's lips curled in a cold smile, but none of that matters now. Once Elder Hai takes over your body, all your secrets will be revealed. Take over? Looking at Hua Yuntian, who was full of confidence, Yi Xian was taken aback. This surprise came too suddenly. Yi Xian was momentarily at a loss. A true, treasure-giving child, Hua Yuntian intended to keep giving until the end. This was not a mere body takeover. It was clearly about giving the past fortune and experience points. Yi Xian, today is your day to die. At this moment, with eyes full of cold smiles, Hua Yuntian still did not realize that he was gifting treasures to Yi Xian. He stood proudly in place, his gaze filled with ridicule towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian, oh Yi Xian, what if you steal my legacy? Now you've lost your physical body. Only a broken shell of a divine being remains. This is the punishment you should accept for stealing my legacy. Hua Yuntian showed a sneer, waiting for the triumphant voice from Old Hai. But after waiting for a long time, there was still no reply from Old Hai. Looking at Yi Xian, who had been possessed by Old Hai, there was no trace of pain on his face. Instead, his eyes were filled with mockery. Old Hai, Hua Yuntian. Just as Hua Yuntian wore a puzzled expression, a heart-wrenching pain suddenly pierced through his mind. Immediately after, the connection between Hua Yuntian and Old Hai was violently severed. Hua Yuntian's face suddenly darkened. This old scammer. Previously, he had let Old Hai lead him to the Divine Mountain, only for Yi Xian to surpass him and become the first to reach it. Now, even the promised possession seemed to vanish like a stone thrown into a toilet. And he still dared to say he would seize Yi Xian's body? Reconstructing the path. Looks like I have to do it myself. Even though Yi Xian is now a 9-star martial sovereign and has obtained 2 of the strongest legacies, his power is enough to rival a martial king. Hua Yuntian is no ordinary martial king. He is a 6-star martial king fused with the remnants of a true dragon soul. Yi Xian, do you really think you can leave here unharmed with the legacy stolen from me? As Hua Yuntian's words fell, his body suddenly transformed like a ghost. This was one of the 3 legacies he had accepted 100 years ago. It allowed him to merge with the path and perform a ghostly movement technique. With his 6-star martial king strength, even if faced with a martial emperor, it was hard for them to see the truth. Yi Xian, you have repeatedly disrupted my plans and stolen my opportunities. Today, I will take your life here. Chapter 30, Being Adaptable, Crushing with One Kick. Bang! As Hua Yunqian's ghostly figure appeared behind Yi Xian, a heavy muffled sound followed immediately. Hua Yuntian felt as if he had been kicked by something, and his whole body was sent flying backward. He rolled on the ground several times before finally managing to get back up. What happened? What just occurred? Hua Yuntian shook his dazed head. He was sure that Yi Xian hadn't moved just now. So what had kicked him away? A dignified 6-star martial king, unexpectedly kicked away without any warning? If this were to be spoken of, no one would believe it. But just a moment ago, Hua Yuntian had personally experienced such a bizarre scene. After a brief moment of reflection, Hua Yuntian suddenly raised his head. Yi Xian, you win. You can take the legacy from the Divine Mountain. Oh, you're not going to kill me. Looking at Hua Yuntian, who seemed to have suddenly changed his temperament, Yi Xian smiled lightly. Hua Yuntian certainly wanted to kill Yi Xian, but Yi Xian had already revealed too many mysteries. First, he silently stole Hua Yuntian's legacy from the Soul Pearl. Then, Old Hai's sudden defeat. Now, even Hua Yuntian had been kicked away without any defense? This Yi Xian is too strange. I am now backfired by the Soul Pearl, heavily injured, and Old Hai has severed contact with me. In this situation, if I still forcefully kill him, I might end up in a disastrous fate. So, after much thought, Hua Yuntian ultimately decided to withdraw from this struggle for the Divine Mountain's legacy. Once I recover, I will definitely avenge today's humiliation. At this moment, Hua Yuntian feigned the posture of a defeated person. In truth, he had already placed Yi Xian on the blacklist of death in his heart. Yi Xian, oh Yi Xian, even if you have many tricks, you shouldn't stop me from entering the grand cause of Xiantian Divine Path. Some people in this world are simply not to be provoked. Hua Yuntian, as the strongest direct disciple of the Xiantian sect from 100 years ago, carried an arrogance unique to him, but he was not a fool. Sometimes, circumstances were stronger than people, and he had learned to bend and yield when needed. Yi Xian, the position of a young sect master of Xiantian sect, is yours. I, Hua Yuntian, admit defeat and will withdraw. From now on, we will have no further dealings. Hua Yuntian said, as he prepared to turn and leave. Who said you could leave? Just then, Yi Xian's voice suddenly rang out. Hua Yuntian had an absurdly large number of strange things in his hands. The sole remnant of the true dragon, a mysterious treasure capable of altering the rules of the secret realm's divine mountain. Earlier, there was also a shadow capable of seizing bodies. Yi Xian was very clear about his identity. He was the villain. Even with a golden finger and the help of great fortune, he was still not the protagonist and lacked the protagonist halo. The protagonist can die thousands or even tens of thousands of times because they can be reborn and grow stronger. Each one of them is half a step into the author realm, but I am just a villain. The first rule for villains was to eliminate danger in its infancy. If Hua Yuntian did not die today, it was likely that Yi Xian himself would be the one to die. So Hua Yuntian, go die. Yi Xian, don't think that I'm begging you. I am a 6-star martial king, and you a martial sect. What do you have to kill me? The soul remnant of the true dragon surged out of Hua Yuntian's body. Even the soul pearl, which was already cracked, appeared above his head. Hua Yuntian never expected that, having already admitted defeat, Yi Xian still dared to kill him. Could it be that this guy had no fear of my 6-star martial king power at all? No, it's not me who's going to kill you, it's her. Yi Xian smiled faintly, pointing beside Hua Yuntian. Yi Xian, are you being childish? At a time like this, you want to distract me. Boom! Before Hua Yuntian could finish speaking, a familiar immense force struck again. This time, however, the force was clearly even more powerful than before. The true dragon soul remnant instantly collapsed, and even the soul pearl flew out with Hua Yuntian, crashing heavily to the ground, creating a gigantic deep pit. What the hell is this? Hua Yuntian spat blood, realizing that if the soul pearl had not used its last bit of power to protect him, he would have been killed by that kick. You're still not dead. At this moment, a crisp little girl's voice suddenly rang in Hua Yuntian's ear. Before he could figure out what was happening, a little girl with pigtails and a black belly band appeared out of thin air from where Hua Yuntian had been standing. She first stared at the soul pearl next to Hua Yuntian, then picked it up and tossed it into her mouth. Crunch, a sound echoed, as if she were cracking open broad beans before swallowing it down. What the hell? What kind of monster is this? What happened next nearly scared Hua Yuntian into wetting himself. This was the soul pearl, a treasure refined by an ancient true god. And it was eaten? Hua Yuntian's worldview almost shattered. But the little black girl didn't care about Hua Yuntian's shock. Big brother said, you must die. The little black girl's gaze was indifferent, as if Hua Yuntian, lying beneath her feet, was not a living person, but a trivial insect. Yi Xian, you can't kill me, I am. Hua Yuntian tried to say something, but before he could finish, the little black girl's soft little foot was already stepping on Hua Yuntian's head. With a boom, Hua Yuntian's head exploded like a watermelon. The once great hero, the 6-star martial king, perished under the foot of the little black girl. What you ate just now, it should be the treasure that helps him counteract the secret realm's rules and infinitely obtain legacies, right? Upon hearing Yi Xian's question, the little black girl bit her finger and thought for a moment. I don't know, but it was really delicious, and it had a familiar aura. It should have been crafted by true gods from your world, big brother. What? Something crafted by true gods? What a treasure. How could Xiao Heiba eat it? Yi Xian suddenly felt a bit regretful, as if he had missed the greatest opportunity in the secret realm. This is truly a supreme treasure crafted by a true god. If possible, Yi Xian would even be willing to take out his own ancestral inheritance to trade with Xiao Heiba. But now, it was already too late to say anything. Even if it is something made by a true god, being in such a terrible state, it should be useless, right? Seeing that things had already come to this, Yi Xian could only endure the intense pain in his heart, silently comforting himself deep inside. Wait, that bastard Hua Yuntian even has a true god treasure on him. He must have other treasures too, right? Just as Yi Xian was about to bend down and search Hua Yuntian for more treasures, a faint blue soul body suddenly floated out from Hua Yuntian. This soul body was very strange. It resembled the soul of a living person, yet it emanated a chilling aura. Xiao Heiba, quickly eat it! Yi Xian shouted almost without thinking. Although he didn't understand where this strange soul body came from, it was clear that this thing was connected to Hua Yuntian. Hearing Yi Xian's command, Xiao Heiba rushed forward and swallowed the soul body in one bite. But soon, Xiao Heiba's cute little face fell. Burp. Brother, this thing is so stinky, not delicious at all. Upon hearing Xiao Heiba's complaints, Yi Xian gently patted her forehead. This guy has a remnant true dragon soul inside. The one that just got kicked out, it should look delicious. Upon hearing this, Xiao Heiba's eyes lit up. She stretched her hands towards Hua Yuntian's chest and suddenly pulled hard. The terrified true dragon remnant soul was pulled out by Xiao Heiba. The black dragon tried to escape, but it was bitten by Xiao Heiba and with a strong inhale, the mighty true dragon remnant soul was sucked in whole, as if it were jelly. How is it? Tasty. Delicious. Hearing Yi Xian's question, Xiao Heiba nodded with satisfaction. When it comes to eating, Xiao Heiba never holds back. She could feel it was tasty, which indicated that the quality of this black dragon remnant soul was indeed good. Unfortunately, with Yi Xian possessing a divine bone, the true dragon remnant soul was of little use to him. Moreover, Yi Xian had made it into the divine mountain with Xiao Heiba's considerable help. This true dragon remnant soul should be treated as a reward for her. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's gaze flickered as he turned his head to look at Hua Yuntian's corpse on the ground. What exactly was that strange soul body just now? Yi Xian reflected on the years he spent at Xiantian's sect, browsing ancient books and manuscripts, gaining a deep understanding of the many hidden tales of the 6 desolation domains. But that soul body still made him feel an eerie strangeness. It felt as if all the hairs on his body were standing up. It seems this guy still has many secrets. Chapter 31. Fiery Hatred, Saint Sun Xianhu. In the central desolate spirit domain, the underworld sacred church, the Saint Sun Xianhu, who was in the middle of cultivation, suddenly spat out a mouthful of reverse blood. Who is it? His furious voice echoed throughout the underworld's sacred church. As the most terrifying genius of the underworld's sacred church, the Saint Sun Xian, who had cultivated for over 800 years, completely deciphering the underworld's sacred classic left behind by the underworld ancestor. Furthermore, he had created the divine ability 9 underworlds return to 1 based on the underworld's sacred classic. 9 underworlds return to 1, as the name suggests, is to tear apart one's own divine soul, transforming it into 9 parts, each possessing its own thoughts and consciousness. Over the years, Saint Sun Xian, who had split into 6 avatars through 9 underworlds, returned to 1. These 6 avatars entered various major sacred churches in the scattered sects of the 4 desolated regions under different identities, aiming to cultivate various divine abilities and supreme techniques of the sacred churches. Once the 9 underworlds return to 1 is perfected, the strength of Saint Sun Xian, who could reach the realm of a true god. But the Holy Sun Xuanhu never expected that one of his avatars had just been killed by someone. Moreover, even that trace of soul, which he had split off, was forcefully extinguished by someone. Although this was the weakest among all my avatars, how could my Xuanhu's avatar be easily slaughtered? His eyes were filled with chilling hatred. Even though he could sense these avatars through the split soul, he could only know the general situation of these avatars. And this avatar that had just been destroyed had merely emerged from an ancient secret realm. This ancient secret realm was discovered by Xuanhu during his travels in his early years. At that time, he had only just entered the initial stage of the Saint Realm, and a half-finished true divine soul, Pearl, wasn't much of a help to him. That was why he decided to leave it to his avatar. But he never expected to have such a treasure as the Soul Pearl and still be killed is simply a waste. But a waste is still a waste. After all, it was a split soul from his own body. Furthermore, this incident had even caused a loss to his cultivation. Investigate, immediately find out what happened in the South Wild region, within the Xiantian sect. As soon as the Holy Sun Xuanhu finished speaking, a shadow flashed behind him and disappeared in an instant. No wonder he survived from the ancient secret realm. He has so many treasures. In a life-and-death secret realm, Yi Xian searched around Hua Yuntian's corpse and secretly marveled. Just the rare herbs that could refine pills of grade 5 or above, he found hundreds of them on this guy. It should be known that grade 5 pills were sufficient for martial sect-level experts to forcibly break through their own barriers. Even in a top-tier sect like Xiantian sect in the South Wild region, they are extremely rare. If put out there, it would be enough to drive the warriors in the South Wild region to fight over it. It is no exaggeration to say that if someone were to throw a grade 5 pill in front of the Emperor of the Jiang Kingdom, asking him to bring out a princess for amusement, he would probably not hesitate. After all, a grade 5 pill that can elevate a master has an enormous temptation for a mortal emperor. Although these rare, spiritual herbs haven't been refined into pills yet and are far less precious than grade 5 pills, their value is still immeasurable. Xiantian sect has its own dedicated alchemy hall. It gathers the top alchemists from the entire South Wild region. With Yi Xian's current status in Xiantian sect, he only needs to give a command, and someone will naturally refine these spiritual herbs into pills. Aside from the precious spiritual herbs for refining grade 5 pills, Yi Xian also found dozens of spiritual herbs capable of refining grade 6 pills on Hua Yuntian's body. Grade 6 pills would make even a martial king green with envy. In the current state of Xiantian sect, only elders can refine grade 6 pills at least. Moreover, the success rate of grade 6 pills is much lower than that of grade 5 pills. Even for the sect's elders, it is very difficult to successfully refine them. As for grade 7 pills, that kind of pill, which can help a martial emperor transform, can probably only be sought in the central wild spiritual domain. To be honest, if it weren't for the fact that this Hua Yuntian hated Yixian to death, Yixian wouldn't truly have the heart to kill this treasure child. If only I could raise him up, so he could give me more treasures. If the now-dead Hua Yuntian knew Yixian's true thoughts, he wouldn't know whether he would be so angry that he would jump up and strangle Yixian to death. Brother, this thing seems very delicious. At this moment, Xiao Hei behind, Yixian suddenly pointed at the divine monument surrounded by a rainbow of colors. Are you serious? Looking at the drooling little black thing in front of him, Yixian couldn't help but be stunned. Can a stone tablet be delicious? But after a brief moment of surprise, Yixian's expression suddenly changed. Does this guy mean he's not going to eat the divine tablet, but the ancestors of the Xintian sect inside the divine tablet? It seemed that the little black thing, with its wolf-like green glowing eyes, made the 7-colored divine tablet at the peak of the secret realm tremble all over, as if it was scared. Outside the secret realm, seeing the divine tablet shaking violently, the sect master of Xintian and the elders had dumbfounded looks on their faces. What just happened between Yixian and Hua Yuntian was obscured by the illusion of flickering light, making it impossible for them to see the specifics. They could only vaguely see Hua Yuntian treating Yixian as an object to vent his anger because of a few mysterious disappearances of inheritance. At the critical moment, however, he blew his own head off due to the backlash from the treasure. A dignified 6-star martial king, the strongest direct disciple of the Xintian sect in a century, actually blew off his own head? What the hell is this absurd operation? But before they could return to their senses from this strange scene, the 7-colored divine tablet on the mountaintop shook again. What is going on? Could it be that Hua Yuntian didn't die because of the backlash from the treasure, but because the divine tablet was enraged? At that moment, an elder from the Xintian sect in the crowd suddenly said thoughtfully, Yes. The backlash from the treasure would only result in a drop in cultivation or broken meridians. How could it blow off his entire head? So, Hua Yuntian provoked the displeasure of the divine tablet, which led him to die in such a bizarre manner in the secret realm. Thinking of this, the elders of the Xintian sect couldn't help but take a cold breath. They had all witnessed Hua Yuntian at the foot of the divine mountain using the mysterious treasure to counter the rules of the secret realm, and now, the anger of the divine tablet seemed reasonable. However, the sect master of Xintian looked at Hua Yuntian, who was already cold at the top of the mountain, and his eyes flashed with an unreal feeling. That feeling of betting everything, only to end up with nothing. An empty loss filled the sect master's heart at this moment. Quick, look, what is that? At that moment, another exclamation came from the crowd. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look. Inside the secret realm, a 7-color divine light shot out from the divine tablet. The next second, Yixian entered the divine tablet. Grandmaster is manifesting. After a brief shock, the elders of the Xintian sect on the platform exclaimed in amazement. The Grandmaster they referred to as certainly not the 2nd or 3rd generation ancestors like the revered Swordmaster and Ancestor Longyan. Instead, it was the founding ancestor of the Xintian sect, Ancestor Sun Lan. This Ancestor Sun Lan was the bloodline of the 32nd generation leader of the Xintian divine path. Although nowadays in the Southern Wasteland, few people mention this matter, there is detailed documentation about it in the ancestral records of the Xintian sect. Back then, Ancestor Sun Lan, due to the issue of the next heir of the Xintian divine path, had a serious falling out and, in a fit of anger, went to the Southern Wasteland to establish the Xintian sect. Although Ancestor Sun Lan lost the doctrinal dispute of the Xintian divine path, his cultivation was unparalleled in the Southern Wasteland. The Xintian sect he founded has stood for tens of thousands of years in the Southern Wasteland and remains a dominant force to this day. This divine tablet on the mountain was personally crafted by Ancestor Sun Lan before his ascension, and only when called by him can one have the chance to enter the world of the divine tablet. At this moment, looking at Yixian disappearing into the divine tablet, the sect master of Xintian and the elders present felt as if they had just experienced a magnitude 12 earthquake in their hearts. Yixian actually gained the favor of Master Sun Lan. In an instant, waves of cold gasps filled the air. Transmit the decree of our sect master. From this day forth, Yixian is the young sect master of our Xintian sect. Seeing him is like seeing me in person. The words of the Xintian sect master echoed like thunder from the heavens, exploding in the ears of everyone once again. What? The life and death trial is not over yet, but the sect master has already publicly made Yi Xian our Xiantian sect's young sect master. Those who originally supported Hua Yuntian trembled and turned pale upon hearing the Xiantian sect master's decree. Who could have imagined that the dark horse of this life and death trial, Hua Yuntian, would fall midway? Damn it, this Hua Yuntian is truly a troublemaker. Even in death, he wants to drag us down with him. Why doesn't he just die sooner? Why come out to harm us? Although over the years, Yi Xian had occupied a large number of training resources in the Xiantian sect, hadn't they endured it for so many years? Life is so short, right? Can't they just bear with it? But just at this moment, a Hua Yuntian popped up. His terrifying strength overshadowed Xiao Man and Jiang Qing, raising the morale of them all. At this moment, feeling the triumphant gazes of Yi Xian's supporters, who were ready to settle scores after autumn, they felt regret deep in their hearts. That previous brother Chun, who had praised Hua Yuntian, became the target of everyone's resentment. If it weren't for this old fool glorifying Hua Yuntian, would we have become enemies of Yi Xian? Facing the unexpected misfortune, Brother Chen wore a face of silence, with no words to express his bitterness. Damn it, it was you all who insisted on asking who Hua Yuntian was. I only said it. How would I know that this bastard hadn't returned for over 100 years? He comes back and directly knocks himself out with secret treasures? However, the ones feeling the deepest impact were the elders of the sect on the platform above. It was the Xiantian sect master who had initially pushed Hua Yuntian to advance in the Xiantian divine path. Now, the one announcing Yi Xian as the young sect master was still the Xiantian sect master. This drastic shift in less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense was truly striking. However, in the eyes of the Xiantian sect master, this was just another gamble of his. Hua Yuntian was already dead in the secret realm, a thing of the past. Now, the one who entered Master Sun Lan's divine steel was Yi Xian, thus the position of young sect master could only belong to him. As for Hua Yuntian, who would remember the name of a dead person? Not to mention Hua Yuntian, but even the other two 9-star martial sects, Xiao Man and Jiang Qing, currently held far less status in the heart of the Xiantian sect master than Yi Xian. Although the battle for the divine mountain in the life and death secret realm had not yet reached its final moment. In the eyes of the Xiantian sect master, the ultimate victor of today's life and death trial was undoubtedly Yi Xian. In the life and death secret realm, within the divine steel, Yi Xian only felt a burst of 7-color divine light rushing towards him, and then he found himself in a colorful and mysterious space. These are the ancestors of Xiantian sect. Looking around, Yi Xian saw figures made of condensed energy all around him. Each of them exuded an ancient and weathered aura. The previous Golden Sword Venerable and Master Long Yun were unmistakably among them. However, Yi Xian's gaze ultimately locked onto a white-clothed man in the center. Because this person was the founder of the Xiantian sect, Master Sun Lan. At this moment, Master Sun Lan was staring intently at Yi Xian. Do you wish to receive my legacy? What? Do you wish to receive my legacy? To accept the legacy? Exactly. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian's mind exploded. The person before him was the founder of the Xiantian sect, a true ancestor, an existence that shook the entire southern wasteland. He personally established the Xiantian sect. To this day, it is still the top sect in the southern wasteland, the unquestionable ruler of the southern wasteland. But now, this legendary being is actually standing alive in front of Yi Xian, and is about to pass on teachings to him. However, why does the ancestor's gaze, while imparting the teachings, seem slightly flustered? Master Xuanlan is indeed flustered. Not only Master Xuanlan feels flustered, but the revered Golden Sword Master and Elder Long Yun behind him are also trembling with anxiety. That little girl outside, with her dark pigtails, is constantly eyeing them with fierce intensity. If it weren't for the protection of the Divine Stone Tablet, she might have lunged at them to swallow them whole, bite by bite. Without becoming a true god, ultimately, one is just a pile of yellow clay. Even a peak semi-god, like Master Xuanlan, cannot escape the fate of falling. When he initially crafted this Divine Stone Tablet, besides leaving a legacy for future disciples, his intention was also to leave a remnant of divine consciousness to survive in the world. But he didn't expect that this remnant of divine consciousness would one day become food in someone else's eyes. Cough cough, that little girl outside seems to listen to you very well after I pass on the teachings to you. Can you go outside and tell her to stop staring at the Divine Stone Tablet like that? Her gaze is making me feel quite uneasy. Master Xuanlan's face turned red. He did not seem to be talking to a junior disciple at all. He looked just like a rustic landlord encountering a noble lady. Behind him, Elder Long Yun, The Golden Sword Master and other ancestors of the Xintiang sect were also sweating profusely, their eyes filled with a pleading look fixed on Yi Xian. In that moment, Yi Xian had no doubt that if he were to ask the ancestors from the stone tablet to put on grass skirts and perform a hula dance for fun, they would agree without hesitation. Sigh. Seeing this, Yi Xian couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion inside. It's all my fault. I usually think of myself as a model of respect for teachers and teachings, and facing the heartfelt pleas of so many ancestors, I really can't bear to refuse. Since it's like this, honorable ancestors, please hand over all the ancient secrets you have. Chapter 33, Island Deceptions, Earth-Level Secrets. Master Xuanlan. Golden Sword Master. Elder Longyun. Ancestors, you wouldn't want that divine stone tablet outside to be eaten by that little black girl, right? Yi Xian looked at the Xintiang sect's ancestors, all with confused expressions, his tone laced with a hint of audacity. A direct disciple of Xintiang's sect is actually threatening the ancestors in front of him on the ancestral mountain of the life and death secret realm. If this news spreads, I'm afraid no one would believe it. However, at this moment, this scene is genuinely unfolding in front of Master Xuanlan and the others. To be honest, I have a bit of a relationship with that little black girl, but, well, we are neither master and servant, nor lovers, not even biological siblings. She has been eyeing the divine stone tablet outside for a long time. If I tell her not to eat, will she just obey? On what basis? Just because she calls me brother? In a fantasy world, the law of the jungle prevails. Although there is a bit of a bond between Yi Xian and Xuantiang's sect, when it comes to interests, didn't the sect leader and the elders abandon him to choose Huayanshan? From a moment they agreed to let Huayanshan, their disciple from 100 years ago, enter the life and death secret realm, Yi Xian's status has already wavered in their hearts. Now, with little black girl eyeing the divine stone tablet fiercely outside, Yi Xian naturally won't be polite to them and will seize this great opportunity to extort the sect. You, Master Xuanlan and the other ancestors present clearly realized Yi Xian's intention to extort the sect, but they were utterly helpless. As entities of a unique spiritual realm, they could only rely on the completely different rules of the great path in the life and death secret realm to survive in the world. Even if Yi Xian really lets Little Black eat them today, they still can't stop it. Do they have to wait until after they are dead to seek dreams from outside? Thinking of this, Master Xuanlan and the others exchanged glances at the little girl outside the divine monument, who was pitch black and exuded an evil aura. With how greedy this girl is, if she really eats them, they might not even have a chance to enter a dream. Ahem, you must be Yi Xian, right? Very good, indeed a remarkable talent, full of spirit. We, the masters, all agree with your suggestion. After all, things are dead, but people are alive. We old folks have been dead for so many years, and keeping all these secret treasures and legacies is useless. You are different. You possess a divine bone, chosen by heaven. Handing our secret treasures and legacies over to you prevents the pearls from gathering dust and allows our Xintian sect to flourish. Master Xuanlan spoke eloquently, but all Yi Xian could hear was one thing: fear of death. Masters, I truly do not mean to threaten you. I really am not familiar with Little Black. Please do not misunderstand, and do not force yourselves. Not forcing at all. This is just the righteous truth. Master Xuanlan proudly puffed out his chest. What trace of difficulty or reluctance could be seen on his face? That's good. Yi Xian nodded gently. In that case, may the masters bestow upon me the legacy. Zhao Kuangyin donned his yellow robe and was still hesitant to refuse. As a time traveler, how could Yi Xian let the wisdom of his ancestors collect dust in this alien world? Ahem, as the founding ancestor of the Xintian sect, let me handle the legacy matters. As the creator of the divine monument and a leading figure in this realm of life and death, only he could ignore the rules of this secret realm and open a pathway for Yi Xian to absorb so many legacies simultaneously. Next, I will use the ancient secret treasure I have cultivated as a vehicle to create a space that can accommodate the marks of multiple secret legacy inheritances, which will be engraved into your spiritual world. The secret treasure I practice is half an Earth-level secret treasure. With your current cultivation, you might find it hard to comprehend. Remember, do not practice carelessly before reaching the Martial King realm. Even ancient secret treasures have levels among them. For example, the Golden Sword Sovereign and the Dragon Cloud Master practice the lowest yellow-level secret treasures in the Xintian Divine Way. Only a few extraordinary talents in the Xintian Divine Way can study the higher-level mysterious secrets. The Earth-level secret treasure mentioned by Master Xuanlan, though only half, is far more precious than yellow-level treasures. Even complete profound-level treasures cannot compare. The entire inheritance process only took the time of tea break. Feeling the mark condensed by the Earth-level secret treasure from Master Sun Lan, a mark radiating seven-color divine light, slowly descended into his spiritual world, Yi Xian quickly focused his mind. He began to browse the ancient secret treasure within the mark according to Master Sun Lan's teachings. Sure enough, as Master Sun Lan said, he could read the other yellow-level secret treasures normally. But as for that half-Earth-level secret treasure, he felt dizzy every time he got close. It seems I really need to wait until I reach the Martial King realm to comprehend the contents of this Earth-level secret treasure. However, Yi Xian was not anxious. In Yi Xian's reward space, there were still 2 fruit of the Great Path. As long as he allows the divine bone to undergo another transformation, using the power of that transformation, Yi Xian was confident he could step into the Martial King realm in one leap. A Martial King powerhouse with 40% of divine bone characteristics? In the Xiantian divine way, that would be considered a talent of exceptional quality. Thinking of this, Yi Xian looked towards the masters again. Masters, I have another question. The question you want to ask, we can't answer. Yi Xian? He hasn't even started to ask, and Master Xuanlan blocked him right away. This is so lacking in sincerity. I really am not lying to you. Looking at Yi Xian, who seemed to feel deceived, Master Xuanlan quickly explained, that little girl is indeed transformed from the Black Star, but why she is in the secret realm of life and death, we are also very puzzled. In the past, relying on the protective divine stone, the Black Star never set foot on the divine mountain. The generations of ancestors within the divine stone have always been at peace with her. But just now, the way Little Black looked at the divine stone made them feel a huge threat. Now that Yi Xian has pierced through this layer of paper, Master Xuanlan decided to reveal everything he knew about the Black Star. It turns out that Little Black suddenly appeared 1,000 years ago, and at that time, the Black Star had not yet taken shape. Even Master Xuanlan learned about the battle of righteous and evil and the demon-fixing talisman from the fallen ancestor of Zenianzong. All the ancestors in the Divine Stone were very confused by the sudden appearance of the Black Star in the secret realm. Yet, they had no way to get her out of here. So, do you mean that even if you personally take action, it wouldn't work? It's not that it wouldn't work. It's that it simply can't be done. Facing Yi Xian's question, Master Xuanlan's words were so straightforward it hurt. Clearly, this is a realm he personally created, the divine mountain he refined, and the divine stone. He should be the absolute ruler of this world. But the appearance of Little Black shattered this rule, and it forced him to be heavily extorted in front of his unfilial disciple Yi Xian. Thinking about this matter made Master Xuanlan feel a wave of depression. However, now there was one more person feeling down. Yi Xian originally thought he had a terrifyingly powerful helper by his side. But it turns out this helper can't even be taken out? What a mess. Chapter 34. I don't read much, don't lie to me. Just as Yi Xian wore a gloomy face, Master Xuanlan suddenly spoke again. I can't get him out, but you can. Yi Xian? What kind of international joke is this? The ancestors of Zanianzong couldn't get Little Black out. How could Yi Xian, a newly promoted 9-star martial master, do it? Master, I don't read much, don't lie to me. Do I look like I'm lying to you? Master Xuanlan was really furious. This was the second time he faced Yi Xian's doubts today. If it were someone else, a direct disciple of Zanianzong, who dared to be so arrogant in front of him, they would have been kicked out of the secret realm long ago. But Yi Xian is different. They were still waiting for Yi Xian to save them. In just a moment, Little Black outside the divine stone began to bite. You carry the fortune. You are the chosen one. Master Xuanlan was also pushed to the edge, but his words struck Yi Xian's ears like thunder from the heavens. How does Master Xuanlan know I have great fortune? Just when Yi Xian was shocked, Master Xuanlan spoke again. Just now, the one who fought with you on the divine mountain had even a soul pearl, a true divine treasure, yet still lost to you. That is a treasure refined by true gods. This shows that you have extraordinary fortune. Hearing this, a flicker of understanding crossed Yi Xian's eyes. It turns out the great fortune Master Xuanlan mentioned did not refer to the fortune within Yi Xian's body, but rather luck. Saying it's luck isn't entirely right. The concept of fortune has been around for a long time. Since ancient times, it has been passed down. In short, this is something mysterious yet profound. Just when Yi Xian's emotions began to calm down, Master Xuanlan spoke again with shocking news. A great calamity is approaching the 6 domains of heaven and desolation. Non-fate bearers cannot cross, but in you, I see a glimmer of hope. Disciple is foolish, not knowing what the great calamity mentioned by the master is. The great calamity, like fate, has been rumored since ancient times within the 6 domains of Tianhuang. Since the birth of the 6 domains of Tianhuang, This world has suffered through several great calamities. Each time, mountains and rivers were flipped, and blood flowed like rivers. Even those divine paths and holy teachings that have stood for hundreds of thousands of years cannot escape shattering altars and extinguished traditions when calamity descends. However, the most terrifying of all the great calamities throughout history is undoubtedly the ancient calamity of divine fall. It is said that in ancient times, the 6 domains of Tianhuang were filled with the vestiges of true gods, especially the upper star domain, where countless powerful deities existed. The gods held the mandates of heaven. With a single word, they could redirect rivers and shift mountains. But even the powerful gods, immortal and unaging, could not escape falling during the great calamity. Even the upper star domain, which originally towered over all the desolate realms, mysteriously disappeared. These events, even in today's Middle Desert spiritual domains, holy teachings, and divine paths, are merely whispered legends. Why did the true gods suddenly fall? Why did the upper star domain vanish? The secrets remain unknown to this day. Only in the ancient ruins, discovered by later generations, have some found the remains of the true gods who suddenly fell in ancient times. The state of these true gods' deaths was extremely tragic, as if they had experienced some painful and fierce battle. What specifically is it? I'm not sure, but according to the information I obtained from the Xiantian Divine Path, this calamity that is about to arrive is different from those before and seems to be related to the upper star domain that vanished in ancient times. Related to the upper star domain, Yi Xian's heart suddenly trembled. He's been in this world for a full 18 years. With his status as a candidate for the young master of the Xiantian sect, he has encountered many secrets. However, the great calamity related to the upper star domain mentioned by Master Sun Lan was something Yi Xian was hearing for the first time today. It's normal that you do not know of the great calamity's existence. Don't say you. Even among the 4 desolate domains today, there are probably not many people aware. Only the true high-level members and decision-makers of those holy teachings and divine paths in the Middle Desert spiritual domain know that the 6 domains of Tianhuang are about to face a great calamity. Over the years, Master Sun Lan had considered revealing this information to the sect master and elders of Xiantian sect. However, the great calamity is imminent. There's nothing they can do to stop it. Telling them would only add to their worries. Then why did the master tell me? Yi Xian was very clear that he was merely a 9-star martial scholar. A problem that even the Xiantian sect master and the big shots of Xiantian sect could not stop. Master Sun Lan chose to tell him. Yi Xian would not naively believe that it was as Master Sun Lan said, that he saw deep fate on him or some nonsense. I once saw an ancient book within the Xiantian Divine Path, which has been circulating since ancient times. Although the book is damaged, some vague information can still be pieced together. Before the upper star domain disappeared, the true gods once joined forces to seal a certain object. Although this master does not know what that object is, I suspect. As Master Sun Lan spoke, his gaze unconsciously turned towards the stone tablet outside. Does the master mean it's about the black star? Yi Xian was slightly taken aback. Master Sun Lan neither nodded nor denied it. This black star has a mysterious origin and has caused countless slaughters among the 4 desolate domains and the Middle Desert spiritual domain. Your ability to gain the recognition of the black star is your fortune, and also the fortune of our entire Xiantian sect. I only hope that when the great calamity arrives, you can remember this bond of incense that our Xiantian sect has with you, and reach out for help so our Xiantian sect tradition is not buried in the great calamity. So, I won't spare any effort in my teaching to you today. Master Sun Lan willingly accepted Yi Xian's threat. Besides Xiaohei Ba, Yi Xian himself was also a reason. You possess a divine bone and are highly talented. Moreover, during the earlier contest for inheritance, there were some methods that even I couldn't see through. This naturally reminds me of many legendary figures from ancient times. They too, like you, carry mysteries and rise amidst great chaos. Just as Master Sun Lan was enthusiastically praising Yi Xian, his face suddenly twitched. Can you go outside and tell that girl not to keep gnawing on my divine monument? Got it. Finally back to the point. Although Master Sun Lan and the others vaguely mentioned the concept of a great calamity earlier, Yi Xian didn't take it to heart. To him, great calamities often occur on the scale of tens of thousands of years. There was no reason for him to be unlucky enough to encounter one right now. Even if, by some chance, there truly was a great calamity in the 6 desolate regions, didn't Yi Xian still have his lovely little wife and a golden finger? With his lovely little wife's current fondness for him, Yi Xian had a solid support system. No matter how powerful the calamity is, can it be scarier than a protagonist's halo? At this moment, Yi Xian felt like a pendant hanging on his lovely little wife. Just that kind of pendant hung on him. Everyone, don't think too much. I kindly ask all the ancestors to send me away from the divine. Before Yi Xian finished speaking, a seven-color divine light already enveloped his entire body. In the next second, he found himself outside the divine monument. Its speed was comparable to watching a video on 5G. Are you in such a hurry to throw me out? But when Yi Xian looked at the divine monument outside, which was covered in bite marks from Xiaohe Ba, his expression turned awkward. After all, he was a disciple of the Xiantian sect. In front of so many ancestors, Xiaohe Ba, this glutton, truly showed no regard for feelings at all. If he really let this girl eat away at the Xiantian sect's ancestors, he would probably have secured the hat of the most powerful trainee who betrayed his masters in the history of the Xiantian sect. This wasn't the ancestors trying to send him away. It was clearly them urging him to come out and save himself. Xiaohe Ba, you can't eat this, Yi Xian said firmly. But, brother, I'm very hungry. Xiaohe Ba drooled, looking hesitant. She had never climbed the divine mountain before because she thought it was all stones, too boring, not interesting. But just now, after seeing the seven-colored, glimmering divine stone monument at the top of the mountain, she was completely captivated by the smell inside. At this moment, Xiaohe Ba was like a greedy little cat, making a choice between the divine monument and Yi Xian. In the end, Yi Xian's significance in her heart still outweighed that of the divine monument. As she approached Yi Xian with a pitiful expression, he helplessly pulled out a fruit of the Tao from his reward space. Here, eat this. Wow. Thank you, brother. The Xiaohe Ba, who had just looked pitiful, immediately became excited. Although earlier at the divine monument, Master Sun Lan was also unclear about what the great calamity affecting the 6 desolate regions truly was. He clearly mentioned that Xiaohe Ba could very well be the key to this great calamity. Knowing Xiaohe Ba's importance, Yi Xian naturally had to treat her better. As for the divine monument, now full of bite marks, sorry, esteemed ancestors, I tried my best. Speaking of which, Yi Xian unexpectedly gained another pleasant surprise from the divine monument this time. Chapter 35, Drenched in Sweat, So Terrifying. It turns out that the thing floating from Hua Yuntian is actually related to the saint cult of the Yama in the central wilderness. Master Sun Lan, experienced and knowledgeable, being a direct bloodline of the Xiantian divine path, Yi Xian naturally wanted to ask these knowledgeable elders more about the cold knowledge concerning Hua Yuntian's mysterious soul body, so as not to be unexpectedly caught off guard by strange methods. According to Master Sun Lan's own words, there is a familiar aura above that soul body, although he is not clear about what this soul body actually is. But he can be sure that the aura on the soul body is related to the Yinming holy religion's Yinming sacred classics. The Yinming holy religion is a dominant force in the central wilderness spirit domain, with overall strength comparable to that of the Divine Beast Mountain and the Xiantian Divine Path. We are all decision-makers in the central wilderness spirit domain. One is at Bolin Street, and the other is at Tongluo Bay, just different territorial affiliations. Yi Xian is also curious. How could he, a direct disciple of the Xiantian sect, have a connection with the Yinming holy religion in the central wilderness spirit domain? Moreover, judging by Master Sun Lan's attitude, the Yinming sacred classics are not something that ordinary disciples of the Yinming holy religion can touch. Even those who claim to be geniuses and prodigies would find it extremely difficult to cultivate the supreme scriptures of the Yinming holy religion. It seems I need to pay more attention to the situation of the Yinming holy religion later. Thinking of this, Yi Xian glanced again at the already cold body of Hua Yuntian on the ground, took Little Black with him, and prepared to go down the mountain. At the same time, Xiao Man and Jiang Qing, after many trials, finally reached the foot of the divine mountain. Ha ha! The inherited divine mountain! We finally made it! Just as the two were filled with excitement and looked up towards the top of the divine mountain, their gazes suddenly froze. Yi Xian? How could it be him? Looking at Yi Xian coming down from the mountain, Xiao Man and Jiang Qing were stunned. They had expected to see Hua Yuntian here, but unexpectedly, the first person they saw was Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian was walking down towards the foot of the mountain with a relaxed expression. As the saying goes, going down the mountain is easy, going up the mountain is hard. Without the pressure of the divine mountain, Yi Xian's steps became lighter. Could it be he has already obtained the inheritance? After a brief shock, Xiao Man and Jiang Qing were suddenly startled by the thoughts in their minds. This waste, how could it be possible? They had gone through numerous challenges, struggling hard to finally reach the foot of the divine mountain in the life and death secret realm. But Yi Xian? He actually already obtained the inheritance? Xiao Man and Jiang Qing felt 1,000 grievances in their hearts. Just at that moment, Yi Xian, walking down the divine mountain, glanced at Xiao Man and Jiang Qing at the foot of the mountain. Which one of you is close to Hua Yintian? Seeing the two silent, Yi Xian continued. He is on top, playing with a secret treasure, and knocked his head off. Why don't you go up and bring his body down to bury it? After all, we are fellow disciples, so it would be good to leave him some dignity. Hearing this, Xiao Man and Jiang Qing's heads exploded again. What? Hua Yintian is dead? What a ridiculous joke. That guy was able to overpower both Xiao Man and Jiang Qing single-handedly when they were at the periphery of the secret realm. His strength made Xiao Man and Jiang Qing tremble with fear. Moreover, what Yi Xian just said clearly holds a lot of water. They are all martial artists. Who the hell would play with a secret treasure and knock their own head off? Hua Yintian is not an idiot. How could he do such a foolish thing? After a brief shock, came the questioning gazes of Jiang Qing and Xiao Man. Yi Xian, this waste is so low-level in his lying skills, it's pathetic. Hua Yintian, a 6-star martial king. How could he die so easily? When we see him later, we must talk well about how this waste Yi Xian slanders him behind his back. With this kind of intelligence, he thinks he can fool people? Spit. Although both were cursing inwardly, now that Yi Xian has already taken the lead in obtaining the inheritance, Xiao Man and Jiang Qing did not want to waste more time. The two quickly climbed the stone steps leading up the Divine Mountain. They were both proud individuals. Since they had fallen behind Yi Xian in climbing the Divine Mountain, they naturally had to make up for it in the inheritance. 压倒对方, overwhelming the opponent. 他们一路顶着神山的压力，中途好几次遇见传承，可他们都没有接受，一心一意，咬紧牙关，直奔山顶的最强传承而去。They pushed through the pressure of the Divine Mountain, encountering legacies several times along the way, but they did not accept any, focused and determined, gritting their teeth, heading straight for the strongest legacy at the top of the mountain. 望着山上如此执着的二人，已经下山的叶贤摇了摇头。Seeing the two on the mountain so persistent, Yi Xian, who had already come down, shook his head. 神山顶上的最强传承，因为叶贤的原因，祖师们的传承早被洗劫一空。The strongest legacy at the top of the Divine Mountain had already been looted because of Yi Xian. 就算他们爬上山顶，又有个鸟用？有鸟用吗？ Even if they climbed to the top of the mountain, what use would it be? Would it be of any use? 算了，就让这两个傻子爬去吧。Forget it, let these two fools climb. 内心吐槽完的叶贤转身，带着浮光幻影遮眼下的小黑把离开。Having finished his inner complaints, Yi Xian turned around and left with the little black shadow hidden under shimmering illusions. 终于，在经历了神山一波又一波的威压之后，萧蛮、江晴二人成功顺利登上了神山顶峰。Finally, after experiencing wave after wave of pressure from the Divine Mountain, Xiao Man and Jiang Qing successfully reached the peak of the Divine Mountain. 此刻，二人早已是汗流浃背。At this moment, the two were already drenched in sweat. 即便是拥有强悍防御蛮荒骨体的萧蛮，也是一脸气喘吁吁。Even Xiao Man, who possessed the formidable defensive primitive body, was panting heavily. 历经千辛万苦，我们终于爬上来了。After countless hardships, we finally made it up. 可就在二人齐齐朝着山顶最强传承望去的瞬间，他们的眼神再次呆住了。But just as the two looked towards the strongest legacy at the peak, their eyes went blank once more. 怎么回事？ What's going on? 这他妈是先天宗的最高传承。This is the highest legacy of the Xiantian sect. 望着对面坑坑洼洼，到处都是牙印，光艳暗淡的传承神碑，萧蛮和江晴陷入了短暂的人生怀疑当中。Looking at the uneven, bite-marked, and faintly glowing legacy stone tablet across from them, Xiao Man and Jiang Qing fell into brief existential doubt. 偏偏就在这个时候，他们的目光同时被山顶上的另一件东西吸引住了。Just at that moment, their gaze was drawn simultaneously to another object at the summit. 不，准确来说，那是一具尸体。No, to be precise, it was a corpse. 那个熟悉的，让他们犹如噩梦一般的赤红身影，此刻正静静地躺在地上，脑袋好像个西瓜一样爆开。That familiar red figure that felt like a nightmare to them was now quietly lying on the ground. The master Sun Lan smiled gently. The truth gained easily is far less real than the truth discovered slowly. We only need to quietly stand by as observers. Just a fragment of the soul body from the abyssal holy classic can make him ask questions in such detail. Are you not afraid he might regain his senses and return to the secret realm with that black star, gnawing on the divine monument? The words of Master Long Yun made the smile on Master Sun Lan's face suddenly stiffen. By that time, he probably won't have the time or energy to trouble our old folks again, right? After gathering his mood again, Master Sun Lan silently comforted himself deep down. Yes, it must be that way. Disaster is coming. Chaos is rising again. Everyone is but a chess piece in this chaotic world. Can one jump out of the chessboard and seize their own fate? This will depend on Yi Xian's own fortune. On the other side, Yi Xian, who had already left the Divine Mountain, was still unaware of the scene that had just occurred in the Divine Monument. Now, the strongest inheritance within the Death Secret Realm had all fallen into Yi Xian's hands, and staying in the Secret Realm had no meaning for him anymore. It's better to go out and break through early. Although Yi Xian still had a fruit of the Great Tao on him. However, his fortunes in the Secret Realm had been too frequent, and his strength had indeed grown too fast. Cultivation is like building a house. The foundation must be solid, and one's character must be upright. Only then can one's own cultivation endure the trials of wind and rain, remaining unbreakable. This sentence Yi Xian had reminded himself deep down for a full 18 years. Even now that he had the golden finger, he still did not dare to greedily rush for further achievements. Once I go out and gather these herbs and plants from Huayan Tian, allow the alchemist hall to refine them well, solidify my own cultivation, then I will consume the great Tao fruit and strive to break into the Martial King realm in one go. Yi Xian had risen step by step from a trivial side branch of the Yi family to where he stood today, relying on 6 words: steady and stable. Quickly, as Yi Xian emerged from the secret realm, the disciples of Xian Tian's sect looked at him with deep respect in their eyes. Congratulations, young sect master. Congratulations, young sect master. The sect master of Xian Tian's sect, under the embrace of many elders, approached Yi Xian with a beaming face. Xianer has indeed lived up to the hopes of our Xian Tian sect. On the Divine Mountain, you obtained the supreme inheritance. Today is your grand day, Xianer, and also a grand day for our Xian Tian sect. As the Xian Tian sect master spoke, he handed Yi Xian the token representing the identity of the young sect master. It was a magical jade plate resembling 9 crescent moons interconnected. In addition to serving as the token of the young sect master of Xian Tian sect, it had another very important function. This 9 Xian hook jade was infused with divine power by the ancestors of our Xian Tian sect throughout generations. It is a rare treasure in the world, containing a grand formation that encompasses all. Xianer, you just need to drip your blood on it. And after recognizing the master, this item will automatically activate and protect you. The Xian Tian sect master handed this 9 Xian hook jade to Yi Xian, which not only contained the divine power of the ancestors, but was also a set of extremely powerful formations. It could attack and defend. Looking at the entire southern wilderness region, it was also a rare treasure. You can recognize the master just by dripping blood? That's right. Hearing Yi Xian's question, the Xian Tian sect master smiled slightly. Master, can I give this item to someone? The Xian Tian sect master. Yi Xian's thought was actually very simple. He had the golden finger, and what he lacked the least was treasures. Moreover, this 9 Xian hook jade was exquisite in appearance, crystal clear in material, most suitable as a token of love for a girl. The key was that this thing could attack and defend. In the future, as long as his little wife used this treasure against enemies, she would always think of Yi Xian. In this way, wouldn't Yi Xian be able to greatly enhance the favorability of his little wife? What about the fate of the Great Road? Ahem. This is your token as the young master. After a brief moment of surprise, the sect master of Zentiangong looked troubled. I know, that's why I asked if I could give it to someone. Yi Xian nodded. Can, definitely, maybe should, could. The sect master of Zhuantiangong felt a rare conflict within his heart. Yi Xian, as the young master of Zhuantiangong, actually wanted to give away the young master's token. If it were someone else, the sect master would have already given them a couple of harsh words. Give you a big watermelon. How could a sect's token be given to just anyone? But the problem is, the person standing in front of him is Yi Xian. He was just favored by the ancestor of Zentiangong, Sun Lan, after coming out of the life and death secret realm. In the history of Zentiangong, no one had ever received this ancestor's inheritance before. If Yi Xian was able to gain the favor of ancestor Sun Lan, then he is the chosen one of Zentiangong. If the sect master dared to say anything against Yi Xian, he would be challenging the ancestor. Although he was the sect master, there were still many old masters above him who had not yet ascended. These old masters would eventually enter the secret realm and return to the divine monument. Ahem. Thinking of this, the The sect master of Xuantiangong lightly coughed twice. Could it be that Xian Yuan wants to give this item to your fiancée? Yeah, that's her. Seeing Yi Xian confirm, the sect master's eyes flashed with light. Sure enough, it's her. In just more than half a month of time, Dan Tai Mingyue's cultivation was completely restored, and the news of her being accepted into the Star Academy had already spread throughout the Southern Wilderness. The Star Academy is considered a major force in the Southern Wilderness. A born useless girl from a small town in the Jiang Kingdom. In the blink of an eye, she became one of the 3 major mentors of the Star Academy's disciples. This event stirred quite a few waves in the Southern Wilderness. This girl entering the Star Academy, together with Xuan Yuan's identity, can be seen as a rough match. But why is the Star Academy so eager to recruit Dan Tai Mingyue? The twists and turns in this matter were clear to the sect master of Xuantiangong. It's just that they want to rely on the engagement with Xian Yuan to connect with Xuantiangong, right? As a top force in the Central Wilderness Spirit Realm, Xuantiangong has branches spreading throughout the 4 wild realms. Even the ancestor of Xuantiangong, Sun Lan, was a direct bloodline of Xuantiangong. But this bloodline had been thousands of years ago. Besides, Xuantiangong hadn't had a disciple enter the Xuantiangong for many years. This connection had inevitably faded over time. My Xuantiangong hasn't even had a taste of something warm. And you, Star Academy, want to come and reap benefits? The sect master of Xuantiangong was understandably displeased. But seeing Yi Xian's current attitude towards his fiancée, the sect master felt he shouldn't say too much. Sigh. I hope after entering Xuantiangong, Xian Yuan can truly understand that love and relationships are just a minor path, and that cultivating oneself to become a true god is the supreme path for us martial artists. However, at this moment, the deeply contemplative sect master had no idea that what Yi Xian was pursuing was not some minor love path, but rather the golden finger, the fate of the great road, and a lovely wife, which was a supreme path. Chapter 37. Heart's Secret, Brave Entering Star God. Yi Xian's position as young master. It was obtained without any dispute. Even Jiangqing and Xiao Man, who came out of the secret realm later, did not dare to say a word. Both of them were quite frustrated. They had worked hard to climb to the peak of the Divine Mountain. Calling out to the Divine Monument, they had bruised their heads. Unfortunately, they didn't see even half of the inheritance. In helplessness, they returned to halfway up the mountain to comprehend the inheritance. They each obtained an inheritance similar to that of Rolling Thunder. If it were in normal times, with their pride, they would have secretly vowed to return and train hard, vowing to crush Yi Xian in the future. But since the moment on the peak of the Divine Mountain, after seeing the headless body of Hua Yuntian, they no longer had the slightest intention of competing with Yi Xian. Yi Xian is a person blessed by the gods. This time, going to the Central Wilderness Spirit Domain, he will surely advance in strength to new heights in the Xiantian Divine Path. Xiao Man and Jiangqing only found out after coming out that Yi Xian had obtained the strongest inheritance from the top of the Sacred Mountain. The inheritance personally passed down by Master Sun Lan. Thinking of this, Xiao Man and Jiangqing couldn't help but feel a wave of deep disappointment in their hearts. What innate sword body! What ancient barbarian body! In front of Master Sun Lan's supreme inheritance, those are nothing at all. During this time, an amusing incident occurred. Those who were originally supporters of Hua Yuntian, seeing that he was already dead and Yi Xian supporters were eyeing them, began to think of rushing over to Jiangqing and Xiao Man. But Jiangqing and Xiao Man were not fools. Are you kidding me? Hua Yuntian just died at the top of the Sacred Mountain. They didn't want to become the second Hua Yuntian. Brother Xiao, get lost. Brother Jiang, didn't you hear? I told you to get lost. Those who were scolded by Xiao Man and Jiangqing didn't dare say anything to their faces, but behind their backs, they were cursing Xiao Man and Jiangqing like dogs. Tisk, still a direct disciple? Yi Xian is nothing but lucky. He just happened to encounter Hua Yuntian's cursed treasure, and he's not really that great at all. They don't even have the courage to fight Yi Xian. With this kind of courage, how can they enter the life and death secret realm? They deserve not to get the strongest inheritance at the top of the mountain. But even being scolded like dogs was better than being a dead dog. Now, Xiao Man and Jiangqing had only one thought in their hearts. That is to let Yi Xian hurry up and advance in the Xiantian Divine Path, so that they wouldn't be completely squeezed out of survival space by Yi Xian in the future at Xiantian Sect. Yi Xian smoothly obtained the position of Deputy Sect Master of Xiantian Sect in a life and death secret realm. This news quickly spread throughout the entire Southern Wilderness Domain. The first to receive this news was the Yi clan. In order to inform the Yi clan of this news as soon as possible, Yi Shu continuously activated the Xiantian spirit talismans granted by Yi Xian, exhausting himself like a dog. Ha ha! My son has the true form of a divine being. After learning the news, Yi Guanhai laughed so hard that his mouth crooked. The Grand Elder and many elders of the Yi clan, while surprised, all secretly rejoiced, feeling glad that they had bet on the right horse. Yi Xian is truly a talent of our Yi clan. With his successful advancement into the Xiantian divine path, his future achievements will be limitless. Heaven bless our clan. Heaven bless our clan. Ha ha ha. In the Starry Academy, looking at the letter sent by Yi Xian, Dan Tai Mingyue's beautiful eyes glimmered with hidden joy. I didn't expect that in this life and death secret realm, so many things happened to him. Yi Xian was originally the designated successor of the deputy sect master of Xiantian sect. Who would have thought that at the crucial moment before he entered the secret realm, two of his personal disciples who had been traveling for a long time would return one after another? Even more surprisingly, even a missing martial king expert like Hua Yintian appeared. When Dan Tai Mingyue saw this, she truly felt anxious for Yi Xian in her heart. Fortunately, a good person will be rewarded by heaven. Yi Xian naturally wouldn't tell Dan Tai Mingyue in the letter that Hua Yintian died by his hand. He had finally established a positive image in his little wife's heart, and he could not let that arrogant Hua Yintian ruin it. You actually believe such childish lies? A dignified 6-star martial king, killed by cursed treasure? Most likely your fiancé hid the truth in the letter. I believe that the 6-star martial king of Xiantian's sect probably died at his hands. The mysterious woman in the ring gave a cold snort. She thought her little disciple was simply too naive. Even if Yi Xian seemed to treat her little disciple well now, in order to prevent her little disciple from suffering emotional harm, the mysterious woman still decided to offer a reminder. However, with Yi Xian's love letters over the past half-month, and the flattery from the honeypot, Dan Tai Mingyue's heart had already fallen into the fiery passion of a young girl discovering love. How could she still listen to a single piece of advice, even if the person giving the advice was her most respected master? Dan Tai Mingyue still believed deeply in Yi Xian's character. What is this? At that moment, a beautifully crafted circular jade pendant shaped like 9 crescent moons slid from the envelope into Dan Tai Mingyue's hand. This is a good thing. Unlike those cheap jewelry that can only be admired, it contains great power, able to attack and defend. Quickly drip blood to recognize its master and test the power of this treasure. Hearing the mysterious woman's urging from within the ring, Dan Tai Mingyue felt warmth in her heart again. Yi Xian had just come out of a life and death secret realm after going through hell. This treasure was likely obtained by him after enduring countless hardships. He actually sent someone to deliver it to her without stopping. Master, What? You want to return it to him? I just feel that he needs it more than I do. Isn't it that you need him more? The moment she heard the mysterious woman's words, Dan Tai Mingyue's face nearly turned red to her neck. Master, please stop teasing me. Looking at her little apprentice's current state, the mysterious woman really felt a bit exhausted. She devoted herself entirely to her little apprentice, yet her apprentice's heart had already fallen. Forget it. I can't be bothered with your matters anymore. However, since he sent it to you, it means he certainly has no shortage of treasures. If you insist on returning it, won't that go against his good intentions? Although the mysterious woman was convinced that Hua Yintian had died at Yi Xian's hands, she chose to turn a blind eye to his deception for the sake of the precious gifts he sent to her little apprentice. However, this Yi Xian, with his martial sect level, can kill a 6-star martial king? It seems I underestimated him before. Seeing the mysterious woman in the ring lose contact again, Dan Tai Mingyue hesitated for a moment while looking at the 9 Xian jade pendant in her hand. Then, without hesitation, she dripped blood to recognize its master. Master is right. If I rashly return what Yi Xian gave me, it may cause misunderstandings. If he thinks I'm dissatisfied with his gift, that wouldn't be good. Although Dan Tai Mingyue had not officially met Yi Xian to this day, the name Yi Xian seemed to have become an indispensable part of her life. Fortunately, the mysterious woman had now severed all ties with the outside world. Otherwise, if she knew how Dan Tai Mingyue interpreted her previous words, she wouldn't know whether to be mad or to angrily pound her chest. Cursing Dan Tai Mingyue for being ungrateful. A mere treasure had bewitched her heart. After recognizing the treasure as her own, Dan Tai Mingyue's gaze became even more resolute. She looked at the high tower across from her. Star God Tower. This tower was left behind by the founder of the Stardo Academy. It is said that the founder of Stardo Academy was once an unknown wandering cultivator in the southern desolate region. By chance, he received guidance from a powerful figure in the central desolate spiritual region, which led to the vast estate of Stardo Academy. After the founder of Stardo Academy ascended, he left the teachings of that person in the Star God Tower and proclaimed that below the martial king level, Anyone who could break through the 9th level of the Star God Tower would have the chance to obtain the inheritance within. Below the Martial King level, entering this tower, no matter what cultivation level, will transform into a 9-star Martial Master. In the half-month since Dan Tai Mingwei arrived at Stardo Academy, her strength skyrocketed, and she was already on the brink of reaching 8-star Martial Master. Even her nominal mentor, Fan Tian, was amazed at Dan Tai Mingyue's terrifying speed of cultivation. Who could have imagined? A month ago, the useless girl, Dan Tai Mingyue, within a short time, actually crossed the 2 realms of warrior and martial master. If she continues to practice at this speed, it won't be long before Dan Tai Mingyue breaks through the great martial master level and advances to the martial ancestor rank. Yi Xian has already successfully passed the life and death secret realm, with strength reaching the 9-star martial ancestor. My 7-star martial master strength is still too far from him. Thinking of this, Dan Tai Mingyue's gaze towards the Star God Tower grew increasingly determined. Yi Xian, I will definitely catch up to you. Chapter 38, Great Fortune, Goddess's Pride. Achoo! Gained Dan Tai Mingyue's affection. Great Tao Fortune +10, +10, +15, +20. In the 8 profound Shaoyang cave, feeling his little wife's rising affection, Yi Xian sneezed suddenly. Could it be my little wife misses me so much that she created a spiritual connection? This thought flashed through Yi Xian's mind, but was quickly cast aside, because in just this short moment, the great Tao Fortune in the golden ore began to soar like it was energized. Looks like giving the 9 profound hooked jade to my little wife was indeed a wise choice. Yi Xian felt secretly pleased. His victory in the life and death secret realm of the Xiantian sect was greatly helped by his golden finger's 10 continuous draws. A fleeting light, a dragon flying to the clouds, had already made Yi Xian an extraordinary figure in the secret realm. Even more, he gained an invincible combat strength. Little hey. In this situation, Yi Xian couldn't help but start to anticipate what surprises his golden finger would bring next. After a brief moment of excitement, Yi Xian began to gather his thoughts. The rapidly increasing cultivation in the secret realm still needed to be stabilized. Although he had assistance from the golden finger, he could not neglect his own practice. Just as Yi Xian focused on stabilizing his cultivation and waiting for a breakthrough at Xiantian's sect in the forbidden area of the back mountain, the sect leader of Xiantian slowly approached a closed stone door. Ancestor, Yi Xian has already succeeded in taking over the position of deputy sect master and will soon head to the Xiantian divine path. The Xiantian sect leader stood respectfully outside the stone door, where was there any hint of the usual imposing presence of the sect master. Good. The next moment, an immense pressure surged from behind the stone door, bearing down on the head of the Xiantian sect leader. Even with the strength of the 8-star martial emperor, the Xiantian sect leader couldn't help but change color slightly. In the sacred realm, the martial emperor is the king of martial arts. Behind this stone door resides one of the few sacred realms that still exist in the Xiantian sect. It is precisely because of the presence of these old monsters that the Xiantian sect has withstood the test of 10,000 years in the southern desolation realm. This child has obtained the inheritance of ancestor Sun Lan in the secret realm, showing his deep fortune. My Xiantian sect must do our utmost to help him reach the Xiantian divine path. Understood. Hearing the voice from behind the stone door, the Xiantian sect leader bowed deeply. In fact, even the Xiantian sect leader hadn't expected that Yi Xian inheriting ancestor Sun Lan's teachings would awaken these ancient monsters from their 1,000-year slumber in the forbidden area of the back mountain. But for my Xiantian sect to have someone like Yi Xian, who carries such great fortune and talent, this is truly a great blessing for my Xiantian sect. At this moment, the delighted Xiantian sect leader had totally forgotten who Hua Yintian was. The world of martial artists is like this. One second they might be everyone's favorite. In the next second, they might be stomped on by their opponents. No one ever remembers the names of the losers. The strong character has always belonged to the winning side. In the central wilderness spiritual domain, atop the sacred mountain of the Xiantian divine path headquarters, a stunning woman, ethereal like a goddess descending from the 9th heaven, is currently standing barefoot on the clouds, her entire being surrounded by divine light. Even the very Tao of heaven and earth in this realm can't help but solidify at her fingertips. Her eyes are solemn. In her cold, emotionless eyes, there was an air of admiration, a feeling that made one want to kneel before her. She was Xiao, the current goddess of the Xiantian sacred path. At that moment, a flash of spiritual light suddenly darted in front of goddess Xiao. Looking at the spiritual light in her hands, the eternally cold and beautiful gaze of goddess Xiao finally stirred with a hint of emotion. Yi Xian has successfully succeeded the position of the young master of the Xiantian sect. This is truly wonderful. As the goddess of the Xiantian sacred path, Xiao was young, but already possessed the cultivation of the holy realm. Her divine bones had transformed to a terrifying extent of 95%. Even in front of a demigod, goddess Xiao could stand undefeated. The entire Xiantian sacred path regarded her as the most likely candidate to break through to true divinity in nearly 10,000 years. However, hidden in goddess Xiao was a secret that even the head of the Xiantian sacred path did not know. She was not a reincarnated deity. She was born with a miraculous ability, possessing eyes that could see through the future. At every important crossroads of life, she could always pierce through the fog and find her own opportunities. But months ago, when goddess Xiao peered into the future to find her own opportunity to ascend to true divinity, an odd event occurred. Who could have thought that the dignified goddess of the Xiantian sacred path would be the first to perish in the great calamity, and in such a ridiculous way? Even though goddess Xiao activated her divine vision countless times, the final result remained unchanged. At one point, she was about to give up, but in her last attempt to use her divine vision to explore the future, she unexpectedly discovered a glimmer of hope. And the person who triggered this turnaround was none other than Yi Xian. To escape a certain death in the great calamity, goddess Xiao did not hesitate to issue a divine decree in her goddess status. She commanded the branches of the Xiantian sacred path scattered across the 4 great wilderness regions to select exceptional talents and send them for training at the Xiantian sacred path. Only a few high-ranking members within the Xiantian sacred path were aware of this matter. Although they were also unclear about the purpose of summoning these chosen ones, to them, goddess Xiao, with her lofty status and strength comparable to the headmaster, was like a divine oracle sent from the heavens. The original intention of goddess Xiao was to quietly bring Yi Xian, the one who could change fate, to her side in this manner. For this reason, goddess Xiao even sent people to investigate. Currently, among the direct disciples of the sect, there was only Yi Xian. What goddess Xiao never expected was that just before the life and death trial, 2 other direct disciples of the sect, including a star-level martial king who had been missing for 100 years, would surprisingly return one after another. While I can see through the future, I can only glimpse fragmented images. If goddess Xiao had known that such events would occur midway, she would have drawn her sword and rushed to the southern wilderness to eliminate these obstacles to her fate. Fortunately, Yi Xian has strong enough power to bring things back to their original track. But even so, goddess Xiao could not swallow this irritation. Pass down my divine order. From this day forth, all branches of the Xiantian sacred path in the 4 great wilderness regions, outside of the selected exceptional talents entering our sect, will no longer have anyone qualified to become a direct disciple. We obey the will of the goddess. As soon as goddess Xiao's divine order was issued, the entire Xiantian sacred path erupted in excitement. No wonder she is the goddess of our Xiantian sacred path. These exceptional talents, selected from the various branches, are originally direct disciples of various sections. To be chosen by the sacred path is indeed a half-master's grace from the goddess. With the goddess's pride, how could one allow those failures to be on equal footing with one's own disciples? This is the pride of my Xiantian divine path, the pride of the goddess. Chapter 39. Encountering Water Reversal, the Treasure Lord. Xiantian sect, within a 6-tier cave heaven. Jiangxing and Xiaoman both looked gloomy at this moment. They truly couldn't think of a solution, no matter how hard they tried. They had already given up on competing with Yi Xian. They only wanted to linger in the sect. Unexpectedly, at this critical moment, the Xiantian divine path actually issued a divine decree. Their status as direct disciples was stripped away. They were reduced to the same status as everyone else, inner disciples. Even their training resources sharply decreased. It doesn't matter if Xiantian sect treats us this way. Xiaoman and Jiangqing felt as if they were targeted maliciously. Yet they had no idea who was targeting them. Compared to Jiangqing, who felt overwhelmed like he was facing bad luck, Xiaoman, Yi Xian was having an extremely comfortable time training during this period. He enjoyed the spirit pills crafted by the alchemy hall day and night, while also feeling the nourishing energy of the earth veins in the 8 Xian Shaoyang cave heaven. His own strength was like a fish in water, steadily improving. Due to the attitude of the Xiantian sect master and the elders, the alchemy hall dared not delay even a moment in supplying Yi Xian with spirit pills daily. Even the alchemists were divided into 2 shifts, working day and night to refine medicine for Yi Xian. As for taking medicine, Yi Xian had no major objections. Using rare materials to nourish oneself is an essential part of martial cultivation. Only those poor people who can't afford medicine would shout that cultivation relies on oneself. It's like a beggar who can't afford meat, deceiving themselves that meat is sour, smelly, and bad for them if consumed too much. Indeed, being a villain is much more enjoyable than grinding away like those pitiful, low-level protagonists. Of course, the premise is that this villain shouldn't be taken down by the protagonist's halo. However, considering how much Dan Tai Mingwell likes Yixian now, who knows who will be the one to dominate? Brother, do you still have the kind of fruit you gave me last time? At that moment, a crisp voice sounded in Yixian's ear. Looking at the insatiable little black Bob beside him, Yixian immediately felt a headache. The various spirit pills sent by the alchemy hall during this time were only partially consumed by Yixian. The rest were all devoured by little black Ba. She was simply a culinary black hole. The key was that the delicacies in her eyes were all rare materials in the eyes of martial artists. Little black Ba's strength was very strong, but her ability to squander was equally impressive. If you keep eating like this, all the wealth I figured out from Hua Yintian may be all eaten by you. Yixian smiled bitterly. What? That fool's family fortune is that little. Looking at the thoughtful little black Ba in front of him, Yixian really didn't know what to say. Hua Yintian was the strongest direct disciple of Xiantian sect 100 years ago. He had been trapped in an ancient secret realm for 100 years. Countless treasures were gathered from this guy, far from being comparable to an ordinary martial king. And yet, little black Ba actually thought it was too little. Brother, how about we catch another fool and beat him up? Looking at the clever little black Ba, Yixian truly felt amused and helpless. Do you think there are many fortune-bringing fools like Hua Yintian? Silly girl, where can you find so many fools for you to catch? Yixian patted little black Ba soothingly. Look, here's one. As soon as little black Ba finished speaking, she reached out to grab at the void. Duong. A shadow appeared out of nowhere before Yixian. Yixian, what's going on? Yixian looked completely confused. However, while he was confused, the shadow opposite him looked even more bewildered. He was originally a shadow guard beside the Holy Son of the Nether Sacred Church. As a shadow guard, the greatest buff is the hidden artifacts on them and their top-notch techniques to conceal their presence. Even in front of a Holy Realm expert, they may not necessarily be discovered. He came all the way from the Wild Spirit Realm, and even the protective formation of the Xiantian sect was nothing but an illusion in front of him. What's going on with this little girl in a belly band? How'd she pull him out of the void with a single claw? Since the 8-Xian Shaoyang Cave is Yi Xian's private territory, outsiders have no right to enter without his command. So here, Yi Xian didn't need to use any illusions to conceal the movements of Xiao Haiba. This gave the Shadow Guard a chance to see Xiao Haiba. At this moment, as their 6 eyes met, Xiao Haiba looked proud, while Yi Xian and the Shadow Guard were both astonished. Yi Xian's astonishment was naturally because of the shadow Xiao Haiba grabbed from the void. The Shadow Guard was surprised by Xiao Haiba's terrifying power. When did such a monster appear in the South Wilderness? Before the Shadow Guard could figure it out, Yi Xian, reacting from across the way, pointed at him. Xiao Haiba beat him up, make him unable to take care of himself. Although Yi Xian didn't know the identity of the Shadow Guard, the Yin energy around him was heavy, clearly indicating he was not a good guy. Okay, brother. Hearing Yi Xian's command, Xiao Haiba's face lit up with excitement. Since leaving the life and death secret realm, she hadn't beaten anything moving for a long time. At this moment, Xiao Haiba's expression was that of ill intent, while the Shadow Guard's face changed drastically as he hurriedly cast a secret technique, Heavenly Ghost Escape, Underworld Instant Movement, Shua. The secret technique the Shadow Guard was casting was a top-level technique in the ghostly underworld sect, used to move thousands of miles in an instant. Even in a forbidden array, he could instantly break out and appear at any desired location 1,000 miles away. Although this little girl has terrifying strength, it's not easy to catch me under the top techniques of my ghostly underworld sect. The Shadow Guard felt completely confident in his heart. But soon, the confidence on his face froze. Shadow Guard. What's going on? The secret technique has already been activated. Why am I still here? Looking again at Xiao Haiba, who was walking toward him with a ghostly smile. The Shadow Guard's whole body trembled. Don't come over. Heavenly Ghost Escape, Underworld Instant Movement. Again, Shaw. Not giving up, the Shadow Guard cast the secret technique again. Shua. Shua. Hurry, Shua. Damn it. Why is my secret technique failing? The Shadow Guard felt like he was about to cry from this damn secret technique. Clearly, this escape technique worked every time normally, but today, it just wouldn't work. The key was, staring at the approaching figure of Xiao Haiba, the Shadow Guard felt an unprecedented fear welling up in his heart. Your secret technique, it doesn't work. At this moment, Xiao Haiba's slightly smiling and crisp voice sounded in the Shadow Guard's ears like a demon crawling out of the abyss. His whole face turned pale in an instant. Before the Shadow Guard could react again, Xiao Haiba's cute little fists had already hammered onto his chest. Boom! In an instant, the Shadow Guard felt as if his chest had been crushed by a giant mountain. All the life-saving treasures on him exploded collectively, turning to powder at the same time. The Shadow Guard shot through the air in a beautiful line of blood, crashing heavily onto the floor of the 8 Xian Xiaoyang cave. If Yi Xian hadn't just ordered to leave the Shadow Guard a breath of life, Xiao Haiba's punch just now would have taken a Shadow Guard's life. Why does this girl's eerie feeling feel so familiar? It's like I've seen it somewhere before. Hey, wait, you're from the ghostly underworld sect. As Yi Xian exposed the Shadow Guard's identity, his face changed drastically. However, his reaction further confirmed Yi Xian's inner speculation. So you really are from the ghostly underworld sect. It seems most likely because of Hua Yuntian. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's eyes gradually turned strange, especially when he looked at the various equipment that exploded from the Shadow Guard by Xiao Haiba's punch on the ground. The smile on his face began to grow more radiant. Just sent away a money-bringing boy, and now another treasure-filled little lord comes? Hua Yuntian, you truly are my lucky general. Chapter 40. Strongman's Restrictions, Destroying the Body and Erasing Traces. Brother, we can't get anything out of him. How about we just kill him? In the middle of the 8 mysterious Lesser Yang cave, Little Black was holding the Shadow Guard of the ghostly underworld Holy Church, beating him for a long time. She got a bit bored and looked up at Yi Xian, saying, her casual tone made it seem like she wasn't holding a person, but a dog, cat, or even a bug or an ant. Little Black, you misunderstood. He's not refusing to speak. He simply can't speak. There's a restriction set by a powerful figure inside his body, preventing him from revealing any key information. Upon hearing Yi Xian's explanation, the Shadow Guard, already beaten into an unrecognizable state and on the verge of death with broken vocal cords, nodded weakly, making small sounds. His grateful gaze seemed to thank Yi Xian for the explanation. But the next second, the Shadow Guard heard Yi Xian's cold voice once again. Search his treasures, then find a secluded place and kill him. Shadow Guard. What the heck? You just said I can't answer your questions because of the restriction, so why not try to break the restriction? Unfortunately, the Shadow Guard could only make weak sounds like unable to defend himself. Yi Xian didn't care. Since he couldn't get any useful information, why keep him alive? Was he supposed to bring good news to the ghostly underworld Holy Church when he got back? Brother, don't worry, I'll throw him far away. After searching for the treasures, Yi Xian put an illusion technique, floating light phantom, on Little Black. Then, the little girl carried the dying Shadow Guard and disappeared into Yi Xian's 8 mysterious Lesser Yang cave. Although we didn't get anything out of him this time, we did find quite a few treasures. The Shadow Guard, beaten almost to death by Little Black, was a half-step martial emperor. Although he didn't have soul beads or other miraculous treasures like the True Dragon Soul Fragment, he did possess many valuable items. At least, Little Black's supply of spirit herbs for the time being would no longer trouble Yi Xian. It's true that Hua Yuntian and the ghostly underworld Holy Church have a special relationship. He just died, and they're already sending people to investigate. He can't possibly be some high-ranking official's illegitimate child from the ghostly underworld Holy Church, right? Although Yi Xian couldn't get any useful information from the Shadow Guard's mouth, by piecing things together and thinking it through, it wasn't difficult to understand the connections. Looks like I need to break through sooner and enter the heavenly path of the Profound Heaven as quickly as possible. Although the Profound Heaven sect is a dominant power in the South Wasteland, it is still too light compared to the existence of the ghostly underworld Holy Church. However, the heavenly path of the Profound Heaven is different. They're all the ones calling the shots in the central wasteland spirit domain. No one fears anyone. Once Yi Xian enters the heavenly path of the Profound Heaven, he will be one of their own. No one will allow the ghostly underworld Holy Church to bully their own people. One thing must be said, Little Black's speed in burying people is quite fast. In less than a tease time, she was back. The key thing was, it was so boring outside, and there was none of the comfortable scent that brother gave off. Little Black had become more and more attached to Yi Xian. She couldn't stay away from him for even a moment. Is the person dealt with? Dealt with. Where did you bury him? At the back mountain. Yi Xian. The back mountain of the Profound Heaven sect. That's where the ancestors of the Profound Heaven sect have closed off for meditation, where they passed away. I told you to throw him farther away, didn't I? The back mountain, isn't it far enough? Looking at the innocent Little Black in front of him, Yi Xian was already covered in black lines. He had overestimated Little Black's ability to understand. It seems that in the future, things like killing and burying bodies should not be left to her. In the forbidden stone door of the back mountain of the Profound Heaven sect, The white-haired old monster of the profound heaven sect stared at the corpse that suddenly appeared in front of him, falling into deep thought. He just turned around, and suddenly there was a corpse beside him. Fortunately, there was no one around. If someone didn't know better, they might think he had some special hobby. After calming himself slightly, the old monster moved closer to the corpse. Surrounded by dark energy, this doesn't look like the training methods of the Southern Wasteland. Could it be the Central Wasteland Spirit Domain? The black-clothed shadow guard in front had just died, still carrying the aura of a half-step martial emperor, and he could vaguely sense the cultivation method used. This cultivation method is very strange, yet full of mysteries. It seems to be much more exquisite than the methods practiced by my Zhuangtiangong. It looks like this person has an unusual background. At the very least, they must come from a holy land or a divine path. In an instant, upon reaching this conclusion, the old monster felt like crying. In the Central Wasteland Spirit Domain, there aren't many holy lands with such eerie cultivation methods. Divine paths are even rarer. And among the methods that fit this corpse best, there is none other than the Underworld's sacred teachings. Damn it! How did someone from the Underworld's sacred teachings end up dead in my secluded stone chamber? The old monster tugged at his own hair. Pulling it, he was almost about to go bald. If it were any other divine path, it would be manageable. But it just had to be the Underworld sacred teachings. The strength of the Underworld sacred teachings in the Central Wasteland Spirit Domain may not surpass top forces like the Zhuangtiangong or Divine Beast Mountain. But when it comes to underhanded methods, the Underworld sacred teachings come second to none. Although I am a powerful figure in the Southern Wasteland and have long stepped into the Holy Realm, in the eyes of those divine paths and sacred teachings in the Central Wasteland, I'm just a slightly larger ant. Given the Underworld sacred teachings' notorious vendetta for revenge, if this matter gets out, even if Zhuangtiangong is a branch of the Zhuangtiangong in the Southern Wasteland, we still can't escape their grasp. What to do? What to do? What should I do? Damn it! Who is the despicable person that killed someone from the Underworld sacred teachings and left their body in my cave? At this moment, the old monster, with fear in his eyes, no longer cared about who was framing him from behind. The Underworld's sacred teachings have countless techniques, and if there are any secret spells left on this corpse that allow them to track me down, I'm finished. Almost instantly, words flashed through the old monster's mind. Destroy the corpse, erase the traces. This matter must not be known to the Underworld's sacred teachings, so everything has to be done thoroughly. In an instant, 3 different colored flames surged in the old monster's palm. Body, soul, aura, everything that can be used for tracking must be destroyed. Not even a single hair can be left in this world. As the 3 colored flames ignited the shadow guard's corpse, the entire body was enveloped by a scorching fire lotus. To prevent any omissions, after burning the corpse, soul, and aura, the old monster added dozens of different great prohibitions around the perimeter. Soul destruction secret technique. Decomposition secret technique. Spirit decline secret technique. Concealment secret technique. Great fate breaking technique. One by one, secret techniques that erased traces were thrown into the old monster's hands as if they were free. He threw more than 100 of them. Yet the old monster still felt uneasy. Then, he repeated the previous steps, going through the motions a dozen more times, until there were no longer any clues related to the shadow guard in the entire cave. Only then did the old monster feel relieved. Having done this much, it should be impossible for anyone to discover, right? Still a bit rattled, the old monster looked at the spot where the corpse had vanished and said suspiciously, Chapter 41. The Fate of Heaven. The Holy Realm takes action. In the Central Wasteland Spirit Domain, Underworld Sacred Teachings. Crack. The Holy Sun, Xuanhu, who was in closed-door cultivation, suddenly opened his eyes wide. Looking at the broken shadow guard's soul played across from him, his eyes reflected a faint, incredible expression. Shadow guard? Dead. The shadow guards personally trained by the Underworld Holy Sect possess strength comparable to half-step martial emperors. With the special techniques of the Underworld Holy Sect and the enhancement of treasures, even before Saint Realm, their tracks may not be easily seen. Moreover, the Underworld Holy Sect has numerous powerful escape techniques. Over all these years, a shadow guard of the Underworld Holy Sect has never been killed in the 4 major wilderness regions until now. Even the son of Xuanhu was momentarily taken aback. After a brief daze, what followed was the surging wrath of the son of Xuanhu. Could it be that Yixin again? As a superpower in the Central Wilderness Spirit Domain, the Xiantian Divine Path's Divine Decree has drawn much attention from various martial artist forces in the Central Wilderness Spirit Domain. As an important branch of the Xiantian Divine Path in the Southern Wilderness, the news about Xiantian sect had already spread to the Central Wilderness Spirit Domain days ago. However, The son of Xuanhu always did not believe that Hua Qingtian, as his avatar, would commit such a foolish act as causing a secret treasure to explode, which is why he kept waiting for the Shadow Guard's investigation results. But who would have thought? At this critical moment, the Shadow Guard was actually killed in the southern wilderness? The expression on the son of Xuanhu's face darkened to a terrifying level. First, one of his avatars died mysteriously in the life and death secret realm. Next, another half-step martial emperor Shadow Guard was lost. If he could endure this, how would the underworld holy sect continue to operate in the central wilderness spirit domain in the future? If that's the case, let me borrow the eyes of the Shadow Guard to see what kind of divine ability this Yi Xian has that even the Shadow Guards beside me fall at his hands. As soon as his words fell, the son of Xuanhu began to cast his secret technique. Accompanied by the activation of his secret technique, the son of Xuanhu's eyes began to flicker with bursts of dark light. This is the supreme secret technique of the underworld holy sect. It allows one to seek the truth through the eyes of the deceased, piercing through the clouds of doubt. At this moment, a scream came, and the son of Xuanhu felt a scorching, burning breath hit his face. Who dares to burn this holy son's eyes? Amidst the burning pain, the dark light in the son of Xuanhu's eyes quickly dissipated. In its place were his slightly swollen eyes. The secret technique of the underworld holy sect, although it can observe the state of the deceased before their death through their eyes, this technique also bears some of the pain the deceased is experiencing. Burning with fire? Do they want to destroy the evidence? Thinking of this, the son of Xuanhu's expression darkened again. If the eyes won't work, then I will sense the aura to lock onto the position. With a determined mind, the son of Xuanhu closed his eyes again and began to cast a new secret technique. But soon he opened his eyes again. Even the aura has been destroyed. The veins on the son of Xuanhu's forehead throbbed slightly. If that's the case, then there's only one last method left. Destroying evidence is not a rare method among the 6 major wilderness realms. However, with the underworld holy sect status in the central wilderness spirit domain, the secret techniques at their disposal are in the tens of thousands. Even if the body and aura are burned away, the son of Xuanhu still has ways to manage it. The body and aura are easy to destroy, but the life fate of a person is inherently present. I don't believe you can destroy even the life fate. At this moment, the son of Xuanhu was surrounded by soaring Yin energy, almost like a tangible entity, as the changes in the heavenly pathways caused the ground and air around him to shake. Exploring the life fate of the deceased is a method that is not tolerated in this world. Below the Saint Realm, even a martial emperor using such secret techniques cannot escape the backlash of the heavenly pathways. Fortunately, the son of Xuanhu's peak Saint Realm cultivation is not weak. RIP. At a critical moment, Saint Zi Xuanhu tore open the void. Fate has been found. Looking at the floating Shadow Guard's fate in the void, Xuanhu Saint Zi's eyes sparkled with confidence. But just as he was about to grasp the fate, a sudden crack echoed through the surrounding space, followed by a web-like, dense network of cracks rapidly spreading throughout the area. No. Watching the fate path about to collapse, Xuanhu Saint Zi's expression changed dramatically. He was almost close to obtaining the Shadow Guard's fate. Boom! But reality dealt him a heavy blow. Watching the void collapse under the gathered secret technique, Xuanhu Saint Zi's forehead bulged with veins, his expression twisted, his anger reaching its peak. Even the fate was decomposed and shattered. These words were squeezed out of Xuanhu Saint Zi's teeth. Yi Xian was just a mere 9-star martial sect. Destroying corpses, erasing traces, perhaps was not difficult for him, but to eliminate the Shadow Guard's fate along with it? Saint Realm. It was the Saint Realm that acted. In a place like the Southern Wilds, Saint Realm beings were already few and far between. As the young master of the Xintian sect, Yi Xian could be the only one to help him eliminate the fate. Achieving such thorough extermination of traces could only be done by the old monsters of the Xintian sect still alive. Good. You Xintian sect truly are impressive. Xuanhu Saint Zi's fists clenched tightly, veins on his forehead throbbing. Originally, he had only suspected Yi Xian of being responsible for Hua Yuntian's death. But now it seemed he thought the entire Xintian sect was involved. Indeed, no matter how useless Hua Yuntian was, he was still a 6-star martial king, and possessed treasures like the true dragon's remnant soul and soul pearl. Unless a martial emperor acted, how could he easily die? Once he thought that the Xintian sect had targeted his avatar, Xuanhu Saint Zi could not help but suspect the Xintian divine path behind the Xintian sect too. My 9 nether unity has long reached its peak. Could it be that the Xintian divine path discovered a clue? Once such worries arose in his heart, Xuanhu Saint Zi could not help but ponder more. The 9 nether unity relates to whether Xuanhu Saint Z can smoothly advance to true God. The death of a Hua Yuntian was nothing but a matter of pride for him. But what if the secret of the 9 nether unity was discovered by the Xiantian divine path? Among the avatars I divided using the 9 nether unity over the past years, 5 have smoothly entered various divine paths and holy sects. One of these avatars was currently within the Xiantian divine path. However, this avatar, while cultivating in the secret stash of the Xiantian divine path, accidentally discovered a major secret concerning the entire Xiantian divine path. To explore the truth of this secret, Xuanhu Saint Z had no choice but to divide Hua Yuntian, planning to let him enter the Xiantian divine path and work with this other avatar. After all, that avatar was a 9-star martial emperor, just one step away from stepping into the Saint Realm. Once this avatar stepped into the Saint Realm, it meant that Xuanhu Saint Z could absorb this avatar at any time, along with the years of hidden cultivation from the Xiantian divine path. It seems I need to find a way to test the waters. Yi Xian became the young master of the Xiantian sect and would soon enter the Xiantian divine path for further cultivation. In Xuanhu Saint Z's view, this was a great opportunity bestowed by heaven. Yi Xian, Xiantian sect, you all better wait for me. If you dare to ruin my plans, I will not let you go. Xuanhu Saint Z's eyes were dark, like a venomous snake ready to strike. Chapter 42, Divine Blood, Body Transformation. Xiantian Sect, 8 Mysterious Yang Cave Sky. Yi Xian watched as the spiritual platform slowly rose within his energy sea, a faint smile appearing on his lips. 9-star martial sect Great Perfection, I finally achieved it. The rising spiritual platform in the energy sea is a significant mark of the martial artist reaching great perfection in their current realm. This means that Yi Xian's foundation has been completely solidified, and there will be no more negative effects arising from the rapid increase in his cultivation strength. It seems like it's time to consume the fruit of the Great Way and undergo another transformation of the Divine Bone. With Yi Xian's current state, once the Divine Bone transforms, his cultivation will instantly break through the Martial Sovereign Realm and reach the Martial King level. As long as Yi Xian becomes a Martial King, he will be able to cultivate the half of the Earth-level secret text of Master Xuanlan. At that time, my strength will definitely reach a new level. During this period, besides consolidating his cultivation, Yi Xian has also gained insights into the Golden Sword Dao of the Swordmaster and the Red Dragon Spear Intent of Master Lanyan. These 2 great ways have both transformed from the yellow-level secret texts. Their power is at least as strong, as if not stronger than, the secret techniques Yi Xian has cultivated in the past from the Xiantian sect. Martial artists cultivate against the heavens. The more life-saving methods one has in hand, the greater the chance of survival when facing crises in the future. Whether it's Earth level or Yellow level, to Yi Xian, as long as it can kill enemies at a critical moment, it is a good secret text. If used properly, the half of the Earth level secret text from Master Xuanlan can condense the Yellow level secret text within the seals, which can definitely become Yi Xian's trump card in future battles. However, before advancing to Martial King, let's have a round of 10 consecutive draws to pump up the excitement. Thinking of this, Yi Xian slowly opened the lottery interface within the Golden Sphere. Even while in closed-door training, Yi Xian still does not forget to write letters to his lovely wife every day. After some time spent raising his wife's favorability, the luck of the Great Way in the Golden Sphere has reached a terrifying point of over 700. Plus, the old sea creature that was previously suppressed by Yi Xian using the Golden Sphere. Oh, right. Speaking of the old sea creature, after coming out of the Death and Life secret realm, the first thing Yi Xian did upon returning to the 8 Xian Xiang Heaven was to extract information from him through the suppression of the Golden Sphere. Unfortunately, he is just an ordinary Saint Realm remnant soul that has fallen for thousands of years. He has no knowledge of the relationship between Huayanshan and the Netherworld Holy Sect. Since he couldn't extract any useful information, he could only be transformed into spring mud to nurture all living beings. A Saint Realm remnant soul actually refined 300 points of the luck of the Great Way. This is much stronger than when Yi Xian refined the remaining thought of Master Huyun. But that's understandable. Master Huyun was merely a trace of remnant thought left in the world, while that old sea creature is a soul body, and although it's a remnant soul, it's still much stronger than a remnant thought. No wonder Huayanshan relied on him in the Death and Life secret realm. Soon, Yi Xian threw aside thoughts of Huayanshan and the old sea creature. He gently flicked the pointer on the Golden Sphere. As the pointer began to spin quickly, the new round of 10 consecutive draws officially commenced. Yi Xian's eyes followed the pointer's rapid rotation. Gradually, the lottery pointer on the Golden Sphere began to slow down, and a flicker of anticipation sparkled in Yi Xian's eyes. Finally, With a lottery pointer settling down, a diamond treasure box and 9 golden treasure boxes floated before Yixian. Like the last 10 consecutive draws in the death and life secret realm, the 9 golden treasure boxes opened first. 3 fruits of the Great Way, 1 instantaneous pill, and a drop of red substance that looks like blood appeared. Yixian was familiar with the fruits of the Great Way and the instantaneous pill. His gaze quickly locked onto that drop of fresh blood. Divine blood. After consumption, it can enhance physical strength and awaken divine bloodline. Seeing this, Yixian's heart suddenly ignited with enthusiasm. Could it actually be the blood of a true god? At this moment, Yixian could completely feel his heart thumping and his heavy breathing. The legends of true gods have existed since ancient times. The blood of a true god is regarded as the most precious gift for martial artists in the 6 regions of Tianhuan. Shanggu Shiqi, Junsi Bamboo, Tong, In ancient times, the true god's blessings spread across the barren 6 domains. 就曾有武者受到真神的恩赐，降下神血，助其蜕变. There was a warrior who received the true god's grace, shedding divine blood to aid his transformation. 如果说神骨是真神对后世子孙的遗泽，那么神血就是真神对大纪元者的馈赠. If divine bones are the blessings of true gods for future generations, then divine blood is the gift of true gods to great fortune seekers. 二者之间相辅相成. The two complement each other. 神血虽然不能助神骨蜕变，却能洗涤前身，让武者的肉身达到极致. Although divine blood cannot help divine bones transform, it can wash the entire body, allowing warriors' flesh to reach its peak. 叶仙有神骨在身，修炼一途已然没有瓶颈可言. Yixian possesses divine bones, and there are no bottlenecks in his cultivation path. 神威加持下的秘藏威力更是成几何倍暴增. The power of hidden treasures, enhanced by divine might, has increased exponentially. 若是再加上神血, what if divine blood is added? 肉身不足这个唯一的缺憾也将彻底补齐. This only flaw of not having a strong body will also be completely remedied. 自始至刻，王者将力空间当中抛荡的这滴神血. At this moment, looking at the drop of divine blood floating in the reward space, 吸收神血的念头竟然在叶贤心中压倒了服用大道果实进阶武王的冲动. The thought of absorbing divine blood actually overwhelmed Yixian's impulse to use the fruit of the Tao to advance to the martial king. 武王什么时候都能进阶，但是吸收神血可不是随便的都能碰见的机缘. Becoming a martial king can be done anytime, but absorbing divine blood is not an opportunity that comes by easily. 没有丝毫犹豫，叶贤一把将奖励空间中的神血取出，握在手心当中. Without any hesitation, Yixian grabbed the divine blood from the reward space, holding it in his palm. 神血跟丹药、大道果实这些东西不同. Divine blood is different from pills and fruits of the Tao. 里面的能量太强. The energy within is too strong. 不能直接服用. It cannot be consumed directly. 所以叶贤必须一点一点将其炼化吸收. Therefore, Yixian must refine and absorb it bit by bit. 而且整个过程不能操之过急. Moreover, the entire process cannot be rushed. 稍不留神，神血中的能量就会引爆叶贤全身经脉. If one is not careful, the energy in the divine blood could explode Yixian's entire meridian system. 千万小心，一定不能让神血中的能量外溢. Be very careful. The energy from the divine blood must not overflow. 在Yixian是威能的保护下, under the protection of Yixian's divine bone powers. 神血中的力量一点点在Yixian的手心消融. The power in the divine blood slowly dissolved in Yixian's palm. 开始顺着Yixian的引导，洗涤他全身的经脉，还有血肉, beginning to wash his entire meridian system and flesh. 神血带给Yixian的除了力量之外，还有阵阵剧烈的疼痛. In addition to power, divine blood also brought Yixian waves of intense pain. 在剧烈的刺激下, under the stimulation of the severe pain, Yixian浑身的皮肉开始呈现出高温蒸煮的赤红色. Yixian's entire body flesh began to show a boiling red color. 神血的能量实在太强，即便是Yixian这样身负神骨的九星武宗，承受起来依旧十分艰难. The energy of divine blood is simply too strong. Even for Yi Xian, a 9-star martial sovereign with divine bones, it remains extremely difficult to bear. 好在叶贤这18年来的修炼，吃过比这更痛、更苦的磨练。Fortunately, over the past 18 years of cultivation, Yi Xian has endured even more pain and suffering. 在叶贤坚定的武者意志之下 under Yi Xian's resolute warrior will, 他的身体开始逐渐适应神血洗涤的能量。His body began to gradually adapt to the energy of the divine blood washing. 尽管如此，叶贤肉体剧烈的疼痛依旧如此真实。Nevertheless, the intense pain in Yi Xian's body remained very real. 整个过程足足持续了2天。The entire process lasted a whole 2 days. 2天的时间里，叶贤一直都沉浸在对神血力量的吸收当中。For those 2 days, Yi Xian was completely immersed in absorbing the power of divine blood. 对外界发生的一切不闻不问。He was oblivious to everything happening in the outside world. 终于，伴随着这一束神血呢，这vision of 身体当中。Finally, as the last trace of divine blood energy completely surged into Yi Xian's body, 一个血红色的印记在叶贤眉心一闪，跟着消失不见。A blood-red mark flashed in the center of Yi Xian's brow, then vanished out of sight. 刚才那个印记是怎么回事？ What was that mark just now? 完全吸收神血的叶贤，眼神当中闪烁着些许疑惑。Yi Xian, who had fully absorbed the divine blood, felt a flicker of confusion in his eyes. 他稍微挥动了一下双手 He slightly waved his hands. 霎时间，只觉得周围空气都跟着一起震动起来。And in that instant, he felt the air around him vibrating along with it. 感受到肉体震撼的变化 feeling the powerful changes in his body. 叶贤内心惊喜的同时，毫不怀疑，现在的他就算不使用任何大道、秘藏与萧蛮赤身肉搏，最后胜出的那个也肯定是他。Yi Xian was delighted inside and had no doubt that even without using any Dao or hidden treasures, if he were to grapple with Xiao Man and bare flesh, he would definitely be the victor. 神血的力量实在太强大了，远不是萧蛮那区区的蛮荒骨体能够抗衡。The power of divine blood is truly immense, far beyond what Xiao Man's mere barbaric ancient body can contend with. 叶贤再次望了一眼神血洗涤下晶莹剔透的身躯。Yi Xian looked again at his crystal-clear body, washed by divine blood. 若是换了不同的想要吸收这一滴神血中的力量 If it were an ordinary warrior attempting to absorb the power of this drop of divine blood, 怕是没有个把月都难以将其炼化。They would probably take at least a month to refine it. 但叶贤不是普通人 but Yi Xian is not an ordinary person. 他是神骨蜕变达到30%的神奇之人。He is a person of the divine awakening, with the transformation of divine bones reaching 30%. 这就好比同样都是容器，桶的承载力是杯子的几倍。This is like containers. A barrel's capacity is several times that of a cup. 吸收起来自然也就更快。Thus, absorption becomes much quicker. 适应了经过神血后，全不必的肉身之后 After adapting to his incredibly powerful body transformed by divine blood. 叶贤的目光再次落到金色圆球当中尚未开启的那只暂时宝盒身上。Yi Xian's gaze fell again on the unopened diamond box within the golden sphere. 因为之前叶贤吸收神血的原因 Due to the earlier reason of Yi Xian absorbing divine blood. 暂时宝盒都还来不及开启，就被金色圆球中定格的时间给定格住了。The diamond box could not even be opened, as it was frozen by the time halted within the golden sphere. Now, Yi Xian has smoothly absorbed the energy of divine blood, and the golden sphere that was frozen is once again ready to open. As soon as Yi Xian's gaze landed on the diamond treasure box, a moment later, a magical light of nothingness burst forth from within the diamond box. Yi Xian stared at what emerged from the diamond box, initially taken aback. Then, his dazed gaze was quickly replaced by shock and immense joy. Chapter 43. Understanding the Divine Crystal. Visitors from the Spirit Domain. Understanding the Divine Crystal. As the name suggests, understanding the Divine Crystal enhances one's own comprehension. It is neither a skill nor an ordinary treasure, but a state. After merging with the divine crystal, Yixian's speed in comprehending various secret techniques and ancient hidden treasures will rise dramatically. Even his understanding of the principles of the Great Path will reach an unimaginable level of horror. For example, in the past, Yixian would slowly meditate and comprehend the golden sword Tao of the golden sword master and the red dragon spear intent of the dragon cloud ancestor one by one. This required a massive amount of time and energy. But after merging with the understanding divine crystal, Yixian could comprehend multiple great paths and hidden treasures simultaneously. Not only that, but his comprehension speed would also become incredibly terrifying. This is simply a presence that can be called an understanding cheat. While secretly shocked in his heart, Yixian looked again at the reward space, his eyes lighting up even more as they focused on the comprehension crystal. Originally thinking he was lucky to get a drop of true divine blood, he never expected there was something even luckier. The existence of the comprehension crystal is definitely more precious than true divine blood. Without any hesitation, Yixian took out the understanding divine crystal from the reward space and quickly integrated it into himself. Unlike the cleansing of divine blood, merging with the comprehension crystal brought no pain, but rather felt somewhat pleasant. This feeling of complete relaxation is no less than receiving a top-notch luxury Thai massage. Just as Yixian was about to use the divine crystal to test the terrifying enhancement of his comprehension ability, the door of the 8 Xian Xiaoyang cave heaven suddenly trembled gently twice. Brother, a lot of glowing talismans have come from outside, all blocked by your restrictions. Upon hearing Xiao Haiba's words, Yixian was slightly taken aback. During the time he merged with the divine blood, he had nearly completely blocked all perception of the outside world. Xiao Haiba had been guarding the 8 Xian Xiaoyang cave heaven alone. To keep Xiao Haiba quiet and avoid any trouble, he had prepared a bunch of newly made 5th-rank spiritual pills as snacks for him to munch on. Looking at Xiao Haiba in front of him, who was treating the spiritual pills like candy, Yixian quickly opened the restrictions of the 8 Xian Xiaoyang cave heaven. Sure enough, as soon as Yixian opened the restrictions, more than a dozen golden transmission talismans simultaneously pierced through the door, landing in Yixian's hands. Is this a transmission from the sect master? Seeing this, Yixian was taken aback again. The Xiantian sect master rarely sends transmissions to his disciples, especially not during the crucial moment when Yixian declared he was in closed-door cultivation. Could it be that something major has happened in the Xiantian sect? Curious, Yixian quickly opened the content of the transmission, and his expression suddenly became strange. It turns out that the Xiantian Divine Path has sent envoys to welcome the talents from all factions into the central wasteland spirit domain. Since Yixian left the life and death secret realm, only a few short days have passed. Is the Xiantian Divine Path so eager to send people? That seems a bit too hasty, doesn't it? However, Yixian did not place much importance on this matter. After all, with the Xiantian Divine Path's envoys arriving, as the less sect master of the Xiantian sect, it would be somewhat unreasonable not to show up. It seems that taking the Great Path fruit to transform my divine bones and impact the martial king is... I have to push it back again. Yixian was just about to get up when he cast a worried glance at Xiao Haiba. Be good and wait for me to come back. Feeling that his previous words didn't hold much weight with Xiao Haiba, Yixian added, after I come back, I'll give you those fruits from last time. Yixian was really spinning big this time. In his current reward space, along with the recently opened rewards, there were a total of 4 great Dao fruits. Naturally, he wouldn't be stingy with Xiao Haiba. Fruits! As expected, when Xiao Haiba heard Yixian mention the great Dao fruits, his eyes lit up, and even the spiritual pill he was cracking in his hands became less appealing. Brother, don't worry, I won't step outside, even a single step today. Looking at Xiao Haiba, who was thumping his chest proudly, Yixian finally felt relieved and turned to leave the 8 Xian Xiaoyang cave. Xiantian sect, on top of the Hall of Eternal Qi. Divine Envoy, please wait. Yixian has emerged from his seclusion and will soon arrive at the hall. At this moment, the master of Xiantian sect resembled a branch manager waiting for a superior leader's inspection in a big company. Xiantian Divine Path was the top superpower in the Central Wilderness Spirit Domain. Xiantian sect had gained such immense fame in the Southern Wilderness Domain. Aside from the lingering prestige of the ancestors, it also had a lot to do with Xiantian Divine Path. Hearing the words of the Xiantian sect master, the envoy's face remained expressionless, and he nodded lightly. If it weren't for the specific instructions given before this trip, indicating that the Xiantian Divine Path was to select top talents from the 4 wilderness domains, showcasing divine grace among these branches, one must not get arrogant and damage the image of the Divine Path. As a dignified divine envoy, How could he wait for 2 days in the small Xiantian sect? Although Xiantian sect was the top sect in the southern wilderness domain, a dominating presence. In the eyes of Xiantian Divine Path, it was merely a branch that had split off millions of years ago. The Xiantian sect master was also feeling anxious. Yi Xian could have emerged from seclusion earlier or later, but he chose to go into seclusion just when the envoy from Xiantian Divine Path arrived. These 2 days, he had been restless, unable to find any peace. But this divine envoy seems to have a good temper, waiting for 2 days without getting angry. Just as the Xiantian sect master was thinking this, Yi Xian's figure appeared at the entrance of the Hall of Eternal Qi. Xianer, you finally made it. In an instant, the master of Xiantian sect looked like he had found a savior, quickly getting up to come to Yi Xian's side. Quick, follow me to greet the divine envoy from Xiantian Divine Path. You are Yi Xian? Your divine bone power has opened by 30%, quite impressive. Truly worthy of this envoy waiting here for 2 days for your emergence. The divine envoy took out a mirror made of white jade and lightly shone it on Yi Xian. Then, with a satisfied nod, he continued. The central wilderness spirit domain has never lacked top talents. Even among the divine awakening people, there were more than 10 within Xiantian Divine Path. However, someone like Yi Xian, who was young and had already transformed to 30%, was considered to have a rich divine bone lineage even among the divine awakening class. If crafted well by the divine path, he will certainly rank among the strong in the central wilderness spirit domain in the future. Thinking of this, the annoyance of sitting idle for 2 days faded away, and the envoy's attitude towards Yi Xian became a bit kinder. I was sent here to bring you back, so if there are no issues, let's enter the central wilderness spirit domain together. Yi Xian. Staring at the divine envoy who had begun setting up the formation for transportation, Yi Xian was completely stunned. What? You're leaving just like that? Couldn't you at least ask if I needed to prepare anything? Those informed would say, you're selecting top talents from the branches of the 4 wilderness domains to enter the central wilderness spirit domain for further training. Those who didn't know would think it was a father-in-law coming to take his son-in-law away. Cough, cough. Xianer, what else do you need to prepare? Fortunately, the master of Xiantian sect timely smoothened the situation. The divine messenger, who was about to activate the teleportation array, finally reacted. In my eagerness to return and report, I overlooked this issue. So, I will give you an incense stick's time to pack up, then restart the teleportation array to return to Xiantian Divine Way to report. Although he was a divine messenger, he wouldn't offend a potential future strongman with divine bones over such a small matter. Thank you for your understanding, divine messenger. The master of Xiantian sect said, while casting a glance at Yi Xian. Yi Xian appeared courteous on the surface, but in his heart, he had already cursed a storm. Why didn't you say that earlier? I have already arrived. Now I need to go back to pack up? Though Yi Xian had been at Xiantian sect for many years, he truly did not have much to pack. Most of his treasures were in his storage ring. The only thing he really needed to take was Little Black. Soon, after quickly packing up from the 8 Xian Shaoyan cave, Yi Xian placed a floating light illusion on Little Black and reappeared in the Haoqi Changshan Great Hall. Xianer, when going to the Divine Way, you must not tarnish the reputation of our Xiantian sect. Before leaving, the master of Xiantian sect and several elders surrounded Yi Xian, earnestly advising him. They also stuffed a large pile of good things into his hands. With these, Little Black's food supply in the Xiantian Divine Way will be guaranteed. Since the master of Xiantian sect and the others were so accommodating, Yi Xian naturally needed to show the demeanor of a junior. He accepted all the elders' admonitions and promised sincerely. All right, the teleportation array needs to be activated. With that, as the divine messenger's words fell, Yi Xian suddenly felt a strong light descend, and in the next moment, he and Little Black saw time and space swiftly flow by, appearing in a muddy cottage where village children were playing in the blink of an eye. This is Xiantian Divine Way? Yi Xian was puzzled and turned to look at the divine messenger beside him. At this moment, the divine messenger was already exhausted. Strange, I just brought one person. Why is my teleportation array consuming so much energy? The farther the teleportation array, the more people transported, the greater the consumption on oneself. Of course, there was also a possibility that the person's fate was too strong. The teleportation array found it hard to break through the cage of this world. What kind of monster is this Yi Xian? The divine bone barely unlocked 30%, yet his fate is so heavy. The divine messenger secretly glanced at Yi Xian and privately muttered, Divine messenger, are you feeling ill? Yi Xian blinked at the divine messenger, who was sweating profusely and looking pale. No problem, just found the scenery here nice, stopping to take a look. Scenery? What's the scenery here? As Yixin looked around at the desolate scene, the divine messenger quickly took out 2 pills and stuffed them into his mouth. Then, another strong light descended. Da-da! Watching the figures suddenly appear and disappear in the strong light, the village children were stunned, and the bamboo ball in their hands fell to the ground. Dad, Mom, elder sister, come out, see the immortals! Finally, after teleporting dozens of times midway, the exhausted divine messenger looked at the bright divine light and the cloud-wrapped Xiantian divine mountain ahead, feeling like he might cry. Damn it, isn't it just to pick someone up in the southern wilderness? Why does it feel like I brought back a whole mountain? No, moving a mountain would be much easier than this. After several mid-journey pauses, Yixin gradually realized that it wasn't the divine messenger Tiansu who had come to pick him up, but rather the weight of Little Black was too heavy. Fortunately, his floating light illusion could not be seen through by even true gods. Otherwise, Little Black would have been exposed this time. However, although Little Black remained concealed, the blame fell upon Yixin. At this moment, the divine envoy looked at Yixin with a hint of resentment in his eyes, as if he were staring at a monster. Such a hard fate. Is he really someone chosen by the gods, or a true god come to the world? While cursing in his heart, the divine envoy, who no longer had the strength to take Yixin up the mountain, could only pull an excuse about touring the divine mountain scenery, leading Yixin slowly up the stone steps at the foot of the mountain. Divine envoy, why don't we fly up directly? Once a martial artist breaks through the void realm, great martial master, they can hover in midair for a short time. For Yixin, a 9-star martial sovereign, flying is as easy as eating and drinking. In the divine path, there are great formations in the heavens. Flying is not permitted. What happens if we fly? Upon hearing Yixin's question, the divine envoy paused. If you can fly, it means you have reached the Saint Realm. A Saint Realm expert can fly on the divine mountain. So what can be done about it? Understood. Yixin nodded lightly. To put it simply, the Xiantian divine path is still a place where only strength matters. What rules? What restrictions? These are all words for the weak. As long as you are strong enough, you can break any shackles. Later, I will first take you to the place to rest. When the other 3 divisions from the vast wilderness have arrived, the people from the Divine Path Hall will come to take you for further study. Divine Path Hall? Yixin was slightly taken aback. This was clearly another new piece of knowledge. Fortunately, the divine envoy leading the way was generous with these basics. The Divine Path Hall is the place where all the geniuses who enter the divine path for further study gather for assessment. Only by passing the assessment of the Divine Path Hall can one have the chance to become a true disciple of the divine path. The Xiantian divine path only accepts geniuses. This is the rule of the divine path. Chirp, chirp. At this moment, a bright red glow suddenly soared into the sky from the mountainside. In an instant, the entire divine mountain echoed with the roar of auspicious beasts, and divine light surged. It seems that the one from the Xiangfeng Pavilion has broken through. The divine envoy looked up and saw the endless red glow above the mountainside had already merged into a red phoenix. Is this the bloodline of the Tianfeng? The Tianfeng, like the true dragon, is an ancient divine beast. Possessing the blood of the Tianfeng is of equal value to a person like Yixin who has been chosen by the gods. Moreover, there are beings who can fully awaken their phoenix bodies, transforming into ancient divine beasts. Yixin had only read snippets about these things in ancient texts before. He never expected that one day he would be able to witness this scene firsthand. The Xiantian divine path truly lives up to being a sacred place in the hearts of countless martial artists in the central wild spirit domain. Just as Yixin was lost in thought, another soaring sword song erupted, instantly bringing the entire divine mountain to its knees under thousands of swords. Even the red phoenix illusion that had just soared into the sky seemed to be suppressed by the sword shadows. Is it again a sword body? Yixin was no stranger to the sword body. Inside the Xiantian sect, Jiangqing was a natural sword body. However, Jiangqing's sword body was nowhere near the level of the sword body he saw before him. In front of this figure, Jiangqing's sword body was not even worthy of being called a sword body. Just a hint of sword intent has made the divine bones within me begin to stir. The divine envoy also gazed at the scene of the fierce struggle above, filled with emotion. It seems that the newly broken through Tianfeng bloodline has stirred the sword intent of that genius in the named Sword Pavilion. These geniuses are all fiercely competitive, unwilling to fall behind. As the divine envoy spoke, he turned to look at Yixin. The 2 you saw just now are both the talented stars of my divine path, who have long stepped into the martial emperor realm and received the divine name from the divine path. Divine name? Yixin felt that the unfamiliar knowledge he was encountering was increasing. You and the Xiantian sect divide the earth veins into 9 grades, but the Xiantian divine path does the same. In a way, the layout of the earth veins in the Xiantian sect. It is also a deliberate imitation of the divine path. Master Sun Lan originally came from the Xiantian divine path. It is not surprising that he would imitate the layout of the earth veins of the Xiantian divine path at Xiantian sect. The entire Xiantian divine mountain is a massive spiritual vein of heaven and earth. The closer one is to the mountain peak, the more complete the shared spiritual energy and the rules of the Great Way are. Of course, correspondingly, the talents living in these places are also stronger. If they are ordinary talents, the divine path will only provide cultivation residences in the bottom 3 layers of the divine mountain. Only the talents recognized by the divine path can enter the middle 3 layers for cultivation, and the divine path will even name the places they live. The 2 you just saw are examples of this. When Yi Xian heard this, he was momentarily stunned. Possessing the bloodline of the heavenly phoenix, and with such a powerful sword body, is he only a talent of the middle 3 layers? What about the upper 3 layers? Haha, only the candidates for the holy sons and holy daughters from the divine path are qualified to enter and cultivate in the upper 3 layers. Ordinary talents might never have the chance to enter there in their lifetime. The divine path envoy added. The 2 divine path talents you just saw are currently the most likely individuals from the middle 3 layers to advance to the upper 3 layers. You possess the divine bone. If you wish to enter the upper 3 layers, you can give it a try. Previously, the divine path envoy did not believe that Yi Xian, a person with a 30% transformation of the divine bone, had the potential to challenge the upper 3 layers. Those with divine enlightenment have existed since ancient times. However, after the transformation of the divine bone reaches 40%, its potential usually disappears completely. When the divine path envoy first met Yi Xian at the Xiantian sect, his positioning of him was just at the level of the middle 3 layers. But after witnessing the terrifying fate just now, the divine path envoy felt that Yi Xian could completely attempt to challenge the upper 3 layers. He did not say it so definitively because the greater the fate one carries, the harsher the storms they will face in the future, and the chance of dying prematurely will also rise steeply. All right, this will be your residence in the divine path from now on. The divine path envoy pointed to a courtyard in the lower 3 layers and said to Yi Xian, "This courtyard is divided into 3 sections, each with 3 bamboo houses forming a concave shape, with a plot of cultivated medicinal fields in the middle. Yi Xian resides in the middle section. For the remaining 2 sections, the divine path envoy did not mention them, but it's not hard to guess that they must be branches of the remaining eastern, western, and northern wild regions." "Thank you, envoy." Yi Xian politely thanked him and prepared to head towards the bamboo house. "Are you Yi Xian?" Unexpectedly, just then, a not-so-friendly voice suddenly came towards the bamboo house. "Who are you?" Yi Xian tilted his head and looked at the other person with squinted eyes. "From the eastern wild region, Zhao, family talent, Zhao Qua." "Oh, I don't know you." Yi Xian nodded and turned to enter the bamboo house. Zhao Qua. He, a proud talent from the undefeated Zhao family in the eastern wild region. Born with a martial soul, comprehending the extraordinary. At 17, he had already inherited 3 yellow-level secret texts in the ancestral hall. Moreover, each secret text has been comprehended to the highest level. He enjoys a great fame in the eastern wild region. Yet in Yi Xian's mouth, he was simply given 3 words. "I don't know." "All right, Yi Xian, today I must." Just as Zhao Kuo was about to chase after Yi Xian to argue, he suddenly felt his head hit the city wall and was overcome by dizziness. When he came to his senses, he realized that Yi Xian had already activated the restrictive spell within the bamboo house. To ensure that the talents under its command could cultivate peacefully, the Xiantian Divine Path had almost arranged specialized restrictive formations in the residences of all talents. Even the lower 3 layers, this rule did not change. "Damn it, I got carried away just now and forgot about the restriction." Zhao Kuo cursed quietly. Then, he glared fiercely at Yi Xian's bamboo house. "Yi Xian, you just wait for me. I don't believe you can stay hidden in there for a lifetime." The divine messenger was only a spectator throughout all of this. The Xiantian divine doubt never prohibits the outstanding talents from competing against each other. In fact, it even encourages such competition in private. Only true, strong warriors deserve the title of outstanding talents here. Just as the divine messenger thought this, suddenly a terrifying vortex appeared above his head. "This direction is the upper 3 levels?" The divine messenger looked astonished. Even Zhao Kuo, who had been furious before, was deeply shocked by the terrifying vortex that suddenly appeared above his head. Gurgle. Wow, how powerful! At this moment, on the upper 3 levels of the Xiantian Divine Mountain, in a cloud-covered courtyard, A young man with silver hair and handsome features was practicing the fusion of the two hidden energies within his body, one yin and one yang. These two hidden energies were both complete, earth-level hidden energies. Once fully fused, his strength would rival that of the legendary heaven-level hidden energies. He was the instigator of the vortex from earlier. The silver-haired young man had a determined look, gazing at the yin and yang energies gradually merging at his chest, his lips curling into a faint smile. This yin-yang hidden energy is the true God inheritance obtained by the Xiantian divine Tao 100,000 years ago in the ancient secret realm. When the two fuse, it creates a genuine heaven-level hidden energy. Heaven-level hidden energies are also known as true God inheritances, the most precious cultivation methods left by ancient true gods in the world. Unfortunately, for 100,000 years, no outstanding talent in the Xiantian divine Tao has been able to succeed in fusing these two energies. However, just because they couldn't fuse doesn't mean Yu Changkong, can't. As soon as he finished speaking, the silver-haired young man's eyes suddenly turned dark and flickered. If a powerful being from a Xiantian divine Tao were present, they would recognize at a glance that the dark flicker was the supreme technique of the Yomi Holy Church, the Yomi Holy Classic. Indeed, this silver-haired young man was one of the avatars of the Xuanhu Saint's son, Jiuming Gui. However, he was currently known as Yu Changkong. As one of the most popular candidates for the Saint's son of the Xiantian divine Tao, Yu Changkong had not only fused the yin-yang hidden energies that had eluded others for 100,000 years. His cultivation level had also early stepped into the realm of 9-star martial emperor. With the yin-yang hidden energies and the true God inheritance in his hands, his strength was not weaker than an ordinary holy realm expert. If nothing unexpected happened, once he completely fused the two hidden energies, he would become a true peak holy realm expert. At that time, as long as he merged with his main body, the 6 regions of Tianhuang would gain another powerful demigod. But just 2 days ago, his main body, the Xuanhu Saint's son, was infuriated and contacted Yu Changkong. He informed him of the news about another avatar's demise. The yin-yang hidden energies are my goal to enter the Xiantian divine Tao, but the secret I discovered in the Xiantian divine Tao is far more valuable than the yin-yang hidden energies. Over the years, in order to become a candidate for the Saint's son of the Xiantian divine Tao, Yu Changkong had paid too much. Even though that secret was greatly tempting, he couldn't take risks lightly. This is why Yu Changkong contacted his main body, asking him to send another avatar over. But who would have thought? A mere ant dares to ruin my plans at such a crucial moment. No wonder the main body is so furious. Although Yu Changkong and Xuanhu were an avatar and a main body, respectively, each possessing independent thoughts, their tempers and personalities, however, were exactly alike. Counting the days, Yi Xian should be entering the divine Tao about now. The Xiantian divine Tao was filled with powerful beings. There were quite a few who were stronger than Yu Changkong. Even he had many considerations when acting here. This was different from Xuanhu Saint's son's effortless control over the entire Holy Church in the Yomi Holy Church. However, as one of the few candidates for the Saint's son in the Xiantian divine Tao, Yu Changkong's status in the Xiantian divine way was still very revered. Wanting to step on Yi Xian, an ordinary genius just entering the divine way, was as easy as stepping on an ant. I have notified the Zhao family in the eastern wilderness. Let them target this Yi Xian carefully. As the invincible family of the eastern wilderness, the Zhao family was essentially a branch of the Xiantian sect. Although Yu Changkong was a manifestation of the Holy Sun Xuanhu, he was still one of the hottest candidates for the Holy Sun in the Xiantian divine way. To cling to this powerful leg, the Zhao family would surely target Yi Xian without reservation. Not only that, but Yu Changkong also deliberately let the Zhao family know that Yi Xian entering the Xiantian divine way was merely due to luck. The Xiantian sect originally wanted to send another genius into the divine way, but unfortunately, there was an accident in the secret realm. With the news provided by Yu Changkong, the Zhao family acted even more recklessly, which led to Zhao Kuo provoking Yi Xian just now on the lower 3rd level. If it weren't for the fact that I am at a critical moment of merging the yin and yang secret treasure, such a small matter would not need to be handled by others. Yu Changkong used the Zhao family not only because the yin and yang secret treasure was at a crucial merging moment, but also to test if the Xiantian divine way had discovered his true identity. Although this was just a small guess in his main body's mind. But being cautious can steer a ship for 1,000 years. He, Yu Changkong, was able to step-by-step reach today in the Xiantian divine way, relying on caution and carefulness. Chapter 46. The Divine Power Array. All can be devoured. In the bamboo cottage on the lower 3rd level. Feeling the rapidly spreading vortex above, a glimmer flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. No wonder it's the Xiantian divine way. So fast, another genius is starting to break through. Yi Xian originally thought that the two auras he sensed earlier on a mountainside were already powerful enough. But this vortex was even more terrifying than those two. Feeling the pressure from this vortex, Yi Xian couldn't help but take a deep breath. Looks like it's time to swallow the great Dao fruit and advance to Martial King. In the central wilderness spirit region, unlike the southern wilderness, Yi Xian's title as a young lord of the Xiantian sect could not dominate everyone. Not to mention, the Zhao Qua who provoked him at the bamboo cottage door just now was a real one-star Martial King. And this was only a genius from the lower third level of the Xiantian divine way. If you want to stand firm here, you need to continuously improve your strength. Thinking of this, Yi Xian decisively opened the reward space in the golden ball and took out a great Dao fruit to absorb. As the power within the great Dao fruit surged into Yi Xian's body, in an instant, the divine bones within Yi Xian rapidly began to emit bursts of golden light. In line with his principle of being low-key, Yi Xian did not allow the divine bones manifestation to show like the previous few, but directly cast an illusory light technique. The Xiantian divine way is a mix of fish and dragons. I just entered the divine way, so it's better to be less ostentatious. Just as Yi Xian finished all this, the divine patterns on the divine bones began to spread rapidly throughout Yi Xian's bones under the power of the great Dao fruit. Feeling that familiar sensation in his body once again, Yi Xian knew it was time for his divine bones to undergo another transformation. Buzz! Under the cover of the illusory light technique, the divine light suddenly burst forth from Yi Xian's body. The divine patterns continuously expanded. Gradually, as time passed, Yi Xian's cultivation also began to show faint signs of breakthrough. 35%? It seems that as the divine bones transformation continues to improve, the power of the great Dao fruit will gradually weaken. Although Yi Xian was already prepared for this outcome, he couldn't help but sigh quietly. As the spiritual platform in his Dantian suddenly shattered, soon, a completely unfamiliar aura that did not belong to the martial sovereign surged. The power erupted from within Yi Xian, harnessing heaven and earth, the might of the Martial King. At this moment, Yi Xian could utterly feel the power of the surrounding world firmly in his hands. Even without activating the divine might within his divine bone, he could make this realm submit. However, just when everything was proceeding smoothly along Yi Xian's predetermined path, the divine blood mark, which had originally vanished deep within his brow, suddenly reappeared. Before Yi Xian could figure out what was happening, the divine patterns that were continuously spreading within his body began to be rapidly outlined on top of his divine bone under the influence of the mark on his brow. What the hell? Watching as the divine patterns, originally scattered across various parts of the divine bone, gradually formed into an ancient and mysterious formation, Yi Xian was momentarily stunned. Then, his gaze began to fill with disbelief. Is this the divine might great array? The divine might great array was a state that people who had awakened their divine bones yearned for when they transformed their divine bones. Only those who had reached 50% transformation of their divine bones could outline formations on their divine bones using divine patterns. But my divine bones have only transformed 35%. After thinking it over, Yi Xian could only attribute all of this to the divine blood mark on his brow, which had mysteriously appeared again. Could it be that the combination of divine blood and divine bone caused this mutation? Regarding this question, Yi Xian could not be certain at that moment. After all, the true gods of the six domains of Tianhuang had fallen hundreds of thousands of years ago. The legend of warriors being bestowed divine blood can be traced back to ancient times. Is this situation really the effect of the combination of divine blood and divine bone? Not to mention Yi Xian, even if the leader of the Xiantian divine path came, they would probably not be able to give a definite answer. If I can't figure it out, then I won't think about it. Anyway, forming the divine might array is definitely a great thing for me at this stage. The condensation of the divine might great array with divine bones not only had stronger power, but could also summon the divine might avatars through the array. These summoned avatars all carried a trace of divine power from the gods in their lifetime. Even if it's just a trace, it's still the power of a true god. With Yi Xian's current strength as a one-star martial king, consolidating the divine might avatars, and awakening the power of the true gods, it would be hard to find any opponents beneath the martial emperor. The most crucial point is that Yi Xian also possesses a body washed by divine blood. The strength of his physical body far exceeds that of ancient bodies, comparable to various powerful holy body bloodlines. Right, it's said that summoning the divine might avatars not only allows one to gain a trace of divine power from the deities in their lifetime, but also has a chance to awaken some divine abilities from the gods. I wonder if that's true. Yi Xian had read this in an unnamed ancient text. If Yi Xian truly manages to summon the divine abilities of a true god, the value would absolutely rival that of the heavenly-level treasures of a true god's inheritance. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Xian immediately began to activate the divine might array on his divine bone. In the next second, a golden giant shadow slowly rose behind Yi Xian. In the depths of the giant's brow, a totem resembling a great whale could be vaguely seen. There really are divine abilities? Yi Xian felt a surge of joy in his heart and hurriedly began to investigate. Based on the information of the divine might condensed from the statue behind him, Yi Xian learned that the giant whale divine ability in the statue's brow is called Whale Devour. As the name suggests, all things containing the essence of heaven and earth can be devoured. Upon seeing this, Yi Xian could not help but gasp in shock. Everything in this world contains the essence of heaven and earth. Does that mean he could devour everything in this world? Just when Yi Xian was filled with astonishment and disbelief, the Whale Devour avatar seemed to sense something, and it twisted a few times in the brow of the statue. Feeling the changes in the Whale Devour avatar, Yi Xian quickly turned to look in the direction it was moving. This is that vortex above the Divine Mountain. Above the Divine Mountain, within the vortex, after the nurturing of yin and yang powers, two black and white fish were born. These two grand fish swam wildly, flicking their tails in the vortex. The yin fish exhaled dark energy, while the yang fish radiated fiery warmth, occasionally spewing out strands of milky white energy from their mouths. Chaotic original energy. So, it is condensed by the yin-yang secret treasure. The divine emissary outside the bamboo house was utterly shocked. Not only him, but many powerful beings within the Xiantian divine path also noticed this scene above the divine mountain. Chaotic original energy? It seems that Yu Changkong's yin-yang secret treasure has nearly reached perfect fusion. For 100,000 years, will the Xiantian divine path produce another strong being who condenses the sacred realm with true divine treasures. The chaotic original energy is the purest thing in this world, closest to true divine power. If Yu Changkong truly succeeded, his potential in the eyes of those powerful beings in Xiantian divine path would enhance infinitely. At this moment, Yu Changkong gazed at the chaotic original energy shooting out from the fish's mouth, a faint smile appearing on his face. He had cultivated the yin-yang secret treasure for many years, nurturing it with his own innate energy, and finally, after hundreds of years, he bore 9 strands of chaotic original energy. What erupted from the fish's mouth just now was only one of them. But just this one is enough to help me break through to the sacred realm. The yin-yang secret treasure is vast and profound, containing the true meaning of everything. With Yu Changkong's 9-star martial emperor strength, he had clearly reached his limit. In order to completely refine the yin-yang secret treasure to perfection, Yu Changkong must step further in his cultivation. This one strand of chaotic original energy is enough for me to challenge the sacred realm within half a month. He had already planned for the remaining 8 strands. Once he entered the sacred realm, he would refine them one by one, pushing his cultivation to peak status. With these remaining 8 strands of chaotic original energy, Yu Changkong, will undoubtedly become the most powerful among all my avatars. Though 9 underworlds return 1 is dominated by the holy son of Xuanhu. The remaining avatar strength would grant more authority when they merged with the main body. Thinking of this, Yu Changkong smiled confidently and prepared to absorb the chaotic original energy that the yin-yang fish had spewed out into his body. Unexpectedly, at that moment, a strange blue light flickered in midair. In the next second, the chaotic original energy spat out by the yin-yang fish mysteriously vanished into thin air. Yu Changkong. What's going on? Where's my chaotic original energy? Chapter 47. Clear positioning, swift slaps in the face. Yi Xian also did not expect that the true divine magic he had condensed with the mighty divine array would be so strange. It was as if it were alive, actively seeking to absorb the otherworldly phenomenon displayed by others. If he had not reacted quickly and thrown a floating light illusion towards that blue little whale, he would have provoked a formidable enemy on his first day entering the Xiantian divine path. Look at the direction of this vortex. It's likely a terrifying monster from the upper 3 levels. Though Yi Xian was a villain, he had a very clear understanding of his position. He was just a small villain who had been slapped in the face by the protagonist after losing his engagement. Even though Yi Xian successfully turned his fate around using a golden finger. This kind of scenario, where one immediately attracts terrifying big shots upon entering the sect, was better suited for the little wife bathed in the protagonist's halo. Yi Xian only wanted to quietly rise as a handsome man in the Xiantian divine path. Meanwhile, on the third level of the divine mountain, after a brief shock, Yu Changkong gradually began to react. His chaotic original energy had been stolen. Damn it! Which bastard dared to engage in such shameless trickery under his nose? Didn't they want to cultivate chaotic original energy themselves? Was it to steal from others? And to do so openly in front of the Master of Chaos? Yu Changkong felt like he had been slapped in the face, suffering great humiliation. But the cultivation he had built up over years as an unparalleled genius allowed him to suppress his burning anger. Because in just the blink of an eye, he sensed the yin-yang fish of chaos energy disappearing, starting to spew out again in the vortex. Once the unique whirlpool generated by the yin-yang secret store was activated, it could not be stopped halfway. If he failed to absorb it in time, resulting in the chaos energy being spewed out by the yin-yang fish automatically dissipating into the universe, Yu Changkong would suffer a great loss. Dare to secretly steal my chaos energy? Just wait. After I ascend to the sacred realm, I will definitely catch you. Yu Changkong gritted his teeth, but to him, no matter how cunning the opponent's methods were, they were still on the sacred mountain of the Xiantian divine path. With countless powerful beings in the sacred mountain watching, if the opponent dared to repeatedly steal his chaos energy, many powerful beings of the Xiantian divine path would definitely not stand by. With this confidence in his heart, Yu Changkong dared to continue absorbing the chaos energy being spewed by the yin-yang fish in the vortex. Damn, it's here again. In the lower three levels, Yi Xian looked at the little whale at the center of the statue's brow, which was stirring again, his eyelids twitching. Unfortunately, this little guy moved too quickly. In the blink of an eye, it flashed away, with the aid of shimmering illusions. At this moment, the little whale was extremely reckless, its eyes full of determination towards the chaos energy spewing from the yin-yang fish in the vortex. Yes, Yi Xian actually sensed a rich emotion on the little whale's face that only living beings possess. I've never seen anything like this. At this moment, aside from the word magical, Yi Xian could find no other way to describe this little whale formed from divine, supernatural powers. Sure enough, something formed from divine, supernatural powers is just amazing. On the Xiantian sacred mountain, in the upper three levels, Yu Changkong was still unaware of the little whale that had once again attacked within the shimmering illusion. Although one ray of chaos energy was stolen from him, if he could properly utilize the remaining 8 rays, he could still barely reach the level he desired. The key was that this face-to-face theft of chaos energy left Yu Changkong feeling very frustrated. Soon, after refocusing his mind, Yu Changkong once again urged his yin-yang secret store, preparing to absorb the chaos energy the 2 yin-yang fish were spewing out again. But just as he was about to absorb it, a strange scene appeared again. Chaos energy. Where did my chaos energy go? Looking at the mysterious disappearance of chaos energy again, Yu Changkong's face completely sank. Just now, when the chaos energy disappeared, he at least saw a flash of blue light. This time, it vanished without any sign at all. What the hell? Yu Changkong suddenly felt an impulse to curse. If he didn't know that the real strong ones from the Xiantian divine path disdained to do such things, he would suspect some ancient monster was toying with him. At this moment, the strong beings of the Xiantian divine path, who had witnessed the mysterious disappearance of Yu Changkong's chaos energy twice, were equally baffled. Is there something wrong with Yu Changkong's cultivation? 2 attempts to gather chaos energy both ended in failure. If this continues, breaking through to the sacred realm might not be so easy. Could it be that we overestimated Yu Changkong's potential? If the currently gloomy Yu Changkong knew that the recent events had sparked doubts about his potential among the strong beings of the Xiantian divine path, he would surely feel even more distressed. Actually, it cannot be blamed on those strong ones of the Xiantian divine path. The floating light illusion is a terrifying illusion that even true gods cannot see through. It is not surprising that they cannot see through it at all. Moreover, they do not believe that there are means in this world that can hide things from them. Don't eat anymore, okay? In the lower 3 layers, inside the bamboo house, looking at the little whale that swam back again, Yi Xian quickly covered it. He had just arrived at the Xiantian divine path, and had already stolen the mysterious genius's chaotic primal energy twice. This hatred is already quite big. He really did not want to offend the other party to death. Even if, after swallowing the chaotic primal energy twice, the little whale's sheen became even brighter. Even the divine statue behind Yi Xian became more stable and solidified. But as a person, one must understand moderation. Chasing a dog into a dead end will surely bring backlash. Yi Xian understood this. Brother, I smell that stinky smell again. At this moment, the little black one suddenly poked Yi Xian's lower back with its finger. Stinky smell? Yi Xian was first taken aback, not reacting right away. But soon, he understood what the little black one meant. You mean the smell from Hua Yuntian, right? Yi Xian still remembered that when they were at the peak of the Death Secret Realm, the mysterious soul that floated within Hua Yuntian was swallowed by the little black one. At that time, the little black one even said that things smell very bad. Oh no, didn't that guy die? How come he pops up again? Lingering spirit, huh? Little black one, is the smell you detected coming from that vortex above? Yi Xian clearly remembered that when the little black one said this, its eyes were fixed on the mysterious vortex above. Yes, that's it. This. Hearing this, Yi Xian took a deep breath. The dead cannot possibly come back to life. Could it be a clone? In order to deal with the various crises that might erupt in this terrifying fantasy world at any time. For the past 18 years, Yi Xian's favorite thing to do was browse through various ancient books for strange tales. The aim was to prevent himself from being caught off guard by the strange means of this fantasy world. In the 6 domains of Tianwang, there are quite a few secret techniques for cloning, and there are even exceptional people who can make clones indistinguishable from the real ones. Xiantian Divine Path is located in the Central Wilderness spiritual domain. In such a place, the methods of the geniuses are even more terrifying. Is it possible to create a clone like Hua Yuntian? It seems it's not impossible. Thinking of this, Yi Xian couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. He initially thought he had beaten Hua Yuntian to death with a single blow. Who would have thought? He turned into a threefold skeletal monster. However, upon reconsideration, since this guy had already contributed 2 chaotic primal energies, Yi Xian's mood suddenly brightened. If I can encounter this, it seems my fate with him is deeply entangled. If Yi Xian hadn't awakened his golden finger, the goddess Xiong wouldn't have found his breakthrough in the process of seeing the future. Neither would the Xiantian Divine Path have issued the divine decree. Hua Yuntian and 2 other direct disciples wouldn't have rushed back to the sect. No one would compete with Yi Xian for the position of a young master, and he would still follow his original fate, annul the engagement, and wait to be slapped in the face by the protagonist. But now, everything has changed. Yi Xian is no longer just a low-level villain small boss. He is gradually rising and growing, and the pattern of this world is changing because of him. Of course, Yi Xian still does not know that all of this is the chain reaction of awakening his golden finger, changing his own villain destiny. Looking at the yin-yang fish in the mysterious vortex above, spewing chaotic primal energy again, and the little whale struggling desperately in his palm, a strange smile slowly appeared on Yi Xian's face. Since all of this is a fated destiny, how can I go against the heavens? Vast cage, no way out. Go, my little whale. The moment Yi Xian opened his palm, the little whale, transformed from divine powers, seemed to return to the blue sea and sky from a dry desert. It waved its tail and happily swam towards the swirling vortex above. In contrast, at this moment, Yu Changkong on the 3rd level was filled with a raging anger that had reached its peak. How could someone dare to steal chaos energy right in front of him? Yu Changkong. And even 2 times? If this gets out, wouldn't he be laughed at by his other clones? Yin Yang, hear my command, vast cage, trap the heavens and lock the earth. Bind. The moment the Yin Yang secret chamber opened, countless cages appeared in Yu Changkong's palm, heading toward the Yin Yang fish in the vortex above. This formation is called the Cage Formation, which Yu Changkong stumbled upon in an ancient secret realm in his early years. Even strong beings at the holy level would find it hard to escape its fate. The key point is that this formation, in addition to trapping enemies, also has a very mysterious function. Transcendent perception. The formation can create an all-around, no dead angle, 360-degree transcendent perception space using its 36 mysterious heavenly cage formation tokens. Any existence with strength below half-god, even at the holy level, would find it hard to escape the perception of these 36 tokens. Come on, if you have the ability, come again. Yu Changkong was also furious. If he had activated the mysterious heavenly cage formation earlier, he wouldn't have let someone steal his chaos energy twice. However, this action appeared quite different in the eyes of the powerful beings of the mysterious heavenly divine path. What's wrong with Yu Changkong? Has he gone mad? Not able to gather chaos energy, but still deploys the cage formation? Does he think the formation can trap the scattered chaos energy? If Yu Changkong, who is now furious, knew that those powerful beings secretly watching from the mysterious heavenly divine path thought this way about him, he would definitely feel like crying. It's not that I can't gather chaos energy. It's that the chaos energy I gathered has been stolen away. Okay. With the protection of the mysterious heavenly cage formation, Yu Changkong was clearly a bit more at ease. Cowardly rats. Why aren't you coming out this time? Afraid after seeing me activate the cage formation? Through the cage formation, Yu Kong sensed his surroundings, but after a while, he didn't detect any strange traces nearby. His heart was agitated, and he let out a series of sneers, as if only this way could his troubled heart regain some balance. But just when he was carefully relying on the cage formation to sense the surroundings, preparing to absorb the third chaos energy spewed from the fish's mouth, the connection between him and the cage formation suddenly snapped abruptly. My cage formation. Yu Kong's face suddenly changed. The 36 formation tokens used to arrange the cage formation were all opportunities he had struggled for, coming from an ancient secret realm. How much effort did Yu Kong spend to refine these tokens? But in that moment, just now, these tokens actually lost contact with him all at once. Before Yu Kong could react again, the third chaos energy spewed by the yin-yang fish in the vortex also mysteriously vanished. Damn! Even with Yu Kong's hundreds of years of cultivation as a top talent of the third level, he could not help but curse out loud. It was one thing for chaos energy to be stolen repeatedly. Now even the cage formation was gone. No, I must not let this guy continue to steal my chaos energy so recklessly. Looking at the yin-yang fish in the vortex, which had already spewed out the fourth chaos energy in a flash, Yu Kong's expression darkened. He frantically urged the yin-yang secret chamber within him, desiring to forcibly close the swirling vortex above his head, although doing so would cause Yu to suffer severe backlash. But now he couldn't care less about that. Even the fan cage grand array has been stolen by the opponent. Yu seriously suspected that he had been targeted by some ancient monster. But how could a candidate of a Xiantian Shindao, Saint's son, have someone like that after him? Or could it be, have my identity really been exposed? Yu felt his mind was filled with countless thoughts, but he couldn't sort them out. Just at that moment, a little whale, sensing the impending closure of the vortex, hurriedly waved its tail like a glutton seeing a buffet about to close, and rushed into the vortex. It was enjoying its meal so much. How could it let Yu easily close the vortex? What does this little whale want to do? In the lower 3 layers, upon seeing the little whale dive into the vortex, Yi was equally stunned. Wait, is it going to? As he watched the little whale swim around 2 fish, one yin and one yang, in the vortex, it suddenly opened its mouth wide, and Yi expression changed dramatically. Although Yi didn't know what those 2 yin and yang fish were, it was obvious that they were incredibly important to the avatar of Huayanshan. If it ate those 2 fish, wouldn't Huayanshan's avatar be furious to death? This little whale is incredible. As if sensing Yi approving gaze, the little whale's movements became even more reckless. It suddenly bit hard into the yin fish's body. What the heck, why is it so cold? The next second, Yi felt a chilling surge of yin energy rush into his divine image. The little whale also shivered from the chilling cold and quickly turned to bite into the yang fish. In an instant, a warm breath flowed into Yi body, and he felt his body alternately cold and hot, cold and hot, cold and hot. Isn't this the legendary ice and fire duality? Yi felt ecstatic now. Although the power of the yin and yang fish couldn't directly improve his martial cultivation, but it had unimaginable nourishing effects on the divine image he condensed with the divine might array. My yin and yang fish. Damn you! As he witnessed the yin and yang fish in the vortex being bitten deeper by the little whale, Yu finally realized the situation and his face turned grim. In the blink of an eye, the fish head of the yin fish was almost gone, and even the tail of the yang fish had been gnawed away by more than half. Yu was nearly going mad. Do those powerful beings of the Xiantian Shundao only see with their eyes closed? Why aren't they taking action? Can't they see that someone is stealing my yin and yang treasure? Yu felt he was becoming powerless to stop it. The backlash from forcibly withdrawing from the vortex had pushed him to his limits. But in a short time, it was evidently impossible to completely close the yin and yang fish in the vortex. He could only pin his hopes on the strong ones in the Xiantian Shindao, hoping they would act out of kindness and quickly put a stop to everything before him. But Yu had no idea that what those powerful beings of the Xiantian Shindao saw was completely different from his reality. Under the effect of floating light and shadow, they not only couldn't see the divine manifestation devouring Yu yin and yang fish, but they also thought it was merely a phenomenon caused by his insufficient talent. Even the yin and yang fish have problems. Is Yu perhaps possessed? Should we take action to help him? The yin and yang treasure is a divine treasure passed down from the true god of yin and yang. Even if we take action ourselves, we still can't help him. The problem lies in the technique. It can only be resolved by these prodigies. Though we hold the esteemed title of elders of the divine way, we shouldn't interfere too much in their growth. It is clear that, up to now, the powerful beings secretly observing the Xiantian Divine Way have not discovered that someone is stealing Yu Changkong's yin-yang fish. They not only failed to notice, but also grew increasingly doubtful about Yu Changkong's talent deep in their hearts. I originally thought that among the Divine Way, a peerless prodigy capable of merging the yin-yang treasures had emerged. I didn't expect this prodigy's ability to be so limited. Some of the powerful beings of the Divine Way even began to ponder whether the decision to allow Yu Changkong into the upper 3 levels was made too hastily. Chapter 49. Disappeared completely, worth nothing. In the upper 3 levels in the courtyard, facing the ever-disappearing yin-yang fish, Yu Changkong felt like he was about to explode with anger. To prevent the other party from stealing his chaotic vitality, he had already forcibly retracted the vortex, bearing the backlash alone. He never expected that the other side would set their sights on his yin-yang fish as well. At this moment, under the backlash of the yin-yang treasures, Yu Changkong felt a mouthful of blood stuck in his chest, unable to swallow or spit it out. That feeling was incredibly uncomfortable. Time passed second by second. As the yang fish and yin fish were each eaten halfway, Yu Changkong, forcing himself to endure the backlash, exerted his last ounce of strength and finally managed to close the vortex above. The moment the vortex closed, Yu Changkong spat out a mouthful of reverse blood. At this moment, he no longer cared about cursing in his heart. The loss of the yang fish and yin fish far outweighed the previous 3 chaotic vitalities. He now had to go into seclusion immediately to stabilize the incomplete yin-yang fish within him, to avoid the backlash from the yin-yang treasures, which would lead to a decline in his cultivation. In the lower 3 levels, looking up at the sky, the terrifying huge vortex that had just appeared suddenly disappeared completely. The Divine Way envoys, who had been filled with expectation, were momentarily stunned. Then, they slightly curled their lips. Worth nothing. They had originally thought that the breakthrough of the prodigy in the upper 3 levels would be earth-shattering, enough to disturb heaven and scare ghosts. But in the end, their pants were only half off. Is this all? Seeing the Divine Way envoys turn and leave, Zhao Kuo gradually withdrew his gaze. Is this the level of the upper 3 levels? If that's the case, I think I can give it a try. Thinking of this, Zhao Kuo looked toward Yi Xian's courtyard with increasing confidence. He merely relied on luck in the secret realm, with his main opponent blowing themselves up to have the chance to enter the Divine Way as a lucky one. The Zhao family is an invincible family in the Eastern Wilderness, with a status in the Eastern Wilderness that surpasses even Xiantian's sect in the Southern Wilderness. Now, with Yu Changkong as his connection, his position in the Xiantian Divine Way becomes even more solid as a rock. Once I obtain your Yi Xian's token of allegiance, then I, Zhao Kuo, will soar to the sky in the Xiantian Divine Way. Though the terrifying vortex in the sky had slightly disappointed him, Zhao Kuo did not know that the one who caused the vortex phenomenon was Yu Changkong. In Zhao Kuo's heart, Yu Changkong was still one of the most popular candidates for the position of Holy Son in the Xiantian Divine Way. With such a lofty candidate protecting him, would Zhao Kuo need to worry about his future in the Xiantian Divine Way? In contrast, in the bamboo courtyard, Yi Xian, whose body was surrounded by a yin and yang force, was in a completely different situation. At this moment, he could clearly feel that the godly array within him was undergoing some inexplicable and marvelous changes. The well-fed little whale in the sky swam back to Yi Xian's palm again. It let out a satisfied burp and spat out 36 array tokens into Yi Xian's palm. Then, it swam into the center of the deity's brow. He began to fall asleep. Yi Xian looked at the Fankong array token in his hand, and the tangible divine might behind him. He felt that everything was like a dream. Such a solid divine might. Perhaps even a person with 60% awakening of divine bones wouldn't be able to condense it, right? Moreover, Yi Xian could fully sense that the energy absorbed by the little whale from the yin-yang fish had a large part still not refined in its body. Although I attracted the unparalleled genius from the upper 3 levels as soon as I arrived at the Xiantian Divine Road, which seems a bit irrational since we are old enemies. Even if I don't provoke him, he probably won't let me go. Since the deadlock between us cannot be broken, I can only find a way to eliminate him first. It's a pity that the little whale gave its all, but only devoured half of the yin-yang fish. In Yi Xian's mind, if he could swallow all of the opponent's yin-yang fish, causing them to go crazy and ruining their cultivation would be perfect. But even this way is not bad. With so much power of the yin-yang fish lost, it seems that it will take a big half-year to recover, right? As long as the opponent cannot find trouble with Yi Xian in a short time, that will be enough. As for the future, we'll talk about that later. However, Hua Yuntian's background is quite strong. First, it stirred up the Nether Saint sect, and now, even within the Xiantian Divine Road, there is his avatar, And based on Yi Xian's judgment, Hua Yuntian is very likely to be that avatar. As for whether the one in the upper 3 levels of Xiantian Divine Road is the real body, that still needs to be considered. By the way, my cultivation has just broken through to 1-star Martial King, and now that I've activated the Divine Might formation, I need to stabilize it more and refine all the residual power in my body. Thinking of this, Yi Xian quickly put away the Fankong array token in his hand. With his current level of cultivation, it will take a considerable amount of time to completely refine these tokens. He understands the principle of not revealing his wealth. Although Yi Xian just used the newly awakened Divine Might formation to greatly trick the owner of the yin-yang fish, he is confident that the other party absolutely does not know that Yi Xian is behind the scenes. Unless there is an existence in the Xiantian Divine Road that is even more abnormal than Xiao Haiba. Otherwise, Yi Xian's illusionary shadow here is practically a bug-level existence. Putting away the Fankong array token, Yi Xian glanced at Xiao Haiba. This girl has made great contributions today. If it were not for her recognizing the scent from the Vortex Master, Yi Xian might not have been able to uncover the relationship between the owner of the yin-yang fish and Hua Yuntian. Here, take it and eat. Yi Xian casually tossed out a bottle of 5th-grade elixir. Anyway, these things were given by the master of Xiantian's sect. They don't cost anything. The key is that compared to the Dao fruit, 5th-grade elixirs have better cost-effectiveness. Xiantian Divine Road. At the peak of the Divine Mountain, the goddess Xiao stood barefoot on the cloud, quietly waiting. Before long, a Divine Path messenger who came to escort Yi Xian to the Divine Mountain approached with respect, reporting back. Reporting to the goddess, the selected genius from the Xiantian sect in the southern wilderness has been sent to the lower 3 levels, waiting for the call from the Divine Hall. Hearing the words of the Divine Path messenger, the goddess Xiao felt relieved, but on the surface, she casually asked, "Did anything happen on the way?" What Xiao was most worried about was that these messengers sent to various wilderness areas to retrieve the geniuses might be overly arrogant on the road, and if they angered Yi Xian, making him have a bad impression of the Divine Path, the consequences would be severe. Although the fragment of the future that Xiao saw regarding the chance to reverse fate was just a few scattered pieces, the shadow of Yi Xian, who breaks through the heavens with absolute power, still made her feel fear to this day. If the Divine Path angers such a terrifying powerhouse destined to rise during the Great Tribulation, what would happen? The consequences are unimaginable. The key is that this future powerhouse, destined to rise, is also the only opportunity for the goddess Xiao to reverse her fate during the Great Calamity. Thinking of this, the goddess Xiao's inquiring gaze became even more concerned. Feeling the change in the goddess's eyes, the divine messenger who came to report dared not hide anything. He hurriedly informed the goddess about the continuous pauses in transportation and Yi Xian's strange fate. However, upon hearing all this, goddess Xiao was not at all surprised. Since Yi Xian is destined to become the invincible powerhouse during the Great Calamity in the future, then his fate is naturally different from that of ordinary people. Yet, all this fell into the eyes of the returning divine messenger, stirring a wave of astonishment within him. The goddess is not surprised at all about Yi Xian's fate. Could it be that she has long seen the extraordinary nature of this young man? Undoubtedly, she is the goddess of my Xiantian divine Tao, truly knowing everything, capable of anything. No wonder as soon as he returned to report, the goddess already knew something had happened on their way, and she even asked personally. In an instant, the divine messenger felt even more reverence for the divine brilliance radiating from the goddess. Besides the transportation fate, did anything else happen on the way? Concerning Yi Xian, goddess Xiao had to inquire in more detail. Anything else? The divine messenger racked his brain to think. Does the terrifying vortex formed by the 3 layers of demons above the bamboo house count? Just speak, stop stammering and hesitating. Seeing the divine messenger on the verge of saying something, but stopping, goddess Xiao's divine brilliance burst forth, frightening the divine messenger into quickly revealing the matter of Yu Changkong's failed breakthrough of the yin-yang secret. He had heard this news on his way to the peak of the divine mountain to report. 3 layers above? Yu Changkong? Who is he? Goddess Xiao frowned and thought for a moment. There are countless talents in Xiantian divine Tao, but these talents, in the eyes of goddess Xiao, are merely a bunch of weaklings. Naturally, she wouldn't pay too much attention to a group of weaklings. Moreover, in the fragments of the future that she had seen, there was no such person as Yu Changkong. Whatever, just an ordinary talent who failed to break through. The great calamity of the 6 regions of Tianhuang is approaching, and during the calamity, countless unknown talents will perish. As long as there are no problems on Yi Xian's side, other matters are trivial things for goddess Xiao. If the currently relieved goddess Xiao knew that the divine messenger who escorted Yi Xian reported everything except for the most crucial matter of Zhao Kuo provoking Yi Xian at the bamboo house entrance, who knows, she might get so angry that she would draw her sword to kill. In fact, it is also not the fault of the returning divine messenger. From his perspective, the grievances between Yi Xian and Zhao Kuo are not worth mentioning at all. Far less significant than the news of Yu Changkong's failed breakthrough. The goddess, dignified as she is, doesn't even care about the top 3 layers of talents. Would she really care about 2 low-tier talents who just joined Xintian Divine Tao? Chapter 50. The Turtle Head, just kick it to death. Harnessing the heavens and the earth, the might of the martial king. So that's how it is. In the lower 3 layers, after a whole night of cultivation, Yi Xian finally stabilized his martial king realm completely. Not only that, but he also utilized his own divine power formation to gain an in-depth control and understanding of many subtle forces of the martial king realm. Now, it can be said without exaggeration that even without using the divine power formation in the martial king realm, he would be hard to match. Moreover, he also has insights into the divine crystal, along with the many ancestral teachings he had freely learned in the secret realm of the Xintian sect. If someone treats him as an ordinary 1-star martial king, they would definitely suffer a huge setback against him. Brother, that fool outside has been staring at our house for a long time. Should we go out and teach him a lesson? Looking at the empty jar in his hand with excitement, Little Black understood who the fool was. Strange, the Zhao family in the East Wilderness has no grudges with Xuantiangong, no hatred recently, and we are all part of the Xuantiangong branch. Why does he have such strong malice towards me? In fact, when Yi Xian entered the bamboo house yesterday, he had already sensed that Zhao Kuo's reaction was very odd. He could understand the provocation, but to be so dogged in the provocation, to say there was no reason behind it, Yi Xian wouldn't believe it, even if he was beaten to death. Let's go, we'll confront him. Yi Xian wouldn't let Little Black act easily. With Zhao Kuo's strength as a 1-star martial king, if he let Little Black act directly, it could cost Zhao Kuo his life in an instant. After all, this was Xuantiangong. On the surface, Yi Xian had to hold back. If he truly couldn't hold back, he would wait until no one was around to act in secret. Outside the bamboo house, Zhao Kuo had been standing there for a whole morning. He hadn't seen Yi Xian's shadow at all. This coward, he wouldn't be hiding in the bamboo house the whole time, would he? If Yi Xian was really hiding from him, Zhao Kuo would probably just stand there staring at the bamboo house's barrier. After all, this barrier was set by a Xuantiangong expert. Even with Zhao Kuo's 1-star martial king strength, there was nothing he could do. Creak! Just as Zhao Kuo was pondering angrily, the tightly shut door of the bamboo house suddenly swung open. Yi Xian! Zhao Kuo's eyes lit up. Ha! You came out just in time. He was worried that Yi Xian would hide in the bamboo house forever, with no way to do anything, and now Yi Xian came out on his own. At this moment, Zhao Kuo was as happy as a fool weighing more than 100 pounds. Yi Xian, yesterday you managed to escape, but today you won't be so lucky. Zhao Kuo, will definitely beat you to the ground. As Zhao Kuo's arrogant words echoed, he suddenly felt that Yi Xian's aura was somewhat off. What the hell, this is insane. Looking at Yi Xian, who was still a 9-star martial sovereign yesterday, but had turned into a 1-star martial king today, Zhao Kuo was dumbfounded. In just one night's time, did this kid encounter some kind of fortuitous event? He had dared to provoke Yi Xian yesterday precisely because he relied on his own 1-star martial king strength. But he never expected Yi Xian to break through so quickly. No, that's not right. Yesterday, there were no signs of breakthrough in the bamboo house. After a brief shock, Zhao Kuo quickly reacted. Could it be that? Could this kid be using some kind of trick to deliberately scare me away? Yes, it must be this way. Yesterday, he was a 9-star martial sovereign. Today, he is a 1-star martial king. Such a thing can happen, but Zhao Kuo didn't believe it would happen to Yi Xian, a waste who got lucky and entered Xuantiangong. Besides, he had been guarding outside the bamboo house from yesterday until today. How could he not know whether Yi Xian had broken through or not? Good. You actually faked your cultivation to fool me. You really think I'm Zhao Kuo easy to deceive, huh? Thinking that Yi Xian was treating him like a fool filled Zhao Kuo with rage. The invincible Zhao family, have roamed the East Wilderness for many years, and I have never been deceived by such a clumsy trick. This Yi Xian is a fool himself, and he thinks I'm also a fool. This is simply the greatest insult to me, Zhao Kuo. With that thought, Zhao Kuo suddenly pointed at Yi Xian. Yi Xian, do you have the guts to accept my challenge? If yesterday's provocation was due to Yu Changkong's instigation, then today, Zhao Kuo was genuinely seeking to show Yi Xian what he was made of. As Zhao Kuo's words fell, a crimson blood-red long knife appeared in his palm. This knife was the family heirloom of the invincible Zhao family. although it cannot compare to the ancient divine artifacts of the ancient times, is still a rare secret treasure. Is this kid really sick with something big? Yi Xian tilted his head, looking at Zhao Kuo in front of him, as if he were looking at a fool. Brother, why don't I just go over and kick him to death? Even Little Black couldn't stand Zhao Kuo's foolishness anymore. Chattering, making a lot of noise. The key point is that it stinks, looking like it is not tasty at all. Oh, just as I arrived at the Xintian Divine Path, there is such a lively scene to watch, truly coincidental. At that moment, a figure slowly walked in from outside the bamboo house. Next to him stood a divine envoy. West Wilderness, Marshal St. Pavilion, Liao Wuji. After a brief introduction, the newcomer sat down beside and started to crack sunflower seeds. The divine envoy also stood there with a blank expression, clearly showing no intention of stopping him. Yi Xian, with so many people watching, if you don't have the guts to accept my challenge, then kneel down and admit defeat. Seeing the bystanders arrive, Zhao Kuo was even more smug. He was worried about not having an audience, wanting to show off his prowess by beating Yi Xian badly. But this foolish look on him made Yi Xian unable to help but roll his eyes deep inside. How about I let Little Black kick him to death instead? For such a fool, Yi Xian felt that killing him would be an insult to himself. Huh, where's Little Black? At that moment, Yi Xian suddenly realized that Little Black, who was originally standing next to him, had disappeared. Feeling a tightness in his heart, Yi Xian quickly looked towards the direction where Little Black had vanished. But soon, his entire face changed. Chapter 51. So mysterious, exceptional talent. It suddenly became strange. At this moment, Little Black was standing right in front of Liao Wuji with a greedy expression, her eyes eagerly fixed on the sunflower seeds in Liao Wuji's hand. If it weren't for Yi Xian's shimmering illusion covering her, she would have been spotted in her gluttonous predicament. However, sitting opposite at the bamboo house entrance, Liao Wuji, who was watching the show, was completely unaware of Little Black's hungry stare. Why aren't you fighting? I'm still waiting to watch. While saying this, Liao Wuji tossed the sunflower seeds high in the air and tried to catch them with his mouth. His eyes scanned between Yi Xian and Zhao Kuo, a slight mockery visible on his face. But no matter how long he waited, the seeds he threw into the air never fell. Huh, where are my sunflower seeds? Liao Wuji's expression changed. What he held was not an ordinary seed. It was a seed from an ancient spiritual tree found in the ancient secret realm of the West Wilderness. Its effects were comparable to a 5th-grade spiritual pill. The key point was that this kind of spiritual tree seed could cleanse a warrior's meridians and enhance their cultivation aptitude. Even a 5th-grade spiritual pill could not possess such miraculous effects. Liao Wuji usually cherished these spiritual tree seeds greatly. But just now, the spiritual tree seed he tossed into the air had mysteriously disappeared. After searching for a long time, Liao Wuji couldn't find where that missing seed had gone. Out of suspicion, he took out another spiritual tree seed from his pocket and tossed it high into the air. This time, Liao Wuji's eyes were fixed on the seed in midair, not daring to blink for a moment. But strange things happened again. As the seed rose into the air, just as it was about to land in his mouth, it mysteriously vanished again. Liao Wuji. What the hell? Am I seeing ghosts in broad daylight? With 2 spiritual tree seeds mysteriously disappearing, Liao Wuji, who originally wanted to watch a show, realized that something was off. He stared suspiciously at the surroundings. Then, he took out another spiritual tree seed. But at that moment, just as he was about to throw it, this time, the spiritwood seed actually disappeared right from his hand. What the hell? Looking at the spiritwood seed in Liao Wuji's hand, disappearing and appearing repeatedly, a faint look of surprise flashed across the calm gaze of the divine messenger opposite him. This kid actually has such magic? Could it be that he has cultivated some kind of spatial ability? All the way, Liao Wuji had been lazy. The divine messenger couldn't see anything particularly special about him. However, the scene just now gave the divine messenger a whole new understanding of Liao Wuji's potential. This spiritwood seed disappears so that even I can't see through it. It truly deserves to be called the most outstanding disciple of the Wuxing Hall in 200 years. Yet, little did the divine messenger, who was full of admiration, know how terrified Liao Wuji's heart was at this moment. The spiritwood seed kept disappearing from his hand. This had already gone beyond the realm of normal events. One could even say it was eerie. As a dignified 2-star martial king, he naturally did not believe there were ghosts in this world. If it wasn't a ghost, then someone must be playing tricks. Liao Wuji's eyes desperately scanned between Yi Xian and Zhao Kuo. The only people who could be playing tricks in front of him were these 2 from the bamboo shed. As for the divine messenger beside him, Liao Wuji was most clear after walking this way with him. This divine messenger's character was so dull that even speaking seemed unnecessary to him. How could he possibly perform such monkey tricks on Liao Wuji? Looking at Liao Wuji, who had just been watching the show and was now the main character of the monkey act, Yi Xian couldn't help feeling a trace of sympathy for him deep down. Watching a show and getting caught in it yourself, this counts as a different kind of life experience, right? However, all of this made Zhao Kuo feel as if he had suffered the greatest humiliation of his life. In the face of the enemy, you dare to look around and underestimate your opponent? Yi Xian, you think too little of me. Zhao Kuo was genuinely angry. First, Yi Xian used a trick to deceive him with a fake cultivation level. Now he was publicly ignoring his existence? As a peerless genius from the invincible family of the Eastern Wastelands, how could Zhao Kuo tolerate such humiliation? Yi Xian, go die. Zhao Kuo swung his long knife down fiercely. In an instant, the entire world seemed to condense into an unmatched knife energy under his blade. This is the Zhao family's bull knife technique from the Eastern Wastelands? Not far away, the divine messenger narrowed his eyes slightly while watching the knife energy emanating from all around. The Zhao family's bull knife technique may not be an ancient secret, but among the four wastelands, it is considered a top-level knife technique. Additionally, with Zhao Kuo's innate martial soul and extraordinary comprehension, this bull knife technique had already reached the pinnacle of knife skills in his hands, infinitely close to the level of an advanced secret technique. With only this one strike, even an ordinary one-star martial king would have to retreat several steps. But soon, the divine messenger was attracted by Yi Xian's strange behavior. Why is Yi Xian standing still, motionless? Not only the divine messenger, but even Liao Wuji, who was filled with suspicion, looking around in confusion because of the mysterious disappearance of the spirit with seed, was drawn to Yi Xian's odd actions. The bull knife technique, infinitely close to an advanced secret technique, combined with a high-quality long knife? Within the same rank, it already possessed unmatched lethality. Even Liao Wuji, being a two-star martial king, did not dare to be blindly arrogant in the face of Zhao Kuo's knife. This guy, won't he be scared silly? Liao Wuji still had some doubts that the one secretly sabotaging him and stealing his spirit with seed was Yi Xian. But now it seemed that facing such knife energy, without dodging or evading, how could a fool possess such skill? Standing aside, the divine messenger had already begun to contemplate whether he should intervene and save Yi Xian midway. Although the Xintian divine path does not oppose the competition among the outstanding, it does not allow for mutual killings within the divine path. Haha, are you scared now? Yi Xian, let me tell you it's too late. Even if you kneel and beg for mercy, I, Zhao Kuo, will not easily let you go today. Zhao Kuo confidently swung his long knife down. In his eyes, how could Yi Xian, a 9-star martial sovereign relying on illusion to confuse others, evade a strike? Of course, he thought Yi Xian was just scared silly, which fit his perception of Yi Xian's character. Zhao Kuo had already made up his mind. Today, even if he didn't take half of Yi Xian's life, he would break his hands and feet. He wanted Yi Xian to know what the consequence of offending Zhao Kuo was like. But just when everyone thought Yi Xian was helpless against Zhao Kuo's fierce strike, Yi Xian, who had been standing still, suddenly moved. Chapter 52, Sending Oneself to Death, the Golden Sword Path. He pointed, and this finger was as fast as lightning, containing countless principles, like a glimpse of a startled swan in the void. What? He actually dares to fight Zhao Kuo's secret long knife with bare hands. The divine path was startled by Yi Xian's action. Although he was responsible for the West Wasteland's outstanding talents this time, he had still learned a bit about the talent from the southeast, southwest, and northwest regions. Although Yi Xian was a person of divine awakening, he had only recently unlocked his divine bones. Moreover, even a person with unlocked divine bones had no miraculous enhancement to their physical body, let alone face Zhao Kuo's secret treasure head-on. In the eyes of the divine path messenger, Yi Xian's actions were practically equivalent to seeking death. Not far away, Liao Wuji was also stunned for 2 seconds. He had heard about warriors fleeing from battle, but this was the first time he had seen someone sending themselves to death. Could it be, she's not scared silly, but has gone mad from fear? What a joke. Fighting barehanded against the invincible Zhao family's ox blade technique and Zhao Kuo's secret long knife? Isn't that madness? But soon, Liao Wuji noticed that Yi Xian's gaze was very calm, not showing a hint of madness. Could it be that he is not crazy but has some card to play? The problem that Liao Wuji noticed was also noted by the opposite divine path messenger. However, he had an additional layer of concern in his heart. If Yi Xian really has a card to play, that's fine, but what if he is just being stubborn and seeking death? To think that a newly entered talented person could be killed by someone in front of the divine path messenger? What would happen if this got out? That would be a huge blow to the reputation of the Divine Path. If the Divine Path messenger was not present today, it wouldn't matter. But since he was here, if Yixian faced any issues, all the responsibility would fall on this small messenger. Originally just here to escort someone, yet he got tangled up in so many problems. Just as the Divine Path messenger was feeling chaotic inside, Yixian suddenly gathered a red dragon spirit between his 2 fingers. In the next second, with a tearing sound, the countless knife beams formed by Zhao Kuo's ox-blade technique were instantly ripped apart by Yixian's finger, turning into countless fragments. What? He actually ripped apart Zhao Kuo's ox-blade technique with bare hands. The Divine Path messenger's gaze trembled, his heart filled with extreme shock. Ripping apart the knife beams condensed by Zhao Kuo using his secret long knife with bare hands? How strong must that physical body be? Moreover, Zhao Kuo's ox-blade technique had already been mastered to an extreme level, getting infinitely close to the yellow-grade secret technique. A physical body this terrifying must have already surpassed the ancient body and reached the level of a holy body, right? The key point is, in the investigation report of the Xiantian Divine Path on the 4 Great Wasteland branches, there was no mention of any peculiarities in Yixian's physical body. It seems that Yixian's strength. It's hidden deeper than the Divine Path could imagine. Compared to the astonishment in the heart of the Divine Path messenger, Liao Wuji's shock was equally great. Is this a realm? Could it be sword intent? No, that's not right. It's spear intent. Just relying on this realm, can it resist the secret treasure long knife in Zhao Kuo's hand? And what about Zhao's famous bull knife technique known throughout the eastern wilderness? Thinking of this, Liao Wuji couldn't help but glance at Yixian a few more times. He originally thought he would be the most powerful amongst the young talents entering the Xiantian Divine Path from the 4 Great Wastelands. However, having just witnessed Yixian's Scarlet Dragon Spear intent, Liao Wuji no longer felt so proud and arrogant. Zhao Kuo, who had regained his composure from shock, felt the same way. His expression changed. Yellow tear, secret treasure. The long knife in his hand tightened involuntarily. Zhao Kuo had always thought that Yixian was just a lucky fool who had somehow managed to join the Divine Path. But now, Zhao Kuo realized he was wrong, terribly wrong. Yixian was not using any illusion to create a false realm. Yixian was a genuine martial king powerhouse. And that astonishing finger from Yixian just now. Yixian, I underestimated you before. Zhao Kuo gradually withdrew his contempt. Even the way he looked at Yixian now held a few more shades of seriousness. I never expected that you truly are a real martial king powerhouse. Yesterday, your 9-star martial sovereign cultivation must have been a false illusion created with some treasure to conceal your cultivation, right? Even at this moment, Zhao Kuo still refused to believe that Yixian's 1-star martial king cultivation had broken through only after entering the bamboo cottage yesterday. However, it wasn't entirely Zhao Kuo's fault. He was the unparalleled young talent of the invincible Zhao family, born with a martial soul and possessing extraordinary understanding. Even so, after stepping into 1-star martial king, Zhao Kuo took a long time to stabilize his own realm to the level it was now. Could Yixian really tear apart Zhao Kuo's bull knife technique with bare hands? This background, this strength, would you dare say he was just a newly promoted 1-star martial king? Zhao Kuo would never believe it, even if it cost him his life. HMPF, this Yixian is truly despicable, deliberately hiding his cultivation to mislead me. Although Yixian's powerful physique surprised Zhao Kuo, deep down he still believed that Yixian relied on the overwhelming advantage of the yellow tier secret treasure to barely break his bull knife technique. Even if you, Yixian, are a 1-star martial king, what of it if you have a yellow tier secret treasure? If it weren't for my carelessness, how could I let you shine before others? Zhao Kuo had comprehended 3 whole sets of yellow tier secret treasures, and he had reached the highest realm in each of these 3 yellow tier secret treasures. How could a mere Yixian be his match? With this thought, Zhao Kuo's confidence surged. Yixian, just now I underestimated you too much. Next, I will let you thoroughly feel the terror of the invincible Zhao family's famous bully knife secret treasure. Looking at Zhao Kuo, who had a foolish grin on his face, Yixian didn't want to say a single word. Fortunately, this fool still had some use. Yesterday, Yixian had been in closed-door meditation in the bamboo house for a whole day and night, in addition to solidifying his own martial king cultivation and the divine might array. With the help of the understanding crystal, the speed of his comprehension of various secret treasures had also never stopped. The previous Dragon Cloud ancestor's Scarlet Dragon Spear intent was the result of the understanding crystal's enhancement. This guy may not be very clever, but he is indeed a good test stone to hone the power of the secret treasure. Before long, the previously dismissive Zhao Kuo launched another attack on Yi Xian. As the bully's secret treasure emerged, countless knife energies converged like a cage, surrounding Yi Xian. Yi Xian also moved quickly. In hand, the red dragon spear intent frequently burst forth. Ever since obtaining the Insight God Crystal, Yi Xian's understanding of these yellow-rank secret techniques has skyrocketed. It has practically reached the level of riding a rocket. Comparing secret techniques with Yi Xian, Zhao Kuo has truly chosen the wrong opponent. As the blade aura of Zhao Kuo's domineering knife secret technique grew sharper, Yi Xian wielded the red dragon spear intent like flowing clouds and flowing water. Back and forth, both sides fought fiercely, making it quite lively. Even the divine envoys, watching nearby, alongside Liao Wujin, found it hard to look away. Zhao Kuo truly lives up to his reputation as a person with a natural martial soul. He can comprehend the yellow rank secret technique to such an extent. At this moment, Zhao Kuo, fully unleashing the domineering knife secret technique, gradually entered a state of unity between man and sword, with his blade aura surging stronger with each wave. Along with the enhancement of the treasured long knife in his hand, he was gradually gaining the upper hand. In comparison, although Yi Xian's physical strength was formidable, he did not have a treasure at his disposal. Both using yellow rank secret techniques, it was inevitable that he was being suppressed by Zhao Kuo. Moreover, this invincible Zhao Kuo from the Zhao family, in his early years, comprehended 3 yellow rank secret techniques from the Zhao family ancestral hall. This domineering knife secret technique is just one of them. With the support of a treasure, an extraordinary insight, and a quantity of secret techniques far exceeding those of the same rank, the divine envoy felt that the current battle situation was extremely unfavorable for Yi Xian. When the cultivation, realm, and strength of martial artists are roughly the same, treasures and secret techniques become some of the few means that martial artists can rely on. Yet, Zhao Kuo held overwhelming advantages in both of these aspects. Unless Yi Xian also has more than 3 yellow rank secret techniques in hand. But the question is this possible? Zhao Kuo was able to obtain the inheritance of 3 yellow rank secret techniques because of his natural martial soul's extraordinary insight. Even if Yi Xian passed through the life and death secret realm of the Xintian sect, his time was still short to compete with a natural martial soul insight machine in understanding secret techniques. This seemed a bit too forced. Seemingly sensing Yi Xian being gradually suppressed, a confident smile spread across Zhao Kuo's lips, as if victory was in his grasp. In the next second, a giant iron-scaled python, spanning 100 feet, erupted forth along Zhao Kuo's blade's edge. Dragon Python Secret Technique. Zhao Kuo actually concealed his strength while using the domineering knife secret technique and unleashed the Dragon Python Secret Technique. A flash of shock flickered in the divine envoy's eyes. The 2 yellow rank secret techniques activated simultaneously, instantly overwhelming Yi Xian's red dragon spear intent. Looks like Yi Xian is about to lose, the divine envoy sighed inwardly. Even Liao Wujin couldn't help but reveal a hint of pity in his gaze. Being physically strong can indeed transform a martial artist's power. But sometimes, strength also needs external support for enhancement. Just as the divine envoy and Liao Wujin both turned their gaze away, thinking Yi Xian was about to be defeated, the red dragon spear intent, gathered at Yi Xian's fingertips, suddenly erupted with brilliant golden light. Following that, a resplendent golden giant sword shot up from the ground. A mere small snake dares to claim it as a dragon. Chapter 53. The Great River Secret Technique. Blood is spilled 3 times. Gripping the golden sword, Yi Xian slashed out, instantly creating a surge of golden light, sword intent rising up, and a monstrous python condensed within Zhao Kuo's blade was immediately severed by Yi Xian's single sword strike. You actually cultivated 2 yellow rank secret techniques. Zhao Kuo's eyes widened in disbelief. He clearly did not expect that besides the flowing red dragon spear intent, Yi Xian actually had a powerful golden sword secret technique. Through the majestic sword intent within the golden light, Zhao Kuo could fully sense that Yi Xian's understanding of his golden sword secret technique was not inferior to his earlier comprehension of the red dragon spear intent. Damn it, my natural martial soul and extraordinary insight, and you, Yi Xian, dare to compete with me in understanding secret techniques? Today, I will let you know. What does it mean? There are people outside of people, and there are heavens outside of heavens. After a brief moment of surprise, Zhao Kuo, having regained his senses, was already consumed by jealousy. His rationality burned away. He thought Yi Xian was just a lucky fool who stumbled into the divine path, an ant he could easily crush. Who would have thought that Yi Xian would consecutively deal such heavy blows to Zhao Kuo? Zhao Kuo stood with his long knife poised at his brow. Great River Secret Store. With a furious roar from Zhao Kuo. In an instant, a rolling river erupted from the edge of Zhao Kuo's blade. To be able to cultivate 3 levels of yellow rank secret stores to such an extent, no wonder he is the invincible Zhao family with a natural martial soul. Watching the fierce battle between Yi Xian and Zhao Kuo reach a boiling point, Liao Wuji and the divine emissary couldn't look away. Yi Xian didn't lose under Zhao Kuo's Dragon Python secret store as they had imagined. Instead, he cut down Zhao Kuo's Dragon Python secret store with a single sword strike. Such unexpected events are not the first. An incredibly strong physical body. A golden sword path that could slay the Dragon Python. Now, they were starting to question whether Zhao Kuo's Great River Secret Store could truly be the trump card to finally overpower Yi Xian. Zhao Kuo has a natural martial soul and has now unleashed the 3rd level of the Yellow Rank Secret Store. If Yi Xian cannot unleash his own 3rd level of the Yellow Rank Secret Store, the divine emissary was just starting to think this when suddenly he felt a mysterious, terrifying aura surge from Yi Xian. What is this feeling? The divine emissary's eyes suddenly changed. Secret store. Clearly, the aura surging from Yi Xian right now was indeed that of a secret store. But the secret store felt incredibly powerful, far beyond the yellow rank. It's the earth rank. Liao Wuji's eyes widened in shock. The invincible Zhao family, with its natural martial soul, has thus far only mastered 3 levels of the yellow rank secret store. But Yi Xian? Not only does he have an astonishing physical body, he also possesses a divine bone and has comprehended 2 yellow rank secret stores and 1 earth rank secret store. Does it really need to be that monstrous? The divine emissary felt the same way. Based on his understanding of Yi Xian, he knew Yi Xian was merely a direct disciple of the Xintian sect. Although he had always been somewhat well known, he was ultimately just a talented disciple. He had only recently awakened the divine bone and become a person of divine initiation. But the question is, the strength Yi Xian is displaying right now is far from what someone who has just awakened a divine bone should be capable of. A flash of astonished light passed through the divine emissary's eyes. If someone had asked before who was the weakest among the branches of the 4 great wastelands, southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest, the answer would undoubtedly be Yi Xian from the South Wasteland. Let's not even mention Zhao Kuo, with a natural martial soul and exceptional comprehension. At such a young age, he had already mastered 3 levels of the yellow rank secret store. Liao Wuji was the most outstanding inheritor of the Martial Saint Pavilion from the West Wasteland in 200 years. Yi Xian only had the qualifications to be mentioned in the same breath with them after awakening the divine bone and becoming a person of divine initiation. But whether it was the timing of awakening the divine bone or the process of rising to prominence, Yi Xian was still far inferior to the other outstanding figures from the major wastelands. Added to the fact that the Xintian sect had been declining in the South Wasteland these years, the number of direct disciples receiving secret store inheritance was dwindling. This gave rise to the illusion that Yi Xian from the South Wasteland branch was the weakest in strength. However, the divine emissary never imagined that Yi Xian had mastered so many secret stores. Although it doesn't seem complete from the aura, it is undoubtedly an Earth rank secret store. That's right, the secret store Yi Xian was currently exhibiting was precisely the half Earth rank secret store passed down by Master Sun Lan. Even though it was just half of an Earth rank, it was not something Zhao Kuo's mere yellow rank secret store could withstand, let alone the yellow rank. Even if it were a Xian rank secret store, when faced with this half Earth rank secret store in Yi Xian's hands, it could only kneel and call him Grandpa. Why is it possible? Yi Xian, how could he possibly have an Earth-level secret method? Feeling the overwhelming aura from Yi Xian's Earth-level secret method, Zhao Kuo couldn't hide his disbelief. He was born with a martial soul. Understanding was extraordinary. So far, he had only comprehended 3 yellow-level secret methods. But Yi Xian, a person of divine awakening, had also comprehended 3 secret methods, and there was even an Earth-level secret method. Under Zhao Kuo's incredulous gaze, a small mountain phantom gradually took shape in the palm of Yi Xian's hand, flickering between reality and illusion. Mountain Seal. As the small mountain phantom in Yi Xian's hand was struck down, Zhao Kuo felt as if a 1,000-pound weight pressed down on his head, making it hard for him to breathe. The Great River secret method in his hand crumbled like snow under the scorching sun, breaking apart and disintegrating, instantly transforming from a great river into a small stream. Still want to compare? At that moment, Yi Xian's voice, under the awe-inspiring power of the mountain seal, was extraordinarily solemn. No more comparisons. Finally unable to withstand the pressure of the mountain seal, Zhao Kuo painfully admitted defeat. This was supposed to be his victory. Now he had been forced to publicly acknowledge defeat by Yixian. Zhao Kuo felt a burning shame on his face. But there was no option. The mountain seal in Yixian's hand was an Earth-level secret method. Even if it was just half of it, Zhao Kuo had no means to counter an Earth-level secret method. Damn it, I was born with a martial soul. Why am I losing to Yixian in understanding secret methods? Although Zhao Kuo admitted defeat verbally, he was still unconvinced in his heart. Brother, why don't you just take down that fool? At that moment, the little black cat who had eaten 3 spiritwood seeds from Liao Wuji ran up to Yixian excitedly. Silly child, so many people are watching. If I continue to use the mountain seal on him, wouldn't that give others a reason to intervene? If we're going to deal with him, we should wait until no one is looking. Oh, got it. Upon hearing Yixian's words, the little black cat appeared to understand completely. Yixian thought she had really grasped it, but the next second, the little black cat ran up to Zhao Kuo and gave him a kick. With a crack, a clear sound of a bone breaking echoed. Ah, my leg is broken, my leg. A series of pig-like screams continuously escaped from Zhao Kuo's mouth. Why are you all looking at me? I didn't do anything. Feeling the simultaneous beams of gaze from the divine envoy and Liao Wuji locking onto him, Yixian immediately spread his hands in a show of innocence. I was far away from him. He can't pin the blame on me. As he spoke, Yixian also directed his words at the crumpled and screaming Zhao Kuo. You should be ashamed, so young, and you don't take care of your bones. After just a few rounds, you're like a soft shrimp, unable to stand. And you broke your leg? If this gets out, people will think I broke it. Puff. Zhao Kuo, who was already in so much pain he couldn't breathe, spat out a mouthful of old blood upon hearing this. Damn it, this Yixian is so sinister. How could I possibly break my leg in such a good condition? Clearly, he used some lowly and underhanded trick. But Zhao Kuo had no evidence. Especially when he saw the divine envoy and Liao Wuji not far away wearing a look of understanding. Zhao Kuo couldn't help but spew out even more blood. In fact, the divine envoy and Liao Wuji were not fools either. They naturally knew that Yixian was up to something behind the scenes. But Yixian's methods were too clever. Since they couldn't catch him in the act, they naturally chose to ignore it. After all, Zhao Kuo was still alive and well. It was just a broken leg. At most, he could recover later. The little black cat, being the instigator, ran back to Yixian proudly, as if claiming credit. Brother, you said that it's only when no one is watching. It makes perfect sense. Looking at the little black, who seems like a logical genius, Yixian opened his mouth, but he couldn't say a word. Although the little black's actions seemed to have some personal grudges involved. But there is no denying that the result of this was incredibly satisfying. Yixian really felt satisfied, especially when he saw Zhao Kuo's face, filled with frustration and unable to do anything about it. Yixian's pores felt as though they were bathed in a spring breeze. The whole feeling was indescribably pleasant. Indeed, happiness is always built on the suffering of enemies. In the end, this farce ended in such an absurd way. Zhao Kuo broke his leg, and the divine envoy took him away for treatment. Liao Wuji, who witnessed everything just now, instinctively chose not to provoke Yixian. Everyone went back to their bamboo houses in peace. Until the next morning, Yixian and the others received a notification from the Divine Dao Hall. The Divine Dao Hall wants us to gather immediately. Upon hearing the notification from the Divine Dao Hall, Yixian and the others furrowed their brows, especially Liao Wuji. I dare ask, the chosen ones from the east, south, and west have already entered the Divine Dao. Why is there still no sign of the north of your people? Actually, this question from Liao Wuji was something Yixian had wanted to ask as well. He also found it strange. The bamboo houses around them were clearly only enough for 3 people to live in. Yet the people from the Northunger had yet to arrive. The geniuses from the Northunger have already entered the Divine Dao Hall ahead of time. Upon hearing this, not only Yixian, but even Liao Wuji and Zhao Kuo had shocked expressions on their faces. Due to the fact that Yixian had broken one of his legs yesterday, Zhao Kuo was especially obedient today. He no longer provoked Yixian. However, whether intentional or not, the look in Zhao Kuo's eyes as he glanced at Yixian still carried a hint of unwillingness. But Yixian simply couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. Yixian repeatedly mulled over the words of the person who had come from the Divine Dao Hall. The Northunger people have already entered the Divine Dao Hall. Could it be that some big shot purposely used a back door to get in, like a privileged connection? The geniuses from the east, south, and west are all waiting in the bamboo houses, but the people from the north entered the Divine Dao Hall first? This must be a case of privileged connections, right? To put it in Yixian's own words from his past life, this is definitely a special admission. All right, no time to waste. I'll take you to the Divine Tao Hall now. Under the guide of the person who arrived, Yi Xian and the others quickly reached the Divine Tao Hall. However, before they could even enter, Yi Xian heard a soft, flirtatious voice coming from inside the Divine Tao Hall. Senior brother, let's practice together. When senior sister found out, she scolded you again. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have argued. Though, I just want to practice with you alone, and I'm really happy when we practice together. You can forgive me, right? Senior brother? Yi Xian. What is this? This familiar tea-like tone, with a rich matcha flavor mixed with a lisping voice. Could it be Divine Tao version of a tea art master? Sure enough, as soon as Yi Xian and the others stepped into the Divine Tao Hall, they saw two male disciples, their faces flushed red, being teased by an extremely exposed little lowly. Yes, lowly and exposure are two words that usually don't go together. But this extreme contrast was perfectly blended in front of them by this little lowly. As if noticing the figures walking in outside the Divine Tao Hall, the little lowly's attention was instantly drawn to them. Ah, are these the three big brothers from the east, south, and west Wangyer? Big brother? Big brother, your big head. Looking at the little lowly with superb tea art skills, rushing forward, Yi Xian instinctively thought of the image of old Devil Han. Decisively retreated behind the crowd. The green tea girl from the fantasy world and the green tea girl from Yi Xian's past life on the internet are two different creatures. The green tea girl on the internet is only after your money. The green tea in the fantasy world is after your life, especially this one in front of me. Isn't Main Tower only for charming and captivating women? When did they start accepting, average little girls like you? Liao Wuji instinctively glanced at the little lowly's chest. As a most outstanding disciple of the Martial Saint Pavilion in the Western Wilderness, Liao Wuji usually enjoys collecting information about major wilderness sects from all directions. Main Tower, as an important branch of the Xiantian Divine Path in the Northern Wilderness, was naturally something Liao Wuji paid attention to. Are you Liao Ge from the Western Wilderness? My name is Ro Ruan Ji. Ro from softness, Ruan from softness, Ji from delicate branches. The tea art little lowly said this as she gently patted Liao Wuji's chest. Then, she similarly patted Zhao Kuo's shoulder. Seeing the little lowly coming toward Yi Xian suddenly quickly distanced himself. Oh, this little brother, why do you look at me like you see a tiger? Hearing Ro Ruan Ji's teasing, Zhao Kuo couldn't help but snicker in his heart. Yi Xian, oh Yi Xian, even if you beat me yesterday, what does it matter? A little girl can scare you this much. How can you hope to reach the peak of martial arts in the future? Seeing Yi Xian dodge, the little lowly Ro Ruan Ji became even more interested. She immediately leaned toward Yi Xian. But just as she was about to get close to Yi Xian, he flashed away again. This is the movement technique of the yellow stage, secret arts. A flash of strange light crossed Ro Ruan Ji's eyes. Seeing this, Zhao Kuo became so jealous his eyes almost bled. Damn it, as a natural martial spirit with transcendent understanding, I have only grasped 3 parts of the yellow stage secret arts so far. But Yi Xian cast 2 yellow stage secret arts and half of an earth stage secret art yesterday. Today, he exhibited a strange yellow stage secret movement technique. Why? Why is this happening? Heavens, earth. I refuse to accept this. How am I, Zhao Kuo, any worse than him? Why is this happening to me? Unfortunately, at this moment, no one cared about Zhao Kuo's bleak inner monologue, because everyone's attention was focused on the little lowly Ro Ruan Ji and Yi Xian, especially the little lowly Ro Ruan Ji. What she just performed was the secret skill of Main Tower, perfect for close combat. Normally, under such distance, no one could escape her sudden attack. But Yi Xian managed to easily dodge, and he displayed a yellow stage secret movement technique. Sorry, I don't like women, Yi Xian said lightly. He intended to create distance between himself and the little lowly, to make her stop bothering him. But unexpectedly, Liao Wuji beside him quickly created distance between them. Not only that, he looked at Yi Xian with a strange gaze. It felt as if he had encountered some terrifying, dirty thing. Just at this moment, Liao Wuji suddenly felt his heartbeat racing. What's going on? Zhao Kuo was the same, a wave of desire igniting at his dantian and lower abdomen. Did you do this? Almost instantly, Zhao Kuo and Liao Wuji's gazes locked onto Ro Ruan Ji. Brother, they're so fierce, I'm so scared. Ro Ruan Ji cried, reaching out to grab Yi Xian. As a result, Yi Xian flashed away again. I'll say it again, I don't like women, and I especially don't like being touched by women. Are you kidding? In the 4 great wilderness regions, there are no easy targets among the branches of Xiantian. Even Liao Wuji and that fool Zhao Kuo fell for it. Would Yi Xian let this green tea little lowly get close? That would be foolish, right? Liao Wujing and Zhao Kuo finally understood why Yi Xian had been avoiding the little lowly. But now, it felt a bit too late to realize. This is the Yi Xian brother from the South Wilderness region, right? You said you don't like women? Then how come I heard that you spent all your wealth for an estranged fiancé and still refused to break off the engagement? Isn't she a woman? As soon as Ro Ruanji said this, Yi Xian's brow furrowed slightly. She even knew about his engagement with Dan Tai Mingyu. This Ro Ruanji was indeed not as simple as she appeared. You're wrong. To me, my fiancée is not a woman, but the goddess in my heart. I like goddesses, not women. Is there a problem with that? Yi Xian's words made Ro Ruanji pause for a moment, followed by a giggle. Yi Xian brother is really interesting. Liking goddesses and not women? I will remember that. Chapter 55, Secret Mischief, Bad Goods. In Ro Ruanji's playful gaze, a strange light flickered. For some reason, being stared at by this little lowly made Yi Xian feel somewhat uncomfortable. But what exactly was uncomfortable? For a moment, he couldn't say. Fortunately, after the little episode just now, Ro Ruanji was no longer a trouble for Yi Xian. She flashed over to Liao Wujing and Zhao Kuo's side. As her dress lightly swayed, the uncomfortable feeling in Liao Wujing and Zhao Kuo disappeared instantly. I was just playing a little joke with my two big brothers. You two wouldn't be mad at me, right? Even though I know this kind of joke is a bit too much, I just wanted to get closer to you brothers and lost control a bit. You two shouldn't blame me, okay? Looking at Ro Ruanji, who once again pretended to be weak, Zhao Kuo and Liao Wujing no longer dared to underestimate this little lowly. Soon, a unique aura belonging to a sacred realm expert enveloped the entire Divine Path Hall. My name is Luo Tong, the 12th Hall Master of the Divine Path Hall. I am here today on the orders of the Divine Path to take charge of your future training. The speaker was an old man in gray with a youthful face and white hair, as expected of the Xiantian Divine Path. Making an entrance with a sacred realm, looking at the mighty sacred realm aura surrounding him, Yi Xian and the others couldn't help but feel emotional. You have been selected by the 4 great barren territories of Southeast, Southwest, Northeast, and Northwest. Your strength and talent have already been validated. But the path of martial arts is vast and long, and having talent and strength alone is far from enough. If you want to comprehend the Great Way, you also need sufficient perception. So next, I will evaluate your perception. As soon as the 12th Hall Master Luo Tong finished speaking, Zhao Kuo's eyes lit up. He possessed a natural martial soul and extraordinary comprehension, and the test from the Divine Path Hall was tailor-made for him. With this in mind, even the way Zhao Kuo looked at Yi Xian changed, becoming confident. Yi Xian, even if you win against me in strength, so what? If you hide more than I do, what difference does it make? At most, you're just hiding it deeper. When it comes to fresh learning and understanding, I still have the upper hand. A momentary gain or loss does not determine success or failure. Moreover, now that Zhao Kuo was in the Divine Path, as long as he outshone Yi Xian in perception, there would naturally be many opportunities in the future to gain inheritance and enhance his strength. Yesterday's defeat was just temporary. Fighters, the stronger the power, the longer the life. Only by achieving ultimate victory in a long life can one be considered a true strong one. Feeling Zhao Kuo's intentionally or unintentionally lingering gaze, Yi Xian slightly furrowed his brow. This fool hasn't learned from yesterday's lesson enough? However, Yi Xian didn't take Zhao Kuo seriously. After all, in yesterday's duel, he had only used a half section of Earth-level hidden abilities. The truly powerful Divine Might Array had not yet revealed itself. If Yi Xian activated the Divine Might Array, even without summoning the statue and the true divine power, relying solely on the divine might of a few hidden treasures can easily defeat Zhao Kuo, this naturally gifted martial soul prodigy of the Zhao family. Soon, under the leadership of the 12th Hall Master, Luo Tong, Yi Xian and his group arrived at the back mountain of the Divine Path Hall. Here, clouds and mist swirl, and the spiritual energy is abundant, with groups of spiritual beasts occasionally seen running through the mountains. The bunnies are so cute, I want to eat the bunnies. At that moment, the little girl, Ro Ruanji, suddenly pointed at a group of spirit rabbits running in the mountains and exclaimed. These spirit rabbits were born from the heavenly spiritual veins of the Xiantian Divine Mountain. Their meat is no longer just ordinary rabbit meat, but a nourishing treasure filled with spiritual energy. In the blink of an eye, Ro Ruanji vanished into the crowd. For Ro Ruanji, who rushed up the slope to catch the spirit rabbits, the 12th Hall Master, Luo Tong, did not stop her at all. The entire Divine Mountain belongs to the Divine Path. The spirits in this mountain can naturally become nourishment for the Divine Path prodigies to cultivate themselves. The spirit rabbits, true to their name, were formed from the gathering of heavenly spiritual energy, moving through the mountains with moves comparable to top-secret techniques. With the little green tea girl, Ruan-ji, chasing them for quite a while, only managed to block 3 or 5. But just as she was about to take action against these spirit rabbits, whoosh with a sound, the spirit rabbit that was originally blocked by her mysteriously disappeared from under her palm. Ruan-ji stared at the disappearing spirit rabbit, rubbed her eyes, and stared for a moment. What just happened to that rabbit? Before she could figure it all out. Right after that, there was a second one, a third one. In the blink of an eye, all 5 spirit rabbits in front of Ruan-ji had disappeared. Moreover, many spirit rabbits in the surrounding mountains also began to show signs of disappearing. Strange, when did the spirit rabbits in the back mountain evolve space abilities? The 12th Home Master, Luo Tong, stroked his beard, his face filled with confusion. Only Liao Wuji seemed to be triggered by something, with slight twitches in his facial muscles. Wasn't the scene in front of him just like the mysterious disappearance of the spirit with seeds yesterday? Liao Wuji stood among the crowd, intentionally or unintentionally glancing at Yixian. After witnessing the fierce battle between Yixian and Zhao Kuo yesterday, Liao Wuji was already very suspicious that the 3 missing spirit with seeds were secretly messed with by Yixian. But he had no evidence. As a result, today, when Ruan-ji was catching rabbits in the back mountain of the Divine Path Hall, the same bizarre situation occurred again. At this moment, Liao Wuji's heart was already extremely convinced that the one behind the scenes causing trouble was Yixian. If it were not for Yixian showcasing astonishing strength during his battle with Zhao Kuo yesterday, Liao Wuji would not have been able to resist exposing Yixian on the spot and demanding he return the 3 spirit with seeds. No, this Yixian is too sneaky. Even when Zhao Kuo's leg was broken yesterday, I couldn't find any evidence. Liao Wuji still felt he couldn't charge forward alone. I still need to unite more forces that can be united. Liao Wuji glanced at Zhao Kuo beside him, then instinctively excluded Zhao Kuo from his thoughts. This guy's just a fool. Cooperate with him? It's likely that Liao Wuji wouldn't even have started before this guy is already done for. Moreover, he would also risk alarming the snake, being targeted by Yixian. Not worth it. Far too not worth it. Thinking of this, Liao Wuji's gaze quickly locked onto the little girl, Ruan-ji, who was catching rabbits and gasping angrily. This little sister, though she appears weak on the surface, is actually as cunning as Yixian. Using her to deal with Yixian is just perfect. Just as Liao Wuji was contemplating in his mind how to subtly hint to the little girl to point her arrow at Yixian, suddenly, behind Liao Wuji, his pocket made a tearing sound. My storage bag. In panic, Liao Wuji shouted and quickly turned around. The result showed that treasures had fallen all over the ground. Only the spirit with seeds had vanished. Yixian. Liao Wuji really did not expect this. He hadn't even launched an attack on Yixian when Yixian had already reached out with his claws. But facing Liao Wuji's eyes filled with rage and humiliation, Yixian seemed completely unfazed, casually withdrawing his gaze from afar. Who called me? Are you talking to me? What's the matter? Liao Wuji, how could a person's skin be so thick? Chapter 56, Soaring Upward, Incredible Talent. Feeling the flames of anger dancing above Liao Wuji's head, Yixian also felt quite helpless inside, especially when he saw the little black rabbit, with rabbit fur all over its mouth, cheerfully returning from the mountains, holding the spirit with seeds. Brother, these seeds are so delicious. I couldn't help it. They're tasty, so you can eat more. This guy Liao Wuji always had a shameless look, as if he had just let out a fart. Moreover, he had been secretly staring at Yixian since entering the back mountain. It was clear he was plotting some shady schemes in his heart. The little black rabbit's action was also a lesson for him. Anyway, that fellow Liao Wuji had no evidence. Eat, and eat then. It's not like it's Yixian's own food. It could even save some of the feeding costs for the little black rabbit. After experiencing the bizarre scene in the mountains midway, everyone, each with their own thoughts, followed the 12th Home Master, Luo Tong, to a steep stone staircase. The stone steps were surrounded by restrictions. Thick natural laws filled the surface of each stone step. This is the ladder to heaven. Each step has the marks left by past divine power experts. Only by comprehending the secrets within the marks can one reach the next step. The ladder to heaven is from low to high, and the difficulty of comprehension is the same. The higher you go, the stronger the pressure from the experts' marks you encounter. Later on, I will record your comprehension based on the height of the ladder you reach, then submit it to the Divine Hall for unified scoring. Depending on your results, you'll be awarded corresponding resources and hidden treasures. As soon as the 12th Hall Master Luo Tong finished speaking, Zhao Kuo had already taken a step onto the ladder to heaven. Ha ha, comparing comprehension with me? You can only be behind me eating my dust. Zhao Kuo had been feeling very stifled these past 2 days. He was a peerless genius from the invincible Zhao family in the eastern wilderness region, born with a martial soul, an unparalleled comprehension. But he had just been defeated by Yi Xian, and today he was publicly humiliated by a little girl from the northern wilderness region. Zhao Kuo desperately needed to regain some face. Comprehension. Comprehension. This is simply my own stage. Zhao Kuo was like a joyful fish back in the water, swiftly ascending the ladder to heaven. No wonder the invincible Zhao family, born with martial souls, truly has astonishing comprehension. Watching Zhao Kuo's speed on the ladder to heaven, the 12th Hall Master, Luo Tong, nodded lightly. Next, the second to step onto the ladder was Liao Wuji. Liao Wuji's situation was truly unfortunate. He had just concocted a brilliant plan to deal with Yi Xian, but then Yi Xian immediately reached out with his claws against him. At this moment, Liao Wuji was feeling incredibly gloomy. He didn't understand how his thoughts were seen through by Yi Xian. How had Yi Xian torn apart his storage bag from a distance and stolen all of his spiritwood seeds? That bastard. He's definitely warning me on purpose. Liao Wuji increasingly felt that Yi Xian was unfathomable. Brother Yi Xian, both of them have already gone up. Aren't you going yet? The little girl, Ro Ruanji, tilted her head and popped up beside Yi Xian. Looking at the little girl next to him, Yi Xian instinctively felt a bit of wariness. I'm going now. With that, Yi Xian's figure flashed, and he had already stepped onto the ladder to heaven. The little girl Ro Ruanji watched Yi Xian ascend the ladder, a playful smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. Just now, she was catching rabbits in the mountains. Clearly, she had already blocked off these spirit rabbits. Yet at a critical moment, these spirit rabbits seemed to have run into a ghost. Disappear one after another. And there is Liao Wuji's torn storage bag. At this moment, Ruanji gazes at Yi Xian's back, her eyes lowered, deep in thought. Ha! You can't see me. You can't see me. You can't even see my back. At the front of the heavenly ladder, Zhao Kuo rushes ahead, unstoppable. Right behind him is Liao Wuji. The gloom inside Liao Wuji has no one to express, but he is also holding his breath. Although Zhao Kuo has a natural martial soul and an extraordinary understanding, as the most outstanding heir of the martial Saint Pavilion in the western wilderness for 200 years, Liao Wuji certainly has his own mystique. Is a natural martial soul really that impressive? Over the years, Liao Wuji has cultivated the secret techniques of the martial Saint Pavilion, planting a spiritual root based on the spiritual veins in his body. This spiritual root, nourished by years of martial artist's energy, has already formed a towering tree inside him. This tree gathers all of Liao Wuji's spiritual veins. It has long since become an existence of unity with him. Once the spiritual tree in his body awakens, he will become the person closest to this world and the grand principles of heaven and earth. You still need to understand the heavenly ladder. I only need to awaken the spiritual tree and get close to the surrounding stone steps. They will naturally let me pass smoothly. Although Liao Wuji's actions have some suspicion of cheating, but the 12 Hall Masters below, as they observe, indeed see another exceptionally gifted talent in the realm of gods. Using one's own spiritual veins as the foundation and nurturing a spiritual tree afterward, the process requires enduring immense pain, and the will needed is beyond what ordinary people can achieve. This little guy from the western wilderness is indeed quite a good seed. In the future, there will surely be a place for him in the top 3 layers. In contrast, the state of Yi Xian and Ruanji makes the 12th Hall Master, Luo Tong, somewhat perplexed. These two always maintain a distance not far behind Zhao Kuo and Liao Wuji. However, upon closer observation, one will notice that every time Ruanji speeds up to get closer to Yi Xian's pace also quickens accordingly, as if the prohibitions and marks on this heavenly ladder have no constraints on them at all. Zhao Kuo relies on martial soul understanding. Liao Wuji relies on the spiritual tree in his body to cheat. But what do Yi Xian and Ruanji rely on? With curiosity in mind, the 12th Hall Master Luo Tong can't help but observe the two of them more closely. Ruanji can be set aside. This girl has been noted by the higher-ups. The upper echelons surely attach great importance to her. She must have numerous secrets about her. As for this Yi Xian, the data says his divine bone opened by 30%, but just now in the Divine Path Hall I used the mixed heaven mirror on him, and his divine bone is clearly already open to 35%. Could it be that after entering the divine path, he underwent a new transformation? But even so, the one who has awakened the divine doesn't necessarily have a significant advantage in understanding. I've never heard that their insight is also extremely extraordinary. Those who have awakened the divine are not omnipotent, while they may not face any bottlenecks in cultivation. When it comes to understanding, it is obvious that Zhao Kuo with his natural martial soul, is far superior. Moreover, the notion that those who have awakened the divine have no bottlenecks in cultivation itself has certain limitations. If a divine awakener steps into the sacred realm, and their divine bone cannot transform beyond 50%, then throughout their life, they can only be stuck at the peak of the sacred realm, with no possibility of breaking into the demigod level. Thus, regarding Yi Xian, who has awakened the divine path hall has always remained in a state of observation. On one hand, those who have awakened the divine can have their divine bones transformed to rival true gods. On the other hand, the divine bone itself has certain limitations. This has led to the divine path hall struggling to make a final assessment of the qualifications of Yi Xian, this divine awakener. However, this issue is not only present in Yi Xian alone. It has been the case for all generations of divine awakeners. It's just that Yi Xian's performance on the heavenly ladder seems to be, compared to most divine awakeners, always different. In just a moment, Ruowan Ji and Yi Xian were chasing each other, already close to catching up with the second place, Liao Wuji. What the hell? Why is Yi Xian chasing me? Is the spiritual wood seed he stole from me not enough? Does he want to keep coming after me? Startled, Liao Wuji hurriedly gripped his treasures tightly, unleashing the full power of his spiritual tree and sprinting towards the upper part of the stairway to heaven. Zhao Kuo. What's happening? Looking back at the three people suddenly speeding up and fiercely chasing him, Zhao Kuo's face darkened. Are they jealous of my first place? Each one thinking they can surpass me? In an instant, Zhao Kuo's martial soul was activated to its strongest state. Thus, on the stairway to heaven, a very strange scene appeared. Chapter 57. Skill inferior, willing to bow down. The four of them looked like they were racing cars, sometimes getting closer, sometimes pulling away, sometimes getting closer, and then pulling away again, creating a beautiful scenery on the stairway to heaven. Finally, when Zhao Kuo climbed to the 300th step, a green lotus suddenly rose above his head. Gold, red, orange, purple, blue, white, green. Zhao Kuo could be the first to reach the 300th step of the stairway to heaven, earning the green lotus evaluation. This is not unworthy of his superhuman insight into the innate martial soul. At the bottom of the stairway to heaven, the 12th hall master, Luo Tong, gently nodded. In his gaze, there was a hint of recognition. Receiving affirmation from the 12th hall master, Zhao Kuo felt pride swelling in him. He was just about to turn around to show off to the crowd behind him when he suddenly realized that Liao Wuji was already less than 10 steps away from him. Further back, Yi Xian and the little girl Ruowan Ji were also closely pursuing him, less than 20 steps away from Zhao Kuo. Damn, are they on drugs? Zhao Kuo pushed himself to the limit, his martial soul fully activated, and still only received a green lotus evaluation for being the first to reach 300 steps. But they have to chase so closely? To prevent the three behind him from catching up, Zhao Kuo, who had just earned the green lotus evaluation, wasted no time and continued to climb the steps of the stairway to heaven. Just as Master Luo Tong said, the higher up the stairway to heaven, the more difficult it became to comprehend the markings. After 300 steps, Zhao Kuo could obviously feel that the speed of the stone steps beneath his feet was no longer as light as before. No matter how hard his martial soul worked to comprehend, his steps inevitably slowed down little by little. But the problem was, in just a moment of distraction, Liao Wuji had already caught up a few more steps. Further back, Yi Xian and the little girl Ruowan Ji also refused to fall behind. Frightened, Zhao Kuo forcefully elevated his martial soul a few more levels. Why? Why is my innate martial soul slowing down while they show no signs of slowing down? At this moment, drenched in cold sweat, Zhao Kuo sprinted up the stairway to heaven while continually questioning himself deep down. He just couldn't understand. Comprehension was supposed to be his strongest area. Why was he still unable to surpass the prodigies from the western, southern, and northern desolate regions in this field? At that moment, Zhao Kuo resembled an old racing car that had a leaking oil accident during a race. He thought that after the race began, no one would even see his taillights. But who would have thought? It would be such a tight scene of deadly pursuit. Finally, while giving it his all and reaching the 500th step, a white lotus suddenly bloomed above Zhao Kuo's head with a whoosh. But at that moment, Zhao Kuo felt like a dog that was utterly exhausted. The forcibly activated martial soul was rapidly draining his stamina and energy. Even his clothes began to show gradually darkening spots from sweat soaking through. But he had no time to see what the white lotus above his head looked like when suddenly, a figure swiftly passed in front of him. That's right, it's floating by. Liao Wuji's whole body felt light as a feather. There was no sign of the exhaustion and pressure from Zhao Kuo's full effort in urging his martial spirit. Zhao Kuo. I was born with a martial spirit. My understanding is extraordinary, yet I'm exhausted like this. Why is he so relaxed? Before Zhao Kuo could even enjoy the pleasure of Bai Lian's praise, he was easily surpassed by someone. Looking again at the Bai Lian floating above his head, Zhao Kuo felt as if it was a cruel mockery and humiliation directed at him. Just as he was about to chase after it, he found his legs went weak. Not good. Forcing himself to elevate his martial spirit was ultimately too much to handle. The drawbacks of extreme overextension soon surged up. Zhao Kuo clenched his fists, desperately resisting the backlash of his overdrawn martial spirit. His eyes filled with unwillingness as he looked at Liao Wuji's figure surpassing him. Forget it. Even though I lost the top spot on the ladder to heaven, at least the one who surpassed me isn't Yi. Zhao Kuo hadn't finished his thought when, right after, another figure floated past him effortlessly. Yi. Looking at Yi Xian, who wore an equally relaxed expression, Zhao Kuo's eyes were nearly bulging out of their sockets. I'm not your grandpa. Yi Xian didn't have time to pay attention to Zhao Kuo, casually tossing out a remark before heading straight up the ladder to heaven. Especially when Yi Xian felt behind him the persistent pursuit of the little lowly Ro Ruanji, his steps involuntarily quickened even more. But all this only served to infuriate Zhao Kuo even more. Yi Xian. Looking at Yi Xian, who completely disregarded him, Zhao Kuo let out a furious roar. Why? What is the reason for this? He couldn't win against Yi Xian in a fight. He couldn't outperform Yi Xian in hidden treasures. Now, even his proud understanding was easily surpassed by Yi Xian. Zhao Kuo felt as if he had suffered a fatal blow. Just when he was filled with disappointment and his sanity was on the brink of collapse, someone suddenly patted him gently on the back. Come on, you are the best. Hearing the sweet tone of the little lowly Ro Ruanji and seeing her encouraging gaze, a rare warmth surged in Zhao Kuo's heart. But for some reason, his heart began to beat faster and faster. Damn, here it comes again. Feeling the desire erupting again beneath his dantian, a long surge slowly rose up from below his abdomen. Zhao Kuo's face changed dramatically. The backlash that had been so hard to suppress exploded within Zhao Kuo's body. But at this moment, no one cared about Zhao Kuo at all. Under the relentless chase of Ro Ruanji, Yi Xian quickened his pace, and as he did, Liao Wuji's pace quickened as well, forming a chain reaction. Damn it, my spiritual tree has grown to this extent, and Yi Xian still chases me relentlessly. Do I have such a great hatred with him? Liao Wuji's thought he was not someone who couldn't accept defeat. Was it just a bag of spiritual wood seeds? Liao Wuji's, was far inferior, and he admitted it. But Yi Xian, do you really need to chase me down so fiercely? Finally, under Yi Xian and Ro Ruanji's pursuit, Liao Wuji's reached around 700 steps, with a blue lotus slowly rising above his head. Even with the cheat of the spiritual tree in existence, Liao Wuji's had no spiritual power left to support him. Yi Xian, please let me go. I admit defeat. Is that okay? Liao Wuji's was not a fool like Zhao Kuo. He knew when to bow his head in humility. He couldn't be like Zhao Kuo, who stubbornly chose to clash head-on. Unexpectedly, as Yi Xian walked forward, he looked at him with the eyes of someone looking at a fool. Buddy, are you not feeling well? Liao Wuji's. Could it be that Yi Xian's relentless chase was not to eliminate him? Just as Liao Wuji's was filled with confusion, he suddenly noticed the little lowly Ro Ruanji chasing unyieldingly behind Yi Xian. What the hell? At this moment, Liao Wuji's seemed to understand everything. Yi Xian was not chasing him. The little girl chases, avoiding Liao Wuji's pursuit. If I had known it would be like this, why did I bother rushing? Panting heavily, Liao Wuji collapses onto the ground, breathing hard. What was originally a game of 4 now becomes a competition between Yi Xian and the little girl Ro Ruanji, as the 12th Hall Master Luo Tong's eyes flashed with surprise. He had thought Zhao Kuo, with his innate martial spirit and profound comprehension, would shine in the test of climbing the heavenly ladder. Unexpectedly, Zhao Kuo became the first to be surpassed. Climbing the ladder emphasizes gradual accumulation, and Zhao Kuo's forceful use of his martial spirit, charging forward without thought, is truly foolish. After making this judgment in his mind, 12th Hall Master Luo Tong's gaze turned towards Liao Wuji, who was nurturing a spiritual tree within. To connect with the world through the spiritual tree and reach 700 steps is quite good enough. Giving a decent evaluation, 12th Hall Master Luo Tong's gaze once more moved up the heavenly ladder, eventually locking onto the little girl Ro Ruanji and Yi Xian. At this moment, the distance between the little girl Ro Ruanji and Yi Xian was less than 15 steps. Every time the little girl rushed towards Yi Xian would increase his speed to widen the gap. Over time, Even the little girl Ruan Ji could not help but frown. Is Yi Xian's comprehension this strong? With Zhao Kuo and Liao Wuji trailing behind, she had seen clearly back at the Divine Path Hall. One had an innate martial spirit, and the other had a spiritual tree nurtured after birth. For them to reach this level was indeed within Ruan Ji's expectations. Only Yi Xian, even a person with divine awakening, cannot have such strong comprehension, right? At this moment, the little girl Ruan Ji's gaze towards Yi Xian deepened. She felt as if Yi Xian was shrouded in a layer of mystery. I refuse to believe that the secret of your being can escape my eyes. With her stubborn spirit rising, a faint light flashed in the little girl's eyes. Then, she accelerated again, chasing after Yi Xian's back. Chapter 58, Red Lotus, A Moment of Silence. Isn't the little girl exhausted from chasing so tightly? Noticing that the little girl Ruan Ji was chasing again, Yi Xian furrowed his brow slightly. With his comprehension crystal, climbing the heavenly ladder was like child's play for him. Yi Xian didn't want to climb too fast, but he couldn't resist the relentless pursuit of the little girl behind him. One innate martial spirit Zhao Kuo and another clearly possessing some mysterious trait, Liao Wuji, both tired out. Yet this little girl showed no sign of fatigue at all. I have the support of the comprehension crystal, but what is fueling her? Thus, with a puzzled heart, Yi Xian was chased by the little girl Ruan Ji all the way. Just as he was filled with doubt, a purple lotus suddenly rose above him. Purple lotus, it's the purple lotus. 12th Hall Master Luo Tong, at the bottom of the heavenly ladder, suddenly tensed up. For so many years in the Xian Tian Divine Path, those who could reach the purple lotus level while climbing the heavenly ladder were all extraordinary people. I didn't expect Yi Xian to have such potential. To reach the upper 3 levels already possessed most qualifications to become a demigod. Yi Xian was also a person with a divine bone, and if he truly became a demigod, his power would be quite explosive in the realm of demigods. Thinking of this, 12th Hall Master Luo Tong's excited gaze fell once again on the little girl behind Yi Xian. At this moment, the little girl Ruan Ji still pursued Yi Xian relentlessly. Her face also showed no signs of fatigue. In the blink of an eye, she too rushed past the boundary of 900 steps of the purple lotus. Who would have thought? This time the 4 great barren domains of southeast, southwest. The top talents selected actually have 2 with exceptional qualifications from the upper 3 levels. Master Luo Tong, the 12th Hall Master, felt he had struck gold this time. In comparison, Zhao Kuo, who had finally restrained his desires and climbed to the 700th step, was now blushing red, bursting with energy. You're here, buddy. Upon seeing Zhao Kuo, who had finally climbed up after much effort, Liao Wuji, who had rested enough, greeted him. After this period of adjustment, the dry spiritual power within him had finally recovered slightly. Liao Wuji stood up, activated the spirit tree, and without a word, chased after Yi Xian and the others' backs. Zhao Kuo. What the hell does this mean? He just leaves as soon as I arrive? Did he deliberately wait here to mock me? Zhao Kuo, who had only just managed to calm himself down, exploded again. However, at this moment, Liao Wuji, who continued to climb, couldn't be bothered to care about Zhao Kuo. Looking at Yi Xian, who had already received the Purple Lotus evaluation, reaching 900 steps, still flying forward, Liao Wuji genuinely felt the gap between them. Even though he had internally acknowledged this gap, he still couldn't help but want to do everything he could to narrow it just a little. At the top of the heaven ladder, Yi Xian felt somewhat depressed. This little lowly doesn't know what kind of medicine she's taken. Chasing all the way to here. Isn't this pushing me to unleash my potential? Soon, under the pursuit of the little lowly, Yi Xian reached the terrifying height of 1,100 steps, accompanied by an orange lotus blooming above his head. Orange lotus? It's actually an orange lotus. At the bottom of the heaven ladder, Master Luo Tong was utterly astonished. He originally thought his evaluation of Yi Xian was already quite high. But Luo Tong never expected it would be at the height of the orange lotus. The brilliance of the blooming orange lotus enveloped the surroundings, breaking through the back mountain of the Divine Path Hall, even awakening the other 11 hall masters who were in closed-door training inside the hall. Orange color? This direction is the heaven ladder? Could it be that our divine path is going to have another unparalleled talent? Although upper 3-level talents are rare within the divine path, there's still more than 10 of them. However, over the years, very few have reached the orange level during the heaven ladder phase. Orange level, it almost meets all the criteria to become a demigod. The heaven ladder tests perception, but temperament, means, and abilities are equally essential within the testing process. With such qualifications, even among the upper 3 levels, he should stand out. As long as he doesn't fall halfway, he is almost destined to be a demigod powerhouse. Thinking of this, the remaining 11 hall masters of the divine path all showed smiles of relief. Our divine path can find such a talent for the divine path. If this child grows up, our divine path will be greatly credited. As soon as the hall masters spoke, another beam of orange light rose from the direction of the heaven ladder. The hall masters, looking at the orange radiance rising again, the hall masters of the divine path were left in a daze. Is there another person who has reached the orange standard? After a brief moment of daze, all the hall masters quickly reacted. This time going to the heaven ladder for testing, it was confirmed that only people from the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest regions came. In the past, even in a place like Xiantian Divine Path, where talented individuals were everywhere, it was extremely rare to have an orange lotus-level talent appear. But today, suddenly, 2 appeared. Among the 4, there are actually 2 orange lotus levels? If this gets out, no one would dare to believe it. Just when all the hall masters were showing suspicion, a crimson light shot up into the sky again. Red color, it's red. Gulp. This time, the crimson light generated by the heaven ladder. It is no longer limited to the back mountain of the divine Tao Hall. Many proud sons and strong individuals atop various divine mountains were drawn to this penetrating red light shining through the sacred mountains. On the upper 3 levels, those with the sense of the red light, the candidates for the Holy Son and Holy Daughter, all widened their eyes, their expressions filled with disbelief. Stairway to heaven, red lotus? Is this a sign that an exceptional prodigy is about to be born? The red lotus, just 200 levels lower than the highest golden lotus of the Xiantian Divine Tao. Throughout the history of the Divine Tao's stairway to heaven, those who reached the red lotus were all phenomenal powers in this desolate spirit domain. In an instant, the proud sons on the upper 3 levels of the Xiantian Divine Tao revealed a deep sense of fear in their gazes. Not just the proud sons on the top 3 levels. All powerful figures within the Xiantian Divine Tao were similarly showing astonishment on their faces at this moment. Red Lotus, how many years has it been? Is our Xiantian Divine Tao about to gain another peak invincible semi-god? No one understands better than them what the weight of an invincible semi-god means in this era where true gods are nearly extinct. In a dim cave of the Xiantian Divine Mountain, a semi-god slowly awakened from silence. Red Lotus, ha ha, my legacy has finally found a successor. This child is fated with me. He will come under my guidance. Ha, clearly I woke up first. Who said that waking up first gives the right to choose an apprentice? In an instant, the quiet mountain that had been silent for over 100 years suddenly became lively. However, just as they were fighting to seize the moment, a gold light shot into the sky without warning. A huge golden lotus began to slowly bloom above the sacred mountain. Silence, silence, silence. The entire sacred mountain was enveloped in silence. Gold? It's actually a golden lotus. At this moment, the floating golden lotus above Xiantian Divine Mountain seemed to press everything in the world under its feet. Gulp! Those divine powerhouses, staring at the golden lotus as if petrified, after regaining their senses, struggled to swallow. Since the establishment of the Xiantian Divine Tao, only one person, apart from the original Xiantian True God, had met the standard of the golden lotus. That is the current goddess, Shi Yao, who still resides in the sacred mountain. Could it be? Heaven blesses our divine path. After the goddess, is another prodigy comparable to a true god coming to our Xiantian Divine Tao. True god's demeanor, a prodigy of the ages. In an instant, even the ancient semi-god monsters startled by the golden lotus began to breathe rapidly, their eyes revealing a hint of bloodlust. This successor is mine. Ha! Do you have any idea of your own worth? How can you be qualified to teach a true god? Shut up, everyone shut up. Whoever dares to compete with me, I will destroy him. Destroy me? You better check if you have that ability. In an instant, various pathways and terrifying hidden presences began to resonate throughout the sacred mountain. Compared to those semi-god monsters, flushed with anger over the golden lotus, Luo Tong, the 12th hall master below the stairway, was already stunned, his jaw dropped. He originally thought the purple lotus had been Yi Xian's limit. Unexpectedly, he caused a red lotus phenomenon at the 1,300th level, and now, a golden lotus phenomenon at the 1,500th level. Golden lotus, Yi Xian actually triggered the golden lotus phenomenon. At this moment, Zhao Kuo, still hovering around the 700th level, had already transformed from jealousy into deep helplessness. He looked completely lost, like a stray dog. Except for the Xiantian True God, in the entire Xiantian Divine Tao, over countless years, there had only been one person, the goddess Shi Yao, who stood atop everything. This Yi Xian, he is actually comparable to the goddess? Especially when Zhao Kuo recalled the targeting he did against Yi Xian during these days. He felt like he was about to be scared to death. I actually targeted a future true god. It's not just him, Zhao Kuo. Even the entire Zhao family behind him is like a tiny grain of sand in front of true god, not even counting as an ant. This guy really terrifying. Liao Wuji looked at the brilliant golden lotus phenomenon in the sky, his eyes filled with nothing but shock. He fully activated the spiritual tree within him, and he also only reached a height of 800 levels. However, Yi Xian, who also climbed the heavenly ladder, broke the highest myth of the Xian Tian divine path that had lasted for hundreds of thousands of years. That's right, the Yi Xian who sparked the golden lotus phenomenon at this moment was a myth in Liao Wuji's eyes. Looking up at Yi Xian bathed in the golden lotus glow, Liao Wuji's heart had already lost all temper. To trigger the golden lotus phenomenon at 1500 levels, it would not be a disgrace for my spiritual wood seed to be consumed by him. For Liao Wuji, being alive to witness a myth was itself a kind of luck. Stuck at 1268 levels, the little girl Ro Ruanji also had a dazed expression, her eyes fixed on Yi Xian. Her gaze carried a hint of contemplation, a bit of shock, and a touch of disbelief. Golden? He actually reached the golden level. Compared to the little girl Ro Ruanji, who was in a daze below, Yi Xian looked at the blooming golden lotus above with an exceptionally calm demeanor. Although he didn't want to attract too much attention, there was still a great enemy hidden in the divine path. The master of the yin-yang fish being one of the top 3 layers, a candidate for the son of the divine path. The status in the divine path is easy to imagine. Yi Xian, a lower 3-layer prodigy, dreaming of fighting against such an existence? It is no different from striking a stone with an egg. To obtain the protection of the divine path, one must show enough potential. Therefore, triggering the golden lotus phenomenon today was a decision Yi Xian had made before climbing the ladder. The little girl chasing after him only sped up his ascent. It is clear that Yi Xian achieved his goal. He successfully attracted the attention of those ancient monsters in the divine path who had been asleep for many years. I initially wanted to interact with you as an ordinary prodigy, but what I received in return was hostility and alienation. I won't pretend anymore. I'm a rare genius. At the summit of the divine mountain, stepping on the clouds, the divine girl Xiao had a pair of beautiful eyes, radiating divine light, imposing and unmatched. This direction is the heavenly ladder. Looking at the golden lotus blooming above the heavenly ladder, the divine girl Xiao's brows slightly frowned. Today is the day for the 4 wild regions of Southeast, Southwest, Northwest to enter the divine path hall for testing. Now, the direction of the heavenly ladder has also drawn the golden lotus phenomenon. It's him. Almost instantly, the name Yi Xian surfaced in Xiao's mind. Xiao never expected that the testing of the heavenly ladder in the divine path hall would lead to Yi Xian's early exposure. This is also my oversight. Since Yi Xian is destined to rise during the Great Tribulation and become a true, unparalleled powerhouse, his qualifications must far exceed those of ordinary prodigies. The Xiantian divine path is a superpower in the central wild spirit domain. Now, such a phenomenon has appeared above the divine mountain. The news will definitely spread quickly. Once Yi Xian's talent is exposed, all major forces will certainly launch a collective hunt against him. As the first person to trigger the golden lotus phenomenon since the Xiantian true god, Xiao understood very well what it felt like to be targeted as the top priority by all major forces for a collective kill. If not for her keen insight that saw through the future, the Xiantian divine girl would probably have fallen under the siege long ago. How would there be a chance to grow to this point, reaching the peak of the holy realm, and having strength far exceeding that of ordinary demigods? With a quick flash of her eyes, the divine girl, Xiao, raised her jade hand. A divine decree, condensed from heavenly power, descended from the sky. Climb the heavenly ladder. Due to unknown reasons, the restrictions have failed. Starting today, the heavenly ladder at the Enlightenment Hall is prohibited for half a month. Today's results in climbing the ladder are all cancelled and will not be used for assessment. Yi Xian, staring at the divine decree descending from the sky, Yi Xian was completely stunned. What is happening? He activated the divine crystal with all his might. The purpose was to attract the attention of the divine path, to have him listed as a key protection target, so he wouldn't be maliciously targeted by the master of the yin-yang fish. As a result, after putting forth all his effort for half a day, he got this outcome. So I climbed for half a day and ended up on a fake heavenly ladder. On the 1268th step of the heavenly ladder, the little girl Ro Ruanji looked at the divine decree descending from the sky above Xiantian Mountain, her eyes flashing with strange lights. Didn't she climb the heavenly ladder with Yi Xian? How could she not know if the heavenly ladder was broken? Moreover, after the 1,268th step, the little girl Ruan Ji could obviously feel the pressure increasing. Even for her, it was hard to remain as relaxed as before. Due to certain reasons, she did not continue to pursue Yi Xian. Is this divine decree intended to deliberately protect Yi Xian? Almost instantly, the little girl Ruan Ji guessed the deeper meaning behind the divine decree descending from above. Hee, this situation is getting more and more interesting. The little girl Ruan Ji covered her mouth and chuckled, her playful gaze becoming even more intense. Chapter 60. The Goddess Voice, Firecrackers to Celebrate. Looking at the divine decree drifting in the air above the divine mountain, Liao Wuji was initially stunned, but as he gradually understood, a look of doubt appeared in his eyes. In contrast, Zhao Kuo was so excited that he almost cried. Happiness came so suddenly. He thought he would never be able to catch up to Yi Xian in this life. Who would have thought such a twist would happen midway? Haha, I thought you, Yi Xian, really had the ability to trigger the Golden Lotus phenomenon. Turns out you are just a paper tiger, relying on the failure of the Heavenly Ladder's restrictions to grab everyone's attention. In this situation, Zhao Kuo couldn't help but want to set off firecrackers to celebrate. What does it mean to reach a dead end and find beauty? What does it mean when all paths seem blocked, but the willows are dark and flowers bloom again? Today, Zhao Kuo had a deep experience of this. He felt as if he could suddenly rise again. Zhao Kuo even couldn't help but think, if he hadn't expended too much of his martial soul and had continued to climb, would this great opportunity to trigger the Golden Lotus phenomenon have fallen on him? With the divine decree issued by the goddess Sia, in the depths of the divine mountain, the semi-divine old monsters who had been competing fiercely suddenly started swearing after a brief moment of shock. Damn it, why didn't you say the heavenly ladder was broken earlier? I was preparing my divine technique, and you tell me that Golden Lotus is fake? What's a divine technique? I was about to activate the great ultimate unbounded divine bell, and you just pulled it back on me. How dare you waste my time that could be used for closed-door cultivation? It's all worthless. There's nothing compared to the old monsters cursing and returning to their caves on the divine mountain. The Holy Realm powerhouses observing in the dark were all in a cold sweat, having survived by the skin of their teeth. Just moments ago, they were genuinely worried that these semi-divine old monsters would crush the divine mountain. Just the aura released from the divine techniques was enough to suffocate me. Semi-divine powerhouses are terrifying. However, speaking of surviving a disaster, those divine talents on the upper 3 levels felt the most relieved. Getting to this point was no easy feat for them. Everyone was desperately striving for the position of the Holy Son and Holy Daughter. What if a Golden Lotus blazes forth, an unparalleled prodigy? Is there still a space for them to survive? Let's disperse, it's just a farce. I said it, the Golden Lotus, it can't be that easy. I still have a furnace of elixirs to refine. I won't waste time here. I also need to comprehend the secret treasury, so I'll take my leave first. As the heavenly decree of Goddess Xiao was announced, the crowd of onlookers around the path of ascension began to disperse. Only Luo Tong, the 12th hall master of the divine path, remained at the foot of the heavenly ladder, looking at the decree with disbelief in his eyes. As the main examiner responsible for today's ascension, how could he not know if the ladder was defective? What does the goddess intend by doing this? Yi Xian clearly earned the Golden Lotus rating entirely through his own strength, completely genuine, without deceit. If he didn't know about the goddess's noble character, he would think that Goddess Xiao was deliberately suppressing her rivals. Just as the 12th hall, Master Luo Tong was confused, pondering within himself. Suddenly, Goddess Xiao's voice echoed in his ears. Is this, the goddess is conveying a message to me? Hearing the goddess speak, Luo Tong's expression changed dramatically. The birth of a Golden Lotus phenomenon in the divine path is rare. Before he grows, we must take on the responsibility to protect his path. As he listened to the soothing sound of the goddess's transmission, Luo Tong's eyes brightened more and more. I understand. The goddess is protecting Yi Xian. After the doubts in his heart dispersed, Luo Tong's gaze towards the peak of the divine mountain became increasingly reverent. In recent years, the Xiantian divine path has developed rapidly in the central wilderness spiritual realm. Among the divine path, a future true god like Goddess Xiao has already drawn much envy from powerful forces in the central wilderness. If they knew that, besides Goddess Xiao, another true god candidate had emerged in the Xiantian divine path, TSK, the consequences, Luo Tong didn't need to think to know how mad the attacks on Yi Xian would be. The goddess is not only exceptionally gifted and powerful, but she also foresaw potential crises that we did not recognize and acted swiftly to remedy them. No wonder she is the goddess of our Xiantian divine path. As calamity approaches, for the Xiantian divine path to have a powerful figure like Goddess Xiao, who possesses both strength and wisdom at the helm, is undoubtedly a blessing for them. Now, as Luo Tong looked at Yi Xian again, there was a glimmer of something new in his gaze. A hopeful true god candidate already gave the Xiantian divine path the confidence to weather the storm. If they had another Yi Xian? Ha! Truly, heaven favors our Xiantian divine path. Just as Luo Tong was filled with excitement and joy, suddenly 11 shadows fell from midair. The visitors were the other 11 Hall Masters of the divine path. These 11 Hall Masters felt like they had been on a roller coaster today. Suddenly, a golden lotus phenomenon appeared. Then, just as suddenly, it vanished. They felt like they had stripped down only to lose the excitement. At this moment, all 11 Hall Masters held a surge of emotions within. There was disappointment, unyieldingness, and a glimmer of hope that should have been extinguished under the heavenly decree. Even though Goddess Xiao had pronounced the decree, they still wanted to see for themselves, to ask directly, to see if the path of ascension truly experienced issues, if the extraordinary genius that produced the golden lotus was indeed just an ephemeral illusion. They all fixed their gazes on Luo Tong, desperately seeking an answer, so they could completely shatter this flicker of hope buried deep within them. Looking at the 11 Hall Masters who shared a bond like brothers, Luo Tong wanted to speak several times. In the end, he managed to hold back. The oversight of the heavenly ladder is my fault. The 12th Hall Master, Luo Tong, with his head hung low, secretly disabled the restrictions on the heavenly ladder. Not only that, he also used a small trick. He directly withdrew several key restrictions within the heavenly ladder. I'm sorry, brothers. For the sake of my Xiantian divine path creating another super talent smoothly, even if I bear the name of deceiving my brothers, I can only treat you all this way. Receiving secret communication from Goddess Xiao, the 12th Hall Master, Luo Tong, had already made up his mind to risk his life to protect Yi Xian. Hearing Luo Tong's affirmative response, the 11 Hall Master's eyes were filled with intense disappointment, almost turning into a vast ocean. How could the heavenly ladder fail? The 3rd Hall Master still did not believe it and stepped forward. After a series of tests, it was confirmed that the heavenly ladder had indeed malfunctioned. So, that means the golden lotus before? Sigh. Forget it. Could the golden lotus phenomenon be so easily manifested? What about those 4? The Hall Masters of the divine path, with solemn faces, looked back at Yi Xian and the others on the heavenly ladder. Let's distribute them to the halls and study slowly, the main Hall Master said, then turn away with the other 10 Hall Masters, their faces full of disappointment, leaving behind the 12th Hall Master, Luo Tong, standing still, feeling a deep sense of guilt, but thinking about how his actions were to protect a true divine prodigy, allowing him to rise steadily in the divine path. Luo Tong's expression immediately brightened. I dedicate my divine oil to the divine path. Chapter 61. Forgetting loyalty for lust, shameless. On the way down the mountain, Zhao Kuo kept making subtle eye contact provocations towards Yi Xian, but Yi Xian was in no mood to deal with this fool. The restrictions on the heavenly ladder are clearly not broken. Why did the divine oracle of the divine path say it was broken? Yi Xian was not a fool. He had relied on comprehending the divine crystal to get through the trials. Whether the heavenly ladder was broken or not, he still had a sense of it in his heart. As for that divine oracle, just now, could it be to deliberately protect me? Soon, after figuring everything out, Yi Xian let out a bitter laugh and sighed. Heaven have mercy! What Yi Xian wanted was that kind of world-shocking, outstanding halo of protection. Ideally, it would be the kind where the master of the yin-yang fish would not dare to provoke him. But now, this feeling of being somewhat protected, yet also somewhat unprotected, why does it feel so frustrating? Time sped by, and 2 months had passed since the incident of the false golden lotus caused by the heavenly ladder. During these 2 months, Yi Xian spent each day either attending classes in the Divine Path Hall or comprehending and cultivating in the Bamboo Cottage. During this time, to test the response of the Divine Path, Yi Xian deliberately consumed a great Dao fruit, transforming his divine bone into a 40% state. As expected, the Divine Path still had no response at all. Yi Xian helplessly covered his face. He was now very sure that the Divine Path was secretly protecting him. It seems I played too hard on the heavenly ladder before, and the phenomenon of the golden lotus directly made the Divine Path's higher-ups restrain themselves. So the Xiantian Divine Path would go so far as to cover up the brilliance on Yi Xian. Although this was a form of protection for him, for the master of the yin-yang fish, it was of no use and wouldn't intimidate the opponent at all. But then, thinking about how the big shots of the divine path were currently so cautious in their protection of him, if the master of the yin-yang fish dared to act against Yi Xian without knowing anything, then the outcome. Thinking of this, Yi Xian couldn't help but feel a wave of excitement in his heart. Indeed, this feeling of subtly waiting for the enemy to bite the hook and fall into the trap was quite pleasurable. A true hunter always appears in the guise of prey. Yi Xian felt that he was increasingly showing potential to become a villain. I wonder if the owner of the yin-yang fish will feel that this world is exceptionally strange when facing the collective oppression of the big shots from the divine path. The power of the Dao fruit had completely transformed Yi Xian's divine bone to 40%. Yi Xian's cultivation had also reached the 2-star martial king and was on the verge of breaking through to 3 stars. From now on, the enhancement of the Dao fruit will only get smaller. I must say, in this regard, Yi Xian felt quite regretful. The Dao fruit, found in the golden treasure chest, was considered a pretty good reward. Yet, despite this, it still couldn't escape the predicament of gradually diminishing utility. Although I've only absorbed a drop of God's blood, this kind of thing should be just like the Dao fruit. The more I absorb later, the less the enhancement will be. Thinking of this, Yi Xian couldn't help but glance at the pitiful 621 points of Dao luck on the golden sphere. For the past 2 months, Yi Xian had been in the central wilderness spirit domain. Although he still wrote to his little wife regularly, some situations had occurred in the southern wilderness domain. To be precise, 2 major events had happened. First, in the Jiang Kingdom, the old monster from the royal family finally broke through the martial king threshold and entered the martial emperor realm. A martial emperor governing a mortal nation could not help but become increasingly overconfident. Led by the old monster of the Jiang Kingdom, the royal family swept away the Jade Mountain Sword Sect and the Red Alliance, 2 martial forces that had been entrenched in the Jiang Kingdom for many years. This terrified the surrounding countries, making them tremble in fear. Only the Yi clan remained unshaken amidst the storm. And all of this was because the Yi clan had a peerless genius advancing in the Xiantian divine path. The second event involved the Starry Academy. Dantai Mingwei, with the strength of an 8-star martial artist, successfully passed through the Star God Tower and obtained the highest inheritance of the Starry Academy. This attracted the attention of mysterious, powerful beings. As it turned out, the inheritance within the Star God Tower was left behind by a figure of a mysterious force in the central wilderness spirit domain, a certain big shot from the Ashen Pavilion during his travels. However, the then principal of the Starry Academy had limited qualifications and could not fully comprehend it. Thus, he missed the opportunity. But Dantai Mingwei not only completely received the inheritance, she also grew from an 8-star martial artist to a 9-star grand martial artist in just over 2 months. Her strength was just 1 step away from entering the martial sovereign realm. When this news reached the central wilderness spirit domain, Yi Xian felt as if his head had been blown off. It had taken him 18 years to grow from a martial artist to a 9-star grand martial artist. Yet Dantai Mingwei, as the protagonist, had achieved this in just over 2 months. Such a terrifying speed of ascension made even Yi Xian, whose golden finger had awakened, gasp in his heart. The protagonist's halo is terrifying. The heaven-defying rise of his little wife was certainly a good thing, but for Yi Xian, it seemed rather bad. Because during his little wife's closed-door breakthrough over the past 2 months, his own favorability and Dao luck had been in a free fall, and he still hadn't been able to gather enough points for 10 consecutive draws. The critical part was that if his little wife's growth speed was so terrifying, the next step would surely involve map changes. If that happens, and I'm still progressing so slowly, it will undoubtedly widen the gap between me and my little wife. The widening distance was a secondary concern. The key question was, where would Yi Xian get so much favorability in Dao luck? No, I need to increase my speed of improvement even more. Thinking of this, Yi Xian unhesitatingly took out the last Dao fruit from the reward space of the golden sphere. At the same time, on the summit of the divine mountain, the little lowly Ro Ruanji was currently sitting opposite the goddess Xiao, her face full of mischievous smiles. She stared at the goddess Xiao with her twinkling eyes. That meaningful gaze made the goddess Xiao feel a tangle of emotions. Aren't you going to let people cultivate properly? Oh, you still have the mind to cultivate? If I were you, I would have pounced on him long ago. Do you know how many letters that Yi Xian wrote back to Nanhuang during this time? 30 letters, a full 30 letters. The little girl Ro Ruanji counted on her fingers. I already told you, there's nothing between him and me, not what you think. What kind? Did I say it out loud? Feeling the teasing gaze from little girl Ro Ruanji, goddess Xiao gently frowned. As the lord of the main building, are you really here to seek fun in front of me? deliberately mingling with the talented people selected from the 4 great wastelands? Seek fun? Am I that kind of person? Little girl Ro Ruanji jumped up from the rock. I came all the way from the northern wilderness for my dear sister, my best friend, your lifelong happiness. Ro Ruanji knew very well that her goddess best friend, although she always acted high and mighty in front of others, actually knew nothing about feelings. Yet this time, the selection of talented people from the 4 great wastelands was for a man. Ro Ruanji had to hurry back to the divine path, wanting to check on her good friend. You still say that? With your power, if you put in some effort, you could at least reach above the red lotus. Actually, what the goddess Xiao meant was that if her good friend tried hard and charged up, then she could guide the target that triggered the golden lotus vision toward Ro Ruanji. Unfortunately, at this moment, the little girl Ro Ruanji, who was wholeheartedly for the goddess, did not react. Forget it. Hard resisting the restrictions is not the true level of my understanding. How many stone steps I can climb is how many I can. I, Ro Ruanji, disdained to cheat. After saying this, Ro Ruanji suddenly felt something was off. Wait, are you asking me to take the hit for your wild man? Ro Ruanji's pupils gradually dilated, as if she felt betrayed by the world. Oh great, I took you as my best friend, and you took me as a target? You actually wanted me to shield your wild man? Ha, shameless. Ungrateful. With a male, you lose your humanity. I misjudged you, you bad woman. I'm going to break off our friendship. Chapter 62, Proud Capital, a Great Evil Thing. You are after all a peak Saint Realm monster, with 1 foot on the threshold of demigod. What's wrong with blocking the blade for juniors? Looking at the sulking Ro Ruanji in front of her, Goddess Xiao seemed to be talking about something trivial. Feeling the gradual distortion of friendship, little girl Ro Ruanji resembled a wronged woman who had been abandoned. Letting me block the blade for your wild man is fine. And you still call me old? I'm going to fight you. With a scream, little girl Ro Ruanji lunged towards Goddess Xiao. But as soon as she got close, she was restrained by Goddess Xiao's divine light. If you call him my wild man again, believe it or not, I will tear your mouth. I said it, wild man. Wild man. Wild man. He is your wild man. Woo-woo. Looking at her mouth being gradually pulled by divine power, little girl Ro Ruanji finally showed a pleading look. Goddess sister, I was wrong. The gap in strength made little girl Ro Ruanji temporarily lower her stance. But she still kept muttering in her heart. It's obviously finding a wild man, yet still refusing to admit it. Just wait. One day, I will let everyone in the divine path know that even a goddess can have spring feelings. Little girl Ro Ruanji thought fiercely within her heart. By the way, seeing little girl Ro Ruanji about to speak again, Goddess Xiao directly glared at her. I'll say just one thing. Little girl Ro Ruanji seriously raised her finger and said, seeing Goddess Xiao's gaze gradually softening, the little girl Ro Ruanji finally spoke. Before in the Divine Path Hall, Yi Xian said he likes goddesses and doesn't like women. But you are the recognized goddess of the Xiantian divine way. So doesn't this mean that Yi Xian likes you? The little girl's giggling echoed on the summit of the divine mountain, while the person had already run far away. Only the goddess Xiao remained, standing in place, lost in thought. Likes goddesses? Doesn't like women? Even the goddess Xiao herself didn't realize that at the moment those 2 sentences were spoken, an unusual emotion was slowly growing in her heart. This foolish woman really makes me worry. The little girl Ro Ruanji, who had escaped from the summit, turned back to glance at the dazed figure on the mountaintop. Although they were good friends, and she had used her to block a wild man's knife, while also threatening to tear her mouth apart, Ro Ruanji knew in her heart that her good friend was someone who appeared cold, but was actually warm inside. Sigh. Who told me I'm your life and death best friend? The goddess Xiao had saved Ro Ruanji's life several times in the past. If it weren't for this good friend, who had been protecting her on the journey, Ro Ruanji wouldn't have been able to smoothly rush to the pinnacle of the Saint Realm. Although now she had only just stepped over half of the threshold into the demigod realm. For Ro Ruanji, advancing to demigod was just a matter of time. Compared to her own strength breakthrough, the lifelong happiness of her good friend was even more important. Just as Ro Ruanji was thinking this, suddenly a breath of divine bone transformation shot up into the sky from 3 layers down the divine mountain. This direction is Yi Xian. The little girl Ro Ruanji's eyes widened suddenly. In just 2 short months, the divine bone had undergone transformation twice. I now believe in my good friend's eye for picking wild men. After a brief moment of shock, Ro Ruanji gradually came back to her senses. Once again, it was the golden lotus flower. Twice the transformation of divine bone. Yi Xian's talent was undoubtedly unquestionable. In terms of character, he can pour all his effort to protect an unqualified fiancé, so he must be decent too. However, Yi Xian ultimately had a marriage contract. My silly best friend, actually likes a married man. She wants to be a mistress. Just thinking about this made my heart ache, truly feeling for her, happy. Ha ha ha. Stupid woman. Weren't you going to tear my mouth apart? Come on, tear it. Even if you tear my mouth apart, it won't change the fact that you want to be a mistress for a wild man. Ah ha ha ha. Yi Xian's divine bone transformation lasted for a full tea time. 43%. As expected, not only has the effect of transformation decreased, but the time is also getting shorter. However, Yi Xian did not take this to heart, as this was within his expectations. Just as he was about to rise and channel his newly earned strength of a 3-star martial king, the golden sphere inside him suddenly shook twice. Received Dan Time Ming Yu's guilt. Great Dao Lux Surge plus 20. Great Dao Lux Surge plus 20. Great Dao Lux Surge plus 21. Great Dao Lux Surge plus 22. What the hell? What's going on? Surge? It can be like this? It was clear that after 2 months of persistent letters from Yi Xian, his little wife, who had just finished a retreat, felt an intense sense of guilt. This caused Yi Xian's slow accumulation of Great Dao luck over the 2 months to suddenly become plump. At this moment, with the constant rise of the Great Dao luck, the surface of the golden sphere suddenly began to exhibit some wonderful changes. In Yi Xian's surprised gaze, next to the original 10 consecutive draws option, another option called Diamond Flying Lock appeared. Yi Xian observed closely. It was an icon that resembled flying claws, and upon clicking it, you could fly into the prize pool and randomly grab a diamond treasure chest. However, this option for a fixed flying lock diamond treasure chest required a whopping 600 points of Great Dao luck each time. It's almost as if it's about to reach the halfway point of a 10-pull draw. In addition to the extra diamond flying lock, Yi Xian also noticed that the golden ball inside his body had become even more radiant with deeper golden light. The Grand Dao's fortune had also become more solid. Does this mean my golden finger has leveled up again? Although Yi Xian wasn't sure whether the newly upgraded golden ball had any other mysterious uses besides the diamond flying lock, he was certain that an upgrade to the golden finger was a good thing, because the critical hit caused by his little wife's guilt only stopped when the golden ball and the Dao's fortune reached around 900 points. Looks like it won't be long before I get another wave of those long-awaited 10 pulls. Even though the golden ball now contained a diamond flying lock, the rewards inside the golden treasure chest still offered a significant improvement for Yi Xian. Though the diamond treasure chest is valuable, one flying claw costing 600 points of Dao fortune is still too expensive for me right now. To quote a popular saying from Yi Xian's past life, it's not that the diamond flying lock is unaffordable, but rather that 10 pulls offer much better value. Yi Xian, brother. At that moment, the voice of the little lowly Ro Ruanji suddenly echoed from outside the bamboo hut. Yi Xian, why is this divine team master here again? Brother, do you want to go kick her? Little Black Ba turned to Yi Xian with a look of confusion. Ever since Yi Xian's golden ball had upgraded, little Black Ba had started to enjoy staying by Yi Xian's side more and more. Let's not. Yi Xian pouted. Although he still didn't know much about the little lowly's background, he was sure of one thing. She had significant connections in the Xiantian Divine Path. Even in the Divine Path Hall, where courses were taught daily, she would only occasionally attend. Yet no hall master seemed to criticize her. No wonder she's a special enrollment. Soon, Yi Xian stood up and walked out of the bamboo hut, where he saw the little lowly, who looked like a tea connoisseur, flashing him a brilliant smile. 3-star martial king. Yi Xian, brother, so amazing. The little lowly, Ro Ruanji, purposely raised her voice loudly. On the other side, Zhao Qua, who had also come out of the bamboo hut, immediately turned pale when he heard that Yi Xian had broken through to become a 3-star martial king. He looked as though he'd just eaten something awful. Meanwhile, Liao Wuji looked as if he had resigned himself to the situation. The Divine Path Hall issued an urgent decree calling us to go there. It must be something important. Normally, the Divine Path Hall wouldn't call upon their talented disciples unless there was something significant happening. Do you know why the Divine Path Hall summoned us? Yi Xian suddenly asked, turning to look at the little lowly, Ro Ruanji. Others might not know, but special enrollees like her surely had more channels for getting information than ordinary talented disciples like them. Of course, the little lowly, Ro Ruanji, puffed out her chest proudly. Yi Xian and the others instinctively glanced at the little lowly's flat chest. Is this something to be proud of? However, their actions deeply provoked Ro Ruanji. How dare these little brats look down on me when I have such proud assets? If it weren't for the fact that Ro Ruanji's cultivation technique was special and caused her to shrink to a childlike form at intervals, she would have wanted to show her true appearance right there and then to show these unworldly little kids what true danger looks like. Forget it, I won't argue with a bunch of little kids. Especially not with my best friend's wild man. If I seduce my best friend's wild man, Wouldn't she come rushing down from the divine mountain with a sword to strike me? Thinking of this, Ro Ruanji suddenly felt a wave of excitement deep within her heart. Yi Xian, big brother, aren't you curious about why the Divine Path Hall summoned us? Come here, let me tell you. Come closer, I will tell you. Chapter 63. Best friends, man, I got him. Are you sure this is what you want to tell me? And not that you've eaten me? Feeling the little girl's charming and seductive gaze, Yi Xian instinctively turned his body. Since it's a communication from the Divine Tao Hall, let's hurry over. Who would believe the words of a tea art master? Especially in this deliberately seductive state. It's clearly a trap waiting for Yi Xian to jump in. Yi Xian didn't want to end up like Zhao Kuo, standing there with a big stick, red-faced in front of the Hall Masters of the Divine Tao Hall. Soon, when Yi Xian arrived at the Divine Tao Hall, he saw the 12 Hall Master, Luo Tong. Besides the 12 Hall Master, the 3rd Hall Master was also present today. To become a genius of the Divine Tao, in addition to enjoying various cultivation resources and hidden treasures granted by the Divine Tao, one must also bear the responsibility and obligation of protecting the Divine Tao. Originally, after you accepted the test of the Heavenly Ladder, the Divine Tao Hall should have assigned corresponding protective duties to you. But due to various reasons, this has been delayed until now. The 3rd Hall Master paused slightly at this point. Today, I summoned you here to assign you protective tasks. Protective tasks? Hearing this, Yi Xian and the other two were slightly taken aback. Only the little girl, Ro Ruanji, had a face that seemed to see through everything. Ahem, this protective task is very simple. Near the Qiankuan Sea, there's a coastal mortal city called Dan City, which currently belongs to the territory of our Xiantian Divine Tao. It houses a large number of mortals and martial artists. However, just half a month ago, Dan City has been frequently attacked by sea beasts. Sea beasts do not belong to the category of demon beasts, and naturally, they're not under the control of Divine Beast Mountain. In a sense, sea beasts are somewhat similar to the fierce beasts Yi Xian encountered in the Death Secret Realm. They're all a bunch of well-muscled, simple-minded things that only know how to kill. The sudden appearance of so many sea beast attacks near Dan City must have its reason. You are all geniuses of the Divine Tao, and your strength exceeds the Martial King realm. So this time, the task of resolving the sea beast invasion in Dan City falls to you. The 12 Hall Master, Luo Tong, said while secretly glancing at Yi Xian in the crowd. He had thought about Yi Xian's protective task for a long time. Last time, Yi Xian caused the Golden Lotus phenomenon during the Heavenly Ladder test. As expected, this matter quickly spread across all major forces in the Central Wilderness Spirit Realm. Although Goddess Xiao timely issued a divine edict, claiming that this was due to a failure of the Heavenly Ladder's restrictions, it still led to many major forces in the Central Wilderness Spirit Realm conducting secret tests. After all, concerning the Xiantian Divine Tao, there is the possibility for another peerless genius like Goddess Xiao to emerge, who could potentially challenge the true God, and none of the powers in the Central Wilderness Spirit Realm dare to take it lightly. The news of the 4 great wilderness branch geniuses going to test the Heavenly Ladder can't be hidden. If Yi Xian and the others take too long to complete their protective task, it will definitely arouse the suspicion of various forces. At that time, the smokescreen that Goddess Xiao placed over Yi Xian will completely lose its effect. Yi Xian will surely become the target of everyone's arrows. Later, I will be responsible for sending you to the area of Dan City. After the transmission, I will return to the Divine Tao, and as for the protective mission in Dan City, it will be up to you to solve. The 12 Hall Master, Luo Tong, said with a righteous demeanor. In fact, he had already secretly made up his mind. After sending Yi Xian and the others to Dan City, he would find an opportunity to hide and secretly protect Yi Xian. This was also the task that Goddess Xiao entrusted to him in secret. For this, Goddess Xiao even specially granted the 12 Hall Master, Luo Tong, a spirit talisman containing the power of the goddess. Better conceal the breath. At a critical moment, one can also shake people with divine power, calling for the true body of the goddess Xiao to descend. With the peak cultivation of the goddess Xiao's holy realm, her powerful divine bones are enough to crush most demigod powerhouses in this world. With such confidence in mind, the 12th Hall Master Luo Tong appeared calm, steady as an old dog, completely unaware that the aura of the talismans on him had long been detected by the little lowly Ro Ruanji. Is this some secret trick prepared by our best friend for her wild man? Although the aura on the talismans was very concealed, Ro Ruanji's familiarity with Goddess Xiao allowed her to catch a whiff. The key is that Ro Ruanji herself was already one step into the threshold of demigod power, plus her own mysteriousness, and the 12th Hall Master Luo Tong not intentionally hiding anything. That's how she caught the scent. It seems that her best friend truly cares a lot about her wild man. Knowing her best friend's thoughts, Ruan Ji naturally wanted to help her friend with her worries. My friend's man. I'll take care of cough cough. Protect him. Soon, under the teleportation array of the 12th Hall Master Luo Tong, the figures of Yi Xian and his group vanished from the Divine Path Hall. Buzz! With a flash of strong light, the 12th Hall Master Luo Tong appeared pale in a desolate valley. Luo Tong. Liao Wuji. Zhao Qua. Aren't we supposed to go to Dan's city? Hearing Liao Wuji's question, the 12th Hall Master Luo Tong took a deep breath. I actually forgot that Yi Xian is the one who caused the Golden Lotus phenomenon. His fate must be extremely precious. Sigh, not prepared enough. It's really embarrassing. The 12th Hall Master Luo Tong secretly regretted. On the surface, however, he pretended to stretch lazily, disguising the awkwardness on his face. I haven't left the Divine Mountain for a long time, and seeing this place with fresh air, I couldn't help but stop and breathe. Yi Xian naturally knew why the 12th Hall Master Luo Tong stopped, because he had already become accustomed to the same thing on his way to the Xiantian Divine Path. He instinctively glanced at the little black bar covered by floating light and shadows beside him. It seems that there should be quite a few fresh air places along this road. Sure enough, for a long time afterward, the 12th Hall Master Luo Tong's teleportation array stopped many times along the way before finally sending Yi Xian and his group successfully to Dan City. Aside from Yi Xian, naturally, one other person noticed the strangeness. That was the little lowly Ruan Ji. However, like the 12th Hall Master Luo Tong, she could not see through the floating light and shadow on the little black bar. She only instinctively thought that all of this was a chain reaction caused by Yi Xian's precious fate. All right, the next matter is up to you. As soon as the 12th Hall Master Luo Tong's voice fell, he had already disappeared without a trace. The teleportation along the way had exhausted him greatly. Luo Tong urgently needed to find a place, take some medicine, and properly recover his strength. Watching the 12th Hall Master Luo Tong's figure disappear, Zhao Kuo first glanced at the three people in front of him. He honestly didn't want to complete the protective mission with Yi Xian at all. Just seeing Yi Xian for a second was enough to make him feel upset. Damn it, why did he break through to the 3-star Martial King? With a dark expression, Zhao Kuo cursed internally and turned to leave the crowd directly. Liao Wuji looked at Yi Xian, then at the little lowly Ruan Ji across from him. These two troublemakers, each one more cunning than the other, being with them will surely mean falling into pits. It's still safer to act alone. Investigating sea beasts was already complicated enough. Liao Wuji certainly didn't want to increase the difficulty of his adventure due to Yi Xian and the little lowly. Brother Yi Xian, they're not a good fit. Why don't we just play together? Looking at the little lowly Ruan Ji, who bounced over, Yi Xian's figure suddenly warped, followed by a strange scene appearing. Yi Xian, who was originally standing still, miraculously disappeared. Ruan Ji. What's going on? Where's my best friend's wild man? Where'd he go? Chapter 64, a huge creature, really big. It turns out Yi Xian had already known that the little lowly Ruan Ji would definitely cling to him. So after the 12th Hall Master Luo Tong landed, he directly employed a floating light illusion and left the team early. Brother, why are you so afraid of that woman? Afraid of her? Am I? Looking at the innocent little black bar in front of him, Yi Xian spread his hands. Not afraid, why run away? In the little black bar's thought process, only fear makes one run away. Just like the fierce beasts and demonic creatures in the life and death secret realm. They run when they see the little black bar. Until later, after getting beaten up by her in turn, they no longer ran away. Just seeing her made them freeze in fear. Silly child, it's not called fear, it's called staying away from trouble. To Yi Xian, Ruan Ji is a walking troublemaker. Taking her on a path-guarding mission, the task's difficulty would only rise sharply. In a sense, Yi Xian's view on this matter is quite similar to Liao Wuji's. Only, in Liao Wuji's eyes, Yi Xian is also the one creating trouble. Due to the frequent attacks by sea beasts, the tall city walls of Fan City are engraved with many shining magical arrays and runes. Moreover, many martial artists spontaneously patrol the city walls armed with weapons. Roar! At this moment, outside Fan City, on the calm sea surface, a huge wave suddenly rises. A strange sea beast that looked like a shark, covered in dragon scales and having crocodile-like claws, suddenly burst out of the water and charged towards Fan City. Martial Sovereign. It's a martial sovereign level sea beast. The patrolling martial artists on the city walls all showed expressions of fear. Martial sovereign level sea beasts are already quite a disaster for a mortal city. Among the crowd, many martial masters, and even great martial masters, began to tremble under the terrifying might of the martial sovereign sea beast. At this moment, a figure fell from the sky. A tiny sea beast dares to be rampant. The newcomer was Zhao Kuo. Zhao Kuo had been pent up for too long during this time. He thought that after the sky ladder incident, he could catch up to Yi Xian in one go. Who would have thought he would become a witness to Yi Xian's 2 divine bone transformations? Just thinking about how Yi Xian became a 3-star martial king in just 2 months, while he remained stuck at the 1-star peak. Zhao Kuo felt his sensitive nerves being crazy provoked. Yi Xian died. At this moment, the sea beast charging over seemed to Zhao Kuo as though it transformed into Yi Xian himself. His merciless fists fell on the sea beast one after another. Zhao Kuo didn't even use his treasured longsword. It seemed only such brutal punches could vent his resentment. Brother, why does that fool take so long to hit a fish? In the little black bar's view, Zhao Kuo, the 1-star martial king, had enough power to kill any martial sovereign opponent in an instant. Yet, Zhao Kuo continued to throw punch after punch, completely showing no intention of ending the fight in one move. Silly child, he isn't hitting a fish, he's hitting loneliness. Yi Xian gently stroked the forehead of little black bar. Indeed, it's a hit of loneliness. Brother, there's a silly guy in the sea. I can sense its existence. How about I go find it to play? Yi Xian. A silly guy in the sea? Could it be the sea beast? Clearly, the silly guy little black bar mentioned isn't the shark being beaten by Zhao Kuo on the surface. However, the sea beast that caught little black bar's attention should not be an ordinary one. Can you sense its strength? As for strength, probably similar to a pimp. The pimp that little black bomb mentioned was, in fact, the black dragon lurking in the deathly secret realm of Xiantian sect, a creature of half-step saint level. Its strength was far superior to that of a peak 9-star martial emperor. So, the real big boss is underneath the sea, and Zhao Kuo, who's smashing it, is just a small fish. After figuring this out, Yi Xian couldn't help but smile in a peculiar way. Let's go, little black ba. Take me to meet that foolish fellow. Does brother one go too? That's great. Little black ba had been feeling miserable these days in the Xiantian divine path. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so eager just after sensing the presence of that foolish fellow in the depths of the sea, wanting to rush down for some fun. Soon, under little black ba's guidance, Yi Xian met the foolish fellow she mentioned. It's actually a mermaid? Following Yi Xian's astonished gaze, he saw a giant sea beast, resembling a mermaid, swimming back and forth in the sea, its face filled with rage. The reason it was called giant was that it was truly enormous. A mermaid that was 100 feet high. Even after Yi Xian had been reborn into this world for 18 years, this was still the first time he had seen one. No wonder people say, you see something new when you live long enough. The mermaid was indeed very beautiful, and it was truly massive. With its 100-foot-tall figure and its extremely volatile state, it swam around in the sea. 2 massive entities, resembling giant mountains, stirred up waves beneath the sea. Brother, can I go and hit her? Little black ba had been itching for a long time. It was a rare chance to encounter 2 such large sandbags. Yi Xian turned his head to look at little black ba. Are you serious? In just the blink of an eye, the furious mermaid across from them had already noticed Yi Xian's presence. Human. She seemed to harbor a strong hatred against humans. Almost as soon as she spotted Yi Xian, she commanded hundreds of martial sovereign-level sea beasts around her to charge towards him. Yi Xian roughly sensed that among these martial sovereign-level sea beasts, there was even a mix of a dozen or so powerful martial king-level sea beasts. Little black ba, stay here and don't move. Having been at Xiantian Divine Path for so long, Yi Xian had always been in closed-door cultivation and had not found a suitable opportunity to test his various capabilities. Right now, this is a good chance. Watching Yi Xian charging forward while activating the Divine Might Grand Formation, little black ba showed a reluctant expression. It was clearly her who suggested coming down to play. Why is brother getting to play first? And on top of that, brother won't let her move? With the cultivation of a 3-star martial king combined with the Divine Might Grand Formation, Yi Xian, at this moment, crashed into the sea beast like a bully in a kindergarten, stomping down one little friend after another. Born with a divine bone, he possessed innate divine might. In the same realm, Yi Xian was already an invincible presence. Not to mention, he was currently only activating the Divine Might Grand Formation and had yet to summon his true divine form. Seeing that the martial sovereign-level sea beasts were no match for him, even the martial king-level sea beasts were like gifts at Yi Xian's feet. The enraged mermaid let out a sharp scream. All the surrounding sea beasts hurriedly made way. Whoosh, the originally calm, deep sea was suddenly torn open by a crack. Above the sea's surface, a burst of multicolored light suddenly arose, and Zhao Kuo, who was happily fishing, was instantly immobilized in place. Zhao Qua. What's going on? Before Zhao Qua could understand what was happening, another towering wave crashed down, knocking him from the air. If the small ones can't win, do we send in the big ones? Deep in the sea, facing the half-step saint-level martial emperor, the mermaid glowing with five-colored scales, Yi Xian lightly smiled. Then, a divine image gradually rose behind him. It was the divine form he had condensed from a trace of true divine power within the divine might grand formation. As soon as the statue appeared, Yi Xian's power instantly rose to the level of a martial emperor. Boom! Facing the rushing mermaid, Yi Xian threw a punch from the statue behind him. A huge vacuum zone formed instantly in the entire seabed. Zhao Qua, who had just fallen into the sea, was still trying to recover from the strange multicolored light from before, when suddenly, a massive force surged from the depth of the sea. The huge waves directly knocked him out of the water again. Damn it, what's going on? Before Zhao Qua, still dazed from the giant waves, could react, a severely injured shark spirit in the air suddenly swung its tail and charged at him. The giant fish tail swung violently, relentlessly slapping Zhao Qua's face. Slap, slap, slap. Zhao Qua felt like his face was about to swell up. Just as he prepared to fight back, the previously disappeared multicolored light surged out from the seabed again. Damn it, is it ever going to stop? Zhao Qua found himself once again trapped by the light emerging from the seabed, while the shark spirit went wild with joy. This creature had just been beaten so badly, and now it was finally time for revenge. With a sudden headbutt, it crashed Zhao Qua back into the sea. Even beasts with low IQ, after being bullied, still want to seek revenge, let alone Zhao Qua. At this moment, Zhao Qua, struck by the headbutt, had a giant bump on his head. Zhao Qua's eyes were filled with both shame and fury. He was a martial emperor. How could he be publicly slapped in the face by a fish? Especially when he recalled the warriors on top of the Dan City wall, who had cheered for him and practically wanted to shower him with flowers, and now saw him being beaten by the shark spirit. Their shocked expressions would flip upside down. Zhao Qua felt as if he had suffered a tremendous humiliation. Damn it, just a mere martial zone sea beast. Dare to be so reckless in front of me, Zhao Qua. Zhao Qua slowly pulled out his secret treasure-long knife. He thought it was time to let the shark spirit know who was the one that ruled its fate. Unexpectedly, at this moment, another massive wave surged from the depths of the sea. Damn it, here it comes again. Before Zhao Qua could firmly grasp his long knife, he was swept away by the gigantic wave, leaving him dizzy. At the depths of the sea, Yi Xian and the giant mermaid were continuously launching attacks against each other, creating huge vacuum zones deep in the ocean. No wonder they are half-step sacred realm, peak martial emperor. After dozens of intense encounters, Yi Xian looked at the cracks appearing on the surface of the Dharma form behind him and gently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Fighting against a peak martial emperor mermaid in the half-step sacred realm, if outsiders saw the scene before him, they would probably drop their jaws in shock. Watching the mermaid's colorful fishtail once again shimmer with dazzling light, Yi Xian raised two fingers and lightly tapped the center of his brow. The next second, a small whale, which had been sleeping for a long time, slowly swam out from Yi Xian's brow. However, this time, the small whale was obviously not as cute as when Yi Xian had awakened it for the first time. Its originally light blue body had changed to deep blue, and its bare mouth now had rows of barely visible sharp teeth. Facing the colorful light shot out by the mermaid's tail, a hint of greedy bloodlight flashed in the small whale's dark eyes. Whales swallow, Yi Xian pointed out. The small whale's body began to swell rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it exceeded the giant mermaid's 100-foot frame. This scene made the giant mermaid's eyes widen in surprise. But before she could react, the massive whale mouth had already opened wide, like an endless black hole, frantically devouring everything around it. As the colorful light on her tail was continuously swallowed by the giant whale above Yi Xian's head, the originally furious gaze of the mermaid gradually revealed a hint of fear. Behind Yi Xian, the statue contained a trace of true divine power. With true divine power, the swallowing divine ability was born. Although it was not as terrifying as when a true deity executed it personally, it was ultimately transformed from the laws of the world's great path. It was far from the colorful fish scales of the mermaid or the other exotic sea beasts that could resist. Go. As she watched, the colorful light around her was swallowed more and more by the giant whale. The mermaid changed from her previous fierce appearance. Bubbles continuously bubbled from her mouth. It seemed as if she was begging Yi Xian for peace. So, not fighting anymore? Feeling the caution in the mermaid's eyes, Yi Xian gently smiled. He pointed a finger, and the giant whale above his head transformed back into the totem. returning to the center of the statue's forehead. Ooh! Yi Xian lightly exhaled a breath of turbid air. In just this short time, Yi Xian's divine might formation had reached its limit. Even with his divine bones undergoing a 43% transformation, he was nearly drained by the divine might formation. If it weren't for this, how could he easily let the giant mermaid across from him go? Indeed, using the complete whale, swallowing divine ability, is still a bit too much for me now. Thankfully, the colorful light on the mermaid's tail had been swallowed by the little whale, barely allowing Yi Xian to maintain his current state. Brother, are you done fighting? Let me take a turn. At that moment, Xiao Haiba suddenly ran out from the flickering light and shadow. She had been watching from the side for so long and could no longer contain herself. But with just one calm glance from Xiao Haiba, she directly frightened the giant mermaid into a state of panic. Yes, she really did wet herself. Yi Xian could clearly feel that the water around the mermaid had become murky. Her body was trembling. Even the scales on her tail seemed to quiver as if terrified by something. Brother, why did her sandbag deflate? Maybe she got scared to death. Looking at the trembling mermaid, now hunched over like a servant. Where was the earlier majestic air of the Queen of the Sea? She's like this, and you're still going to fight her? Well, indeed, it's not as fun as before. Gazing at the mermaid, now a shell of her former self, Xiao Haiba pondered. How about this? You go ask her why she brought so many sea beasts to attack human cities. The mermaid on the opposite side was already completely frightened by Xiao Haiba. Yi Xian had no doubt that whatever Xiao Haiba asked now, she would surely tell. This mermaid is an exotic sea beast. She seems much smarter than those ordinary sea beasts around. There are not a few incidents of sea beasts attacking human cities. But organized and premeditated attacks like this were very rare. Yi Xian vaguely felt that there seemed to be some unknown secret hidden behind this. Sure enough, under Xiao Haiba's inquiry, the mermaid soon revealed the whole story. You mean, her daughter was captured, and she brought the sea beast to besiege Dan City to save her daughter? Of course, this was not the main point of the matter. What truly caught Yi Xian's attention was another piece of news that the mermaid disclosed. Those who captured the mermaid's child threatened her with the child to attack human cities, aiming to lure the people of the Xiantian divine path here to perform guardian tasks. Brother, she's not lying, I can feel it. Xiao Haiba had been in the life-and-death secret realm for a long time, dealing with ferocious beasts and monsters. She could tell at a glance whether the mermaid was lying to her, just like in her past life when checking concrete for compliance with 25 centimeters. They could know just by feeling the thickness of the envelope. The guardian tasks of the Xiantian divine path are all limited by levels. Tasks executed at the middle 3 levels. 永远不会派遣上3层的天骄去执行. They will never send the top 3-tiered elites to carry out tasks. 战海兽袭击凡人城池这种简单任务，只可能出动下3层的神道天骄，而且这美人鱼每次派出海兽袭击蛋城，基本上都是些武宗级别的海兽. Such simple tasks like sea beasts attacking human cities can only be carried out by the lower-tiered elites, and this mermaid, every time she sends sea beasts to attack Dan City, is basically sending Martial King-level sea beasts. 就算是下3层，稍微有点护道经验的天骄，都不会被派发来执行这种简单任务. Even among the lower-tiered ones, those with a bit of guiding experience won't be sent for such simple tasks. 这是为了引诱神道中的新人前来啊. This is to lure newcomers in the divine path here. 恰好，这段时间刚刚进入神天神道，尚无护道经验的下3层天骄，就只有叶贤他们4个刚从各大荒域之脉选拔上来的. Just at this time, the only lower-tiered elites who just entered the Xiantian divine path without guiding experience are Yi Xian and the other 3 who have just been selected from major wild areas. 这是刚一进入神天神道，就让人给盯上了. Is it that as soon as we enter the Xiantian divine path, we are already targeted? 为了确认这一点，叶贤又让小黑吧对美人鱼进行了仔细的盘问. To confirm this, Yi Xian had Little Black conduct a thorough interrogation of the mermaid, 包括抓走他孩子那群人的衣着、打扮、身上气息、所施展的功法、秘术之类, including the clothing, appearance, aura, techniques, and secret arts of the group who took her child. 结果一番盘问之下，还真让叶贤有了新的收获. As a result, after the interrogation, Yi Xian really gained new insights. 你是说，那群人浑身上下阴气森森，所使用的秘术也十分诡谲? Are you saying those people were all gloomy and used very strange secret arts? 听到这里，叶璇的眼神渐渐变了古怪起来。Upon hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes slowly became odd. 他似乎知道这帮家伙的目标是谁了。He seems to know who these guys' target is. D66 Gong. Wang Ji has Shug. T Tongpo. Chapter 66. King Level C Beast, Bucket and Run. 这熟悉的阴森，莫名的诡谲。This familiar eeriness and inexplicable strangeness. 说的不就是叶璇的老朋友，幽冥圣教吗？ Isn't this just Yi Xian's old friend, the underworld holy cult? 看来这华云天背后的人物，终于还是忍不住对我出手了。叶璇嘴角轻轻一笑。It seems the figures behind Hua Yuntian finally can't resist taking action against me. Yi Xian said with a gentle smile. 他现在已经基本可以肯定，诞城的海兽袭击就是一场完完全全针对他的阴谋。He can now be almost certain that the Sea Beast attack on Dan City is a complete conspiracy against him. 小黑吧，你刚才没过瘾，不如哥哥带你去玩个好玩的游戏，怎么样？叶璇说话的瞬间，一个绝妙的计划已然从他脑海当中酝酿而生。Little Black, since you didn't enjoy it just now, why don't Big Brother take you to play a fun game? As Yi Xian spoke, a brilliant plan had already formed in his mind. 玩游戏，好啊，好啊。Play a game? Yes, yes. 一听有游戏可以玩，小黑吧乌油油的大眼睛一下亮了起来。Upon hearing there was a game to play, Little Black's big, dark eyes lit up immediately. 叶璇重新给小黑吧套上了一个浮光幻影，跟着来到瑟瑟发抖的巨型美人鱼面前。Yi Xian re-equipped Little Black with a shimmering illusion, then approached the trembling giant mermaid. 大，这是真的大。Big, this is really big. 叶璇站在足有100丈的美人鱼面前。Yi Xian stood in front of the mermaid, which was over 100 feet tall. 那沉甸甸的压迫感对叶璇产生了强烈的视觉冲击。That heavy sense of oppression gave Yi Xian a strong visual impact. 上面有个傻子，让你的手下上去，跟他好好玩会儿。There's a fool up there. Let your subordinates go up and have a good time with him. 听到叶璇的吩咐，美人鱼脑袋拼命狂点。Upon hearing Yi Xian's order, the mermaid nodded furiously. 对了，派点厉害的上去。生怕这美人鱼脑子不够用，叶璇又补充了一句 ：“By the way, send some strong ones up." Fearing the mermaid wouldn't think it through, Yi Xian added. 毕竟同门一场，赵括那丫既然想当打鱼英雄，那叶璇当然要成全他。After all, since Zhao Kuo wants to be the fishing hero, Yi Xian would obviously support him. 海面之上 ，above the sea， 赵括一手持住秘宝长刀，一手提着鲨鱼精的脑袋。Zhao Kuo held a precious blade in one hand while carrying the head of a shark spirit in the other. 他被接二连三从海底窜出的五彩光霞还有巨浪搞了七晕八素，渐渐也反应过来，这海底有东西在故意搞他。He was bewildered by the colorful lights and huge waves surging from the bottom of the sea, slowly realizing that something down there was intentionally messing with him. 此时此刻，赵括一双眼睛死死盯住下方的海面。At this moment, Zhao Kuo's eyes were glued to the sea surface below. 他是武王强者，有掌控天地之威。He was a martial king level warrior, capable of dominating the world. 偏偏刚才海底涌出的巨浪跟五彩光霞，却能禁锢住他对这方天地的掌控。Yet those huge waves and colorful lights that surged from the sea could restrain his control over this world. 难道是武皇强者？ Could it be a martial emperor level powerhouse? 赵括眉头猛然一皱 Zhao Kuo's brows suddenly furrowed. 他虽然自负 though he was arrogant, 但是如果海底真有一只武皇级别的海兽存在 But what if there truly was a martial emperor level sea beast down there? 不行，这么危险的事情不能我一个人上，得把叶璇、廖无极还有北荒域那个烟坏的小丫头一块儿叫上。No, such dangerous matters can't just be handled by me alone. I need to call Yi Xian, Liao Wuji, and that sneaky little girl from the North Wild Domain as well. 几乎瞬间，赵括依然在心中做好打算。Almost instantly, Zhao Kuo planned in his mind. 他要狠狠地阴上叶璇，还有小萝莉一把。He wanted to pull a tough trick on Yi Xian and that little lowly. 赵括满脸得意地瞥了一眼对面诞城城墙上那些对他满脸敬仰的低阶舞者， 还有凡人们. Zhao Kuo glanced proudly at the low-tiered warriors and mortals on the city wall of Dan City, who looked up to him. 他感到此刻自己强烈的虚荣心得到了极大的满足. At this moment, he felt an immense satisfaction for his strong sense of vanity. 我知道下面有海皇级别的妖兽，可是我不说. I know there's a sea emperor level monster below, but I won't say it. 哈哈哈，让叶璇他们去. Just as Zhao Kuo was carrying a shark's head, preparing to return to Dan City, enjoying the flowers and applause while watching Yixian and the others, he was being beaten by a royal-level sea beast. Suddenly, countless black shadows surged up from below the originally calm sea surface. This is martial sect level sea beasts. So many martial sect sea beasts. Looking at more and more martial sect sea beasts emerging from the sea, the cheering commoners and low-level martial artists on the city wall showed expressions of fear. Gulp. There are almost 100 of them, right? As low-level martial artists, those martial spirits and martial masters on the city wall had never seen such a terrifying number of martial sect level sea beasts. Even those great martial masters had ashen faces at this moment. Not to mention the commoners on the city wall. Even though Zhao Kuo had just killed a martial sect sea beast in front of them. But killing a martial sect level sea beast took Zhao Kuo a long time. His face was even bruised. Could Zhao Kuo really protect Dan City in front of so many martial sect sea beasts? Many quick-thinking people had already begun to quietly leave the city wall, fearing they would suffer in a battle later. Martial sect sea beasts? So many? Zhao Kuo was also shocked by the astonishing number of martial sect sea beasts around him. But soon, he regained his composure. Below the martial king realm, no matter how many come, they are just a bunch of ants. If it weren't for being toyed with by the martial emperor sea beast deep under the sea earlier, how long would Zhao Kuo have taken to kill a shark? Now, this group of martial sect sea beasts had come at just the right time. Just in time for the people of Dan City to see my true strength. But when Zhao Kuo turned around to look at Dan City with a proud face, he was shocked to find that the low-level martial artists, who had originally cheered for him on the city wall, had long disappeared without a trace. Zhao Kuo. Damn it, a bunch of commoners, lower-level martial artists who were even less than ants. If it weren't for me, Zhao Kuo, you would have been eaten by that shark just now. You didn't even wait for me, Zhao Kuo, to show my great power. You all just ran away with your buckets? Do you all think someone like me, Zhao Kuo, can't handle a bunch of mere martial sect sea beasts? Just as Zhao Kuo's temples throbbed with anger, several massive black shadows flew out from the calm sea below. Roar! The violent roar seemed to imprison the very earth and sky. Martial King level sea beasts? Feeling the terrifying aura from the opponents, Zhao Kuo's pupils suddenly shrank. He wasn't afraid of more martial sect level sea beasts, but there were actually martial king level sea beasts among them, and in terms of quantity, they had an absolute advantage. That situation was not the same at all. Meanwhile, inside Dan City, what's going on? Why have so many sea beasts suddenly appeared to attack the city? The powerful members of the Netherworld Holy Church, hidden in the shadows, all frowned and looked at their companions with puzzled faces. Just a few days ago, these powerful members of the Netherworld Holy Church suddenly received a secret order from Prince Xuanhu. The content of the secret order was actually to deal with a low-level genius who had just entered the Xiantian divine path not long ago. At first, they were also very confused. Why would a mere low-level genius have Prince Xuanhu come personally to give an order? Prince Xuanhu had spent 1,000 years in secluded cultivation. Although he had not yet entered the semi-divine realm, there was no denying his high status in the Netherworld Holy Church. Speaking of this matter, Prince Xuanhu was also very frustrated. He originally thought that with the strength and status of his avatar in the Xiantian divine path, killing a mere Yixian would be as easy as crushing an ant. But the reality was that before his avatar could make a move, it had to temporarily close the gate to stabilize its cultivation due to a backlash from a secret hideout. Before it even began, it had already ended. Although his avatar still hadn't found the one who secretly sabotaged and caused the backlash in the secret hideout. But this did not stop the holy son of Xuanhu from attacking Yixian. How dare he ruin the holy son of Xuanhu's good fortune? That Yixian is lucky to be alive right now. It is his greatest mercy. To deal with Yixian, the holy son of Xuanhu sent out 2 6-star martial emperors and more than 10 9-star martial kings at once. Such a lineup is enough to wipe out a powerful force in the 4 great wastelands. The holy son of Xuanhu is confident. Dealing with just Yixian? It's more than enough. In fact, it wasn't just the holy son of Xuanhu who thought so. Even the powerful members of the underworld holy sect present felt the same. To ensure everything went smoothly and without revealing their plans before taking action, They even secretly kidnapped a young beast from the depths of the sea that was half a step into the Holy Realm using forbidden techniques. They did this to threaten the other party into luring someone from the Xiantian divine sect to come. According to their original plan, the marine beasts under the mermaid would attack Dan City at regular intervals, mostly controlling their strength at the martial sect level. The goal was to prevent alarming the strong warriors within the Xiantian divine sect. But now, suddenly, so many marine beasts appeared in Dan City. Even the king level is involved. Even if Xiantian divine sect is slow to react, they will notice something is wrong in Dan City. If that were all, it would be one thing. The key is that their plan to hunt Yi Xian hasn't even started. If they return empty-handed like this, the Holy Son of Xuanhu would definitely not let them off. Just as the members of the underworld holy sect frowned, unsure of what to do, a sudden scream pierced through the crowd. What is happening? Just now, it seemed like something flew past. Wait, are we missing someone? After a brief, stunned silence, the members of the underworld holy sect reacted, their faces suddenly changing drastically. Originally 2 6-star martial emperors and 13 9-star martial kings. After that scream, they found that one of the martial kings had inexplicably vanished from the crowd. Shocking. Panic. In front of the 2 6-star martial emperors, without the holy realm present, they were the rulers of this world. But at that moment, they had no sense of alertness whatsoever. Help me. At that moment, a weak voice drifted in from outside the window. The members of the underworld holy sect hurriedly looked out the window. They saw the 9-star martial king who had flown out of the window, his entire spine completely twisted, as if he had been struck by some colossal force. The 9-star martial king, who had only half his life remaining, felt extremely frustrated as well. He was just peacefully discussing matters inside the room with everyone. How did it suddenly feel like he had been kicked by something? A dignified 9-star martial king, unexpectedly kicked to the brink of death. Anyone unaware would think he is made of clay. However, just as the members of the underworld holy sect were preparing to rescue him, another scream suddenly echoed from the crowd. This time, it was a 6-star martial emperor who flew out. The members of the underworld holy sect. What on earth is happening? What are they encountering? Why can't even the martial emperors escape this calamity? Fear, panic, various emotions surged in everyone's hearts. The previous 9-star martial king was one thing, but now a martial emperor has flown out, especially when they saw that 6-star martial emperor, who flew outside and crashed hard on the ground. His chest caved in, blood constantly pouring from his mouth. Everyone's eyes held fear that had reached its peak. Could it be some hidden technique that attacks from a distance? To severely injure those two without us noticing it at all, if we stay here any longer. Almost instantly, all the members of the underworld holy sect shot into the sky. They hadn't even seen what their opponent looked like, and they had already lost 2 companions. The opponent's methods have already made them feel a deep fear. At this moment, these powerful figures of the underworld sacred sect had only one thought in their hearts: escape. Even the 2 injured companions lying below, on the verge of death, could not be cared for. Meanwhile, in Dan City, the little girl Ruanji, who had lost track of Yi Xian, was searching all over the city for his whereabouts. It's strange. How could my best friend's wild man just disappear silently right under my nose? Ruanji couldn't figure out. She was a peak Saint Realm practitioner. Half a foot already stepped into the demigod realm, the owner of the main tower. Yet Yi Xian, a mere 3-star martial king, could vanish mysteriously and silently right before her eyes? Either there was a problem with the little girl herself, or there was something wrong with Yi Xian. Little girl Ruanji was very sure that she had no problems whatsoever. Her peak Saint Realm perception could cover the entire Dan City. Even if an ant was crawling inside, she could sense it clearly. So, the problem can only be with my best friend's wild man. Little girl Ruanji looked suspicious. She had long known that the man her best friend liked was not ordinary, but she never expected him to be extraordinary to this extent. To disappear without a trace, even in front of a peak Saint Realm practitioner? He's just a 3-star martial king. Does it need to be so exaggerated? At this moment, in Dan City, another person feeling as frustrated as little girl Ruanji was Luo Tong, the 12th Hall Master secretly protecting Yi Xian. Did he just take some medicine to recover from almost fainting due to the teleportation? Why, when he turned around, did Yi Xian mysteriously vanish? At this moment, the 12th Hall Master Luo Tong was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Even the large number of sea beasts that suddenly appeared outside Dan City, he had no mind to care for. They're just a bunch of martial sovereign and martial king level sea beasts. Wiping them out is a matter of minutes. But Yi Xian, thinking of the golden lotus phenomenon Yi Xian caused on the heavenly ladder, the 12th Hall Master's inner anxiety grew even stronger. Golden Lotus phenomenon. In all these years of my Xiantian divine path, besides the Xiantian true god who passed down the Tao lineage, there was only one Xiao goddess. Now, with this heavenly bestowed fortune, let my divine path gain a rare talent like Yi Xian. If my protection was not sufficient, and he met with an untimely end halfway. When the 12th Hall Master Luo Tong thought of this, he felt like killing himself. The goddess trusted him and gave him such an important protective task. But Yi Xian went missing under his watch. Just as the 12th Hall Master Luo Tong was filled with anxiety and self-blame, a dozen strange figures suddenly shot up into the sky above Dan City. This is the aura of the underworld sacred sect. Almost instantly, the 12th Hall Master Luo Tong's gaze fixed upon these powerful figures of the underworld sacred sect. 1 6-star martial emperor and 12-peak 9-star martial kings. Could it be that Yi Xian's disappearance is related to the underworld sacred sect? Thinking of this, the already anxious 12th Hall Master Luo Tong's eyes turned cold. The people of the underworld sacred sect suddenly appeared within the territory of the Xiantian divine path, and at such an eerie moment when Yi Xian mysteriously vanished. The underworld sacred sect has always acted in a strange manner. Yi Xian's disappearance might really be related to them. Once this thought took root in his mind, the coldness in the 12th Hall Master's eyes was accompanied by a hint of killing intent. Foul beings do not escape. Eat my Luo Tong's blow. At the moment he revealed himself, a 100-foot iron rod rose into the sky from behind the 12th Hall Master Luo Tong. No matter whether this matter was related to the underworld sacred sect or not, since it let the 12th Hall Master Luo Tong encounter them, he could not easily let this group of underworld sacred sect demons go. Master Luo Tong of the 12 Halls, with a sweeping strike, suddenly formed a huge twisted vortex in the sky above Fan City. This rod is a sacred artifact, forged from an entire iron mine in his youth. It far surpasses all the top treasures of this world. When used by Master Luo Tong's Saint Realm cultivation, it is unmatched. What's going on? A Saint Realm expert? The members of the underworld sacred sect, who were hurriedly fleeing for their lives, turned pale with fear at the sudden appearance of Master Luo Tong, especially when they felt the enormous vortex above their heads, trapping them. Sure enough, the Xiantian divine path has been lying in ambush for us here, they thought. In fact, they should have anticipated this. Being continuously ambushed in the territory of the Xiantian divine path was no coincidence. Moreover, even a 6-star martial emperor could not defend against it. It could only mean that a powerful figure from a Xiantian divine path had made their move. Now, seeing Master Luo Tong with their own eyes only confirmed their inner guesses. But the question is, we have acted so cautiously. How did the people of the Xiantian divine path discover us? The underworld sacred sect members trapped by the huge vortex could not understand this. For this plan to lure Yi Xian into an ambush, they prepared for over half a month. Half a month of careful actions, yet it was still uncovered by the Xiantian divine path. Could it be that the rumors are true? The last remaining 6-star martial emperor of the underworld sacred sect suddenly seemed to realize something. 2 months ago, the Xiantian sacred mountain suddenly revealed a golden lotus phenomenon. That golden light spread in all directions, and the huge golden lotus floated above the sacred mountain for almost half a day before slowly dissipating. This event caused quite a panic throughout the central desolate spiritual region at the time. The Xiantian divine path already has a celestial Lady Xiao. If another peerless prodigy with the form of a true god were to arise, would there still be a place for other sacred lands and divine paths in the central desolate spiritual region? To investigate this matter, the underworld sacred sect also sent out their elites. Unfortunately, the result they later concluded was that the Xiantian divine path stairway to heaven had produced anomalies. How could a true god's form be so easily born? After confirming the authenticity of the news, this matter gradually faded from everyone's minds. But now, looking back, this 6-star martial emperor among the underworld sacred sect felt increasingly that all of this seemed like a smokescreen thrown by the Xiantian divine path to confuse people. Exactly. This is the only explanation. A small coastal human city in Dan City? How could they attract so many divine path experts with their covert actions? Fighting from a distance? In a saint realm making a move? It must be that person who caused the golden lotus phenomenon among the outstanding talents in this protective mission. Recalling the strange secret order previously issued by Saint Sun Xuanhu to them, at this moment, the 6-star martial emperor of the underworld sacred sect seemed to understand everything all at once. Yi Xian is the one from the Xiantian divine path. He is the one who caused the golden lotus phenomenon. Chapter 68. The Savior has come. You are doomed. If Saint Sun Xuanhu were here, he would certainly be very surprised. His subordinates actually thought ahead of him? Saint Sun Xuanhu merely commanded his subordinates to target Yi Xian because of their private grudges. Unexpectedly, this group of subordinates uncovered the truth behind the golden lotus phenomenon of the Xiantian divine path. And the targeted individual was identified with such accuracy. At this moment, looking at Master Luo Tong swinging the iron rod opposite him, the members of the underworld sacred sect were filled with dread. Facing a Saint Realm expert, we have no chance of survival unless... After realizing everything, the six-star martial emperor of the underworld sacred sect suddenly took out a mysterious jet-black orb. This is a secret treasure bestowed by the Saint Sun. You all activate the underworld great formation and help me buy some time. After the secret treasure was activated, it could take you all away. Hearing the words of the six-star martial emperor, a glimmer of hope for survival suddenly appeared in the desperate eyes of the strong from the underworld holy cult. They quickly took out the secret treasures of the holy cult from their bodies and swiftly set up a formation, creating a giant dragon made of bizarre black mist around them. Underworld Black Dragon Formation. Looking at the massive black dragon before him, the 12th Hall Master, Luo Tong, sighed coldly. Black snake, black dragon, black dragon. If you had condensed a black dragon today, I might not be able to break your formation. Unfortunately, with just a mere black dragon, I can barely withstand 3 of my blows. As soon as he finished speaking, the massive iron rod in the 12th Hall Master's hand fell. Boom! A violent shock quickly spread through the sky above Dan City. Crack! With just this one strike, the newly formed Underworld Black Dragon Formation instantly cracked open a gap. The strong from the Underworld Holy Cult changed their expressions upon seeing this. But before they could react again, the heavy iron rod in the 12th Hall Master's hand fell again. Since Yi Xian disappeared, quite a bit of time had passed. He urgently needed to ask these monsters from the Underworld Holy Cult about Yi Xian's whereabouts. This time, facing the massive iron rod in the 12th Hall Master's hand, not only did the entire Black Dragon Formation crack open quickly, but even the 12 martial kings maintaining the formation spat out blood together. The last blow, we can only endure this last blow. Seeing the 12th Hall Master Luo Tong swing his giant iron rod again, at that critical moment, the 6-star martial emperor of the Underworld Holy Cult finally activated the Black Pearl secret treasure in his hand. Upon seeing this, the 12 martial kings who were spitting blood burst forth with intense excitement and agitation in their eyes. But just as they thought they could finally escape today, the 6-star martial emperor who had been standing in the center suddenly vanished with a whoosh from the formation. The martial kings. After a brief moment of confusion, the abandoned martial kings of the Underworld Holy Cult felt as if they had been betrayed by the world. But undoubtedly, they were lucky, because in that instant of distraction, the 12th Hall Master Luo Tong's massive iron rod had already fallen from the sky. Rumble! The black dragon that had been coiling above their heads instantly shattered into pieces. They didn't even have a chance to curse, turning into powder along with the surrounding formation. In the distance above the sea, seeing the 12th Hall Master Luo Tong display such tremendous power, Zhao Kuo was practically fainting with excitement. The strong from my Xiantian divine path has arrived. Ha! You damn sea beasts, after surrounding Grandpa Zhao Kuo for so long. Now that the strong from my divine path has come, I will see how you die later. Zhao Kuo was truly in a miserable state. Surrounded and beaten by hundreds of martial sect sea beasts and over a dozen martial king sea beasts for so long on the surface of the sea. Even though he had a natural martial soul and bore 3 Huang-level secrets. At this moment, he was battered and bruised, looking like a beggar. No, even beggars fared better than him. At least they didn't have so many wounds that had burst open. The sea beasts that were surrounding Zhao Kuo were also startled. Just a moment ago, the 12th Hall Master Luo Tong displayed such terrifying holy realm power that even these low IQ sea beasts couldn't help but feel a shudder in their hearts. But just as Zhao Kuo regained his confidence and was feeling proud, the 12th Hall Master Luo Tong, who had been holding the iron rod in midair, suddenly vanished with a whoosh. Zhao Kuo. What the hell is going on? Can't he see that I'm being attacked by so many sea beasts alone? In fact, it wasn't that the 12th Hall Master Luo Tong couldn't see. He simply had no time to look. Yi Xian had disappeared, and the only clue was this group of monsters from the Underworld Holy Cult. Just now, one ran away. At this moment, the 12 Hall Master Luo Tong only wanted to catch that escaping demon from the Underworld Holy Church. He wanted to interrogate him fiercely. He wanted to ask him, where exactly did he hide Yi Xian? Only the little girl Ro Ruanji in Dan City looked thoughtfully at the 12 Hall Master Luo Tong, who was chasing out with an iron rod. My good friend found this protector for her wild man. Not good. Yixin clearly went missing right in her eyes. The strongest of those underworld holy church demons was only a 6-star martial emperor. If even a mere 6-star martial emperor could snatch Yi Xian away before the strong Ro Ruanji, who was half a step into the demigod realm, then as the proud owner of the Mayin Tower, she might as well find a block of tofu to die with. But the problem is, how did my good friend's wild man do something that even a 6-star martial emperor couldn't do? Yi Xian was just a 3-star martial king. But in the eyes of the little girl Ro Ruanji, he was no longer an ordinary 3-star martial king. The mystery surrounding the wild man is definitely getting deeper. At this moment, all of little girl Ro Ruanji's energy was focused on Yi Xian. No one cared about Zhao Kuo, who was being surrounded and beaten by sea beasts above the sea. Oh no, there were still people paying attention to him. For example, Liao Wuji, who was standing far away on the high buildings of Dan City. Zhao Kuo, you idiot! Liao Wuji had just investigated the situation of the sea beasts attacking Dan City. As a result, in the instant he turned around, that fool Zhao Kuo had actually drawn so many sea beasts from the seabed. Those martial zone-level sea beasts were one thing. There were actually so many king-level sea beasts. This won't do. This Dan City cannot be saved. I need to flee. Originally, when he saw the 12-hall master Luo Tong appear, Liao Wuji thought the situation in Dan City was finally coming to an end. Who would have thought that he didn't care about the sea beasts outside the city at all? Liao Wuji was not an idiot like Zhao Kuo. For a few flowers and a few compliments, one could fight with sea beasts. Moreover, Yi Xian and the little girl Ro Ruanji had not shown up since they separated. These two cunning ones definitely have something malicious planned. Just the sea beasts outside Dan City were enough to give anyone a headache. What if those two cunning ones did something devious? Just thinking about it made Liao Wuji feel a chill in his lower body. Just as Liao Wuji was preparing to get up and leave, in the distance, on the surface of the sea, Zhao Kuo, who was being attacked by sea beasts until he looked unrecognizable, suddenly seemed to find a savior. You're in trouble. My brother is here, Brother Liao. Come quickly to lend me a hand. Liao Wuji. Chapter 69, Difficult Brothers, you idiot. Damn you, Zhao Kuo, you idiot. Feeling the gaze of more than a dozen king-level sea beasts locking onto him, Liao Wuji almost wanted to kill that bastard Zhao Kuo. He just wanted to run quietly. What was wrong with that? Why did they have to go against him? Yi Xian and the little girl, those two cunning ones were one thing. Now even that fool Zhao Kuo was targeting him. Zhao Kuo was also helpless. With so many sea beasts surrounding him, he had thought a strong ally had come, but who knew the 12-hall master Luo Tong completely ignored him. If he didn't drag Liao Wuji into the water today, he would definitely be killed by these sea beasts. However, at that moment, as these difficult brothers were being attacked and chased by sea beasts, on the other side, the 12-hall master Luo Tong was chasing and finally caught up with the underworld Holy Church Martial Emperor who had used a Black Pearl treasure to leave Dan City. So this is a strong being in the sacred realm. Looking at the 12-hall master Luo Tong, who was closely chasing behind, the escaping underworld Holy Church Martial Emperor was taken aback. It really was terrifying. He had sacrificed teammates and barely escaped with a secret treasure. Unexpectedly, the 12-hall master Luo Tong behind me caught up so quickly. Don't come over. At this moment, the 6-star martial emperor of the underworld Holy Church has a flurry of panic in his heart. He really wants to sacrifice another wave of teammates. Unfortunately, his teammates were just sacrificed completely in Dan City. The monsters of the underworld Holy Church, stop right there. Hand over Yi Xian quickly, or I will not show mercy with my iron rod. In a moment of desperation, the 12-hall master had killed the 12 9-star martial kings of the underworld Holy Church with 3 strikes. Now, in front of him, only one 6-star martial emperor is left running away. This is his only hope of finding Yi Xian. The 12-hall master Luo Tong will never allow this monster of the underworld Holy Church to escape from his sight. However, his words made the fleeing martial emperor of the underworld Holy Church stunned. Yi Xian? Aren't you from the Xintian divine path, specifically targeting us to kill for that Yi Xian? Now you come to me asking for someone? How the hell would I know where Yi Xian is? The fleeing martial emperor of the underworld Holy Church feels like his brain is a mess like a jumbled mush. First, the sea beasts outside Dan City gathered for some unknown reason and attacked the city in groups. Then, their hiding place was discovered by others. Before they could figure out what was happening with their heavily injured companions being thrown out one after another, they were struck hard by the 12-hall master Luo Tong with his iron rod. Every single incident happened so strangely. There was no space left for anyone. The fleeing martial emperor of the underworld Holy Church vaguely senses that there seems to be an invisible dark hand manipulating everything behind the scenes. If at this moment what he is thinking was known by Yi Xian, who is closely following behind the two, he would definitely be unable to help but give him a thumbs up. You guessed all this? Your imagination is pretty strong. Yes, this hidden dark hand is indeed Yi Xian. He first let his little black pet attack the stronghold of the underworld Holy Church's black-clothed people under the cover of floating light and shadows, making them expose their whereabouts. Once these underworld Holy Church experts' movements are exposed, they will surely be discovered by the experts secretly sent by the God Path to protect Yi Xian. Since Yi Xian had already guessed that the Xiantian Divine Path was playing this hidden protection game with him, he naturally wouldn't miss the chance to fiercely deal with the underworld Holy Church. However, this is not all of Yi Xian's plan. Little Black, run faster. All right, brother. At this moment, Little Black was carrying Yi Xian with one hand, moving like the wind under the cover of floating light and shadows. I haven't seen such an exciting fight in a long time. Looking at the 12-hall Master Luo Tong chasing again, raising his long iron rod, the martial emperor of the underworld Holy Church was on the verge of disaster. Yi Xian hurriedly patted Little Black's head. Go help him. Okay, brother. Remember, don't hit too hard. Looking at Little Black darting away in an instant, Yi Xian quickly added a sentence. Brother, what did you say? I can't hear. Watching Little Black disappear in the blink of an eye, Yi Xian's face twitched slightly. Although the 12-hall Master Luo Tong is a Holy Realm expert, but Holy Realms have also not escaped being beaten by Little Black. Even those generation of ancestors of the Xiantian sect, who sat down in the secret realm of life and death, were scared to shiver by this girl. At this moment, Yi Xian could only silently pray in his heart that the 12-hall Master would pray for himself and not be punched to death by Little Black. Hey, monster of the underworld Holy Church, eat a bat from me, Luo Tong. The 12-hall Master Luo Tong swung his iron rod in midair. His idea was very simple. After all, he was inquiring for information, and as long as he didn't kill this monster of the underworld Holy Church, it would be fine. But just as his iron rod was about to fall, suddenly, an invisible gigantic force slammed heavy on his iron rod. What happened? The astonished 12th Hall Master, Luo Tong, felt his hands tingle, and the iron rod nearly slipped from his grip. In front of him, the martial emperor of the Netherworld Holy Cult was even more desperate. He thought he was on the brink of death, especially when he saw the enormous iron rod falling from the hands of the 12th Hall Master, Luo Tong. He had already experienced the power of this iron rod in Dan City. With his 6-star martial emperor strength, he definitely couldn't withstand it. Who would have thought that such a reversal would occur halfway through? As a powerful figure in the Holy Realm, how could the iron rod slip from my hands? After a brief moment of confusion, overwhelming joy followed the relief of surviving. If I don't run now, when will I? The martial emperor of the Netherworld Holy Cult had no time to ponder what was happening. He fiercely bit his finger and drew a mysterious blood rune in midair. In the next second, his speed bizarrely skyrocketed. This was a secret technique of the Netherworld Holy Cult that burned life essence to boost speed. Although the speed would increase several times in a very short time, the backlash was also significant. In the blink of an eye, the pursuing people from the Netherworld Holy Cult disappeared from sight, and Luo Tong felt a wave of anxiety in his heart. But every time he attempted to rush forward, an invisible massive force would push him back. The 12th Hall Master, Luo Tong, glanced around with a face full of suspicion. He was a Holy Realm expert. No one under Demigod could toy with him like this. Could it be that the Netherworld Holy Cult has dispatched demigods this time? Thinking of this, Luo Tong's expression changed abruptly. Demigod experts clearly exceeded his capabilities. But Yi Xian's disappearance was evidently related to the Netherworld Holy Cult. In that case, there's only one solution. He slowly took out the spirit talisman granted by the goddess of Xiao. Although the goddess of Xiao was at the peak of the Holy Realm, her divine bone was already over 90% awakened. Even facing a demigod, under her divine might, there would be nowhere to hide. Goddess, I call upon you. The 12th Hall Master Luo Tong threw the spirit talisman given by the goddess of Xiao high into the air, but just at that critical moment of calling the goddess, a strange scene occurred again. My spirit talisman. Luo Tong shouted in horror. Looking at the spirit talisman in front of him, which had almost eerily slipped from his control, he felt as if he might split apart. What on earth is it that can even steal the talisman granted by the goddess? However, compared to this moment, the ecstatic expression of the little black cat, who happily held the spirit talisman in front of Yi Xian, was completely joyful. Brother, look, I brought back a good thing. Seeing the glowing spirit talisman in the little black cat's hand, Yi Xian was momentarily stunned. This, you stole it from home, Master Luo? The little black cat nodded happily. Just as I thought. Yi Xian secretly covered his face. Whenever the little black cat made a move, regardless of friend or foe, they would find it hard to escape from her clutches. However, at this moment, Yixian couldn't care less about the spirit talisman lost by Home Master Luo, because in a flash, the martial emperor of the Netherworld holy cult who was escaping had already vanished without a trace. This guy's a part of my plan. Little black cat, it's time for you. Okay, brother. The little black cat played with the spirit talisman for a while. However, finding that this thing was utterly useless to eat, she directly tossed it to Yixian. Compared to this shiny object that she couldn't eat, the little black cat still preferred to beat people up. At the same time, on another front, the martial emperor of the Netherworld holy cult, who had finally escaped, glanced back and saw that the 12th Hall Master Luo Tong's figure was already out of sight. Did I successfully escape? Excitement, joy, and various other emotions erupted from deep within him. He truly hadn't expected to escape with his life today. Facing the pursuit of a Saint Realm powerful being, this was almost a situation of certain death. What was that Saint Realm powerful being from Xiantian Divine Path just now? Clearly, a Saint Realm powerful being with an iron rod in hand couldn't have been knocked away by himself. Could it be someone is secretly helping me? Thinking of this, the just escaped Yuming Saint Sect Martial Emperor's eyes burst out with intense surprise. Could it be the Holy Sun had already predicted we would encounter the pursuit of Xiantian Divine Path in Dancheng? The more he thought, the more he felt it was true. At this moment, his worship for the Holy Sun Xuanhu had reached its peak. The Holy Sun truly deserves to be one of the few who has comprehended the Yuming sacred canon the deepest in over 1,000 years. Apart from the Holy Master who had been in seclusion for many years, only Holy Sun Xuanhu had a profound understanding of the Yuming sacred canon. The status of Holy Sun Xuanhu in Yuming Saint Sect was so high not only because of his identity as a Holy Sun, but also because of his comprehension of the Yuming sacred canon, which was an important reason. It seems that when I return this time, I must get close to the Holy Sun. It'd be best to take some backdoor routes and build a better relationship with the Holy Sun. With such a powerful Holy Sun watching over me, my future cultivation path in Yuming Saint Sect will surely be smoother. He was so confident that even if the mission failed, he could still establish a good relationship with Holy Sun Xuanhu. The key point was that he held important information about Xiantian Divine Path. Xiantian Divine Path has given birth to an unprecedented genius that triggered the Golden Lotus phenomenon. For a task of this level, the Holy Sun would not only send us a few martial emperors and martial kings. So, this 6-star martial emperor from Yuming Saint Sect boldly speculated that even the Saint Sect could not confirm the authenticity of this news and thus sent them to investigate. Now, all those sent out have died, and I'm the only one who has survived. This was where his value lay. At this moment, this escaped Yuming Saint Sect 6-star martial emperor felt as if he had found the stabilizing anchor in his heart. The whole person felt light and free. It was just using a secret method, losing some vitality. Once I return to the Saint Sect and accomplish great things, the sect will naturally reward me with countless elixirs and precious treasures. Not only that, he could also significantly improve his relationship with Holy Sun Xuanhu. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel delighted in his heart. Just at that moment, a huge sword shadow fell from the sky, directly breaking his lofty thoughts. Who are you? Looking at the figure that suddenly appeared before him, the Yuming Saint Sect Martial Emperor frowned. This person's sharp eyebrows and piercing eyes gave off an extraordinary air, clearly not an ordinary person. One sword. The other party did not answer his question, but slowly raised a finger. What? The Yuming Saint Sect Martial Emperor had a face full of confusion. Receive one sword, and you can pass. The other party's calm words rang out again. Ha ha ha, just one sword. Isn't that too arrogant? Laughing wildly, the Yuming Saint Sect Martial Emperor looked at the opponent again. Although he was chased by the 12 Hall Masters, he was still a 6-star Martial Emperor. This person in front of him was mysterious, but the aura on him was far from reaching the Saint Realm. Since he was not a Saint Realm being, how could he possibly deal with a dignified 6-star Martial Emperor? Really? I've just been slightly injured, and all kinds of useless characters start appearing, thinking they can bully me. The 6-star Martial Emperor of Yuming Saint Sect glanced at the figure opposite him. Less chatter. If you don't draw your sword soon, I'm afraid you might never have the chance to draw your sword in this lifetime. He had been chased from Dancheng all the way to here. His heart had long been filled with pent-up anger. Now, it was just right that such a fool fell from the sky. Wasn't he just providing him a perfect outlet for his frustration? When the newcomer heard this, he chuckled lightly, and then a powerful, unmatched sword light was slashed out with bare hands. This sword light appeared to be unrivaled, with interweaving black and white shadows condensing at the sword's edge, but the Emperor-level strongman of the Netherworld holy teachings felt no danger at all beneath this sword light. Is this guy pretending to be strong on purpose when he's actually just a straw lantern? Being a 6-star Emperor of the Netherworld holy teachings, he naturally would not underestimate his opponent, as it seemed. Although the unexpected presence in front of him did not emit a sufficiently powerful aura, as a 6-star Emperor, he had always secretly activated his defensive treasures. But this kind of attack at this level? Don't mention breaking my defense. It might not even be able to cut my clothes. Just when the Emperor of the Netherworld holy teachings was full of doubt, his body suddenly felt a severe tearing force. Before he could react to what was happening, his right leg and arm were completely severed from his body under the sword light. How could this be? Amidst the scream, the Emperor of the Netherworld holy teachings was filled with shock. Just now, there was clearly no aura of danger from that strange sword light, yet his body had been torn apart by it. Throughout the entire process, his protective treasures did not respond at all. Who exactly are you? At this moment, having lost a leg and an arm, left as a cripple, the Emperor of the Netherworld holy teachings looked with horror at the figure before him. What kind of powerful person could launch an attack without making him feel any danger? However, in response to his question, the other party remained calm and carefree. My name does not change. My surname does not alter. I am Yu Chang Kong. Yu Chang Kong, the peerless talent of the Xiantian divine path from the upper 3 levels. Hearing the name Yu Chang Kong, the now crippled Emperor of the Netherworld holy teachings, lying in a pool of blood, suddenly changed his expression. As a 6-star Emperor of the Netherworld holy teachings, naturally, he would not be unfamiliar with the name Yu Chang Kong. Not only had he heard of this name, but he also had once deeply feared it. Compared to the upper 3 levels of the Xiantian divine path, the tasks of the middle and lower 3 levels could only be considered child's play. The upper 3 levels of the Xiantian divine path excel at hunting the top talents from other holy teachings and powerful divine forces in the central wilderness spirit domain. For hundreds of thousands of years, this form of hunting has long been tacitly accepted in the major holy places and divine paths of the central wilderness spirit domain. As long as the old-school saints and demigods of these major holy places do not intervene, the hunting between these top talents, no matter how chaotic it gets, none of the major forces will intervene. Like that famous Xiao goddess from the Xiantian divine path, who had once killed countless elite geniuses from various holy teachings during a hunt. To this day, she still holds a fearsome reputation among the major forces. Although Yu Chang Kong does not hold the same deterrent power as the Xiao goddess, he has risen swiftly in just 100 years, becoming the dark horse vying for the Son of Saint's throne in the Xiantian divine path. The key is that this person's methods are extremely ruthless. Talents from various holy teachings and divine paths in the central wilderness spirit domain, like the divine Beast Mountain and the Bai Bo Pond, have all had their geniuses die at his hands. Moreover, he possesses 2 incredibly powerful earth-tier secrets, which have been passed down from ancient times as the true god of yin and yang. Looking back at the strange black and white sword light that just slashed out, the Emperor of the Netherworld holy teachings, lying in the pool of blood, became increasingly convinced of Yu Chang Kong's identity. However, what he did not know was that the person standing before him was not Yu Chang Kong, but Yi Xian, who had transformed into Yu Chang Kong's appearance using floating light and shadow. Even the sword that severed his hands and feet just now was completed by Yi Xian with the cooperation of Xiao Haiba. That sword was just a powerless illusion. What truly tore off his hands and feet was actually Xiao Haiba. Since the last time at Zuni and Shindao, after devouring half of the fashang of the yin-yang fish's master, Yi Xian has not only been buried in hard cultivation for the past 2 months. The top genius of the upper 3 levels, Yu Chang Kong. Such a renowned top genius of the upper 3 levels is simply too big of a target. Even if he wants to hide, he cannot. It is truly too easy for Yi Xian to find out his identity in Zuanti and Shindao. Since he has clarified the identity of the yin-yang fish's master, Yi Xian will naturally not let go of this perfect opportunity to turn the tables. At this moment, Yi Xian looked at the opposite side with a faint smile, at the weak and crippled Hell Saint Church's martial emperor, as if he saw a grand play about to unfold. Feeling Yi Xian's gaze, the Hell Saint Church's martial emperor, who had already identified this person as Yu Chang Kong, could not help but change his expression. Not only did he fail to see through Yi Xian's fleeting illusion, but he instinctively understood that the strange sword light just now was due to Yu Chang Kong and his successful cultivation of a hidden technique, resulting in the sword light's restraint. I am a 6-star martial emperor, and yet his sword light could be restrained to this extent in front of me. Then his true strength must be terrifying. At this moment, collapsing in a pool of blood, the Hell Saint Church's martial emperor felt a wave of fear fill his heart. Alongside the fear, he was filled with confusion. The top geniuses of the upper 3 levels never participate in low-level guarding tasks. So why is this Yu Changkong here? If it were said that the appearance of Hall Master Luo Tong was to protect that person from Zentianshan Dao who had caused the Golden Lotus phenomenon, then Yu Changkong's appearance is entirely without reason. Amidst his inner confusion, the 6-star martial emperor of the Hell Saint Church fell into another round of speculation. The Zentianshan Dao and the Hell Saint Church are the same, with a competitive relationship among geniuses. This Yu Changkong, being a genius of the upper 3 levels, should be more nervous than anyone about the person who caused the Golden Lotus phenomenon in Zentianshan Dao. Unless, soon, it seemed that the martial emperor of the Hell Saint Church suddenly thought of something, and his expression changed dramatically. You are the one who caused the Golden Lotus phenomenon? Staring at the wildly imaginative martial emperor of the Hell Saint Church in front of him, Yi Xian was equally stunned. He genuinely did not expect the other party's imagination to reach such a level. He originally just wanted to create some falsehood to disturb the vision of the Hell Saint Church. By the way, he wanted to test a bit of Yu Changkong and the identity of the person hidden behind the Hell Saint Church. Unexpectedly, could there be such an unexpected harvest? Very soon, after reacting, Yi Xian looked at the Hell Saint Church's martial emperor who was wildly speculating, and a strange smile gradually appeared on his lips. Since you have discovered, I will no longer hide. Indeed, I am the unfathomable genius who caused the Golden Lotus phenomenon in Zentianshan Dao. You Hell Saint Church, this time in Dan City, luring the sea beast to attack the city, was also aimed at my substitute, wasn't it? Since you have already taken action against me, how can I just sit and wait? Indeed, the martial emperor of the Hell Saint Church had a look of discovering the truth of the matter. So Yi Xian is truly your substitute. We actually prepared for half a month to ambush a substitute, and it really is a failure. Oh, they had already begun preparing to ambush me half a month ago? Hearing this, Yi Xian couldn't help but smile in his heart. Indeed, the villains understand each other best. Yi Xian merely used a bit of strategy and revealed the truth that was mentioned by the other party. Now you realize, isn't it too late? Unfortunately, you no longer have the chance. Go to your behind-the-scenes person and give him a heads up. Your backstage supporter, at this moment, is probably still immersed in the false news released by the Divine Way, secretly rejoicing. Ha, what a bunch of foolish guys. Shut up. Who do you think you're to talk to our holy son? The strong warrior of the underworld holy teachings, lying in a pool of blood, suddenly raised his voice. You're just a mere talent from the Xintian Divine Way, a mere candidate among the top 3 talents. How can you be compared with our holy son? Even if our holy son is temporarily confused by your schemes, he will surely realize the truth very soon. Just wait. Our holy son will not let you off. Even if you kill me today, our holy son will surely not let you go. That 6-star martial emperor of the underworld holy teachings originally just wanted to scare Yu Changkong a bit before dying. Unexpectedly, he found that Yu Changkong was standing still, his brows slightly furrowed. Holy son? The Xuanhu holy son of the underworld holy teachings, famous in the central desolate spirit domain. When Yi Xian was still in the southern desolate domain, he was already well known. I didn't expect the one in the underworld holy teachings who wants to deal with me is actually him. If Yi Xian had offended someone else in the underworld holy teachings, it would be fine, but it was this person, the Xuanhu holy son, who ranks just below the underworld holy master, who has been in seclusion for many years. This Xuanhu holy son in the underworld holy teachings has vast power, second only to the underworld holy master. Yi Xian felt that as a villain, life was even tougher than the protagonist. Every day, he was targeted by others. But what can he do? He is just a small early boss, even the kind that gives the protagonist experience in the newbie village. If I had been given the identity of an ultimate big boss right from the start, would I have to work so hard? If it were that way, with just a casual glance, countless subordinates would rush to help him deal with these annoying guys. Just like that Xuanhu holy son. But even so, Yi Xian's pride remained unshaken. Even the little wife with the protagonist's halo has been made obedient by me. Why should I fear you, a holy son of the underworld holy teachings? Even though the current status and strength of the Xuanhu holy son were an insurmountable mountain in front of Yi Xian, he was confident that as long as he was given enough time, with his golden finger that can stack buffs infinitely, he would eventually be able to empty out this mountain. Destiny Awakened successfully plundered the villain supporting character's luck value. Great Dao Luck +1, +1, +2, +3, Yi Xian. Villain supporting character? What does that mean? Could this Xuanhu holy son be A dark version of the little healer? Chapter 72. The Holy Sun's Thoughts, Eerie and Unpredictable. Yi Xian really didn't expect that the script would not only give him a Xiao Huahua version of a fiancé, but now even a dark male version of a little healer has come knocking at his door. I thought they were targeting me. After a long time, it turned out that Yi Xian had changed his villainous fate, and along with that, the fate of the little wife, the destined heroine, had also changed. Although Yi Xian was unclear about how the Xuanhu Holy Sun should originally appear in the little wife's side in the storyline, but it was obvious that as the destined heroine, the little wife certainly wouldn't have just one Xuanhu Holy Sun like this as a male supporting character by her side. Now that the dark version of the little healer has appeared, it is highly likely that a male version of Shao Suner, male version of Yifei, male version of Z, and even a male version of Queen Medusa could appear in the future. Yi Xian originally thought that his daily stream of letters had completely locked down the little wife. But now it seems there seem to be many competitors. However, just thinking about these competitors ultimately becoming the tools for Yi Xian to plunder luck made him feel a wave of relief in his heart. At this moment, the strong warrior of the underworld holy teachings lying in the pool of blood still didn't realize that deep in Yi Xian's heart, due to the golden sphere's hint, a world-changing upheaval is happening. Seeing Yi Xian's silent face, standing still without saying a word, the six-star martial emperor of the underworld holy church flashed a trace of determination in his eyes, like a warrior about to nobly face death. Anyway, I can't escape today. At worst, I will die under your sword. But I want to tell you, our holy sun will never let you go. He will definitely flay you alive to comfort the loyal souls of our holy church sacrificed by your hands. Lying in a pool of blood, the six-star martial emperor originally thought he was dead. But just now, he unexpectedly discovered that this Yu Chong Kong seemed particularly interested in the Holy Sun Xianhua. Every time he uttered the words Holy Sun, the other person would pause for a moment. Whether it was due to interest or fear, anyway, this gave him a glimmer of hope for survival. Our Holy Sun's martial arts are powerful. He stepped into the holy realm 1,000 years ago. His underworld holy scripture is unmatched. At this moment, he exerted all his strength, constantly diverting Yu Chong Kong's attention with the matter of Holy Sun Xianhua. Meanwhile, he secretly took out a black orb, silently gathering energy. I'm telling you, don't doubt it. Although you are a top talent in the third layer of the Xiantian Divine Way, in front of our Holy Sun, you are nothing. As long as our Holy Sun wishes, a mere sneeze could make you bleed from all 7 orifices. He spoke endlessly, transforming from a 6-star martial emperor into a 6-star chatterbox. Seeing the black orb in his hand accumulate energy, a hint of joy flashed in the eyes of the martial emperor of the underworld holy church lying in a pool of blood. He could no longer hold back his inner excitement. The moment the black orb activated in his hand, his whole person disappeared with a whoosh. Yi Xian stood in place the entire time, watching the other's departure, completely lacking any thoughts of stopping or pursuing. Brother, why didn't you kill him just now? Hearing the question from Xiao Haiba, Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. What's the point of killing him? Letting him live is where the real fun begins. Let's go, Xiao Haiba. I'll take you back to Dan City for a good meal. Since Yi Xian said so much and Xiao Haiba couldn't understand, it was better to take her to eat something, as that was more persuasive. Sure enough, upon hearing about the food, Xiao Haiba's eyes lit up. Great, there's food to eat now. However, what Yi Xian was thinking in his heart was how to seize all the fortune from the official male lead, Xianhua. Meanwhile, with that 6-star martial emperor of the underworld holy church who luckily escaped, under Yi Xian, he returned smoothly to the underworld holy church. The entire headquarters of the underworld holy church was stirred up by a storm. What did you say? Yu Chong Kong is the one who caused the golden lotus phenomenon in the Xiantian Divine Way. Hearing this news, the Holy Sun Xianhua almost killed the 6-star martial emperor who relayed the message with a slap. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Holy Sun, there is nothing impossible. Indeed, the Xiantian Divine Way already has a true divine figure, the goddess Xiao. If another such prodigy arises, after he rises, our entire underworld holy church might have to bow to him. Holy Sun, better safe than sorry. Our underworld holy church must take precautions. Looking at the surrounding elders of the underworld holy church crowding around, Xianhua truly felt like swearing. Yu Chong Kong was a split body he had created from the 9 mysteries returning to one technique. How could he not know whether Yu Chong Kong triggered the golden lotus phenomenon? And that earlier 6-star martial emperor said he was intercepted by Yu Chong Kong midway? That was even more absurd. Ever since Yu Changkong was intercepted from the Yin secret vault last time, he had been in closed-door cultivation to heal and stabilize his cultivation. How could he go and intercept anyone? But these were things Xianhua couldn't say. The 9 mysteries returning to one was his strongest trump card learned from the underworld Holy Scripture. If this trump card is exposed, not only will Yu Changkong be in danger, but also his avatars lurking in other major sacred teachings and divine paths will face peril. I say it's impossible, and it is impossible. There is no need to discuss this further. Looking at the reaction of the Holy Son of Xuanhu, the 6-star martial emperor, who was still kneeling on the ground, waiting for praise, was suddenly stunned. He had lost an arm and a leg, and the information he had finally obtained was just tossed aside? Absolutely not. Holy Son, I dare to guarantee with my life that this news is absolutely true. You didn't see it, but that Yu Changkong, under a single sword strike, how much he controlled the light of that sword. In my opinion, his Yin secret concealment has already reached the peak. This matter concerns the foundation of our Yuming sacred teaching in the central wilderness spirit domain, and we cannot overlook such a significant disaster as Yu Changkong due to a moment of kindness. Damn it, I merely sent out an avatar. How did it become the greatest disaster of the Yuming sacred teaching? At this moment, looking at the 6-star martial emperor on the ground, crying and wailing, the Holy Son of Xuanhu truly wanted to twist his head off. Holy Son, although Gui Mu is just a 6-star martial emperor, his words are quite reasonable. If Yu Changkong really caused the Golden Lotus phenomenon, our Yuming sacred teaching must eliminate him. Subordinate agrees. I also agree. Looking at the elders of the sacred teaching standing up one by one, the Holy Son of Xuanhu clenched his fists tightly. Are you sincerely trying to annoy me? Just when the Holy Son of Xuanhu was ready to demonstrate his power and silence these gossiping elders with his status, a decaying, frightening aura suddenly came from deep within the sacred teaching. Causing the Golden Lotus phenomenon is a great enemy to our sacred teachings. This person cannot be kept. The short sentence, formed by condensed aura, appeared in the eyes of the elders of the Yuming sacred teaching like a divine decree descending from the heavens. We obey the command of the Holy Master. The Holy Son of Xuanhu looked at the black characters in the air, his eyes rounded in disbelief. He never expected that this matter would even awaken the Holy Master, who had closed himself off for many years. Although the Holy Son of Xuanhu held a high position in the Yuming sacred teaching, as a Holy Son, he did not dare to contradict the Holy Master's orders. But if he does not contradict, am I supposed to personally slay my own avatar? The Holy Son of Xuanhu felt like he had just swallowed a lump of excrement, which he couldn't swallow down or spit out. It's all that useless dog's fault. What kind of false news did he bring back? Yu Changkong can cause the Golden Lotus phenomenon? I must be dreaming. I could wake up laughing. The 6-star martial emperor, kneeling on the ground, called Gui Mu by the elders, initially had a face full of joy upon seeing the Holy Master's decree. But immediately after, he felt the Holy Son of Xuanhu's gaze, which seemed to want to skin him alive. How strange. I clearly brought back a huge piece of good news. Why does the Holy Son of Xuanhu look at me as if he wishes I were dead? After thinking for a long time and unable to understand, Gui Mu could only sigh inwardly. The thoughts of the Holy Son are truly unpredictable. Chapter 73, A Secretive Scheme. Male supporting characters luck plunder successful. Great Tao luck +3, +5, +5, +6. Looking at the constantly increasing Great Tao luck within him, Yixian felt like he was about to burst with joy. It seems that in addition to writing letters to my little darling wife, I now have another exclusive channel to gain Great Tao luck. Yixian thought happily. As Yixian encounters more and more official supporting characters in the future, the chances for him to plunder luck will continue to increase. Who knows? I might even meet an official destined male lead. At this moment, Yixian felt like a villain stealing love, just thinking of the official male lead. Watching his little darling wife fall into the arms of a villain, with spring in her eyes, made Yixian feel an unprecedented intense satisfaction in his heart. Yixian not only wants to take their luck, he also wants to sleep with their women. What dark version of the little medical fairy? What male version of Yifei, Zixian Medusa, dare to compete with Yixian for women? All of them, bring them to me. Meanwhile, on the other side, above Dan City, looking at the hurried return of the 12 Hall Masters, Luo Tong, and the sea beasts scattered and returning to the sea, Zhao Kuo and Liao Wuji were almost heartbroken. Why did you come so late? These two difficult brothers were almost beaten to death by the sea beasts above Dan City. At this moment, both of them had swollen faces. It was hard to recognize them as human. Unfortunately, the 12 Hall Master, Luo Tong, had no time to care for these two guys who were beaten like grandsons by the sea beasts. Hurrying back to Dan City, his mind was filled with how to find clues about Yi Xian's disappearance. Since the only clue, the six-star martial emperor of the underworld sacred sect, had already escaped from him under the obstruction of a mysterious strongman, then I can only see if there are any traces left in the city. Because the spirit talisman was taken away, the 12-hall master, Luo Tong, had lost contact with the goddess. At this moment, Luo Tong was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. He arrived at the location where the previous few underworld sacred sect demons appeared, preparing to investigate where this group of demons hid before. To his surprise, he happily discovered two seriously injured underworld sacred sect powerhouses lying on the ground, spitting blood. Alive? Not dead yet. This discovery made the 12-hall master, Luo Tong, extremely happy. What is called finding what was lost. What is called seeing hope in despair. The 12-hall master, Luo Tong, felt that happiness came too suddenly. He was about to go up and question these two underworld sacred sect demons to see if he could find some clues about Yi Xian. Who knew? Just then, a little lowly Ro Ruanji walked out from the next room with a suspicious face. Did you hurt these two? The 12-hall master, Luo Tong, looked at little lowly Ro Ruanji in shock. These two underworld sacred sect demons on the ground. One was a 9-star martial king, and the other had even reached the 6-star martial emperor level. How could this little lowly injure them? What is her background? If it weren't for the higher-ups of the divine path giving a heads up, he would almost think that little lowly Ro Ruanji was an unparalleled powerhouse lurking in the Xian Tian divine path of another force. Don't look at me. These two have nothing to do with me. They were already lying there when I arrived. Hearing this, the 12-hall master, Luo Tong, finally let out a sigh of relief. But soon, his relief turned back into tension. No way. If the little lowly Ro Ruanji didn't injure these two underworld sacred sect demons, then who could have hurt them? Could it be that there's still a mysterious powerhouse lurking in Dan City that I have not discovered? Compared to the anxious 12-hall master, Luo Tong, little lowly Ro Ruanji also had many questions she couldn't understand deep inside. Aside from the 12-hall master, Luo Tong and her, there were no other sacred realms present in Dan City. At this point, as the owner of the main building, little lowly Ro Ruanji knew better than anyone. But since there are no extra sacred realms here, then who could it be? Who injured these two underworld sacred sect powerhouses? Regarding this question, little lowly Ro Ruanji had already interrogated these two underworld sacred sect powerhouses before the 12-hall master, Luo Tong, arrived. But the conclusion drawn was, a 9-star martial king, plus a 6-star martial emperor, actually don't even know who injured them. If it weren't for little lowly Ro Ruanji, using secret methods to check they weren't lying, she would almost doubt if these two guys were deliberately fooling her. Could it be that? In the mind of the little girl Ro Ruanji, a most unlikely possibility flashed quickly. Is it my best friend's wild man? But isn't he a 3-star martial king? How could a 3-star martial king defeat a 9-star martial king, plus a 6-star martial emperor? The key is that these two didn't even see clearly who defeated them. And now, they ended up like this. However, she thought again. Yi Xian, this 3-star martial king, had just quietly disappeared without a trace under the eyes of her best friend, who stood at the peak of the holy realm, half a step into the demigod territory. Moreover, this wild man, just like my best friend, tested golden lotus flowers on the heavenly ladder. Ro Ruanji didn't know the secrets of Yi Xian, but her best friend had many mysteries that ordinary people could hardly understand. If the wild man has similar mysteries, then everything could indeed be done by him. After turning it over in her mind, the little girl Ro Ruanji ultimately still locked her target on Yi Xian. It's a pity I was here worrying about the wild man's safety, and he was having a great time himself. Little girl Ro Ruanji stomped her foot in her heart. At this moment, not only did she feel that the two injured strong members of the ghostly sacred sect lying on the ground were related to Yi Xian, but even the suddenly vanishing sea beast in the sky above Dan City, she felt couldn't be unrelated to Yi Xian. Especially when she saw Zhao Kuo and Liao Wuji, who had been beaten to a pulp by the sea beast. Who else but my best friend's wild man would be so bored to beat these two fools like this? Just as little girl Ro Ruanji was thinking this, a figure suddenly walked slowly towards her from afar. Yi Xian! The moment she recognized Yi Xian's identity, the 12th Hall Master Luo Tong was so excited that he nearly cried. He thought Yi Xian had been captured by the monsters of the ghostly sacred sect. He felt immense self-reproach. Protecting Yi Xian was a task personally entrusted to him by the goddess Xia. If Yi Xian had really been captured by the monsters of the ghostly sacred sect, how could he face the goddess and the entire Xian Tian divine path? Thank heavens, Yi Xian is fine, That's really great. In contrast, the little girl had a twisted expression staring at Yi Xian. Brother Yi Xian is so amazing. I've been looking for you for so long, and you just showed up now. Are you secretly doing something shameful? Little did she know, Yi Xian acted unusually. Well, it's indeed something shameful, so I want to do it sneakily. Looking at Yi Xian, who admitted so directly, little girl Ro Ruanji's eyes widened. She thought Yi Xian would at least try to evade or dodge, but she didn't expect him to admit it so straightforwardly. So, does that mean these two on the ground were hurt by you? Upon hearing little girl Ro Ruanji's question, the 12th Hall Master Luo Tong was startled. He really hadn't thought about it in that direction. That's why he was shocked. Why would little girl think that these two strong members of the ghostly sacred sect were injured by Yi Xian? I guess yes. Yi Xian responded with a deep gaze and a smile. Little girl Ro Ruanji. 12th Hall Master Luo Tong. The little girl was stunned because of Yi Xian's reply. Hall Master Luo Tong was the same. However, the reasons for their shock were completely different. The little girl was stunned because of Yi Xian's sincerity. Having done so many things secretly, he hadn't even denied it half-heartedly. He was answering her questions. The honest little girl Ro Ruan Ji couldn't help but question in her heart, was my best friend's wild man brewing some plot again? On the other hand, Hall Master Luo Tong's astonishment was quite simple. Yi Xian, you weren't joking with me just now, right? That a 9-star martial king and another 6-star martial emperor. Your cultivation. The 12th Hall Master didn't finish his sentence completely. You a trashy 3-star martial king could defeat a 9-star martial king and a 6-star martial emperor? Nonsense. Even though Yi Xian had once triggered the Golden Lotus phenomenon on the heavenly ladder. But how could a 3-star martial king possess such strength to do all this? Sigh, looks like I've been too low-key usually. Yi Xian feigned a look of distress. In the next second, a wave of divine might erupted from inside Yi Xian, condensing into a terrifying and mysterious formation in the surrounding air. This is the divine might great formation. The 12th Hall Master, Luo Tong, stared wide-eyed in shock. As the Hall Master of the Divine Path Hall, Luo Tong naturally was not unfamiliar with the divine might great formation. Your divine bone has transformed to over 50%. Faced with the shocked gaze of the 12th Hall Master, Luo Tong, Yi Xian neither confirmed nor denied it. However, this scene just happened to fall into the eyes of Zhao Kuo and Liao Wujin, who were returning from midair, looking like beaten pigs after being flattened by the sea beasts. Even though Liao Wujin had chosen to lay flat, when he saw this scene, he couldn't help but feel a wave of heartache. Zhao Kuo felt even more. He should have been a lofty Zhao family genius, but after entering the Xiantian divine path, he had been hit repeatedly by Yi Xian. At this moment, looking at Yi Xian, shining brilliantly within the divine might great formation, Zhao Kuo's eyes were filled with endless pain and jealousy, especially when he recalled how he was surrounded by sea beasts just moments ago, and how Luo Tong ignored him completely. This Xiantian divine path, it's no big deal if I don't enter. On the contrary, the little girl, Ruanji, had not shown much change in her emotions from beginning to end. It seemed as if everything happening to Yi Xian was supposed to be like this. A wild man chosen by a good girlfriend is certainly not an ordinary person. As the plan of the ghostly underworld sacred church to ambush Yi Xian failed, the sea beast crisis in Dan City was thus lifted. On the way back to the Xiantian divine path, Zhao Kuo felt more and more frustrated the more he thought about it. Clearly, he was the one who withstood the sea beast attack above Dan City. How did this magnificent achievement of the protective task fall onto Yi Xian's head? He said that he injured those two strong members of the ghostly underworld sacred church, and you all believed him? How could a 3-star martial king defeat a 9-star martial king and a 6-star martial emperor? Are you all pig brains? Do you believe everything he says? Even though Yi Xian publicly activated the divine might great formation, Zhao Kuo still could not bring himself to believe the facts. In fact, it was not that he could not believe, but that he was unwilling to believe. To believe that Yi Xian was stronger than him, the talent of Zhao Kuo was just trash in front of Yi Xian. Liao Wujin remained silent as usual. However, in his dictionary, besides avoiding Yi Xian and the little girl Ruanji, there was now one more entry. That was the fool Zhao Kuo. This idiot brings trouble upon himself and blames others. If it weren't for Zhao Kuo, could Liao Wujin have been beaten so badly by sea beasts in Dan City? In contrast, the little girl Ruanji had been staring at Yi Xian the whole time. More than the divine might great formation opened in Dan City, she was more curious about how Yi Xian, as a 3-star martial king, managed to slip away under her watchful eyes, just one step away from the pinnacle of the demigod realm. As for Yi Xian, he completely ignored the gazes cast at him from around. This trip to Dan City was simply a massive gain for him. Not only did he snatch 2 6-star Martial Emperor storage rings, but he also robbed a wave of great fortune from the Saint Son of Xianhua. Speaking of which, a small incident happened on his way back to Dan City. The daughter of the mermaid, who was stolen away by the strong members of the ghostly underworld sacred church, was actually sealed in that fleeing 6-star Martial Emperor storage ring. Although this mermaid was truly enormous, Yi Xian had no place to keep her. Fortunately, he just let the little black handle it. Send the mermaid's daughter back to reunite with her mother. Brother, these things are really delicious. Yi Xian looked down at the little black bar beside him, enjoying various mortal delicacies, with a satisfied smile on his face. He never expected that these mortal foods would be so attractive to the little black bar. It seems that in the future, the feeding cost can be reduced even more from this aspect. It's not that Yi Xian was stingy, it was just that the feeding costs for the little black bar were too high. In just 2 short months, the spiritual pills and potions given to Yi Xian by the master of Xiantian had been almost eaten up by the little black bar. But who among the crowd was the most troubled? That would be the 12th Hall Master, Luo Tong. The goddess had sent him to protect Yi Xian, to guard the unparalleled beauty of Yi Xian's golden lotus. But now it seemed, I simply cannot conceal Yi Xian's speed of growth. The 12th Hall Master, Luo Tong, felt more and more that someone like Yi Xian was like a firefly in the dark night sky, shining brightly no matter where he hid. However, just as Luo Tong was leading everyone back to the divine path, in the upper 3 layers of the Xiantian divine path, with a strange vortex swirling in the mountains, Yu Changkong, with a twisted face, slowly opened his eyes from his meditation. 2 months, a full 2 months, my cultivation has finally stabilized. During these 2 months, Yu Changkong had nearly exhausted all his chaotic primal energy to stabilize himself after being devoured by someone else. Even so, his cultivation had still explosively fallen back to the level of the 3-star Martial Emperor. Don't let me find out who did this, otherwise, Yu Changkong, will never forgive you. Angry roars echoed in the cave, where Yu Changkong was in seclusion. At this moment, Yu Changkong suddenly received a secret voice transmission from his main body, the Holy Son of Xianshu. After hearing the content of the transmission, his face instantly darkened. Yi Xian. Chapter 75. Identity Exposed, Enemies Approach. It's time for another round of 10 consecutive draws. Yi Xian looked at the golden sphere, where the fortune of the Tao plundered from the Holy Son of Xianshu resided, and a smile briefly flashed in his eyes. With the previous critical strike from his little wife, due to her guilt, Yi Xian now had as much as 1069 points of Tao fortune. He gently tapped the option for 10 consecutive draws, and the next second, the lottery pointer on the golden sphere began to spin rapidly. As the pointer slowly came to a stop, 10 golden treasure chests appeared in Yi Xian's sight. No diamond treasure chest? Yi Xian was slightly taken aback, then quickly regained his composure. It seems that the previous continuous draws of the diamond treasure chest were indeed based on a lot of luck. Yi Xian seemed to understand why a new option for a diamond flying lock had appeared in the golden sphere. However, he didn't take this matter to heart. Although this time, he drew 10 golden treasure chests. The golden treasure chest still had enough benefits for Yi Xian at this moment. Soon, as the 10 golden treasure chests slowly opened, Yi Xian obtained 2 drops of divine blood, 3 Tao fruits, and a momentary elixir. Overall, the harvest this time is pretty good. As for the Tao fruits, let's not even mention them. Yi Xian's divine bones had already improved to 43%, even though the effectiveness of the Tao fruits diminished as the divine bones improved. But 3 Tao fruits were enough to elevate Yi Xian's divine bones to around 50%. As for those 2 drops of divine blood, needless to say, after just using a single drop of divine blood, his physical body had already surpassed the ancient body, reaching the level of the holy body. If he were to absorb and refine these 2 drops of divine blood from the reward space together, at the very least, it should reach the mid-grade holy body level, right? After the ancient body is the sacred body, and the sacred body is divided into 3 grades, upper, middle, and lower. To reach the middle grade sacred body, the physical strength must be at least 1 whole realm stronger than those of the same level warriors. The primary sacred body allows Yi Xian to push through in the martial king realm even without using any cultivation. Reaching the intermediate sacred body means that even if a martial emperor wants to harm Yi Xian face to face, it won't be an easy task. As for the instant recovery pill, Yi Xian hasn't used it yet. But this kind of thing is originally prepared for extreme emergencies. Every additional pill is like having an extra life. Alright, as for the results of this mission, I will report to the Divine Hall according to your individual performances. If there's nothing else, you can go back first. Soon, the 12 Hall Masters returned to the Xiantian Divine Mountain, and Luo Tong casually commanded before vanishing with a whoosh. Regarding the news of the Netherworld sacred sect appearing in Dan City, he had already informed the goddess during the return journey using secret methods. However, he felt it was still necessary to meet goddess Shi Yao in person. Yi Xian was growing too fast, and as his protector, Luo Tong gradually felt an inner struggle, believing he was unable to keep up. Watching Hall Master Luo Tong leave, Zhao Kuo was the first to remain silent and return to his bamboo cottage. He was too furious. Why did Yi Xian have the right to launch the Divine Might Formation? A perfect protective mission turned into Yi Xian taking the lead. At this moment, Zhao Kuo felt like a clown. Yes, a clown who was embarrassed in front of everyone. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, as well was Liao Wuji. He had been beaten too badly by the sea beasts. Even though on the way back, Hall Master Luo Tong had already given them elixirs to reduce their swelling, he still felt a thorn stuck in his heart. The famed strongest successor of the Martial Saint Pavilion in the Western Wilderness could actually be beaten by a group of sea beasts during a protective mission, and it happened in front of so many people in Dan City. If this matter spread back to the Western Wilderness, how could Liao Wuji show his face? The key is, if the person who secretly plotted against him was Yi Xian or that cunning little girl from the Northern Wilderness, that would be acceptable. But it was Zhao Kuo, that idiot. At this moment, Liao Wuji desperately needed to return to his bamboo cottage to calm his heart, to prevent himself from doing something impulsive, like attacking his fellow disciple. Since everyone is going back, then I will go back too. Among the three, Yi Xian was probably the most eager to return to the bamboo cottage. He had just completed 10 consecutive draws and now needed time to enjoy these rewards and improve his cultivation. As for the little girl, Ruoruanji, she had disappeared shortly after Hall Master Luo Tong. However, for Yi Xian, who had long become accustomed to the mystery about her, it didn't matter at all. As long as this little girl didn't come to bother him and disrupt his normal buff stacking, Yi Xian couldn't care less about her true identity. Yet, just when everyone was heading home, on the upper 3 floors, Yu Changkong heard that he was marked as the #1 hunting target of the Netherworld Sacred Sect, and his heart was furious to the extreme. At this moment, he felt a surge of anger and frustration. He was clearly the avatar of the Xuanhu Sacred Sun. One person beneath the Netherworld Sacred Sect stood above 10,000. Yet he was targeted by his own people. But could he say anything? He couldn't. His yin-yang hidden treasure had just backfired, and his cultivation was less than half of its peak, leaving him with barely the strength of a 3-star martial emperor. In this situation, if his identity was exposed, the first one to be targeted by the Xintian Divine Path would be him, Yu Changkong. I have worked hard in the Xintian Divine Path for many years, and I must not let my efforts go to waste. After thinking it over, Yu Changkong could only channel all his anger towards Yi Xian. If the fools sent by the Xuanhu Sacred Sun, if it weren't for going to Dan City to deal with Yi Xian, he wouldn't have been discovered by the powerful forces of the Xintian Divine Path, and wouldn't have run into that bastard impersonating his name. Speaking of which, Yu Changkong was also extremely frustrated. The person who secretly devoured his yin-yang fish dharma form had yet to be found. Right after that, someone impersonated him and caused such a blunder in Dan City. At this moment, Yu Changkong urgently needed a target to vent his anger. And Yi Xian was that target. Calculating, the top-tier geniuses who went to Dan City to execute the path-guarding mission should have returned to the Divine Mountain. If that's the case, let me confront you, Yi Xian, and see what skills you possess to make a clone from the Xintian sect fall to your hands. Thinking of this, Yu Changkong didn't say a word and shot into the sky, heading straight for the lower 3 layers. This aura is Yu Changkong. He has exited his seclusion. From his appearance, it seems he is heading for the lower 3 layers. Lower 3 layers? What is Yu Changkong doing in such a place? The top-tier geniuses in the upper 3 layers were always keeping an eye on each other. Last time, although Yu Changkong's yin-yang fish dharma form had failed and he was hurt in backlash, he was still a formidable opponent in the eyes of many upper 3-layer geniuses. Now, seeing Yu Changkong's actions so unusual, they couldn't help but use their divine senses to follow him. Soon, surrounded by the energy of yin and yang, Yu Changkong arrived near the bamboo house where Yi Xian lived. Yi Xian, get out here! Chapter 76. Increase the Fun, Divine Might Dharma Form. Originally, Zhao Kuo, who was feeling gloomy alone in the bamboo house, was taken aback by the angry voice outside, and then joy surged in his heart. Ha! Yi Xian, you guy, truly annoying everywhere. Someone has come to your door so quickly. After this string of events, Zhao Kuo realized that he had no hope of dealing with Yi Xian anymore. Just when he was feeling downcast, an enemy had come to find Yi Xian. Although I, Zhao Kuo, can't take care of you, the Xintian Divine Path has countless geniuses. I don't believe there isn't anyone who can handle you. Excited, Zhao Kuo rushed out of the bamboo house first. But when he saw who it was, his surprise turned into wild joy. Yu Changkong. It was actually Yu Changkong coming personally? Could it be that Yu Changkong knew about Zhao Kuo's recent grievances in the lower 3 layers and specially came to vent for him? The surprise came too suddenly, and Zhao Kuo was already a bit overly excited. He strode toward Yu Changkong, just as he was about to pour out his grievances to Yu Changkong, who knew that at this moment, a huge hand formed from the energies of yin and yang suddenly slammed him down to the ground. You are Yi Xian? Zhao Kuo. Looking at Yu Changkong glaring at him with a gaze as if he wanted to tear him apart, Zhao Kuo was completely stunned. In the Eastern Wilderness region, the invincible Zhao family, he had only allied with Yu Changkong not long ago. Zhao Kuo, in order to prove himself, had even gone to provoke Yi Xian as soon as he arrived at the Xintian Divine Path. But what was going on now? Yu Changkong didn't even recognize Zhao Kuo. In fact, it was not Yu Changkong's fault. Who is Yu Changkong? A top-tier genius from the upper 3 layers. He had hunted countless other genius powers. Just a small Zhao family from the Eastern Wilderness. Yu Changkong only needed to send someone to notify them. Why would he personally go to ally with them? Since he hadn't visited the Zhao family, naturally, he couldn't recognize Zhao Kuo. Zhao Kuo could have come out earlier or later, but he happened to run out at the moment Yu Changkong furiously called Yi Xian's name. This cannot be blamed for such a huge blunder. As Yu Changkong's enormous hand, condensed from yin and yang energy, pressed Zhao Kuo to the ground, a huge piercing bone nail began to form above him, scaring Zhao Kuo to the point of losing his soul. Where else could he care about why Yu Changkong didn't recognize him? Such a small matter. You loud others, there's a mistake. I am not Yi Xian, I am Zhao Kuo from the Zhao family in the Eastern Wasteland. Under the suppression of the yin-yang giant hand, Zhao Kuo desperately twisted his body, shouting loudly. Eastern Wasteland, Zhao family, Zhao Kuo. Upon hearing this, Yu Changkong frowned. Isn't this the pawn he had chosen from the 4 great wastelands to deal with Yi Xian? So much time has passed, and Yi Xian is still doing well in the Xintian Divine Path. This Eastern Wasteland Zhao family is indeed a bunch of useless people. In a fit of anger, Yu Changkong couldn't be bothered to give Zhao Kuo another look, casually tossing Zhao Kuo aside. The scene before him was just seen by Liao Wujia, who had just come out of the bamboo hut. I am not Yi Xian. I am Liao Wujia from the Western Wasteland. To avoid another similar blunder, Liao Wujia quickly reported his name as soon as he appeared. Where is Yi Xian? Tell him to come out. Yu Changkong didn't care about the Eastern Wasteland or Western Wasteland. His goal today was very simple, just one person. That is Yi Xian. Feeling the explosive martial emperor aura from Yu Changkong, Liao Wujia broke out in a cold sweat. Damn, this is just too terrifying. How did Yi Xian provoke such a top-tier guy? Liao Wujia felt he shouldn't have come out of the bamboo hut. At that moment, a lazy voice floated out from the neighboring bamboo hut. Who is it? Looking for me? Are you Yi Xian? Seeing Yi Xian slowly walk out of the bamboo hut, Yu Changkong immediately questioned him. If there is no other Yi Xian nearby, then I must be the Yi Xian you're looking for. Yi Xian nodded slightly. Very good. Today, the one I am looking for is indeed you, this Yi Xian. Seeing Yi Xian admit it outright, Yu Changkong no longer bothered to waste words with him. The giant hand gathered from the yin-yang secret dwellings reached directly for Yi Xian. Is Yu Changkong crazy? He's actually going to attack a lower-tier genius? And it looks like he is very angry. Could it be that he has suffered a loss at the hands of this lower-tier genius? That shouldn't be possible. Not to mention the lower tier, even the middle-tier geniuses would be a bunch of trash in front of the top tier. At this moment, the top-tier geniuses secretly observing with their divine senses were filled with doubt. Yet, Zhao Kuo, witnessing this scene, felt an unspeakable sense of pleasure. Although he had just been upset by the blunder made by Yu Changkong, seeing him go after Yi Xian suddenly made him feel better. Haha, Yi Xian, you also have today. A top-tier genius was personally taking action. In Zhao Kuo's eyes, there was absolutely no chance for Yi Xian to turn the tables. Not only Zhao Kuo thought so, but the other top-tier geniuses who followed with their divine senses shared the same sentiment. In fact, many top-tier geniuses already found this situation uninteresting. They thought that with Yu Changkong's imposing manner, what kind of hidden secret could there be in confronting a mere lower-tier genius? Unexpectedly, it was just a deal with a trivial lower-tier genius. With this time to chatter, he might as well go into seclusion and deepen his understanding of the secret dwellings. But just then, an unexpected scene happened. As Yu Changkong's giant hand was about to suppress Yi Xian, a brilliant golden light suddenly erupted from Yi Xian's body. This is the divine might formation. Watching the yin-yang giant hand being pierced by the golden light, the top-tier geniuses who were about to retract their divine senses all widened their eyes. In fact, Even Yu Changkong himself did not expect that Yi Xian's divine bone had evolved to such an extent, capable of breaking through the giant hand he had condensed with Yin Yang's secret dwellings to suppress. Good. You do have some ability. No wonder you were able to... Soon it stopped again. At first, I thought this journey was too dull, but you have added quite a lot of fun for me. After a brief pause, a bloodthirsty smile appeared at the corner of Yu Changkong's mouth. Oh, is that so? On the opposite side, standing in the God Might Great Formation, Yi Xian smiled faintly. In that case, let me add some more fun for you. As soon as Yi Xian's words fell, a gigantic golden statue soared into the sky behind him. This is God Might Law Avatar. How can a lower-tier prodigy like him condense a God Might Law avatar? Chapter 77. So abnormal, speechless. At this moment, the top-tier prodigies, who had been following with their minds, were gasping in shock, each one utterly stunned. In their eyes, for a lower-tier prodigy like Yi Xian to summon the God Might Great Formation was already quite remarkable. Now, he even condensed the God Might Law avatar? When did lower-tier prodigies become this abnormal? In fact, it wasn't just them who were shocked by the God Might Law avatar summoned by Yi Xian. Yu Changkong was also taken aback. At this moment, looking at the golden light flashing and the thick, solid God Might Law avatar behind Yi Xian, Yu Changkong frowned slightly. This was the first time since he came from the top tier to the lower tier that a serious expression appeared in his eyes. To condense a God Might Law avatar with the power of divine bones? It seems I've underestimated you. Boom! Before Yu Changkong could finish his words, a gigantic golden fist was already descending from above his head. If we're fighting, then let's just fight. No need for all this nonsense. The God Might Law avatar behind Yi Xian continuously unleashed attacks towards Yu Changkong. Having consumed 3 fruits of the Great Way, Yi Xian's divine bones had already evolved to 48%. Although it was still a bit short of 50%, it had raised his cultivation to the level of a 7-star martial king. Now, with the dual enhancement of the God Might Great Formation and the God Might Law avatar, Yi Xian resembled an ancient war god, continuously raining down punches on Yu Changkong. Even with Yu Changkong's cultivation as a 3-star martial emperor, he was still being ruthlessly pounded back under this barrage of punches. What am I seeing? A 7-star martial king is actually pounding a 3-star martial emperor? Is it that my posture this morning was wrong? The tremendous noise of the battle drew the attention of many lower-tier prodigies, especially when they realized that the one being pounded was Yu Changkong. Disbelief exploded in everyone's eyes. The top-tier prodigy Yu Changkong. How can it be him? What is a top-tier prodigy doing in the lower tier? And he's actually fighting back and forth with a 7-star martial king. Is that really back and forth? It's obviously being smashed relentlessly by that 7-star martial king. Who is this newly arrived 7-star martial king? Compared to the lower-tier prodigies currently watching in astonishment, Zhao Kuo was already shocked beyond belief by the scene in front of him. Yi Xian can actually overpower Yu Changkong? What kind of joke is this? When did he become this abnormal? Zhao Kuo felt as if he was seeing Yi Xian for the first time again. Also, how did he become a 7-star martial king? Clearly, when he first arrived at the Divine Mountain, he was just a 1-star martial king like me. Zhao Kuo felt his brain was becoming less and less efficient. However, not far away, Liao Wuji looked at Yi Xian, who was exuding God might like a war god, his eyes flickering, as if he was pondering something. What exactly is Yi Xian's path? He clearly triggered the Golden Lotus when ascending the heavenly ladder, but the divine edict from the divine path said that the heavenly ladder was broken. At that time, Liao Wuji did not think deeply. After all, for hundreds of thousands of years, there had only been one Shi Yao goddess who triggered the Golden Lotus phenomenon in the Xiantian divine path. Even if Yi Xian's talent was strong, how can one possibly evoke the Golden Lotus? But now, Liao Wuji has begun to doubt this, especially when he recalls the strange responses of the 12th Home Master, Luo Tong, in Dan City. Yi Xian is clearly a low-tier prodigy who has just entered the divine path, yet he can overpower high-tier prodigies without them putting up a fight? Could the phenomenon of the Golden Lotus really be true? Liao Wuji clenched his hands tightly, his body trembling slightly, feeling as if he was getting closer to the truth of the matter. However, at this moment, no one cared about his thoughts or Zhao Kuo's, because everyone's attention was focused on Yi Xian and Yu Changkong. In particular, those high-tier prodigies who had followed Yu Changkong all the way to the bamboo hut with their divine senses. Yu Changkong's aura seems a bit off. Did you also notice it? Is it because of the incomplete Yin-Yang fish Dharma image from last time? Could it be that he was backfired by the Yin-Yang secret hiding? Compared to those low-tier prodigies watching the show, the high-tier prodigies were clearly more aware of the battlefield situation. Even though Yi Xian had activated the Divine Might Grand Formation and had the support of the Divine Might Dharma image. But for a 7-star martial king to defeat a high-tier prodigy like Yu Changkong, who was half a foot into the Saint Realm, was still impossible. Even though Yu Changkong had suffered backlash from the Yin-Yang fish and now only had the cultivation of a 3-star martial emperor, his comprehension of martial arts and the great Tao of heaven and earth was still beyond what Yi Xian, a mere 7-star martial king, could compare. Yu Changkong being suppressed right now is merely because the opponent took the upper hand. Once he regains his strength, this lower-tier prodigy who has gathered the Divine Might Dharma image will likely be in trouble. As expected, soon the battle situation began to develop in the direction predicted by the high-tier prodigies. Gradually steadying himself, Yu Changkong's face alternated between shades of blue and red. He was a prominent high-tier prodigy, a candidate for the son of the Xiantian divine path. Yet he was suppressed to such an extent by a mere Yi Xian. When had Yu Changkong ever suffered such humiliation in public? The key was that he had approached Yi Xian first. Yi Xian, you are really impressive. It's the first time anyone could suppress me, Yu Changkong, to such a degree. However, now everything ends here. Finally, fully stable, a flash of blood color flickered in Yu Changkong's eyes. Though the Xiantian divine path forbids prodigies from killing each other, but since it was a fight, injuries were inevitable. And some injuries can often never be reversed in a lifetime. At this moment, deep down, Yu Changkong had made up his mind. He wanted to cripple Yi Xian, to ruin this divine bone of Yi Xian. Yin-Yang's secret hiding. With a furious shout from Yu Changkong, the enormous Yin-Yang fish Dharma image appeared once again above his head. Under the boost of the Yin-Yang secret hiding Dharma image, the power of Yi Xian's divine might grand formation and the might of the statue behind him were instantly weakened by more than half. This is the great power of the Yin-Yang secret hiding, a true divine inheritance. At this moment, a cold smile crept onto Yu Changkong's lips. He gazed at Yi Xian, whose strength was being continually diminished by the Yin-Yang secret hiding, as though he were watching a wild boar caught in a trap. However, just as Yu Changkong revealed a cruel smile, Yi Xian, who was suffering from the weakening of the divine might grand formation, had a glimmer of joy flash in his eyes. The pressured Yin-Yang fish Dharma image had actually recovered again, feeling the restlessness deep within his brow, the devouring power stirring. A deep smile gradually appeared on Yi Xian's lips. He raised 2 fingers to his brow. The next second, a voice filled with immense power slowly poured out from Yi Xian's mouth. Devour. Chapter 78. I have succeeded again. I have died again. As Yi Xian pointed towards the sky, the huge devouring Dharma image instantly appeared above Yi Xian's head. This is the Dharma image divine ability. Seeing this, the high-tier prodigies who had followed along with their divine senses, they felt that their worldview had been completely shattered by the continuous shocks brought by Yi Xian. A lower 3-layer genius, first the divine might array, then the divine might avatar, and now even the avatar's divine abilities had been unleashed. When did the lower 3 layers become so terrifying? In contrast, the person across from him, who was using the Yin-Yang fish avatar and had just declared that he would cripple Yi Xian's divine bones, was even more shocking. Divine abilities? Especially when he felt the familiar aura that made the Yin-Yang fish tremble, emanating from the divine swallowing ability above Yi Xian's head. It's you, it can't be. Yu Changkong's face twisted in shock. His chaos vital energy had been continuously stolen. His Yin-Yang fish avatar had oddly been devoured. And the culprit behind all this was actually standing in front of him, the one he considered an ant. Yi Xian? At this moment, Yu Changkong's anger reached its peak. Yi Xian, I want you dead. Enraged beyond reason, Yu Changkong shouted, his eyes emanating strange dark light. This is the aura of the underworld sacred text. Now Yi Xian, empowered by the divine might avatar, could sense the obscure aura on Yu Changkong. In that case, let's have them both. The divine swallowing avatar could devour everything in the world. Whether it was the Yin-Yang fish avatar above Yu Changkong's head or the underworld sacred text he was secretly invoking, they were essentially the same to Yi Xian's divine swallowing avatar. As Yi Xian pointed out, the gigantic divine swallowing avatar above him suddenly raised its head, opening its massive bloody mouth. In the next moment, it felt as if the heavens and earth had turned into food for the divine swallowing, and the Yin-Yang fish avatar above Yu Changkong began to tremble violently. At first, just a few fish scales started to peel away from the Yin-Yang fish avatar. Gradually, it transformed into skin, flesh, and bones. In the end, even the dark light in Yu Changkong's eyes began to be devoured by the massive divine, swallowing avatar above Yi Xian. Wow, what is happening? At this moment, Yu Changkong finally felt fear. He never expected that Yi Xian's divine abilities could be this bizarre. He could even devour the obscure underworld sacred text within himself. Without the underworld sacred text, his great trump card was gone, and fear gradually spread in Yu Changkong's eyes. No, 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 please, As the yin-yang fish avatar above Yu Changkong was completely devoured by Yi Xian's divine swallowing ability, Yu Changkong let out a tragic scream, spitting blood and collapsing to the ground. The secret store of the yin-yang was broken, and the underworld's sacred text was swallowed. At this moment, after 2 months of seclusion, Yu Changkong's hard-earned cultivation level of the 3-star martial emperor began to plummet at a visibly rapid pace. It only stopped when he fell to the martial master level. Feeling himself transition from strong to weak. Yu Changkong seemed as if he were in a dream. Yi Xian, it's you, all of this is you. Return my cultivation. Return my cultivation. Slap! Yu Changkong screamed as he charged at Yi Xian, only to be kicked over and stomped into the ground. You wanted to fight, and when you lost, you went crazy. You have the right to enter the upper 3 layers? From what I see, your status as a genius in the upper 3 layers isn't worth much. As Yi Xian spoke, the divine might avatar behind him swatted towards Yu Changkong's head. Spare him. Unexpectedly, at that moment, a peak sacred domain aura suddenly appeared, blocking the palm formed by Yi Xian's divine might avatar. Yi Xian focused his gaze and saw a long-robed elder of the divine path had appeared in front of him without him noticing. The protector of Yu Changkong has appeared. Each genius in the upper 3 layers was assigned a protector by the divine path. The purpose was to secretly protect their safety. But that was all. Guardian, hurry, help me kill him, kill him. At this moment, Yu Changkong felt as if he had found savior. His cultivation had plummeted. He was just a mere martial sovereign. How could he withstand a palm strike from Yi Xian's divine might? He is deliberately violating the sacred rule of the divine path, which forbids killing one another. Guardian, kill him quickly, kill him. Those who violate the sacred rules of the divine path can be punished and executed by the divine elders. Yu Changkong knew very well that today, wanting to kill Yi Xian with his own hands was impossible. But as long as he could catch Yi Xian violating the sacred rule, Yi Xian's death would be inevitable. Guardian, what are you waiting for? A person who violates the sacred rule of the divine path should not be killed. Looking at Yu Changkong, who appeared as a mad dog before him, the guardian's eyes remained as cold as ever. Those who violate the sacred rule of the divine path indeed deserve to die. Upon hearing this, Yu Changkong's face burst into intense joy. Ha! Yi Xian, even if you swallow my divine form and cause my cultivation to drop, what can you do? Violating the sacred rule of the divine path. Next year, on this day, will be your death anniversary. Boom! As soon as Yu Changkong's words fell, the guardian had already struck down with the palm. Looking at his body crumbling bit by bit, Yu Changkong's eyes were filled with disbelief. His own guardian actually attacked him? As a genius of the Xiantian divine path, you actually practice the supreme skill of the netherworld sacred sect. Yu Changkong, you truly deserve to die. Those who betray the divine path and collude with external enemies must be killed. The guardian's undeniable words echoed loudly, resonating throughout the 3 layers of the Xiantian divine mountain. Deafening. So that's how it is. A grim smile crossed Yu Changkong's face. The entire person had completely shattered, disappearing from the world. It's his own fault. When he saw Yi Xian unleash the whale-swallowing divine technique, he got overly excited and secretly practiced the supreme skill of the netherworld sacred sect, the netherworld sacred classic. Even if this aura was very subtle, how could the true strong ones in the divine path not sense it? From today onwards, the name Yu Changkong will be erased from the upper 3 layers. Yi Xian has made contributions in battle and possesses outstanding talent. He is selected among the upper 3 layers. The guardian's words continued to echo in everyone's ears. His figure had already vanished before the crowd, leaving behind an utterly dumbfounded Zhao Kuo standing in place. Yu Changkong was beaten by Yi Xian. Yu Changkong was so powerful. Yu Changkong's yin-yang divine form was swallowed by Yi Xian. Yu Changkong's guardian appeared. Yu Changkong is dead. In the continuous, roller coaster-like plot twists, Zhao Kuo's brain had completely shut down. At this moment, looking at Yi Xian, who had become the genius of the upper 3 layers, Zhao Kuo felt as if he had been in a very long dream. Yi Xian? Upper 3 layers? Is there no one to control this? Does it have to be so exaggerated? After a moment, Zhao Kuo, completely blown away, shouted out loud. In the future, competition will be much easier, but unexpectedly, someone even tougher has come. Once the pressure is on, the life of competition naturally begins. Because of Yi Xian's appearance, the proud ones on the upper 3 levels are now in a frenzy. Each of them is unwilling to be outdone. How could they be willing to be surpassed by Yi Xian? The proud ones on the lower 3 levels, after personally witnessing the previous battle, have all set their grand blueprints in their hearts. Who said that being on the lower 3 levels means slow advancement step by step? Doesn't Yi Xian set a great example for us? As long as the proud ones on the lower 3 levels are strong enough, they can also directly ascend to the upper 3 levels. However, what they fail to notice is that beside the bamboo house, Liao Wuji, with a face full of realization, has already changed his gaze toward Yi Xian. Golden Lotus. Yi Xian must have an extraordinary talent of Golden Lotus. At the peak of the Divine Mountain, watching the farce below come to an end. Is he being promoted to the upper 3 levels just like that? Aren't you being too biased towards that wild cough at Yi Xian? Feeling the gaze of the goddess Xiao, the little lowly Ruan Ji quickly changed her tone. As Master Luo Tong of the 12 Halls said, Yi Xian is the trigger of the Golden Lotus phenomenon, and his brilliance cannot be covered by my wishes. After this battle, Goddess Xiao believes that many people in the divine path will re-evaluate Yi Xian. Instead of continuing to cover up, it's better to give him the deserved status and treatment, helping Yi Xian grow rapidly. Only one's own strength is the true reliance in the hands of a strong person. As Goddess Xiao spoke, a strange soul body slowly emerged in her hand. I never expected that the underworld holy church has infiltrated so deeply within my divine path. This soul body is what Goddess Xiao captured from the void when Yu Changkong's physical body perished. With a wave of her divine power, Yu Changkong's soul body was instantly reduced to dust. The underworld holy church actually has its hands in the upper 3 levels, and you as a goddess didn't notice it all beforehand? Negligent, truly negligent. Looking at the little lowly Ruan Ji, who chattered like a parrot, Goddess Xiao frowned. Are you coming here all the time because you're bored after eating? If you're really so energetic, go and investigate the origin of this Yu Changkong properly. Fine, don't get angry. I'll go, okay? As the little lowly Ruan Ji lifted her leg, she secretly grumbled in her heart. A wild man wants me to take care of him, and when there's a mole, he wants me to investigate. What do you take me for? Your errand-running little follower. However, one thing did astonish the little lowly Ruan Ji quite a bit. Yi Xian returned to the Xiantian Divine Mountain in just half a day. His cultivation unexpectedly skyrocketed to the level of 7-star Martial King. And that divine power he displayed at the end, its might was astonishing, leaving people speechless. It seems that the wild man really has the potential to become my good best friend, shining brightly in the Xiantian Divine Path. Great Tao Fortune +7. Great Tao Fortune +8. Great Tao Fortune +10. Great Tao Fortune +11. On the lower 3 levels, what truly surprised Yi Xian was not that the divine path had elevated him to the upper 3 levels, but the rapid increase in Great Tao Fortune after taking down Yu Changkong. So this Yu Changkong is also a clone. After taking down Hua Yuntian, now another Yu Changkong appears. At this moment, Yi Xian truly doubted whether the sacred son of the underworld holy church, Xianhu, was also just a false shell of a clone. Soon, the news of Yu Changkong being killed by the Guardians and Yi Xian entering the upper 3 levels of the Xiantian Divine Path spread throughout the entire Zhonghuang spirit domain like the wind. Upon receiving the news, the underworld holy church fell into silence. Yu Changkong is dead? Impossible. This absolutely cannot be. Yu Changkong is the one who triggered the Golden Lotus phenomenon of the Xiantian Divine Path. How could he possibly die? Hearing the discussions of the elders of the underworld holy church below, the forehead of Xuanhu Shengzi throbbed with blue veins. Just not long ago, he sensed that his avatar in the Xiantian Divine Path had been killed by someone. But he didn't expect news to spread so quickly. He hadn't even had time to escape from the pain of losing his avatar before he was pulled by a group of elders from the Netherworld Sacred Teaching to attend a meeting. What's worse, these guys brought up the very topic he was trying to avoid. Golden Lotus phenomenon? What the hell are they even talking about Golden Lotus phenomenon with me? Don't I know whether Yu Changkong triggered the Golden Lotus phenomenon or not? The emotion of anger made Xuanhu Shengzi's body tremble constantly. However, at that moment, a strange voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. Holy Son and esteemed elders, this news is absolutely not to be trusted. The elders of the Netherworld Sacred Teaching turned around to see who spoke. It was the 6-star martial emperor, Gui Mu, who had previously been falsely impersonated by Yi Xian and had his arms and legs severed. What do you want to say again, you brat? Xuanhu Shengzi's expression darkened. Last time, if it wasn't for this bastard spreading rumors in the Netherworld Sacred Teaching, claiming that Yu Changkong was the one who triggered the Golden Lotus phenomenon. Would the Holy Master have to personally take action to kill his avatar? Xuanhu Xingzi felt a strong hatred towards this six-star martial emperor, Gui Mu. Yet, after Gui Mu's performance during the last battle in Dan City, he had become a favorite among the elders of the Netherworld sacred teaching. Even the ruthless Xuanhu Xingzi couldn't find a reason to punish him at that moment. Feeling the gloomy gaze of Xuanhu Xingzi, Gui Mu's eyes rolled around nervously. Is the Holy Sun still angry with me for my poor performance last time in Dan City? Since the last incident, Gui Mu had gone back and reflected deeply. He finally realized why Xuanhu Xingzi didn't like him. So this time, he must show his abilities in front of Xuanhu Xingzi. He wanted the Holy Sun to know his potential. With determination, Gui Mu stepped out from the crowd. Holy Sun, please allow me to say a word. Chapter 80. Covering the truth, Yi Xian is tough. The Xintian Divine Path must have discovered that our sacred teaching already knows the identity of the one who triggered the Golden Lotus phenomenon, so they deliberately spread the news that Yu Changkong is dead. Anyone with a little brain can see that how could a mere lower-tier genius be a match for an upper-tier one? Moreover, it's still Yu Changkong, a veteran upper-tier genius. In my opinion, the Xintian Divine Path must want Yu Changkong to fake his death and escape into seclusion. That Yi Xian taking charge of the upper tier is merely a target they pushed out to take the arrows. Xuanhu Xingzi. Looking at the excited Gui Mu below, Xuanhu Xingzi couldn't help but want to crack open his head to see what exactly was inside. Is this something a normal person could come up with? Xuanhu Xingzi stood there dumbfounded, while Gui Mu thought he was deeply impressed by his brilliant reasoning. I thought, all right, don't think you have a right. Gui Mu wanted to showcase himself again. However, he was interrupted on the spot by Xuanhu Xingzi. What kind of nonsense is this? His avatar had been killed. That was already infuriating enough. Now, Gui Mu's speculation reignited Xuanhu Xingzi's suppressed anger. But facing Gui Mu's wild speculations, Xuanhu Xingzi was indifferent. The elders of the Netherworld's sacred teaching, however, were quite different. Gui Mu's words are reasonable. How could a mighty upper-tier genius just die without any warning? Did he really get killed by his own protector with a single palm? Thanks to Gui Mu's keen insight, we avoided being deceived by the tricks of the Xintian Divine Path. Gui Mu, very good. You're getting smarter and smarter these days. Looking at the surrounding elders from the Netherworld's sacred teaching continuously praising him, Gui Mu felt very pleased. Gui Mu's heart was simply blooming with joy. He secretly glanced at the Xian, Saint's son above the holy teaching. How strange. I have performed so excellently. Why does the Saint's son's face still look so changeable? After thinking it over, Gui Mu finally came to a conclusion. Could it be that the Saint's son is becoming jealous of me as I get better and better? Recalling the previous scene when the Holy Master rebuffed the Xian, Saint's son on the spot, the more Gui Mu thought about it, the more he felt that his current thoughts were the truth hidden behind the facts. A Grand Saint's son actually has a day of being jealous of me. Gui Mu? In an instant, a strong sense of pride rose in Gui Mu's heart. Indeed, on the road of continually becoming better, there will always be some impressive marks that make the world envious. Looking down, under the praise of many elders of the Netherworld holy teaching, Gui Mu gradually became elated. The Xian Saint's son was so furious that he could almost bite his back teeth to pieces. Damn it, this guy must have been sent by the Xintian Divine Path to specially plot against me. However, just as the numerous elders of the Netherworld holy teaching were arguing endlessly about the Xintian Divine Path, the Golden Lotus phenomenon, and whether Yu Changkong had faked his death and escaped from the world. In the central wilderness spirit domain, at the Fallen Pavilion, Dantai Mingyue was surrounded by shining spiritual light. Do you want to see the latest news just returned from the Xintian Divine Path? In a flash of divine light, a mysterious woman was already sitting across from Dantai Mingyue. Master, you can hold your illusion for a long time now. Looking at the mysterious woman before her, who resembled a real entity, Dantai Mingyue was full of excitement. Yes, I have regained some of the divine charm from back then, but I'm still far from my true peak. Master, you just said, there is news from the Xintian Divine Path. The moment her words fell, Dantai Mingyue's face blushed slightly. Actually, it's not that important of news. It's just that your fiancé has entered the upper 3 levels of the Xintian Divine Path. Upon hearing this, Dantai Mingyue's eyes suddenly brightened. He entered the upper 3 levels? The upper 3 levels of the Xintian Divine Path could only be entered by those at the Martial Emperor level. Yi Xian has managed to enter the upper 3 levels. He actually became a Martial Emperor so quickly. What are you thinking? However, the mysterious woman glanced at Dantai Mingyue. With my divine blood cleansing you, You had just barely stepped into the martial sovereign rank. No matter how fast he cultivates, he couldn't have reached the martial emperor level. Upon hearing the mysterious woman's words, Dantai Mingyue was completely stunned. Then how did he enter the upper 3 levels? The mysterious woman looked at her unambitious little disciple. She sighed inwardly. In fact, the mysterious woman had also previously harbored doubts about this matter. Hence, she went out to inquire a bit. It is said that your fiancé activated the divine might formation, condensed legal forms with a great array, transformed divine powers, and defeated a top prodigy in the upper 3 levels who had repressed their powers. So, he was promoted through merit to the upper 3 levels by the Xiantian divine path. Divine might formation? Condensing legal forms? Transforming divine powers? Each word the mysterious woman said made Dantai Mingyue's heart skip a beat. However, even if he can defeat a 3-star martial emperor with a 7-star martial king strength, he can still be considered half a genius, even if he leaves your realm. Half a. The mysterious woman's words shocked Dantai Mingyue. The world outside the 6 domains of Tianhuang is far more vast than you can imagine. The top geniuses in your realm may not compare to those ordinary prodigies outside. The road you have to walk is still very long. The mysterious woman's words were directed at Yi Xian, as well as a warning for Dantai Mingyue. The road of cultivation is like rowing upstream. Not to advance is to drop back. Whether in your realm or in higher realms, it's the same. Work hard. After the mysterious woman finished speaking, she turned into a ray of divine light and entered the ring once again. By the way, this time out, I also heard a piece of news. Not long ago, the Xiantian divine path had a scene of a golden lotus manifestation. Some people suspect that within the Xiantian divine path, a true godlike peerless genius has been born. If your fiancé truly defeated the top 3 level geniuses with the strength of a 7-star martial king, then the one who triggered this golden lotus manifestation is most likely him. Hearing this, Dantai Mingyue's eyes brightened again. Golden lotus manifestation. Top 3 levels. Yi Xian, you really are amazing. While feeling a mix of emotions inside, Dantai Mingyue couldn't help but glance at the mountain of letters piled up on the table. It seems I also need to work harder. With that in mind, Dantai Mingyue said nothing more and plunged back in her training. However, just as Dantai Mingyue was immersed in her retreat, a major event suddenly occurred in the Central Wild Spirit Domain. This event spread across the entire Central Wild Spirit Domain like lightning, shaking all the great powers within. Chapter 81. Saint Sun Xuanhu, once again locked in. Did you hear? An ancient true god's secret realm suddenly appeared on Wild Mountain. True god's secret realm? How many years has it been since a true god's secret realm was discovered in the entire Central Wild Spirit Domain? If it were a common secret realm, that would be one thing, but it's a true god's secret realm. It seems that all the divine paths and holy teachings in the Central Wild Spirit Domain will have to take action. The Xiantian divine path, from the lower 3 levels to the middle 3 levels, has been discussing the true god's hidden treasures non-stop these past few days. Only the upper 3 levels remain particularly quiet, as if this newly appeared true god hidden treasure has nothing to do with him at all. At this moment, at the peak of the divine mountain, a group of high-ranking members of the Xiantian divine path gathered at the mountain peak, seemingly waiting for the voice of the goddess Xiao. Goddess, the true god's secret realm has suddenly appeared on Wild Mountain. According to the agreements among the major powers, no one above the martial king level can enter the true god hidden treasure. This means that the geniuses from the upper 3 levels basically have no chance to enter the true god hidden treasure. To enter the upper 3 levels of the Xiantian divine path, one must first exceed the martial king level. Just this point has already excluded them from the true god secret realm. Who says the geniuses from the upper 3 levels have no chance to enter the true god secret realm? Wasn't a 7-star martial king with divine bones just selected from the upper 3 levels? Without even needing the goddess Xiao to signal, the 12th hall master, Luo Tong, stepped forward from the crowd. This Yi Xian is indeed impressive, but he only has the cultivation of a 7-star martial king. Isn't that too? Elder Xuanjun is overly worried. Even though every time a true god secret realm emerges, all major forces send their strongest 9-star martial kings, Yi Xian's strength is not inferior to any 9-star martial king. Exactly, he was able to defeat the 3-star martial king, Yu Changkong, which is already the best proof of his strength. With Divine Bones having activated the Divine Might Great Array and completely mastering the Manifestation Divine skills, if we include Yi Xian in this exploration of the true God Secret Realm, it would indeed be a good choice. Clearly, the strength Yi Xian displayed in the previous battle against Yu Changkong has completely won over the high-ranking members of the Divine Path present. In that case, let's include Yi Xian in the list for this exploration of the true God-hidden treasure. Just then, the goddess Xiao, who had been silent on the cloud, suddenly spoke. With the goddess Xiao herself speaking, the high-ranking members of the Divine Path had no reason to oppose. But what about the other 2 slots apart from Yi Xian? Asked the previously worried Elder Xuanzhen again. In the true God's secret realm, the capable take the lead. According to the agreements among the major divine paths and holy teachings, each major power can send up to 3 disciples in. It's a pity that Luo Feng from the Phoenix Soaring Pavilion and Jian Wudi from the Namesword Pavilion both broke through to the Martial King level early on. Otherwise, if the 2 of them were sent out to battle, they could achieve a decent result in this true divine mysterious realm. It's just a breakthrough to a 1-star martial emperor. It's not completely impossible. You mean to suppress their cultivation with a secret method? Clearly, the high-ranking members of the Xintian Divine Path all had the same thought. However, even with such a secret method, it is difficult for even a Holy Realm practitioner to achieve a perfect effect. It would be best if a semi-divine intervened. If there could be just a little divine power infused, it would be even more perfect. Almost instantly, all the high-ranking members of the Xintian Divine Path turned their gazes toward the goddess Xiao, who stood barefoot in the clouds. In the past, the goddess Xiao would have been unwilling to interfere in such trivial matters. But since she included Yi Xian in the list for entering the true divine mysterious realm, she naturally had to be responsible for Yi Xian's safety. Fengshan Pavilion's Luo Feng and Mingjian Pavilion's Jian Wudi both are strong martial emperors. One bears the bloodline of the heavenly phoenix, and the other is a natural sword body. With these 2 protecting Yi Xian's safety, it should be a bit more secure, right? If, at this moment, the high-ranking members of Xintian Divine Path knew the goddess's inner thoughts, they would undoubtedly be shocked, their eyes wide open in disbelief. For just one Yi Xian, the goddess Xiao showed such concern. She even sent out the 2 most likely to seize the true divine inheritance as bodyguards for Yi Xian. Only the 12th Hall Master, Luo Tong, understood that no matter how many martial emperors or celestial phoenix bloodlines there were, they could not compare to a person who triggered the Golden Lotus phenomenon. Not just Xintian Divine Path. This time, the true divine hidden store appeared in the Central Wilderness Spirit Domain. Divine Beast Mountain by Pond, Fire Spirit Divine Path, Tianhuang Holy Religion. Almost all the major factions behind the scenes were moving. Even the Fallen Pavilion, which had long maintained a semi-reclusive status, was no exception. Of course, it wasn't without the presence of the most mysterious and fearsome force in the Central Wilderness Spirit Domain, the Underworld Holy Religion. At this moment, within the Underworld Holy Religion, Saint Sun Xian, who stared at the selection list of the Underworld Holy Religion, lost in deep contemplation. Although he had lost 2 avatars in succession, he still had 4 avatars spread across various major holy religions and divine paths. But these avatars were too powerful, most of them, like Yu Changkong, on the verge of entering the Holy Realm. Otherwise, this true divine hidden store could also be an opportunity for me. Saint Sun Xian, who wanted to use the Underworld Sacred Canon to impact the true divine and needed to integrate the true divine hidden stores from various divine paths for his own use. However, although I can't enter it, Yi Xian will definitely be on the Xintian Divine Paths list. Any mention of Yi Xian filled Saint Sun Xian, who with irritation and grinding teeth. 2 avatars have been lost at the hands of Yi Xian in succession. If he still had a bit of contempt when it came to the loss of Hua Yuntian. Now, he had completely let go of that contempt for Yi Xian. If the loss of Hua Yuntian could be somewhat justified, then Yu Changkong is definitely not something to be easily dismissed as mere coincidence. Saint Sun Xian, who had pondered whether those from the Xintian Divine Path had discovered Yu Changkong's true identity early on. But that possibility was very, very small. If the Xintian Divine Path had already discovered Yu Changkong's identity, how could they have let him live until the end, only to die at the hands of a mere 7-star martial king, Yi Xian? They might discover some clues after Yu Changkong dies, but it's impossible for them to see through my 9 nether unity during that time. So after thinking it over, in the end, Saint Sun Xian, who fixed his gaze on Yi Xian. The more he thought about Yi Xian's situation, the more something felt wrong. Clearly, he was a 7-star martial king, yet he could kill the 3-star martial emperor Yu Changkong, whose cultivation had regressed. Yi Xian, a mere 7-star martial king, could activate the Divine Might Array, the Divine Might Manifestation, and various unbelievable Divine Bone techniques. This Holy Sun also sent someone to inquire for a long time before learning this news. At this moment, Xian Hu Saint Sun was very certain in his heart. Yi Xian is the one who caused the Golden Lotus phenomenon in the Xintian Divine Path. Chapter 82. The True Divine Secret Realm. Someone from the Fallen Pavilion arrives. What fake death and hiding from the world? What concealing the truth? Only the idiots in the Holy Church would believe such nonsense. The one truly hiding the truth behind the Golden Lotus phenomenon is Yi Xian. But this statement, Xian Hu Saint's son no longer wanted to waste on those useless old elders in the Holy Church, because they had already firmly believed that Yi Xian was merely a shield for the one who caused the Gold Lotus phenomenon, Yu Changkong. Yu Changkong's death was just a cover. When a bunch of pigs are convinced of something, no matter how you try to enlighten them, it will end up being useless. On this point, Xian Hu Saint's son had felt deeply these past few days. And then there's that Gui Mu. Mentioning Gui Mu, this 6-star martial emperor and master of imagination, Xian Hu Saint's son felt a surge of anger. Damn it. If it weren't for this guy talking nonsense at the headquarters of the Holy Church, would I be in such a passive position? Not only the elders in the ghostly underworld church were convinced by Gui Mu. Even the Saint Lord who practiced in seclusion in the ghostly underworld church showed subtle support for this Gui Mu. Since I can't rely on them, then I can only rely on myself. Yu Changkong's death made the remaining 4 avatars even more crucial for Xian Hu Saint's son. Under no circumstances could the existence of these avatars be exposed. But just because the avatars can't go out doesn't mean that other things can't act. With this thought, Xian Hu Saint's son decisively crossed a name off the list for entering the true divine secret realm, and soon he was surrounded by ghostly mist, transforming into 3 pitch-black shadows. The 3 shadows swayed and melded into one. Seeing this, a strange smile gently formed at the corner of Xian Hu Saint's son's mouth. Immediately, without hesitation, he raised his finger and wrote the 2 words, Phantom Charm, on the list for entering the true divine secret realm. Time quickly passed. It was time for various powerful factions to send their top talents to the Barren Mountains, the true divine secret realm. Yi Xian emerged from the upper 3 levels as promised. As soon as he stepped out, he saw the 12th Home Master, Luo Tong, approaching him with 2 figures. Those were 2 young men. Yi Xian, this is Feng Yi, and this is Jian Er. They are both on the list to enter the true divine secret realm, just like you. Hearing the 12th Home Master, Luo Tong, say this, Yi Xian couldn't help but turn to glance at the 2 before him. He had just received notification about the true divine secret realm from the divine path a few days ago. To a martial artist, the allure of a true divine secret realm is no less than promising a woman 9 billion. However, ever since awakening his golden finger, the value of such secret realms in Yi Xian's heart had significantly diminished. What truly motivated him to go to the true divine secret realm was probably Xiao He. That little one eats too much. The spiritual herbs Yi Xian had barely snatched from the strongholds of the ghostly underworld church were almost depleted after days of feeding. But why do these 2 young men standing in front of him, named Feng Yi and Jian Er, give him a sense of unfriendly emotions? Of course, they felt bad. Although the name Luo Feng sounds like a woman's, his true identity is a man, and over the years, he and Jian Wudi have fought bloody battles on the middle 3 levels, all for a position in the upper 3 levels. But who would have thought? Yi Xian, this young man who just entered the divine path, disregarded martial morality. But just like it appeared out of nowhere, it directly crossed the middle 3 levels and entered the upper 3 levels. This feeling is like that of 2 department heads who have fought their entire lives for the position of director, suddenly being told on a certain day that the new director is a newcomer parachuted in from nowhere. Of course, this was not their greatest frustration. What truly made them feel disheartened was that the higher-ups of the divine path summoned them, using secret methods to change their appearances, shapes, and cultivation levels. Along the way, the 12 Home Master, Luo Tong, kept reminding them, intentionally or unintentionally, once they entered the true God secret realm, they must be extra cautious to protect Yi Xian's safety. What the hell? They snatched away their chance to enter the upper 3 levels, and expected the 2 of them to be his bodyguards? On what grounds? The 12 Home Master, Luo Tong, seemed to sense the lingering resistance in their hearts. Cough, cough, he purposely cleared his throat in front of the 2. Then he secretly transmitted a message. If you 2 complete this mission excellently enough, both of you will have the chance to enter the upper 3 levels. This decision has already been made by the higher-ups, so do not let your emotions ruin your future. Upon hearing this, Luo Feng, who had already changed his identity to Feng Yi and Jian Wudi, experienced an intense flash of light in their eyes, entering the upper 3 levels. This was their wish for many years. But when this wish was about to be fulfilled, their hearts felt less joy than they had imagined. Could it be because of this Yi Xian? After a lifetime of struggle, are they now just a few days of being a bodyguard for someone else? This huge psychological gap truly made Luo Feng and Jian Wudi feel a wave of bleakness in their hearts. It felt as if all their years of effort were like a pile of dog poop. But in order to enter the upper 3 levels, to gain more cultivation resources, to cultivate stronger secret arts, the two ultimately endured. Fine, bodyguard is. As long as this brat's demands aren't too excessive. They just act as his bodyguards for a few days. Almost instantly, Luo Feng and Jianwu Di exchanged glances, having made a decision in their hearts. After settling the two, the 12-hall master Luo Tong wasted no time and activated the teleportation formation. However, this time, he kept a careful eye, swallowing a large amount of spirit pills beforehand and holding them in his mouth. Get ready. We are about to start teleporting. As expected, after more than 10 stops along the way, the group of 4 finally arrived at the foot of the desolate mountain. Oh no, there should be 5. Because there was also a little black figure under the floating light and shadow, invisible to everyone. Is this the true God's secret realm? Sensing the strong divine power that constantly fluctuated and visibly spread outward from the desolate mountain, even Yi Xian, who possessed divine bones, couldn't help but marvel at the immense power of the true God in his heart. Big brother, I sense that there are many delicious things in here. Hearing the cheerful words of the little black figure beside him, Yi Xian's mouth twitched slightly. This girl thinks something delicious could potentially be a treasure left by true gods in the world. If he were to witness such a treasure and then watch it get consumed by the little black figure, Yi Xian immediately felt his heart bleed. Look, the people from the falling pavilion are here. Chapter 83. Dan Tai Mingwei, an optimistic attitude. At this moment, someone in the crowd shouted. Yi Xian and their timing of arrival was neither too early nor too late. The top forces in the middle wild spirit domain, the Bai Pond, the Tian Huang Holy Sect, and the people from the Fire Spirit Divine Path had all arrived. Many warriors who had heard the news from the middle wild spirit domain gathered outside the desolate mountain to watch the excitement. Just as the voice in the crowd echoed, immediately a benevolent aura descended from the sky, and the appearance of the falling pavilion, one of the few great hidden forces in the middle wild spirit domain, stirred many hearts. The falling pavilion has been hidden in the clouds for many years. A few months ago, we took in a little girl from the southern wilderness region and brought her into the fallen pavilion. It seems we haven't heard anything from them for a long time. The Baibo Pond, as a major force in the central wilderness spirit domain, is responsible for escorting our celestial prodigies here, led by the cold and fierce Master Lung Lai, one of the 36 masters of the Baibo Pond. This Master Lung Lai had already reached the saint realm early on. Even among saints, he held considerable fame. Who among us can resist the temptation when it comes to discovering a true divine secret realm in the desolate mountains? The speaker was Hua Chong of the Fire Spirit Divine Path, also a saint-level power escorting prodigies from the Fire Spirit Divine Path. Aside from being old acquaintances, they were also rivals. Looking at the situation over at the Fallen Pavilion, it seems quite impressive. Never mind, I'll go greet the Xiantian Divine Path first. I had some connections with Luo Tong when we were younger. Ignoring the sour remarks from the Baibo Pond and the Fire Spirit Divine Path, the saint-level power from the Tian Huang Holy Sect turned and approached Luo Tong, the master of the 12 halls. As soon as the Xiantian Divine Path arrived, they had already noticed Luo Tong. Luo Tong, it's been over 1,000 years since we last met. You old rascal are still alive? Old Ghost Huang Su, why has your Tian Huang Holy Sect brought only 2 people this time? Are you not interested in the true divine treasures hidden in the desolate mountains? Luo Tong, the master of the 12 halls, glanced at the man and woman behind the Tian Huang Holy Sect's saint-level power and asked, "Ha! The mountain doesn't have to be high, and the water doesn't have to be deep. 2 of us are enough from the Tian Huang Holy Sect. Unlike some folks who bring as many as they can, afraid of losing. Except for the saint-level power Huang Su from the Tian Huang Holy Sect, the other 2 great forces were unwilling to greet Luo Tong for a simple reason. The Xiantian Divine Path has been flourishing in the central wilderness spirit domain in recent years, especially after the rise of a young goddess Shi Yao, who has the potential to break through to true divinity. If a true god emerges in the central wilderness spirit domain, can powers like Baibo Pond and Fire Spirit Divine Path still maintain their dominance like they do now? That's why, even when they see people from the Xiantian Divine Path appearing in the desolate mountains, they pretend not to see them and are unwilling to approach. Old Ghost Huang Su, back in the day, we entered the ancient secret realm together and nearly lost our lives. In that realm, you consumed my spirit elixir, and I feasted on your 1,000-year spirit wood. We have some deep ties between us. What about these 2 from your Tian Huang Holy Sect? Can you share their backgrounds?" Seeing the 12-hall master Luo Tong trying to build connections, Huang Su immediately responded with 3 poo. Personal feelings are personal feelings. Please do not mix them with official business. Just like I wouldn't easily share the backgrounds of these three juniors from the Xiantian Divine Path with you. Just as the two were joking together to strengthen their bond, the auspicious signs descending from the fallen pavilion had gradually reached the end. Then, a figure stepped out from the colorful light. Fallen Pavilion. Chief of the 9 Pavilions, Luo Shuzhong. I didn't expect that the one escorting the celestial prodigies from the fallen pavilion this time would be him. Both Master Lung Lai and Huo Chong furrowed their brows at the same time. Though both are in the Saint Realm, there are still distinctions in strength among them. They had assumed the person coming from the fallen pavilion would be a sub-pavilion master, but it turned out to be the chief of the 9 pavilions from the main pavilion. This person is just half a step away from entering the demigod realm. The fallen pavilion has chosen such a person to escort its prodigies, indicating that these prodigies are not ordinary. Hearing the words from the old ghost Huang Su of the Tian Huang holy sect, Yi Xian, among the crowd, also turned to look at the chief of the 9 pavilions stepping out from the rainbow-hued clouds. The fallen pavilion? Isn't that the one from the Starry Academy? Is it the forces of the central wasteland that took away my little bride? Compared to the fallen pavilion or the 9 pavilion leader, Yi Xian clearly cares more about his little bride. As soon as the leaders of the fallen pavilion and 9 pavilion appeared, another figure stepped out from the colorful clouds. Luo Yuheng. How could it be him? Feeling the astonished gazes around him, Yi Xian couldn't help but turn back and ask Feng, "Is this person famous?" Feng, he ignored Yi Xian. Instead, Jin on the side said, "This person was once an abandoned child in the mountains, fortunate enough to be brought back and raised by a strong figure from the fallen pavilion. He possesses extraordinary talent and stepped into the martial emperor realm at just 12 years old. Now, at 23, he has already reached the level of the Saint Realm." Saint Realm? Can he participate in the treasure hunt of the Wasteland Mountain, the true god mystic realm? Yi Xian was slightly stunned. Definitely not. Feng Yi retorted directly. Sure enough, as soon as Feng Yi's words fell, Luo Yuheng in midair had already retreated to the side. Following closely behind was a woman who walked out slowly. This woman had fair skin and beauty, naturally lovely, not competing with the world, yet exuding a refreshing and sweet aura. Dantai Minghua? That's right, this woman was Yi Xian's fiancée who had not yet married him. However, hadn't the little bride just broken through to the martial zone realm not long ago? As expected, as soon as Yi Xian thought of this, the cold and aloof figures who had been secretly observing Dantai Minghua, including Huo Chong, couldn't help but stifle their laughter. What is going on today with the fallen pavilion? Bringing a little 3-star martial zone here. Could it be they want this martial zone to enter the Wasteland Mountain and explore the secret realm left by the true god? The mocking words of the cold figures and Huo Chong immediately drew laughter from the crowd. However, Yi Xian, standing among the people, secretly shook his head. You completely don't understand the terrifying nature of the protagonist's halo. Yi Xian was also a bit surprised by the sudden appearance of his little bride, but calming down to think about it. His little bride carried the protagonist's halo. This 3-star martial zone could not be defined according to ordinary standards. Don't mention martial kings. Even if a martial emperor came, they might just find themselves defeated by this 3-star martial zone little bride. Especially when he remembered how Heibadong ended up in just his shorts because of Xiaohua. Yi Xian once again looked at the surrounding cultivators from the central wasteland who were mocking his little bride and silently mourned for them. Go for it. I hope when you're brought to your knees, crying by my little bride in the secret realm, you'll still maintain this optimistic attitude. Chapter 84. Eyes full of resistance. Please keep your distance. Sister Yuer, that person, is he your betrothed from the southern wasteland? As soon as Dantai Minghua appeared, Luo Yuheng, standing beside her, had already cast unfriendliness toward Yi Xian intentionally or not. No, to be precise, it should be provocation. As a disciple of our fallen pavilion, how can you be forced by others? Just a mere marriage contract. As long as you are unwilling, no one can force you. The words of the 9 pavilion leader from the fallen pavilion echoed through the heavens and earth. Everyone on Wasteland Mountain heard it. Almost instantly, everyone's gaze focused on Yi Xian. Ever since news of the emergence of the Xiantian Divine Path, which triggered the Golden Lotus phenomenon of an unparalleled prodigy, spread, all major forces have been keeping a close watch on the Xiantian Divine Path. The list of those who went to the heavenly ladder for testing had long been in their hands. Yi Xian, as one of the names on the list, naturally attracted a lot of attention. However, after the incident in Dan City, the Yuming holy sect had been subtly leaking news. Everyone then realized that Yi Xian was just a target pushed to the forefront. The true cause of the Golden Lotus phenomenon was someone else. At this moment, looking at the fallen pavilion making its entrance, all eyes turned to Yi Xian. Everyone wore a look of watching a show. especially the Coldness Master from the Bai Bo Pool and the Hua Chong from the Fire Spirit Divine Path. Although Yi Xian was just a target pushed to the forefront by the Xian Tian Divine Path. However, without this target, the hidden forces behind would naturally lose their cover. To protect that Yu Chong Kong, the Xian Tian Divine Path even thought of the method of faking death to escape the world. They truly have struggled hard. This Yi Xian, deliberately released as a target by the Xian Tian Divine Path, is now targeted by the Fallen Pavilion. The Xian Tian Divine Path must be scratching their heads, not expecting the first to target them would be the Fallen Pavilion. And it was all because of a mere marriage contract. The reason they firmly believed Yi Xian was just a target to cover the Golden Lotus phenomenon is not only due to the rumors intentionally spread by the Netherworld holy religion. There is another important reason. That is Yi Xian's cultivation level. A mere 7-star martial king dares to participate in the Barren Mountain, true God's secret realm. The Xiantian Divine Path must be deeply afraid that their plan would be seen through. That's why they are willing to go to such lengths and sacrifice a spot to enter the Barren Mountain, true God's secret realm, just to keep this farce going, right? Thinking of this, the mocking eyes of the crowd became even more intense. In contrast, at this moment, the head of the 9 pavilions in the Fallen Pavilion had a cold expression, staring directly at Yi Xian. Strange. I shouldn't have too much enmity with the people of the Fallen Pavilion, right? Why were the people of the Fallen Pavilion targeting Yi Xian as soon as they appeared? At that moment, the little black beside Yi Xian suddenly tugged at Yi Xian's sleeve. Brother, I smell that stinky smell again. Looking in the direction the little black pointed, Yi Xian suddenly seemed to understand everything. You mean, Luo Yuhong? After one Hua Yun Tian died, now there was another Yu Chong Kong. And now, another Luo Yuhong had emerged. This dark version of the little medicine immortal really knows how to play. It was clear that as soon as the Fallen Pavilion appeared, Yi Xian had been targeted. All of this was because of the Luo Yuhong before him. No, it was the Xian Hussein's son secretly stirring trouble. Junior sister, with Master Juju supporting us, if you have any grievances about that marriage contract, today you can boldly speak in front of everyone. Brother will stand up for you. Unaware that his identity had already been exposed, Luo Yuhong wore a smug smile. In fact, the one who escorted the geniuses of the Fallen Pavilion today was not the head of the 9 pavilions, but it was Luo Yuhong. Although his position within the Fallen Pavilion had not yet been established, but as a Saint Realm powerhouse, a sub-pavilion master position was nothing difficult for him. The reason the head of the 9 pavilions stood beside him and came along was entirely because of Yi Xian. Ever since Dan Tai Mingyu entered the Fallen Pavilion, Luo Yuhong had been intentionally or unintentionally getting close to her. The reason was simple. The inheritance that Dan Tai Mingyu obtained in the Star Do Academy was left by an earth-shattering figure from the Fallen Pavilion years ago. It is said that fully comprehending it could grant her an inheritance comparable to that of a true god. And because of this reason, the Fallen Pavilion traveled thousands of miles to bring Dan Tai Mingyu from the Star Do Academy to the Fallen Pavilion. However, after a long period of contact, Luo Yuhong discovered that Dan Tai Mingyu's talent far surpassed ordinary Fallen Pavilion geniuses, and there seemed to be some mystery within her that even he could not see through. The closer he got, the more attracted Luo Yuhong became to the various mysteries on Dan Tai Mingyu. Just at that moment, he learned about the marriage contract between Dan Tai Mingyu and Yi Xian. Among the 9 pavilion heads of the Fallen Pavilion, the character of the head of the 9 pavilions is the most impulsive. He is also a direct descendant of that great figure who left the inheritance in Star Do Academy. At such a time, as long as he subtly provoked in front of them, showing that Dan Tai Mingyu, the resistance to this marriage contract. With the care of the head of the 9 pavilions, he will surely come personally to publicly break off the engagement with Yi Xian. Luo Yuhong's actions are not only for Dan Tai Mingyu to get the legacy left by the big figure on her, but also to publicly slap Yi Xian's face hard. 2 avatars have fallen because of you, Yi Xian. Now, my main body has confirmed that you are the one who causes the mysterious phenomenon of the Golden Lotus. Such an existence cannot be easily allowed to remain in this world. Let the head of the 9 pavilions force Yi Xian to break off the engagement. This is just a prelude. The subsequent plan, with many methods, along with the things sent by the main body, is to completely annihilate Yi Xian in the true God's secret realm. This is the true purpose of Luo Yuhong coming here today. The key is that after cutting off this engagement, it can completely remove the worries in Moon's heart, allowing her to accept my kindness to her even more thoroughly. Luo Yuhong is really infatuated with Dan Tai Mingyu. Although the main body has already ordered that as long as he obtains the legacy left by the big figure on Dan Tai Mingyu, he should immediately deal with her. But Luo Yuhong wants to keep Dan Tai Mingyu even more. The reason I have been reluctant to merge with the main body all these years is mainly that my cultivation is still far inferior to him. If I wait until I obtain the legacy of that big figure and my strength equals the main body, then even if I merge, I can still have at least half of the control. He not only wants to gain half of the control, he also wants to have the beauty in his arms. So, Yi Xian, you can rest assured to die. Luo Yuheng deliberately came to Dantai Mingyue's back, appearing very caring, pulling up his sleeves like a peacock spreading its feathers, making a gesture to shade Dantai Mingyue from the sun, showing affection. However, this action made Dantai Mingyue frown. Her eyes were filled with resistance. Brother Luo, please behave yourself. I am someone with an engagement. Chapter 85. Breaking the engagement, heavenly sound. Engagement? Haha, Sister Yuer, don't worry. Master Jiao is helping you break off the engagement, isn't he? Although Dantai Mingyue has been unwilling to accept Luo Yuheng's kindness during her time at the Fallen Pavilion. But Luo Yuheng has always felt that this is just Dantai Mingyue's modesty as a girl. It has nothing to do with that ridiculous engagement on her. For this reason, he even specially sent someone to inquire in the South Wilderness. The engagement between the Yi clan and the Dantai family was just a random decision. Throughout the process, Dantai Mingyue has never even seen Yi Xian's face. How can two people who do not meet have any deep feelings? As for Yi Xian's protection of Dantai Mingyue, because of the marriage contract in the South Wilderness, as for women, whoever is kind to them, they will feel closer to them. In the past, it was just Yi Xian who gave her some warmth when Sister Yuer was down and out. But as long as I give enough warmth, Sister Yuer will naturally know who her destined person is. Looking at Luo Yuheng, who was entangled and couldn't understand good or bad, Dantai Mingyue was too lazy to waste words. She was about to step forward to tell the head of the 9 pavilions that the engagement with Yi Xian was not forced. But she saw the head of the 9 pavilions wave his hand, forming an invisible barrier to block her. Yuer, step back. This matter, I will decide for you. During her time at the Fallen Pavilion, Dantai Mingyue has always been well-behaved, sensible, and respectful to her teachers. She is quite liked by the several pavilion heads of the Fallen Pavilion. Because of this, they have always regarded Dantai Mingyue as a well-behaved baby. To let Dantai Mingyue publicly reject the marriage contract with Yi Xian in front of so many people? How could a little girl manage to do that? Therefore, as the head of the family, the head of the 9 pavilions decided to make this decision for Dantai Mingyue, so that this little girl would not let social niceties hold her back and risk her happiness for her whole life. Yi Xian, the head of the Fallen Pavilion's 9 pavilions, said, "It is so clearly stated, I think you should just cancel this marriage." Yeah, Yi Xian, a force fruit, is not sweet. Moreover, today the Fallen Pavilion has clearly shown that they won't give your Xian Tian divine path any face. A good man doesn't suffer immediate losses. In my opinion, it's better to endure for now. Cold Iron Master and Fire Chow are fanning the flames from the side, not caring about the trouble. Their intentions are very clear. The Fallen Pavilion has sent out the 9th Pavilion Master, who is 1 foot already in the demigod realm. On your Xian Tian divine path side, there is only a saint-level strongman. The strength difference between the two sides is vast. With their back and forth, the goal is to deepen the rift between the Fallen Pavilion and the Xian Tian divine path. If the two sides could clash outside the true God's secret realm, both sides would exhaust each other's strength. That would be even more perfect. 9th Pavilion Master. The matter of the marriage contract is a private affair between 2 junior members. Today, all major forces in Central Wild Spirit Domain are here for the true God's secret store in the Wasteland Mountain. Regarding the marriage contract, can we allow the 2 juniors to decide for themselves? Or can we discuss this later? If it were someone else, Master Luo Tong would have already charged in with an iron stick. But the one who arrived is the 9th Pavilion Master of the Fallen Pavilion. This person's strength is such that only those truly ancient demigod monsters or divine maidens can suppress him. Matters concerning my Fallen Pavilion disciple are matters of the Master. The 9th Pavilion Master of the Fallen Pavilion has a very firm attitude. Yi Xian, either publicly cancel the marriage today, or I will force you to do it in front of everyone. You choose. Looking at the 9th Pavilion Master, who seemed willing to risk everything to protect Dantai Mingyue and cancel the marriage, Yi Xian's face was marvelous, especially when he recalled his once useless wife in the Southern Wasteland. At that time, Dantai Mingyue felt like she was facing an insurmountable giant when facing the Yi clan and the Shantian sect. However, how long has it been? Now a figure like the 9th Pavilion Master of the Fallen Pavilion is standing up for her, providing support. He brazenly confronts the Xian Tian divine path. If I had let my family help me cancel the wedding back then, I fear the grass on my grave would be 3 meters tall by now, right? Thinking of this, Yi Xian couldn't help but shake his head and smile. stepping out from the crowd. Ninth Pavilion Master, it seems you have a strong prejudice against my marriage contract. Don't you want to ask the opinions of both parties? Yi Xian spread his hands and faintly smiled. Both parties' opinions? The Ninth Pavilion Master's brows furrowed. After being instigated by Luo Yuheng in the Fallen Pavilion, he rushed over in a hurry. On reflection, it seems he never really asked for Dan Tai Mingyue's feelings. Master Ninth, this Yi Xian is truly hateful. He knows that Sister Yuerer is shy and could never gather the courage to cancel the marriage in front of everyone. Yet he pushes her to publicly express her feelings. This is clearly wanting to see her embarrass herself. Sure enough, after being fanned by Luo Yuheng, the Ninth Pavilion Master's anger surged once more. Truly hateful. This time, he decided not to give Yi Xian any more chances. In an instant, his strength, akin to a demigod, enveloped the entire wasteland mountain. Many warriors who sensed his terrifying aura comparable to that of a demigod immediately felt their legs go weak. Even some who couldn't bear it directly knelt on the ground. Even Cold Iron Master from Bibo Lake and Fire Chow from Fire Spirit Divine Path frowned under this pressure. This old monster from the Fallen Pavilion is indeed terrifying. Both of them are among the strongest in the Saint Realm, yet they could hardly withstand the pressure radiating from the Ninth Pavilion Master. Master Luo Tong also deeply frowned, filled with worry. The one who felt worried was also the ancient ghost of the Heavenly Desolate Holy Sect. He and Master Luo Tong, in their younger days,